Final day of live streaming coverage of Microsoft Build 2019. We're bringing you all of the exclusive developer content and breakout sessions from the Washington State Convention Center here in Washington. I'm Seth Juarez. We've been answering your questions all week, so keep them coming. Hashtag MSBuild and using the link below. So hopefully they're putting it up right now. And if it's not up there, it's aka.ms Microsoft Build Live. Your day 3 live streaming coverage of Microsoft Build begins right now. Again, welcome back to Microsoft Build Live 2019. We want your questions, so use the hashtag MSBuild, or you can use aka.ms Microsoft Build Live because it's all about what you have to ask us. Coming up, we'll be live streaming breakout sessions like Inside Azure Data Center Architecture with none other than Mark Russinovich and how to bring your VMware applications to Azure with Marcus Hain. But first, tips and tricks with Azure Machine Learning Service with my good friend Chris Lauren. How you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you doing, Seth?
So we hang out all the time,
Absolutely.
talk about machine learning, but there's a lot to talk about when it comes to machine learning. So we want to make sure that people get their questions in. But how can people orient themselves or even get started with machine learning on Azure? There's a lot of stuff that we have, right?
Yeah, there absolutely is. The easiest way to get started with machine learning and AI, all the things in Azure, is starting with our cognitive services. And the easiest way to think about those is there are pre-trained models available in the cloud via a REST API. So you can just say upload an image or upload some text to an API and get a high-quality response. However, there's times that you need to train your own custom model to do a very specific task for your business.
Got it.
And so you can use Azure Machine Learning to train a machine learning model and deploy it either in the cloud or on the edge. And so to get started with that, you can use any data science tool that you'd like Visual Studio Code or Jupyter Notebooks. And you can use any machine learning framework that you would like in Azure as well. You can use TensorFlow, you can use PyTorch, Scikit-learn, etc. And so I'm going to talk to you about a couple of ways to get started quickly and some tips to break into machine learning if you haven't started yet.
Got it.
And be productive if you are a professional data scientist as well.
Awesome. So we have a large number of things. If you're just getting started, we have services that you can just call, all the way down to your professional data scientist that's doing a lot of data science work. You can do it all in Azure Machine Learning.
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's start out with Azure Machine Learning, because like when you hear it, everyone, it's like, is it this, is it that, is it the cognitive services, is it something else? And you're going to give us some tips and tricks on how to actually get started. So if I'm a noob, like let's just say I'm me and I'm getting started with Azure Machine Learning, what would be the first thing that we should look at, do you think?
You know, for most people who are just getting started with machine learning, there's two things that they really need to think about. One is being super productive and kind of simplifying the process of machine learning, whether it's training their machine learning models or managing those models in the cloud, and kind of operationalize them at scale to make sure that when you've trained a model that you like, you can deploy it and quickly scale it up to be able to support like web scale traffic or ratchet it down to control your costs. And we simplify that process end to end.
Fantastic.
A lot of people that I've been talking to here at Build and in the hallways and stuff, it's pretty awesome. But a lot of people are just getting started with machine learning, right? So the first tip of the day is use automated machine learning to get the most value out of your data and try and train your first model. So we've integrated some capabilities into the Azure portal now. You can log into your Azure Machine Learning workspace and upload a data set, specify the task you want to achieve, like classification or regression, and then you can click a button and you can profile your data, get a quick understanding of it if you'd like to, but you don't even have to do that. You can simply click go, and it'll iterate over a bunch of different algorithms and hyperparameters. And I know that you enjoy playing with all that
I
stuff
sure do. Now,
all night long.
this is the thing. This is the thing I like about this the most. And if I'm understanding this correctly, it's basically point your data at automated machine learning.
Yep.
Tell it what you want it to learn. Because usually the way I think about it is there's a couple of columns, and then one of the column is the target column that we want to learn. You point it, and then it's just going to do its thing. Is it just going to like rack up my Azure bill, though? Is it just doing
No.
all of the algorithms like that it wants to do? Okay,
No,
tell us
absolutely
about
not. There's a bunch of ways you can control your costs, but the easiest way to think about this is that normally you'd have a human that you're paying, a professional data scientist, that'll try a bunch of times, a bunch of different algorithms and hyperparameters, and they'll try this, and you can ask them, hey, when are you going to be done with that? When am I going to have a model I can deploy? And usually they say, I don't know. I'm going to try things until I get a good quality.
That's right.
And so with the automated machine learning, it's going to try a bunch of things in parallel by scaling out in Azure. And then once it has a high quality model, then it'll stop. Now, you can even tell it, hey, don't try more than 20 things at a time, for example. And if I get a good quality, then just stop there. And it's great. So you can control your costs.
Is it just like doing a ginormous for loop over all the available models? And what kind of models is it actually running through?
No, it'll intelligently sweep over and optimize based on what it's learned iteratively, and then kind of explore the search space with different algorithms and hyperparameters. And so it'll continuously improve.
I see. So from what I understanding is that you're using intelligence to actually select the models that it will next try.
That's right.
Okay, cool. So automated machine learning, it seems like something we could just do right now. If you have an Azure Machine Learning Service account, just go in there, give it a CSV file, and then you're off to the races.
Absolutely.
All right, that's tip number 1. Tip number 2, what do you got?
So for people who want a little bit more control over how to train a model, we've integrated the UI of the Azure ML Studio with the new Azure Machine Learning Service, so that you can get the scalability benefits to be able to use any virtual machine in Azure in your compute cluster managed by Azure Machine Learning Service, but then also get the benefits of having the UI to drag and drop and having some kind of guardrailed experience to make sure that you don't do silly things.
I see.
And then a one-click deployment for your model once you're done.
So this is where I was confused before, because there was the Azure Machine Learning Service and there was the Azure Machine Learning Studio, and now basically they're all the same thing.
That's right.
Is it exactly the same studio that it was before, or there have been some changes or upgrades?
There've definitely been some changes and upgrades. Before, in Azure ML Studio, behind the scenes, under the covers, we had some proprietary algorithms that you couldn't access. And now it's all based on open source machine learning libraries based on Python. And you can even bring your own Python scripts now as well. And the back end has been upgraded to run on Azure Machine Learning Service, which eliminates some of the scalability challenges. Like before, you were limited how much data you could train your model with, for example.
Oh, yeah, which could be a problem.
That's gone now.
Yeah, that's awesome. And so now it's all one Azure Machine Learning experience, so to speak.
That's right.
That's awesome. Okay, so now we've talked about automated machine learning. We're talking about people that are getting started, let's just say like me. Automated machine learning. Then we're talking about the visual designer in Azure Machine Learning Studio. But let's just say if we're a data scientist, I feel like I want to use my notebooks.
Absolutely.
And I think that brings us to the next tip.
That's right. So the third tip, you can use Jupyter Notebooks, you can use VS Code anywhere you like, of course, but now the question is, where should you use your notebooks? And how do you keep track of them? So now we've added functionality in Azure Machine Learning Service. You can quickly create a notebook VM and manage all of your notebooks within Azure Machine Learning Service. So you simply create, specify the type of VM you want to use. It'll quickly provision it, integrated with multi-factor authentication, so you don't even have to, send around IP addresses and passwords.
You have to scratch the
and all
password
that
into the bathroom stalls, like all of you are doing. Don't do that.
That's right. That's right. And so it becomes super easy to control your costs and see how much compute you're actually using in your different machine learning experiments, because it's all integrated in your AML workspace.
That's kind of cool. I feel like you're starting to bring everything home again, which is really nice. So
that's right.
When I'm doing like the VM stuff, it's me just hacking around and seeing if something will work, starting with something simple. But oftentimes, I feel like my projects start to get more involved. Like I'm writing a Python script to actually do data cleaning, and that's a separate process. Or I'm doing another Python script to changing, for example, let's just say I wanted to use a TF record structure. Once my data is clean, then I need to do that. I feel like a lot of the stuff that I do is multi-staged in machine learning, which I think brings us to the next tip you were telling us about that
Yeah.
might be helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. So with any machine learning experiment, there about 80 to 90% of the work is in data preparation, data understanding. There's a bunch of steps that you need to do in some order. Sometimes you need to do them in parallel.
Right.
Some things you might want to run on a Spark cluster. Some things you might want to run on a GPU cluster. And keeping track of all of that is really, really hard unless you create a machine learning pipeline.
I see.
And so you can use Azure Machine Learning to create these pipelines that put together in serial or in parallel a bunch of steps
Right.
in a repeatable manner, such that you can trigger them either on a schedule to like continuously retrain your model every day or every week, including all of those cleansing and preparation steps. Or you can even trigger it based on other changes. It can be anything. You can trigger the pipeline with a REST API,
That's cool.
or even watching for data changes in, say, blob storage and automatically kick off your model as well.
But this is different than Azure pipelines, or is it the same thing?
It is different insofar as it's specific to the machine learning concepts,
I see.
because it has built-in things like, oh, well, which compute target do I want to use, for example, rather than running this on a build machine in your DevOps pipeline.
Because
for example.
and that like makes a lot more sense to me, because the build machines and the DevOps pipelines are not going to have, for example, a GPU.
Or like 32 GPUs that you stitch together in an Azure machine learning
Of
compute
course.
cluster,
That makes sense.
and then run a distributed TensorFlow job on, for example.
So if I'm doing an Azure machine learning pipeline, it's for machine learning related things.
That's right.
Okay. So which brings me to the next question, and I think maybe you were telling me a little bit about this next tip. Once we've done all of the machine learning stuffs, and we have about 3 minutes, it needs to now go into production somehow.
Absolutely.
And so let's talk about that.
Yeah. So the tip number 5 here, you should use DevOps for machine learning, or what we call MLOps, to facilitate auditing and reproducing your machine learning experiments, so that when you say register a model that you're happy with, we'll have an audit trail of like what data was used
Yeah,
to
which is
train that
important.
machine learning
Yeah.
model, and fully repeat the process so that you can run it on a schedule, you can keep track of what's going on. So let me show you how we've integrated Azure Machine Learning with Azure DevOps
Cool.
to kind of close the loop here.
So that is actually Azure pipelines, Azure DevOps. Now we're going into the dev side of things.
That's
Okay,
right.
okay.
That's right. So, of course, a developer is going to build their application. They're going to have all their app code in GitHub repo. And you're going to go through the process of building your app and testing it and so on. Now, the exact same process is true for models. You're going to check in your Python scripts to cleanse and train your models, right? Then you're going to, of course, train your model. You're going to run that with those ML pipelines that I mentioned earlier. And that's like a step in your DevOps pipeline, if you will. Because, of course, you've got steps to build your app, and you've got steps to build your model. And where building the model is, in fact, a bunch of steps in your machine learning pipeline.
I see. So this is where I was getting confused, because like there's a pipeline here and a pipeline here. We have to separate pipelines in terms of, is it a machine learning process or is it a development process? Because you might want to, as a developer, kick off a new training process,
Yep.
but then let it do its thing and then maybe kick back when there's assets to be deployed.
That's exactly
Got
right.
it. Okay.
And so then, of course, you'll test these together. You'll make sure that the model is good, high quality, and ready to roll out. But then you'll have some integration tests that you'll run. Does my application still work with the trained model? Because the data scientist might have changed the type of model used.
Right.
Switch from scikit-learn to TensorFlow, for example. And then you don't want to roll out the new model, even though it's better quality maybe,
Right.
if it has a new interface. Then you can stop
Yeah.
that, change your code, and then integrate it.
That's cool.
Right? So then, of course, you'll deploy the model and then monitor it continuously. Azure Machine Learning makes it easy to collect telemetry so that you can see how the model is doing in production, and then use your production data to facilitate retraining the model as well.
So it's actually a full development real thing. So we have a question coming in, and I think it's an important one. Can I run TensorFlow models on Azure ML services?
Absolutely. You can use any machine learning framework that's Python. So whether it's PyTorch, TensorFlow, scikit-learn, doesn't matter.
Awesome. So if people want to get started, we have about 20 seconds. Where can they go to get started?
So if you go to the aka.ms/Azure Machine Learning Docs, the URL here, that's the easiest way to get started. You search for Azure Machine Learning. It'll take you to a bunch. We also have a bunch of samples in our GitHub repo as well.
Fantastic. Well, this has been really informative, and I know this stuff, and this has actually helped clarify a lot for me. Thank you so much. I believe Christina is out on the floor. We're going to take a quick. She's not ready? She's not ready. Okay, so we're going to come back right after these messages.
Look. I've had this like skill ever since I was a child to where I can just stend my own gut to where I do this.
What is it, like 5 months?
It's out there. And I'll do this with my wife, like when we go out in public, you know, and we stand there, and I'll just do this when she's not looking. Okay, are we ready? Yeah. Okay. Don't put that in there, you cut that out. Hi, I'm Burke Holland.
And I'm Anthony Chu.
And this is 5 ways to build real-time apps with JavaScript.
What's that thing on your head?
It's my hair.
Okay.
So what exactly do we mean when we say real-time? What is a real-time application exactly?
Yeah, so on the web, that's an application where you don't have to refresh the page to get new data.
So like a chat app maybe would be a real-time application?
Yeah, or like if you're looking for a stock price and you're looking at it in the stock price updates.
Right, so I can find out that I've lost all of my money immediately instead of, you know, a couple minutes from now.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have invested in these VHS rental companies.
It's coming back, man. It's coming back. Thing number 1, long polling. What exactly is long polling?
Yeah, so I guess before talking about long polling, we should talk about what polling is. And polling is an application asking the server for data on a time interval. So maybe every 5 seconds, every 10 seconds, I will ask the server, do you have data? Do you have data? Do you have data?
So it's kind of like going on a vacation with your kids where they're like, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Yep, exactly
that would be polling. They're polling me.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. So what is long polling?
So long polling is if the application makes a request to the web server, and the web server just hangs on to that request, and then it doesn't actually respond until it has data.
So instead of responding every time it's asked, it just waits until there's a response to give that isn't, we'll get there when we get there.
Yep, so you get the data as soon as possible instead of waiting 5 or 10 seconds.
Right, so the solution for all you parents out there is to just not answer the are we there yet question until you're there yet. And
Exactly.
that's long polling.
Yeah.
Thing number 2, SSE. Isn't that a channel where people watch sports?
No, man, that's ESPN.
Is it that thing where you know when something's going to happen before it happens?
No, I think that's ESP.
Well, what is ESS?
It's SSE, and that's server sent events.
What is a server sent event?
It's a lot like long polling. You're still establishing you're making a request to the server, and the server is still hanging on to that request. But now every time it has data, it will send you a message in the response, but it'll never close the response.
Okay, versus long polling, which closes the response after there is an event.
Yep, and then it's up to the client to reestablish that connection again with the new response, or
Makes
with
sense.
the new request.
I like ESS. Sounds good.
Yeah, or SSE is great too.
Either way.
Yeah.
Thing number 3, WebSockets. So what are WebSockets?
Hang on, I don't want that thing on your head anymore.
What
That
thing?
looks ridiculous.
My hair?
Yeah, it's hideous.
This is my natural hair. Thing number 3, WebSockets. Nope. Nope. Give me the hair. WebSockets, Anthony.
So WebSockets is a different protocol than HTTP, and it allows bidirectional communication between the client and the server. So unlike server-sent events, where only the server can send messages to the client, in WebSockets, the server can send messages to the client, but the client can also send messages to the server.
Well, that makes sense. Why do you think it is they call it a socket?
Because it's like plugging something into the wall, and then you establish a connection, and then you get data or electricity flowing through it.
Huh. Did you know that it's also a golf term, socket?
No.
It means to shank, as in you shanked the ball.
Oh, I thought that's the only way to play golf.
Well, it is for you.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Thing number 4 are real-time frameworks for WebSockets. So give me an example of like a real-time framework for WebSockets, and why would I need one?
Yeah, so a couple of popular ones are Socket.io for Node.js. That's probably the most popular one. And another one that I work with a lot is SignalR for ASP.NET. And the reason you will want to use them is instead of coding against the raw kind of real-time technologies that we've been talking about before, you typically want to work at a higher level. So what a framework allows you to do is instead of managing the connections yourself, you can instead work at a higher level. So you can say, send a message to all my connections, and you don't have to figure out where your connections are and kind of go through them and send a message to them individually. You just say, send a message to all the connections, and the framework will deal with that for you. And quite often the frameworks will also allow you to put connections into arbitrary groups or rooms, and you can address those rooms or groups individually as a whole. So you can, for instance, if you want to put everyone in a certain location into a group, you can address everyone that's in a certain state, for example.
Cool. So real-time frameworks allow me to write less code and leverage code that somebody else has already written, which makes my life a lot easier.
Unbelievable.
Thing number 5, WebSocket frameworks as a service. What does that mean?
Yeah, so instead of writing the application yourself and hosting the server for all your clients to connect to, you can just get that as a service. So your WebSocket connections are between the clients and the service, and all you're in charge of is writing the code. So you're working at another layer of abstraction from the WebSockets.
So I can focus on just writing the client portion, and the server portion is already taken care of.
Yeah, and sometimes the server portion can be serverless, and you can actually use serverless to talk to the service to send WebSocket messages.
So
to
it'd be
your client.
things like Azure's new SignalR service. Instead of me writing the SignalR code, the SignalR is already there. All I need to do is configure it and rock and roll.
Yep,
Speaking
exactly
of rock
that.
and roll, you look amazing.
I hate myself.
I'm Bart Collins,
And I'm Anthony Chu.
and this is an $8 wig from Party City. And now you know 5 ways to build real-time apps with JavaScript.
Hello, we're back here at the Microsoft Build live stage. I'm checking Twitter, so use the hashtag MSBuild and also AK.ms, Microsoft Build Live. Now, I'm here with this special guest, Brian King. We've never actually chatted before. I'm so excited you're here. Tell us who you are and what you do.
Hi, I'm Brian King. I'm with the Bing Products Global Ecosystem team. We basically take all of the goodness and deep machine learning and AI capabilities of Bing, and we make those available to all our wonderful developers through APIs and SDKs.
Fantastic. So when we're talking about Bing AI, what is it that we're talking? 'Cause I always think of Bing as a search engine, but you're telling me there's more than that.
Absolutely. So just in the few seconds there while we were doing our introduction, there were literally millions of updates to web documents and Twitter feeds and news feeds all around the world. So this is just this constant update of technology. So what we do is we make that information available to our developers through a set of services and cognitive services.
I see. So what are we talking about, though, when we're talking about because, I mean, there's a ton of information.
Yes.
Like, tell me a little bit more about, like, well, what can I access and how is it actually helpful?
No, that's great. So I'm sure many of our viewers, they use cognitive services today, and cognitive services is about democratizing those abilities of being able to see and hear and speak and seek information and make decisions on that information and bring those into our applications. Within Bing, we provide a series of APIs into that. So we provide the web search, the news, image, video, custom search capabilities, and visual search capabilities.
Let's get this on the screen because I don't think people realize that all of this stuff you actually do, not just search, right?
Yes, that's absolutely right. So we use search today. So you'd be forgiven for thinking that, hey, I'd use those APIs for creating search, and many companies do. So you have companies like Yahoo today, and you have Amazon Echo using us to do images on their search, and WhatsApp using images. And so many companies do use this for search today, but many other companies use this for additional things beyond that. So for example, we've got companies, we've got schools and companies doing plagiarism detection. I mean, helping students find the citations they were supposed to add, right?
Right.
Or you've got companies doing information verification or managing fraud or doing copyright management if they care about their images being distributed across the web.
So is this something that just like big companies can use, or is this, because this seems actually interesting. Like if, let's just say I'm building a new portal for a school, and you submit all your Word docs or papers online, I can use Bing to help me find?
Absolutely, absolutely. No, any developer can use this, and that's the really great thing about cognitive services is anybody can just walk up, and you can even try it for free today, and you can try a lot of these capabilities. And it's how you put some of these capabilities together. Like, for example, reputation management might be about searching for your products on the web and bringing those in and looking at the news feeds and doing sentiment analysis on that and making your PR department happy because they can find bad things on the web without searching for it.
And that's pretty amazing because like I'm just realizing, and I know I've done some videos with one of your colleagues, Mahesh, who's terrific at this stuff, but I started to realize that there is all of this information that you're helping us use, and it's all public information. It's not like
That's right.
It's not anything.
It's all publicly available information. Through our mapping components as well, we do things like address verification for credit card companies, and now we're getting into sort of visual product search with companies where you can use some of our custom visual search capabilities.
So this is the part that's interesting, right? Because you talked about, like, I understand when like sentiment, like text and Bing, and I hear text is coming in and someone said, hey, Seth really stinks on the Microsoft Build Live stage and I want to know about it. That way I can send like a smiley emoji or something if I want to be subversive, or a sad emoji if I want to tell them how I'm really feeling.
Yeah,
but you said custom visual search. Did I get that right?
Yeah. No, that's something that we haven't really talked about much before, and we have in private preview now. So let me talk a little bit about what visual search is, and then we should talk about. So visual search, I mean, we have this saying, a picture speaks 1,000 queries.
Right.
And sometimes it's just really, really hard to express something. It's sort of like if I'm looking at this picture of this hammock, you're like, how do I describe that? Or I go into my friend's house, it's kind of like, oh, that's a cool chair. How do I describe that and search for it?
Right.
So sometimes using an image is a really great way to search for things. And visual search will allow you to search for things all across the web. So today, you might be a company that has copyrighted images and you want to find out, how are they being used across the web? So that's standard visual search. Custom visual search goes one step further, where we're sort of giving a sneak peek here at Build and here and now for the first time, where I can bring my own catalog of images and I can use that to search across just my catalog of images.
And like, what is it searching for? I mean, this is what's kind of interesting because my brains are exploding right now. Like if is this an API that I give some images and things come back?
Yeah, so we will ingest your catalog, and you can now search across those set of images. So we take your catalog, we build that model around it, and now I can actually pass an image that I've never seen before, like somebody has taken with their camera. Say I'm selling furniture, and somebody takes a picture of a chair, and now I might find something that's visually similar. It's kind of like, oh, this is the style of chair you were looking for. So I don't need to know how to describe that style of chair.
Oh, okay. So I think I'm understanding. Like if I have a catalog of products, let's just say I build custom wooden flutes, bamboo flutes, because I mean that's like
We know you're secretly into
yeah,
that stuff.
secretly I'm like, let's just say I have a catalog of custom bamboo flutes.
Fantastic.
As a business, I can upload those to Bing, and if there's like obviously there's tens of custom bamboo flute enthusiasts out there. If they upload their own bamboo flute, or if they search on their own bamboo, they'll find my bamboo flute.
You'll be able to use that in your application to find your custom bamboo flutes. Absolutely.
Man, I think I'm not struggling for a new business idea. I'm excited about the custom bamboo flute. So how does this actually work?
So that's a great question. So we train deep neural networks representing images as a set of features and ultimately floats and vectors within a graph. And then we do the approximate nearest neighbor functions on top of that to be able to find that. So if you could think about thousands of features representing an image, so things like the color, the shape, how do objects interact with each other and overlap, we represent those as a set of features. And then when you bring along an image we haven't seen before, we take those dimensions and that dimensionality, and we can find something that's the closest we can find.
So basically, if I'm understanding this right, you're using neural networks like an autoencoder, making a vector, and then saying which pictures are closest to this picture, and you bring them all back.
That's right. That's right.
That's pretty amazing. So how can people learn about like I have a little bit of an ML background. Maybe you may or may not know. How can developers learn from this?
So we've actually released papers on this. Bing has released a paper called the Web Scale Responsive Visual Search at Bing. So you can read some of the white papers that we've released, and you could kind of go and try and build this yourself. But we've made it really easy for you by making it available on API. So hopefully you don't have to do a ton of work, and we can bring all of that information that we have at scale to help you with your business.
Fantastic. So can you show us something with visual search in action?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to do that. So Seth, as you probably, you are probably very aware, people love to follow their celebrities and the styles
Right.
that
I
they're
mean,
wearing.
celebrities, right? I'm like famous in very specific places
So people
with
like you, Seth.
dozens of people.
So I've added the query here, Seth Warrior's style, and let's see
No,
what we
don't
get.
search that. Like,
Let's see what we get
literally
back
looking
for
for my
images.
style. This is
Yeah,
gonna be
there we go.
embarrassing.
Look at that fantastic style, and those headshots too. They're really cool, man. So I'm going to pick an image here, and this is just on Bing today to kind of show you how visual search works.
Okay.
So if I mouse over you today, you can see that we're identifying things in the picture. So
Okay.
if we've actually identified that this is something in the picture, and if I click on that dot, you'll see we
no.
automatically scope into
Oh, man.
just your shirts there. And hey, there it
feel-
is.
I
I
feel
think that's
called
the
out.
shirt. I think that's your shirt there in
Hold on,
in
wait.
the
Go to
first
the
position.
screen. I feel called out. This is what Bing thinks my style is. I'm trying to wear new things, people. Okay, let's be. But this is pretty cool,
Yeah, look,
right?
This is great. And so if you can imagine this great technology that we have on Bing today, and we've made that available in APIs for you, either searching across the web, as you can do here, or searching across your own collection of images, which is something that we'll release later in the summer.
And that's pretty cool because, like, if I have a product, right, and I'm letting Bing crawl over pictures of my product, and then somebody sees it on me, they'll be like, they can click on it and be like, yeah, I can't wear that.
Hey, we think you look great, Seth.
You didn't think I was going to go there, did you?
No, I didn't think you were going to wear that. That's great. So that's it for visual search, and I realize we just have a few minutes left. So one of the other things that we could talk about is something that's so within our ecosystem team, we have both our search team and our maps team, and I'm really excited to also talk about some of the work that the maps team was doing. So last July, they released this API that allows you to take a bunch of points on a route and sort of optimize for, hey, what's the best way to take this path? So it's kind of like me when I'm in a grocery store. How do I find my best way around the aisles to kind of like, optimize?
And that's a huge problem in Seattle because there's a ton of one-way streets that I nearly went down the wrong way on. And I was wearing one of my ugly shirts that day, so people would have seen me.
Bringing it all together.
Yeah, bring it all together.
That's right. So if we think about this today, like this is actually one of you probably recognize this. This is a campus map.
Right.
And when you think about our campus shuttles that are trying to take people between different buildings today, if the shuttle driver were to just sort of follow people's recommendations, then it might take them, in this particular case, it took them half an hour, and they'd go probably about 5 miles. But if you use our algorithm, we can optimize that down to 3 miles in only 20 minutes. So you're saving time, you're saving energy. So we've taken the API that we had last July, and we've actually extended this. So this multi-itinerary optimization allows you to take regions. So let me make that real for you. I'm a dispatcher in a company. I have multiple employees who have to get to multiple places today. They're on different shifts. They might even be starting from different locations from their homes, and they're going out there. This API puts that information in, those multiple endpoints, multiple destinations, multiple start and end times, and it will optimize all of that for you. So in the case of my I know this Charlie and Andre here, and Andre does 2 shifts a day, and Charlie does 2 shifts a day, and Andre only does 1. Here we are down to a set of an optimized route, so we can see, okay, this is the route that Charlie should take today, and this is the route that Andre should take today.
This is like computer science traveling salesman problem with multiple people.
That's right. That's right. And if you apply that to some of the work that we did in fleet tracking, where we made sample code available, I mean, you can take all of this today and put it all together and create your own highly optimized fleet tracking just using your own phone. Hey, and when you think about the world today and sort of same-day delivery and how that, how many, I don't know if I can say product names on the web, but sort of, food delivery services, all of that kind of stuff. It's sort of like, how do I optimize for all of this new information that's coming in and make sure that everybody can get around and meet the things that they need to do?
That's really cool. I mean, next time I run an Ironman race, I'll use the Bing Map Optimizer to find the shortest route so I don't have to run or swim or ride a bike.
That's right. That's right. And you can use that a lot with a lot of our other enterprise API capabilities that we have for maps, and overlay that on top of our maps.
And this is really cool because I'm starting to get a sense for like Bing is for business.
Yes, absolutely.
And all of these APIs you can just start calling right now.
You can, whether you're coming into cognitive services, and I know there's many capabilities and APIs there, but if you check them out, you can bring them together and marry them together in very interesting ways to do really cool things for your businesses.
Can you talk about some success stories of people using me, maybe without naming names because they don't know?
Oh gosh, so yes, absolutely. I mean, we've had many companies use this, and I don't know that I have permission to name some of their names, but for some of the examples that I have today, I mean, we have a large travel company, for example, that is protecting their consumers by making sure that the people who are putting things within their system are real. They're real and they're verifying what they're doing. We have one of our, I know I can mention this company, Grammarly, for example, that's using us for plagiarism detection today. We've got credit card companies that are doing, address verification to make sure that the merchants you're buying from are really there, because I don't want to give my credit card to somebody, who isn't that. So using this wealth of information that we're connected to on the web, and if you can really just think of that as a set of APIs that's connecting me to all the information on the planet, and all the public available information on the planet, and some other stuff that we bring in as well, and I can use all of that in my business.
That's
really
pretty impressive. I mean, just you saying you have in an API all of the publicly available data on the planet, and then we'll make sense of it for you, is pretty powerful.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I'm excited to look at is like, what does the API feel like? What does it look like? And so if people want to get started, how can they do that?
They can easily go to aka.ms Bing AI, which we've put that together for this show, which will take them into sort of the into cognitive services, and they can also check out separately our Maps APIs just by searching for Bing Maps Enterprise APIs.
Well, Brian, I've had a really good time. Thanks so much for spending some time with us. Thanks so much for that. I for sure know that Christina is out on the show floor. Let's check in with her.
Thanks so much.
Oh. Oh, let me turn this off. Mad rush.
You can receive notifications via the Azure app, voice, email, SMS, and a webhook when your services are impacted by an Azure service disruption. Duke Kamstra is here to show us how we can use Azure Monitor action groups to keep on top of everything happening in Azure. Today on Azure Friday. Today on Azure Friday, we're going to learn all about Azure Monitor action groups from Duke Kamstra, Program Manager in the Azure Monitor team. So Duke, what would you like to talk about?
Today I'd like to demonstrate a couple of things. First of all, how we set up an action group, and then second, I want to demonstrate how we can use action groups to get notified when Azure is having an outage. It's a pretty important scenario, and we'd like everybody to be aware of that.
Okay.
Sound
okay.
good?
Yes.
All right. So here I am in the Azure portal, and I'm going to go ahead and set up an action group. The way I find the action group's user experience is I go to Monitor, so the Azure Monitor blade, and then I choose Alerts. And then up here I have a Manage Action Groups button. So I'm going to go ahead and click that. And you can see I've been using them a lot, but I'll go ahead and create a new action group. And I need to give it a name. So let's see, we're at Channel 9 today, so I'll call it Channel 9 Demo. I will give it a short name. More on why we do that later. I created a resource group earlier for the Channel 9 demo, so I'm going to store the action group is actually an ARM resource, so I need to put it in a resource group. And now I'm going to define some actions. And these action names, these are basically my friendly reminders of what's inside the action definition. So for example, Duke's, let's see, numbers. And I will go ahead and here you can see the different kinds of actions we support. So email, SMS, push notifications to the Azure app, voice, we can actually invoke an Azure function or a logic app, call your webhook, even call an ITSM, for example, ServiceNow or Provence, or execute an automation runbook. So these are all the different action types I have. I'll go ahead and set up this email push stuff, and I'll go ahead and say, hey, send me an email whenever this action is triggered. Also, we just recently released the capability to just specify an ARM group, so an ARM role. So for example, you could send this action or this notification to all the members of your Azure subscription owner role, or more interestingly, the monitoring contributor role. So that's our current recommendation is, hey, the folks that want to know about what alerts are triggering in the monitoring system, go ahead and add them to the monitor role, and here I can specify all those folks and they will all get the notification. And then what we do is look in the role, grab everybody's email addresses and send them an email.
So this itself, this is just what you want to happen if something else triggers this action.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
What I'm saying here is when the alert that calls this action fires, send an email to all of these people.
Perfect.
Okay. We also support SMS. This is pretty popular. We've got a bunch of country codes that we support, I think 16 of them. So I could go ahead and put my phone number in here. The interesting thing about email addresses in SMS is they run on what we call dial tone. So if Azure is down, we are still able to send you an email or send an SMS to you, or for that matter, make a phone call. Whereas these other actions that take a direct dependency on Azure, if that part of Azure is down, that notification won't work.
Well, that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Azure App, I want to highlight Azure App. So if you haven't installed the Azure App, I highly recommend that you do, and you can get push notifications there. It's very popular for folks that don't want to pay for SMS. They'd rather use their data plan. And then finally, voice. Not very popular feature, honestly, because none of us like to get woken up at 2 o'clock in the morning by a voice call from Azure.
Okay.
All right. So I'll go ahead and let's see. I'll turn that off. I'll go ahead and save this setting. And now I have my, my personal phone numbers, basically. Similarly, I could go ahead and set up a webhook. And webhooks are just HTTP endpoints. So you as the customer set up some sort of HTTP endpoint. It could be any sort of code that exposes an HTTP endpoint, and you just specify that endpoint in the action. Did I spell it right? Favorite.com. Okay, and every time this action group is called, we will send the payload to that HTTP endpoint, and then you can write code that processes that data and does the right thing.
Okay.
Okay, So there we go. We've set up a couple of actions. As I mentioned before, I can also use functions, logic apps, ITSM, and runbooks.
So more than just notifying, you can actually just go take action and tell you, by the way, I did this thing.
Exactly. So a runbook, for example, you could automatically mitigate, right?
Right.
Look at the data, say, you know what? I need to reboot that VM. So
Right.
go ahead and use a runbook to reboot it.
Okay.
So auto mitigation of a potential issue, right? And I want to point out that this action group, I can use it in as many alerts as I want. I don't have to go into every alert and define a new list, once again, put in my email address.
Right.
Once again, put in my webhook address. This is a reusable component. So I'll go ahead and save it. And now I'm going to show you how I might use that. So I'm going to pop over to the Service Health Alerts blade. And this is where you as the customer could come in and find out what's going on. What is Azure telling me about the availability of Azure? Could be outages, could be planned maintenance that's coming, or just information, what we call health advisories, just information you should be aware of to successfully use Azure. My favorite example is, hey, we're deprecating some SDK version. Okay?
Right.
We're going to do it in a year, but you should be aware because it may take you a while to accommodate that change. So I'm going to go ahead into Health Alerts, and I'm going to say create a Service Health Alert. A Service Health Alert is what we call the alert that is monitoring the service health communications coming from the Azure platform. So when we discover that an outage is going on that has customer impact, we will let the subscription, we will send a notification to the subscriptions that we believe are impacted.
And if you have subscribed to that as
an alert,
then you will be
get
notified.
via
Okay.
the action group. Exactly. So I'm just going to make it easy here. I'm going to say, okay, all regions, all services, okay? So this is all the stuff that you might use in Azure. And there are 3 different forms of alert. There are service issues, AKA outages. There are planned maintenance and health advisories. So I'll just say everything. I want all of it. And then down here,
And then on planned maintenance, before you go any further, on planned maintenance, is that when they notify you that it will be happening, or when it's,
they actually tell you it's coming.
Right.
Yeah.
And so you can take preventative action when you get notified.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So in the planned maintenance, they say this is the planned schedule for the maintenance, and then when it starts, we send another notification saying it has started.
Okay.
If we have to reschedule, we will tell you, hey, it's rescheduled or canceled.
Great.
Okay. So yeah, the planned maintenance, highly recommend that you subscribe to that. And then again, I pop over to my list of action groups and say, there's my Channel 9 demo action group. Okay, so that's what will get executed when this alert is triggered. So my Service Health Alert, and today, and let's see. Go ahead, and I'm not going to enable it because I already have one of these, trust me. Okay, I go ahead and, I got to put it in a resource group. The alerts are resources as well, so I need to put it in a resource group, and there you go. Now I have an alert. So the next time Azure sends me a notification that my subscription is being impacted by
Any of
maintenance or
those.
whatever,
Right.
those actions that I define will get executed.
That's fantastic.
Okay?
Okay.
And there you go.
Is there anything more you want to show us?
No, not today. That's what I wanted to highlight. Yeah.
And where would we go to learn more?
The Azure documentation site, so azure.com, and search for Service Health Alerts or action groups. Either one will pop up the documentation on configuring a Service Health Alert or specifically configuring an action group. Any other thing? I think I've covered it all. Yeah.
Great. Thanks again. It was really great to hear all about action groups.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Happy to be here.
And we've been learning all about Azure Monitor action groups today on Azure Friday.
We look at
Hello, I'm Maria Nagaga, and welcome to Microsoft Build 2019. Remember to tweet your questions at MS Build and ask us anything you would like. Now let's meet the faces behind C#, F#, and Visual Basics.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm good. We're here with Kathleen, Mads, Dustin, and Phillips. Let's go around and introduce ourselves.
Hi, I'm Kathleen Dollard. I work with VisualBasic.net. I'm the PM and architect of that, and I also work on some of the other languages, and I am happy to be here. Build is awesome this year. It's absolutely fantastic. So, yeah, it's great.
I'm Mads Torgersen. I'm a program manager on the .NET team, and I'm also the lead designer of C#.
Great. My name is Dustin Campbell. I'm a principal engineer on C# and lots of .NET things, I guess. I spread around quite a bit.
I'm Philip Carter, and I do F# stuff, and I also do other .NET tooling stuff.
I know we're all part of the same team, and there's
Yeah.
so much happening with the .NET Core 3 announcements and all the new things happening in the languages with C# 8 and everything that's happening with F#. So I want to start with you, Kathleen.
Yeah.
What do VB developers have to look forward to this year?
So the big thing that's going on with VB is that it has been only partially implemented on .NET Core. So there's something called the Visual Basic Runtime, which carries parts of what Visual Basic programmers consider the language. It's beyond the compiler. And this is special in Visual Basic that it has these extra features. And they've only been partially implemented on .NET Core. So the big news for .NET Core 3 is that we are filling that out. It will not be 100% because some of those features have very little use and they're a little out of date. But right now we're looking for Visual Basic programmers that are going to be looking at particularly Preview 6, which is not yet released, the preview after the one that's just been released, to give us some feedback on that as to whether or not we've got the right surface area for you so that Visual Basic programmers will also be able to port their applications, which is especially cool because with WinForms coming to .NET Core, then we think it's a great combination to have Visual Basic and WinForms ready to be there on .NET Core 3, so we're very excited. WPF as well, and other workloads as well, but we're very excited about that.
So where can VB developers go to give their feedback?
So one of the places you can go is VB Lang. We're a little loose on the fact that we do a little bit more than language design there, but that's one of the places that you can go and give feedback, as well as if you're in Visual Studio, there's always that button there that you can just give feedback on.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's
All right.
really looking forward to seeing that. So Mads and Dustin, yesterday you did your presentation. I understand that you were cut off the screen, so this is your time to be on the screen, Mads.
Hi, this is what I look like. It's the face behind the voice.
The face behind the voice. So C# 8 is out. I'm sure people have tons of questions. And for people who weren't able to go to the session yesterday, what are some of the things that they can look forward to?
Well, C# 8 is a relatively big new C# version, so there's several big features in there. The one that we usually lead with is nullable reference types, which is a feature that lets you finally distinguish between when you should and when you shouldn't have nulls in your reference types, which is a big source of runtime blowups that we want to try to help eliminate. Then async is getting a revamp in this day and age. A lot of data is streaming in real time, and being able to embrace async streams that take place over time in the language has also been important for us. And then there are lots of other bigger or smaller things that help with expressiveness and terseness. And also with software composition in one instance where the ability to evolve interfaces over time has really been limited so far to actually don't evolve them at all. And now we're making it so that you can start adding to interfaces in a way that doesn't break existing implementers. So this is a good sort of
wide range of things.
Wide range of things that are all about.
In fact, range is one of those features.
Range is one of those features. Yes.
Good catch.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Dustin, do you have anything to add to that?
No, Matt said it all. No, there are several other little features, and we showed several of those yesterday, and so you just reminded me of the one that I really, really like, the range and the index expressions, right? Which are about being able to remove some of the kind of the boilerplate you have to write, just the small things that make it just more pleasurable to write, and all at the same time also kind of giving you an opportunity to write code in a way that kind of does away with some of these common little off-by-one bugs and things like that. So really, there's some really nice stuff in C#. It is bigger than you think it is, too. Mads is right.
All right.
Yeah.
And Philip, the intro for F#, like Spark.net is a huge thing for people. It's everywhere on the conference floors. It's like, what can F# developers look forward to in this space?
Specific to Spark.net, I think one of the big things is Spark as a programming model. So I'm not really a Spark expert, so I can really only speak towards this programming model. But it is fundamentally about gathering up your data and running it through a pipeline of functionality that you just you transform, do pretty much whatever you need to it. That is squarely within the realm that F# plays in. F# programmers do a lot of different stuff, like, for example, with event sourcing, where they pull in different streams of data and they compose different pieces of functionality together depending on what they're trying to do for the particular task. That same kind of programming model is exactly what Spark is all about. And so that's why F# is supported on Spark.net.
Yes.
There's still, it's a pretty early preview, so we're kind of looking for feedback on the shape of the APIs and that sort of stuff. But even the preliminary API shape is pretty F# friendly, which is fantastic.
That's great.
So I'm looking forward to a lot of F# programmers exploring that and especially giving a lot of early feedback as Spark.net starts to evolve over the next couple months or year or whatever the timeline is.
Yeah. And what about with .NET Core 3 and F#? What can the developers be looking forward to as well?
Yeah, with context with VS 2019, we released a new version of the language, F# 4.6. It was a relatively small feature. It was that release was much more about performance improvements that we're continuing to make, but we have a backlog of about 7 or 8 different features that we're considering ship ready in the next couple of months. We're just not we're trying to figure out, okay, out of this bucket of features that we have that we could ship, which makes sense to ship together relative to how much additional work we're going to have to do once we put it all together and see if there's any bugs or anything like that. And so there's a couple of smaller features, but interesting ones like the name of operator that we're going to add that exists in C# today, but there's a couple of extra quirks that F# has that it can apply to, like name of operators and name of, which is kind of fun. And we also want to do named and optional parameters for function arguments. There's some quirks on how to make that work properly, but we really want to do that because we've been exploring a lot of data science and machine learning, especially F# for TensorFlow with kind of this research project that we have. And we've been finding that being able to use named and optional parameters for functions that we use is really, really nice for that kind of programming. And so we have a couple of features that are generally useful, and then a few that are a bit more tailored towards specific programming models, and we want to try to get those all aligned for .NET Core 3.0.
Because I like that you talked about the research that you're doing as you're improving F# and as you're doing C#. And one thing that people forget is our team is really big on customer research and customer development. And I want to know, as you're looking at the next wave of these products, how much of customer feedback has gone into some of the features that you've announced at Build?
So we made a big change over the last, I want to say more than half a decade, where it used to be that we did our language design in secret, in smoky rooms.
In ivory towers.
In ivory towers,
yeah.
And we really not just had the open source wave where the compilers are all open source and are contributed to by a lot of people who don't work for Microsoft as well, but also the actual design process. We've gradually moved that more and more into the open so that the artifacts that we use that aren't code that we use for our design process are actually shared out in open source and in GitHub, and the discussion is participated in by a lot of the community. So on top of sort of the deliberate conversations with customers and those usual things that we do, we just have an ongoing bigger networking with the users of C# and lots of people have ideas and things that they feel are missing and so on. So we're much more informed by what's going on in the world than we were able to be before.
Yeah, and that kind of also it works at multiple levels, right? Because there's the feature by feature level where it's people want certain things, they want to be able to express themselves in certain ways, right? But then there are also these industry trends where just kind of having an ongoing feedback loop with the community lets us kind of put our pulse on, okay, where are programming languages heading? What are the sorts of problems they're trying to solve in the coming years? And that helps a lot. Yeah.
And then I also want to add that somehow we've really improved our engineering processes to the point where we've gotten good at sharing early versions of language features from prototypes through to previews, through to near shippable.
Yeah.
So that's a very important part of that ongoing conversation is that it's not just that we're exchanging words and we think we know what each other means and so on, but actually having usable artifacts, like having tangible language features in your hands and you can try them on your source code and tell me, that sounded great, but when I went and did it, this bit was really annoying. Getting that kind of deep feedback has really been super useful this time. You have really gnarly features like nullable reference types is a feature that's super simple on the surface, but then there's all this gnarliness underneath to make everything line up and to deal with corner cases and so on. And getting all that right has been a constant iteration of people trying it out and telling us where it hurt and filing it off and so on. That's like a new. I mean, we've always been prototyping to some degree, but that's the degree of focus on that as part of our design process and our ability to do that has really moved the needle for us.
Wow. Before we jump into the first question, Kathleen, do you have anything to add?
Well, only the big thing is I realized that we've talked about this being in the open, and I mentioned VB-Lang, but we didn't say that that's github.com/.net/VB-Lang or github.com/.net/C#Lang written out. And so that's some of the places you can reach out. And VB's also looks at the community.
Yeah.
We will move VB a little bit slower, and for a lot of reasons, including that's one of VB's solid features we can talk about is VB is a stable, very not changing language. If you want to move to cutting edge features and you want to have multiple new features in every revision, really C# is the right place to be. VB will move, it will get new language features, but it's going to be a slower process. And so we're also resetting our community. So we also have a Gitter channel. If you go to gitter.im, I think it is Visual Basic there. So yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the first question from the Twitters. So it's about the future of C#. So what are your thoughts on using C# to clean up the language and redo features that are currently suboptimally implemented, which you mentioned yesterday? This would, of course, involve breaking changes.
Yeah, I think that last sentence there is the kicker, right? Through all of the many changes and almost revolutions that C# has gone through, we've tried to sort of keep a core spirit of the language constant through all of that, but we also have tried to keep it very strongly backwards compatible.
Yeah.
We haven't strayed from that, and that has served us really well, I think, by allowing our users to stratify along different versions and not having to sort of do work just to keep working. And that's like super important with a programming language. So I think that it is unthinkable to me right now that we would do things to C# that would break backwards compatibility. It might be that we can get ourselves into a different enough setup somehow that becomes more possible, but I wouldn't put money on it right now.
Yeah.
So the mistakes of the past can sometimes be fixed without breaking people, and where they can, we'll definitely look at that. Like what they're referring to is we talked in our talk yesterday about some of the implementation choices we made that are suboptimal today, but were made because back then we couldn't change the runtime, so we did things elsewhere.
Yeah.
And to the extent that we can fix that and that proves important to us for performance reasons or something like that, we'll try. But we have to be really careful about, just breaking people for no good reason. That's just not a good thing to do. So even though we look with envy at some things we could have done differently, we just have to stick with our choices. And knowing that ahead of time as we design new language features is, that's something we try to really keep front and center. Don't do this unless you really mean it, because you can't take it out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Don't upset your future self. Right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and speaking of the future, what do you see as the future of your languages?
So for Visual Basic, we have a couple of key features that we'd like to be able to do, but between us and then, we have sort of some kind of necessary steps that we need to make. In particular, we've got the move on to .NET Core, which is absolutely essential to the future of Visual Basic. So that's what we're working on right now. And then there's some things that have been adopted by the runtime and by C# that VB needs to take another look at how to play well with, possibly uptake, possibly just playing well in that environment, and that would be span and default interface implementation. And so as we look at that, we need to get through some of that. That would also involve if we do new types in the type system, which we might do not in 3.0, but past 3.0. So those things VB has to pay attention to. Yeah. And then we'd like to do, we're working on a new select case, which is VB's version of a switch, and that would involve some pattern matching, and that is something that the design for Visual Basic is very much a community-driven effort. And so we've had a lot of great input on VB-Lang on the design for that feature, which right now is pretty well designed. It's still a little bit in the future and will not be in .NET Core 3.0. But when we get it in, I'm really, really pleased with the whole process that we work with on the community on what that should look like, and really impressed with what the community has done for us. So it's great working with the Visual Basic community.
So you're really leaning in with the community to
Absolutely.
provide what they want the future to look like.
The people that engage with us are fairly small. I'd love it if more people would engage on either the Getter channel or VB-Lang or wherever they would like to engage. That is fantastic. But it's like there's a core community looking after all of the Visual Basic developers, and we have hundreds of thousands of Visual Basic developers on a regular basis, and we have a core group that really looks after them and looks after their the future for all of us, which is to keep Visual Basic very much Visual Basic. We believe in it as a language as it sits today, and we want to enhance it where it's appropriate, but we want to do that very thoughtfully so that in the future, it's still Visual Basic, and you look at it, and it still looks like Visual Basic. And C# has been able to take some very aggressive, very great, wonderful steps to evolve it. So they're just different philosophies on the two languages, and one's not better than the other. It's just they're different. And I work on both, and I love them both, and it's fantastic. But for Visual Basic, keeping it Visual Basic is our core, and the community helps us do that. They definitely call us on, like, that doesn't look right. So yeah.
Oh yeah, the Visual Basic community bugs me about Try.net support not having VB a lot.
We want that.
That is coming.
We want that. So we're very excited. We think that that one of the places for Visual Basic.net is that first few days that you're with the language. You can stay with Visual Basic. It's a great language. But even if you're going to go on to another language, C# or even F#, in our space, Visual Basic is a great place for that first few days because Basic exists because it looks like English. That's Basic's entire premise. It's one of the oldest languages that we support, and it's anywhere in the industry, and that was done to be English-like. That is great for your first few days, at least. You can stay if you want, or you can jump off to something else, which is why we need Try.net.
You do.
Okay. So yeah, that's where we're at.
Okay. Philip, what's the future of F#?
Yeah. What's the future of F#? Yeah, I have no idea. No. So there's two pieces to this.
Yeah.
I think the first is kind of the things that we concretely want to do that a lot of the community, like, they might be able to do, but there's certain things that are easier for the community to do and easier for Microsoft to do.
Yeah.
And for that second half, I think the F# support for ML.NET, Spark.NET, and F# for TensorFlow are very much along the lines of, there's a lot of very difficult infrastructural work that has to go in to make that be a place where the community can then jump on and really start to shine. I see us doing a lot of work in that so that we can open it up to the community to really sort of define, like, what F# means for those areas. The second part is community oriented, and that's because F# it's been open source for quite a long time. We've had an open development process starting all the way back since F# 4.0. And people come with suggestions, they write specs for those suggestions, they then implement those specs, and they do it end to end. And we've shipped multiple language features where a Microsoft employee, all they did was just like spot check the code and give some feedback on the spec and things like that. But it was entirely end to end, community stuff. And so there's also the other element of the community there where there's Fable, which is an F# to JavaScript compiler. And then there's F# on WebAssembly with, it uses Blazor, but it just really kind of goes to town over the top of it. It's called Bolero. And I see these as two areas targeting JavaScript and targeting WebAssembly where the F# community is extremely interested in. They're not only building libraries that can work with that stuff, but they're also building tooling that helps you be more productive as a developer. And so that's the sort of thing that I personally would not really be able to chart out a future for myself because it's just not really my area of expertise. But I love the fact that the community is stepping up so aggressively to do that because I can just take credit for it. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, we can just watch it unfold, and all sorts of new things come out of that. Like we did a few things in F# 4.5, and we're going to be doing a few more things for the next version of F# that are related to the Fable compiler. Because they make heavy use of F# list expressions. And we took a look at some of the pains that people had there, and they were saying, oh, well, here's this common pattern, and I keep having to type this keyword, and I don't feel like I should need to type it. And we took a look at it. We said, yeah, actually, except for just one tiny edge case that we already account for today in the compiler, you don't have to type that keyword, so let's just remove the need for typing it in the first place. And that's the sort of thing where F# evolves, not because we at Microsoft said, oh, we feel like doing this. It's really the community charted a path, made evident a problem, and then we said, oh yeah, that's a problem. Okay, yeah, we're gonna take care of that, of course. And so so there's sort of the working with data side of things, getting it to the point where the community can really just take off with it, and then F# targeting the web via JavaScript and via WebAssembly are two things where I see F# having a very strong future in the next year.
And now, Mads and Dustin, the future of C#.
The future of C#.
The future
Number
of
one
C#.
question I get.
We pontificated a lot yesterday about the future of C#.
We did, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
It was fun. We had a number of features in our talk where we wanted to talk not so much about things that are definitely coming next, but more about features that we're dreaming about. And it seemed like, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mads, but it felt like everything we talked about was somehow in the space of kind of just dealing with data, right? Whether that's having a nice, succinct way to declare your data and allow that to be immutable and, easily updated, or ways to abstract over data in ways that we never thought we're not sure how to implement yet. But we've got really pretty code that's all hand colorized on a slide, but it's not real. But we are thinking about some of those things. Can I put a perspective on a weakly typed data?
Yeah.
And be able to look at that in a way and then consume it in a strongly typed sort of way, statically typed. So it's some of the things we've been thinking about have been kind of in that space.
Yeah.
And we keep coming back to them, right? The first feature we had up was records, as a yes for the future. This is a feature that we keep putting up every year because we keep looking at it and it keeps looking harder. So we want to do it right. So I would say the future of C# has some more expressiveness with data. I don't know. What would you like to add?
Well,
there's more. You
of course, I fully agree with you on the focus of data, and I think that's part of a larger thing that we try to do with C# is that as the landscape of software changes, new things become important, new patterns evolve for how software interacts.
Right.
We try to move with it. We try to be on the forefront of innovation so that C#, while being a mainstream language and a generalist language for many different domains, is that it remains a language that you would like to pick up for your next project in the world that you're in.
Yeah.
Right. So data and the flow of data between things and the real-time aspect of the flow of data, those are important things that have evolved in the last decade. And so we keep trying to find better ways of integrating that into C#. And you saw that all the way back from async when things started to not just run on one machine anymore and communication delays started becoming part and parcel of software rather than something you handle over in a corner of the program somewhere. Then we try to integrate that concept into the language. Now we have oodles of weakly structured data streaming over large periods of time, and having to deal with that is something that we're getting better at, and we have many ideas for getting better still.
Okay.
Yeah. And coming from lots of disparate sources as well.
Right.
Yeah.
And just completely from my own personal thing, I would love to see more scripting, C# scripting, and C# coming together. And as we go into this space of data, what we're noticing is people want more scripting experiences where they can manipulate the data really fast on the fly.
That is correct. And I think that it is, now that you have all this tangible data, it's no longer acceptable to write a program for just future data that will happen in the customer's world, right? You need to manipulate data right now in a programmatic fashion in order to develop your algorithm and what eventually will become your software that you ship. And sometimes you don't. That's not even your goal. Your goal is to actually explore the data you have in front of you.
Just
but you want to do it
right
programmatically.
now, right?
So you never even get beyond that interactive phase. And that has not been a big focus of C. It's been a big focus of F#, and one of the places where it really shines. It has not been the same degree of focus for C#. And that is something that I think we want to integrate more, both from a tooling perspective and probably also from a language perspective, having more of that immediacy and ease of, getting to acting on the data. That's right there right now.
All right, so we have less than 5 minutes, so let's take one more question. I haven't heard much about C# Dynamic. Why is that? And is there anything that could be done to fix it? I know that's a hard one to end on. Let's see.
Well, it
Challenge
implies it's so
accepted?
loaded. I mean, it implies that it's completely broken, right? So,
well, I think that, so dynamic, I could sort of just be flippant and say, oh, that's because the feature's done. Like, why would we talk about it when it's done?
Cop-out.
But that's a cop-out.
Yeah.
I think that it's a feature that it is useful for many things. Like, it lets you treat like untyped data as if it was real objects, right? And that your code look better. Unfortunately, it doesn't come with strong typing, and so it doesn't make your tooling experience as great. But at least your code looks nice when you use dynamic. It was a feature that I think we were probably misreading the direction of the software world a little bit when we built it. I still think it's a nice feature, but it didn't become as central as we thought it would. We thought that there would be much more interaction between static and dynamic languages on the CLR, and that never really panned out. And we also built the feature in a way that is fairly heavy on computation at runtime. Okay, and so we built the feature. If you look at what was the hardware situation when we built the feature, everyone was still using PCs when we started building the feature, and by the time we shipped it, everyone had small devices that were resource constrained and so on. And so we were just counting on Moore's law, making computation cheaper and cheaper. And yes, we can put a language feature in that's really expensive at runtime, that compiles your code at runtime and all that. And just as that was coming out, this whole class of devices show up that are much smaller than the PCs that we thought were the only target of C#. And now we wanted to target them all. And we're like, whoa, this feature is actually, it takes up your battery on your little phone and stuff. So it kind of missed the market turn a little bit.
All right, so, okay, we have a few minutes left, and I would like to have a quick call to action for everyone who's watching. What do you want them to go do today?
So if you're a Visual Basic programmer, and particularly if you have a WinForms or WPF application, and you can be put in your plan to sometime in early June, July, someplace in there, make a shot at seeing how it runs on .NET Core, that would be fantastic. Let me know how that goes. That would be fantastic. Yeah.
All right.
And this is a big change for us. We want to get feedback, see if we've got it right.
Use it. Grab that very fine quality preview and start hammering on your things and tell us where it doesn't hold up. That now's the time.
Yeah, now's the time. I mean, the previews we shipped yesterday at Visual Studio, those are just what we used on stage for the future C# talk. So everything we showed there is shipped, and you can play with it and give us feedback. So.
Yep. And if you're not an F# developer, go ahead and try it out. I'm not going to tell you go switch to F#. That's entirely up to you. But I'd say try it out. It's fully available on .NET Core. It's part of your .NET Core SDK. You can just do .NET New Console-lang F#. Give it a shot. There's a lot of great learning material out there. If you are an F# developer, try out F# for Spark.NET, try out F# for ML.NET, and try out F# 4.6 that we just released, because we all want to hear feedback about that, because that just helps us make things better for F# developers.
And best way to give people feedback is GitHub. So everything is available on GitHub. We are about to send you off to a breakout session with Mark on Insight to Azure Data Centers Architectures. But first, let's check out with Christina, who's on the floor.
It's a little nerve-wracking. Welcome back to Build Live. Thanks so much, Maria. I'm Christina Warren, and I'm joined right now in the Microsoft Learn booth with Karina and James from the Learn team. And tell us a little bit about, first of all, what is Microsoft Learn?
Yeah, Microsoft Learn is our new learning platform within Microsoft, and it's completely free. It's interactive, bite-sized learning, and it's a mix of reading videos, quizzes, and hands-on labs. So really getting that full experience on learning our products.
Amazing. Amazing, amazing. So James, tell us a little bit, like what is this area? What is this?
Yeah, so this is the Microsoft Learn Zone, and so you can come and get hands-on with the product and platform and learn about Azure, learn about business applications dynamics, the Power Platform. We're also just giving product tours, and then for folks that want to get free T-shirts, we've got an awesome special little giveaway here where if you tell us something you want to learn into the future, we're going to give you a T-shirt.
Nice.
We're giving
Very
away
nice.
stickers. We've been doing lightning talks as well, so come learn about Azure, come learn about introduction to building a web app on Azure, and those lightning talks have been really popular. We've had like kind of hundreds of people showing up, and it's been really popular. Yeah, just to have people be a part of all this. Yeah, we're right by where the keynote was, so we just had this amazing flow of people, like thousands of people kind of pull through the area. It's been awesome.
So what kind of content can people learn about on Microsoft Learn?
Yeah, we've got a lot of content actually, a lot around Azure, a lot around developer. We've got Windows, business applications, as well as M365. And we actually just launched a bunch of content around Xamarin as well, actually, this week. So
amazing.
Check all that out for free.
Fantastic, fantastic. And it's Microsoft.com/learn.
Yep.
Good. And so what's going on at these stations? Is this just kind of a way for people can get hands-on with the product, try it out, maybe go through a module or two?
Yeah, we're still pretty new, so we launched in September. And so for a lot of our customers, they might not be aware that we even have all this free training available. And so we're just inviting people up, giving them a quick product tour, pointing them to other resources if they're interested in getting certifications, or interested even in Pluralsight. We have an awesome partnership with Pluralsight where you can actually go through all Azure free videos on the Pluralsight platform as well.
Oh, wow.
So it's just like, a lot of awesome offers. And so we're just driving that awareness, trying to get customers familiar with what we have available. Yeah.
Amazing, amazing. And so what's kind of been the response that you've seen from people at the booth so far?
Is it free? Are you sure it's free? For how long is it free? It's free. It's indefinitely free. I think that was probably the most popular.
Yeah, my favorite
feedback.
quote from yesterday, we said it was free about 10 times in the lightning talk, and then someone said, well, is there a paid version? We said, no, it's free. And yeah, I think that's just, for us, like, we want to give the training away. We're just trying to make our customers successful, and you got to have awesome documentation, you have to have awesome architecture patterns and practices, you have to have awesome training, and it's just where, like, that's everything our customers need to be successful in all of our technology, and that's what Microsoft Learn is.
Mm-hmm. Amazing. And so, yeah, I mean, talking about documentation, like, that's a big part of this too, right?
Yeah.
Because you guys are working really closely with the Docs team to build this stuff out.
Yeah, we're a part of that family, and so my colleagues collectively work on all of the technical documentation that goes in all of Azure's products, and so we basically do that hand in hand with architecture, with Docs, tutorials, with Learn modules as well. So it's basically just one, group of people all marching in the same direction, keeping it up to date, keeping it accurate, so that when you get to the product documentation, it's what you need.
Right. No, which is really important because having those two things go hand in hand is really important. And actually, because we're going to go to one of the booths in the back in a little bit, but I just want to kind of get a little bit of a history from you. But how did we get to the point with Microsoft Learn? Because I know that Microsoft has had a bunch of different learning kind of options over the years.
Yeah.
So what was kind of the impetus behind this?
Yeah, I think the impetus for Microsoft Learn is really it's the history of Docs as well. So back in the day, we had MSDN, TechNet, we had probably technical documentation on dozens of sites out there. And with the launch of Docs, we over the course of a couple of years pulled all of that into one place, so that our customers now know there's one place to go for technical documentation. And we see the similar pattern with learning content across the org, and it's confusing to our customers, and we recognize that.
It's confusing for us as employees, right? Like we know, we see stuff, and so having just one centralized place where this can be where you're going to get your content. You mentioned the Xamarin stuff. That's his partnership with Xamarin University, right?
Yes.
So we brought in all the Xamarin University content to learn, right?
Yeah, in fact, the whole Xamarin University team is now in my team. That's
amazing.
where it came from.
That's where it came from. I love that so much. I love that so much. And so that's going to be gratifying to see something you were working on before now part of like this broader platform that is going into other
We're able to
ways.
scale, and teach so many more developers, and not even developers, but admins and business users. And this is just an awesome way to really scale and enable our customers all around. So.
Yeah, and one of my favorite parts about Learn is not only do you have the videos, and I'm a little biased because I'm in a couple of the videos, but you also have like these hands-on abilities to go through modules and actually, set things up if you're using Azure and using something else, where you can actually get the training and feel like you're actually doing it. It's not just reading about it or watching a video.
Yeah, and that's what we call like our hands-on experience, and call it Sandbox, and that's the free nature of the program. So we have the training's free, but you're actually able to get into Azure. We give you free access to our subscription. No credit card required. Within just a couple minutes, you're actually running commands in real true Azure. You're creating VMs, you're scaling things, you're doing whatever the tutorial is all about. And it's that experience where we're not asking our customers to do their training on their dime. We're doing it as part of ours.
No, and I love that. Like, you don't have to like link your own accounts. You know, it's in a sandbox environment. You know it. You get the hands-on feeling. You're like, okay, I can now actually go and do this myself. If I want to play around differently, I can do that.
And I think that's kind
really
of where like how Learn is able to not just you're not just reading, but you're actually able to understand why you're using a product, how to use it, and really just get that hands-on experience. And that's what Learn provides.
Yeah.
So I love that. That's so exciting. All right. Well, thank you both so much. Thank you, Karina. Thank you, James. And I'm going to walk back now. I'm going to talk with Kendra over at one of the booths and take a look at some of the things that we are doing with that we also have going on. Hi, Kendra. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Great. So tell me about what this is. I mean, these are some of our product areas.
This is the Azure Station. So anybody that wants to learn how to use Azure products can come to Microsoft.com/learn and learn how to use Azure for free.
Amazing, amazing. Yeah, I was just talking with Karina and James about that. So walk me through this process, I guess.
So when somebody comes to Microsoft.com/learn, they can click on Introduction to Azure. This is a great first step with learning how to use our products here. All of the modules are relatively short, anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour, so people can do them on their lunch break in their spare time. Really easy to use, and they can learn lots of different content for free.
Amazing, amazing. And so with this group of people just able to come up and go through the process?
Absolutely. So here when people come up, they can talk to us. We can show them how to use Microsoft Learn. They get some free swag.
Nice.
We've got lots of
stickers.
prizes that we're giving away today as well. We've got some great t-shirts. We're doing digital quizzing. It's a lot of fun stuff here.
Amazing, amazing. What's been the most popular, I guess, maybe Azure section that you've seen so far in terms of people getting started?
I would say the most popular Azure learning path is Azure Fundamentals.
Azure Fundamentals, okay. Yeah. So check that out. So this is Microsoft.com/learn.
Yeah.
And then is it learn/Azure or is there just a link to Azure?
Learn/Azure.
Learn/Azure.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Very cool. What's kind of been the reaction for people coming up to you on the booth for the last few days?
I would say that people are mostly surprised that it is a free offering. People are always a little bit skeptical that we're giving something away for free, but we absolutely are.
So now since we have the solution project and
okay, so there's some background noise around us, but but that's okay. So people are surprised that it's free, but it is, right?
It is free.
And this is getting updated. I think that's the best part, right? This is links to our documentation. You can watch videos, you can get hands-on labs. It's a really good experience.
Absolutely.
Really good. Awesome. So other things we've got going on in this area, just to kind of talk about, we've got people doing lightning talks.
Yeah, we've got lightning talks. We've got interactive mural that's happening here. People are coming up and talking to us about what they want to learn at Build, and we are magnifying those common themes onto this cool mural wall behind us.
Amazing, amazing.
Yes.
I think we're actually going to take a little bit of a look at that a little bit later.
Great.
And so what types of, in addition to, we've got the fundamentals track, and what other things can people do about, what other things are people doing on Azure?
So they can become certified. So if somebody wants to get a certification, we have lots of different role-based certifications for Azure.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And they can get information about that certification on Learn as well?
Yes, they can. They can take all of the training they need to become certified.
Amazing.
For free.
For free. Okay, so they're ready to go take the test, get that done without having to go through a lot of the process where you might have to pay for an expensive book or something else. They can get everything they need to know to get certified for Azure, which for a lot of different roles is important.
Yes, absolutely.
Great stuff. So again, I mean, I guess. Have you been surprised by how many people have been kind of coming up to this area? This area has been so busy.
It has been just energetic the whole 3 days, and so this has been a great area.
I love it. I love it. No, we can kind of feel the energy now. I mean, we're on day 3, and so people are kind of getting a little bit, tired. There's been so much stuff going on, but yet this area has still been really excited, which is exciting because clearly the people really want to, learn and get more knowledge. I mean, which is fantastic, and it's great that we have resources like this. Like I said before, I'm actually in one of the videos in the fundamentals
you
video.
Are. I thought you looked familiar.
I was going to say, yeah, I'm if you click on that, if you go to Microsoft.com/learn/Azure, you're going to see my face. So,
There we go.
Good stuff. Well, thank you so much, Kendra. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we're going to be heading back right now to Scott Hanselman on the Build Live stage. We've got a couple more seconds, I guess, to kind of fill some time. We've got so much great stuff happening in this entire area. We're near the student zone, and I'm so excited about learning. We're going to be talking more about this mural a little bit later, but I just kind of want to show this off. This has been built over the course of the last 3 days, and it's just really come together. Has that been cool for you to see this come together?
It's been so cool to watch it be developed.
Yeah,
we've got a really talented muralist here, and it's been super fun.
I love that. I love that so much. All right, so once again, if you want to learn more about Microsoft Learn, go to Microsoft.com/learn. All of the training is completely free, and it's available for all types of topics, including Azure, including Microsoft 365 and Dynamics. And so check that out, and back to you, Scott.
Thanks, Sava.
Good morning, everybody. Let me try that again. Good morning, everybody. That's better. Welcome to Inside Azure Data Center Architecture. My name is Mark Russinovich. I'm the Chief Technology Officer of Azure. Just want to get an idea for how many people have seen one of these types of presentations before. How many people were here at last build and saw the presentation? So quite a good number of you. So those of you that have been here know what to expect. Those of you that are new, welcome. What I've got for you this morning is about an hour, which isn't a whole lot of time to cover a topic this big. So what I've done is taken some of the really cool things that we're doing or have done or plan to do in each of these different areas, show you a little bit about what's going on behind the scenes, give you an idea of what goes into the technology and some of the architecture behind it, and some of our vision for how we're bringing out computing not just to the public cloud, but also to the edge. The frustrating thing about this talk is the length. And whenever I put together one of these talks, it's always 3 hours of content that I've got to pare down to just an hour. So that's the frustrating part. But I've got an action-packed session, so I'm going to be moving at a pretty good clip. You can see there's 7 different areas. I'll start with data centers, talk about servers, our network infrastructure, both physical and software-based, talk about our application manager, or Azure Resource Manager, some of the cool things we're doing there, talk about storage, and then our data platforms, Cosmos DB and SQL. And then finally, I'll talk a little bit about AI and the intersection of AI and Azure. So let's start with data centers. And those of you who have seen Satya's talk or seen other presentations about what Azure is know that it's a global cloud. It's in 54 regions, 44 of them active, 10 announced. We're on 6 of the 7 continents at this point in time. And I have no doubt that we'll end up being in Antarctica at some point. And it's probably not going to be an Azure data center. It's probably going to be an Azure stack there, hopefully, that's going to be doing research there at the South Pole. But this continues to expand, and the reason that we do that is, of course, because customers want data within their country borders for data sovereignty, for compliance and regulation, and also just so that it's close to wherever their customers are and the workloads are in their own enterprise data centers. When it comes to the physical architecture of our data centers, we've been moving towards availability zones, and we've introduced availability zones in a bunch of our regions. You're going to see more come online with availability zones. The availability zones are for HA within a region. So the idea is you've got physically isolated data centers, 3 of them ideally or more, where you can create a workload that spans across them and synchronously copies data between them, so that if one data center experiences, for example, a flood in the local area or a power outage, that even your quorum-based durable storage application continues to operate. And this is what we build our own software architectures on top of. We also have a geo architecture or strategy where we put in 2 regions within a geo. So for example, if you take a look at what we're doing in Switzerland or France or the UK, there's 2 regions. One of them they both are paired together, and so you can go into one of them and create an application that probably asynchronously replicates most of its data between them. Because of the distance between them, we typically want to make that hundreds of miles apart so they can survive large-scale local disasters in the region. like, for example, electric grid failure or an earthquake. Now, we're all kind of nerdy here, and I love looking at this stuff. I don't get enough opportunities to go out and visit our data centers. There's one in Quincy that we offer tours to some of our customers for, but I think one of the things that really strikes you is looking at pictures and looking at the scale, especially the scale that the cloud is growing towards. This is Virginia, so this is our Boynton data centers here, and you can see this is 2014. There's a few data centers in that picture. And then this is 2017. And so a bunch more data centers, and you can see there's more data centers being built below the level of the picture. So quite a big expansion just in that area, and that's one of our larger regions that we're building out. Here's Quincy, the data center that I just mentioned that's over on the Columbia River. We strive for using renewable energy sources. The Columbia River is a great source of renewable energy. Each one of those facilities right there is 8 megawatts in size, so you're looking at 64 megawatts of data center there. This is just a fraction of what Quincy is today, and it continues to grow out there too. And I don't know why this is okay. I don't. So that's a fraction of. That's really kind of obnoxious. Oh, I get to use this mic now? All right. So I feel like a game show host now. All right, so here's another picture. And this one I really like because it shows the evolution of our data center architectures over time. This is in Dublin. The data center names you can see there, DB3 and DB4. The first data center that we built there in Dublin was back in 2007. DB3 was built in 2009, DB4 in 2010. And then you can see DB5 there, which is built in 2011. And we've continued to build out Dublin. So there's what we were just looking at. There's DB6, which came online a couple years later. Here's DB7, which came online in 2017. And here's DB8, which came online last year. And you can see that there's more space there over to the right for more build out in Dublin. And up there, too. Build out of the Future Campus Works up there, replacing that parking lot with more data centers. Now, let's talk a little bit about what's going on inside those data centers by looking at our servers. So I want to take you through our general purpose servers as they've evolved over time. I'll start with our Gen 2. Our Gen 2 I just have there as for reference. This is what we launched with in 2010. This is a 2-socket AMD Opteron system with 32 gigabytes of memory and a whopping 1 gigabit network adapter on top of it. Then you can see that as we introduced new versions of servers, we had larger and larger customer workloads coming onto the platform, demanding huge amounts of RAM and compute to go with it. We introduced this about 3 years ago. This is what we internally called the Godzilla server. How many of you have ever deployed a G-series server? So a few of you. That is what Godzilla is. And at the time, it was the largest virtual machine in the public cloud with 512 gigabytes of RAM in it. Then, a couple years ago, we introduced our Gen 6 server. This is a Project Olympus Open Compute Project-based server. This one, you can see already at this point in time, has more RAM than Godzilla did just a year and a half before. And we're up to 40 gigabit networks at this point in time. We're up to only flash on the servers. We also have an optimized Gen 6. This is for the mainstream compute workload. So we've got high memory Gen 6, optimized Gen 6. You can see the difference here is the amount of RAM on the system. And then we're about to start rolling out optimized Gen 7 servers. You can see that the difference here between Gen 6 and Gen 7, in terms of processor power, there's a few more cores on it. It also, another big difference here is that it's got an extra terabyte of SSD on it, but the big one is that we've gone from 40 gigabit to 50 gigabit networking on it. So this is what we've got on our general fleet now, is going to 50 gigabit. Obviously, 100 gigabits, not going to be too far off in the future, and 200 gigabit right after that. We're already planning the roadmap for that networking expansion. Then we introduced this a couple years ago. This was kind of the son of Godzilla. We called it Beast. This, again, was the largest virtual machine in the public cloud at the time we released it, 4 terabytes of RAM on it. But customers keep bringing on more workloads. The big one is SAP HANA, and some of the larger enterprises have huge HANA deployments that they're moving to the public cloud, and they wanted more RAM than this. So we introduced this. This is Beast V2, son of Beast. Son of a beast, you don't want to call it that. But it's got 12 terabytes of RAM on it, and it's got 448 cores on it. It's got 8 sockets. So it is quite a large machine. And then we also go to the other end of the spectrum with hardware in Azure. This is Azure Sphere. It's got 4 megabytes of RAM on it. And this is relative to Beast. It's not to size there, so we wanted to show you precisely how big it is. Now, we're also, if you take a look at trends in hardware, there's more and more demand for high-performance computing in the form of GPUs. And you can see some of those GPUs, the NVIDIA DX2 is 10 kilowatts in a server. The NVIDIA V100 is 300 watts in a server. You can see the graph there showing the wattage off of cores over time has continued to grow, but the thermal envelope that the processors have to operate at continues to drop per processor. So you can see that's the orange line there that you can see is the decreasing line. So we've got a challenge, 2 things that aren't compatible: air cooling and the drive for more wattage in a smaller amount of space. So just to give you an idea of some of the things that we're looking at here, this is the Olympus Gen 6 chassis. It's fully air-cooled. But we are Cloud and Operations and Innovation Group, which is charged with building our data centers, is exploring a bunch of new technologies to optimize the data center. And one of them is liquid cooling. And so you can see we've got multiple efforts looking at different types of liquid cooling. This is microchannel cold plates. You can see those cables, those tubes, those are carrying water. And so this is a combination, a hybrid of air and water cooled. Then you can see this, which is the one-phase immersion technology. So go in there and you can see that this motherboard is actually sitting in liquid, being cooled. But we're going a step further with phase 2 immersion, looking at that. And this is the whole thing in liquid. And this is a liquid with a very low boiling temperature, so it dissipates the heat coming off the servers really quickly. So that's a look at servers. Now, servers, we've got a challenge with servers, and hardware fails. Hardware has spontaneous failures that are transient in nature. We also sometimes have issues with the software that runs on the servers, where it might be a memory leak or a corruption shows up because of a hardware issue, and we've got a crash of the operating system or the hypervisor. We've got a project that we're working on, Project Tardigrade. How many people have heard of a tardigrade? So also called a water bear. This creature right here is one of the most durable creatures ever discovered. It actually can survive in outer space. It's the only known animal that can survive in outer space. It can survive at extreme temperatures of hundreds of degrees. It can survive on the ocean floor. So it's been everywhere. It's been found in volcanoes. And so really, we named this project because we want our servers to be like tardigrade. And when we detect a hardware failure, when a server is about to reboot, has a hardware failure, and it sends a signal into the operating system, or the operating system itself has an issue and we want to clean it out by rebooting back into a server, we don't want to actually reboot the VMs, especially one of those 12 terabyte VMs. So if you take a look here, host failures today, if the host platform goes down for hardware or software reasons, obviously the VMs die instantly and then they have to reboot. With Project Tardigrade, something happens to the host platform. Those VMs are frozen in RAM, their state's preserved, the operating system reboots underneath them, and then they're resumed. And I've got a demo of that for you to see that in action. So here I've got a KVM where I'm going to connect, and it has to be a KVM because we're going to be looking at the server display, the output from the server itself. And how many people have seen a blue screen on a server hosting VMs before in your own data centers? So just a few of you. Well, this technology, I think you'd agree, would be something nice to have. Okay, so let me explain what you're looking at here. This is an Azure test server. On the right side, you see a virtual machine. This is a virtual machine, an Azure virtual machine. You can see that there's a script running in it that's just got a counter that's being incremented. So this is representing some workload. Then on the left side is a tool that I wrote called Not My Fault. And I called it Not My Fault because if you use this tool, whatever happens is not my fault. Now, one of the things you can do to it is cause blue screens. And so what I'm going to do is blue screen this server on the host. So I press the crash button. We lose the signal because the server is actually gone down. The host is rebooting. You're going to see it's back up. The virtual machine is going to reconnect the display. And the counter continues. So that's a look at tardigrade. Now, the other types of hardware that we're working on is quantum computers, and I thought I'd give you a look at what quantum computers look like. Just for those of you that haven't seen a description of quantum computing and what it entails, besides our work on software for quantum computing, it requires pretty intense hardware work, including new material science and extreme temperatures. You can see the temperature scale here. The quantum computer itself, the processor, has to run at just a few millikelvin. It's literally the coldest place in the universe. Deep space is actually warmer. It's several degrees Kelvin. And so you can see they're just above about 2 degrees Kelvin. Then we have to have a cryogenic computer that's running at 4 degrees Kelvin, cooled by liquid helium, just to control that quantum processor. Then RAM can't operate at those temperatures. We can get RAM operating at 77 degrees Kelvin, which is there cooled with liquid nitrogen. And here's some pictures that you can see. Now this looks like a Sam Adams brewery, but it's not. This is Torvald working on wiring one of those refrigerators that we just saw. He's at the Niels Bohr Institute in Copenhagen. Then you can see this is Peter Krogstrup. He's also working in Denmark in Lyngby. And this is a molecular beam epitaxy machine, MBE, which is used to create the surface that the quantum processor is built on top of by doing lithography and dropping materials onto it with etching. Here's one of those liquid nitrogen tanks. He's cooling the quantum refrigerator, refilling the canister for it that's going to go in that that cooling tower that we saw before. And then finally, this is in Redmond here, because we've opened a quantum lab here in Redmond where we're building quantum computers. And this is Rich Rouse working on the probe that holds the quantum chip in the Redmond lab. Now, I've got an exciting announcement here at Build that we're taking our Q# language, along with the SDK and the simulator and the tutorials, the Kata tutorials for quantum computing, and we're open sourcing the whole thing. It's all going to go into GitHub. Idea is that you can go and do pull requests on it. You can debug your code by looking at what's going on underneath the hood. And we also want to reach the open community that wants to use open source tooling. So we're excited about making that announcement here. Now let's take a look at networking. And this slide just shows you the spectrum of networking. It's gigantic. And going from the left, which is the Azure regions itself, to the core WAN, the regional networks which connect to the core WAN, which connect to the edge and CDN and ExpressRoute out to the outside world, whether it's a customer coming over the internet, enterprise coming over ExpressRoute, or Internet Exchange. And we've got a physical infrastructure for that core WAN that's over 100,000 miles of fiber and subsea cable. We've just laid in the last couple years 2 of the largest subsea cables ever put down, one of them between Virginia and Spain, which is 4,000 miles long, and it has the highest bandwidth of any subsea cable ever laid so far, 160 terabits of bandwidth in that cable. So we continue to build out this infrastructure, and actually if you enter our backbone, which you can do with Azure Virtual WAN, anywhere in the world, and transmit to any other region of Azure, or go out through an ExpressRoute connection on the other side of the world, you'll be traveling completely over this dark fiber network. Speaking of edge, because edge is a big theme for us, of course, intelligent cloud, intelligent edge, one of the announcements we made just in the last 6 months is Azure Front Door Service. This is a service that we've been using internally to power Office and Xbox, and now this is a publicly available service. This is Anycast IP routing, so now we've got two ways to get failovers between regions and routing. One of them is through Azure Traffic Manager and DNS, and this one is using Anycast IP addresses. So it's a little bit more flexible. And the idea here is that you can SSL terminate, HTTP termination here. You can obviously get a bunch of protections for your application out on the edge before it ever shows up in your application. Another big effort that we've got going on in networking is support for containers. Containers are the way that cloud-native applications are packaged and deployed. And so we want to make containers a first-class citizen in the Azure cloud. One of the requirements we had is we want to pack different containers from different virtual networks, which could be the virtual networks from the same customer or virtual networks from different customers on the same virtual machines. And only the container orchestrator knows which container from which customer is going to be on which virtual machine. So we wanted to delegate control to the orchestrator to be able to plumb the core IP addresses of virtual networks into those virtual machines. And that's what you see here. There's a master node, for example, for a Kubernetes cluster. And there's a delegated network controller a component that runs as part of Kubernetes that gets information from the host network monitor or network management agent, which is part of the networking service that talks to the regional control plane there to say, hey, I've got an IP address from this virtual network that needs to map to this particular container. And the delegated network controller will then talk to its agents on the worker nodes to plumb those IP addresses in there and tell the network, hey, this IP address of this virtual network is sitting on this virtual machine right now. So full first-class support. Now that means all your network security group rules, all your routing rules, all of that applies uniformly to virtual machines and containers. And you're seeing that light up with Azure Functions, Azure Container Instances, Service Fabric Mesh, and AKS. So let's take a look at the compute architecture now. This is an overall picture of the Azure architecture. And I'll stop here for a second just to describe what you're looking at. Obviously very, very high level and abstract, but at the bottom you see the Azure infrastructure. These are the servers that we were looking at before. Above that is the Azure Hardware Manager. Internally it's codenamed Autopilot. This is what manages the lifecycle and health of those servers. So re-imaging them, rebooting them, detecting if there's problems on those servers. And then we've got a component called the Azure Fabric Controller. The Fabric Controller is responsible for allocating virtual machines and placing them on servers and managing the lifecycle of those virtual machines. It is part of the core compute platform, but it doesn't work without networking and storage, of course. So if we drilled into a server, you would see what we saw on the previous slide of the network management agent sitting there, which would be talking to the compute agent, the Fabric Controller's compute agent sitting there that would connect a virtual machine with networking. Above the Fabric Controller, where you've got a virtual machine layer now, we build our own services. So if you take a look, compute network storage there, those are called resource providers. If you're familiar with Azure Resource Manager, these are actually resource providers that provide the virtual machine abstractions, and then they talk to the Azure Fabric Controller and the network services. We call compute, network, and storage the core RPs or XRPs. They're built on top of Service Fabric. They run on top of virtual machines, just like customer virtual machines do, and operate that layer of the abstraction. Then you can see that there's the ... and that's because we have many, many resource providers, each one providing its own definition of objects and APIs that sitting underneath Azure Resource Manager, which is that line up there, give a consistent experience across our services when it comes to role-based access control and policy and monitoring. Above that, of course, talking to the Azure Resource Manager control plane APIs, the Azure Portal, the CLI, and PowerShell, and third-party tools that talk directly to those REST APIs. Vertically, authentication, which is Azure Active Directory. Just a little inside detail here. We use a version of AAD that is, we call Data Center Security Token Service, DSTS, down at the core layer. So we don't want to take, we care about the architecture and dependencies, so we don't take a dependency upward in the stack. The lower levels of the stack can't depend on AAD, which is built on Azure itself, And so it's using a mini version of AAD down at those lower layers. Now, Azure Resource Manager, because it's so fundamental to the entire Azure experience, means that we've got a bunch of efforts going on to expand its capabilities in some kind of cool ways that I thought you should be aware of. One of them, as developers, or ISVs, one of them is managed applications. How many people have heard of Azure Managed Applications? Just curious. So just a few of you. What Azure Managed Applications do is let you take an Azure Resource Manager template, put it in our marketplace, and then have a customer go deploy it into their subscription. So it might consist of a few virtual machines, a Cosmos DB database, gateway on it. That's your application. They deploy their own private version, but you get to see it in your own subscription. So those resources are projected from the customer subscription into yours. And now you get to control it, manage it, update it on their behalf. You also can prevent them from making changes that aren't acceptable to you or in your application. We've actually started building our own services using this in some cases. So if you're familiar with Azure Databricks, when you go deploy Azure Databricks, you're using Azure Managed Applications. And Azure Red Hat OpenShift, the same thing, built on Azure Managed Applications. But you saw resource providers, and we have our own resource provider SDK internally in Azure, and that we make available to some of the ISVs that we work with closely to onboard their services into Azure's control plane. But we want to expand that. So we've always had this vision that we're finally getting to now of letting you define your own resource providers and define it in a scope that is as small as a resource group. Idea here is you deploy an application, and you want that application now to be accessible through Azure Resource Manager APIs. So, and if you use Swagger, then you can auto-generate SDKs for it so that customers can use the Azure CLI or PowerShell to interact with your resources in your application that are custom. And you don't have to register these as global resource providers. They're part of the application's deployment. So let me show you an example of that in action, which I think is kind of cool. Just to show you the power of this. Because the other thing you get from it is you can make these applications part of your a template. So you can give it to customers and they can deploy it. And now they'll instantiate your resources inside their resource groups. So to demonstrate this, we've created a little demo app. It's Parnell Aerospace. And the idea is that you can enlist cadets in it by filling in name, location, department. This is the web UI. Here are the list of cadets that we've got right now enlisted. But this is implemented, the cadet object, as a custom resource provider. And if we go take a look at the custom resource provider template, this is what you would submit. And your customers would deploy this first into their subscription. And you can see that here, custom providers, resource providers, and the one that we're implementing here is Space Cadet. And it's a proxy provider. It's outside of Azure. And you can see here, this is actually a pointer into that web app. So when we call through Azure Resource Manager, we will actually be calling into that web app that we're looking at there. And we're going to do that by deploying a Space Cadet. And so here's the Azure Resource Manager template for deploying a Space Cadet. You can see down here, we see type Space Cadet, and we're creating a new Space Cadet. And then the parameters from above are filled in. And when we deploy this using Azure, so I'm going to fill in myself. Actually, I'm going to be in the moon. And I'm going to be in Azure department. Oops. Oh. And actually, the resource group is Parnell Aerospace. And there we go. So I'm deploying it into that resource group that has that registered resource provider in a few seconds. This is going to finish deploying, and we're going to go back and see that this actually created a Space Cadet object in that application. And there it went. So if we go to that resource group and we take a look at the activity log, this will refresh in a second, a few seconds here. what we're going to see is the Space Cadet being logged by Azure. And if I do a refresh here, and there it is. So we deployed this Space Cadet object through this custom resource provider, registered in that resource group through the Azure control plane into this web application. So really bringing this object type into, and here you can see it's writing the Space Cadet object through the Azure Resource Manager API. So you get logging for this. Idea is that we're fleshing this out so that you can custom define resource types and implement them at the scope of a resource group, a subscription, or an AAD tenant. And once you've defined these types, then you can use Azure Resource Manager templates and the other APIs to leverage Azure's control plane and have these show up, and eventually they'll show up directly in the portal, so they'll look just like any other native Azure resource. All right, let's talk a little bit about storage now. And the storage architecture has been one that's been evolving over time. This is a high-level view of the Azure storage architecture that implements blobs and queues, and as well as these other APIs. Before I get to the APIs, let's just take a look at the architecture. There's stateless load balancer front ends, or stateless load balancers, which is just using our internal Azure load balancer. There's front ends here. These are stateless front ends that have caches on them. Then there's a partition layer. This partition layer keeps track of where different blob extents are located. And this is where your partitioning scheme comes into play, because this determines which partition table server gets your particular partition and will index on it and do queries. You can see there's geo-replication, so this is where we would replicate your account if you've got a GRS account between two regions. And then at the bottom, this distributed file system layer, that is where we call the stream layer or the extent layer. This is where the blobs chunks are managed and deployed on individual servers, replicated at least 3 times logically, done with erasure coding in many cases to save storage. Now, one of the challenges we've had up until very recently is that this architecture right here was represented with a single stamp. And we'd go into a region, we'd create multiple stamps. Your storage account would go into one of these stamps, and so your blobs are in one of those stamps. And that's worked well as Azure's grown up to this point, but we've got customers that are demanding huge amounts of bandwidth into their storage accounts or their blobs, and huge amounts of capacity. Very large blobs, very large storage accounts. So we've been working for the last few years, and late last year announced Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. This is built on top of the what we call the limitless storage architecture, where we take each of those layers now, and they can leverage any of the stamps, the components from any stamp in the data center on the layer below it, whether it's the table servers, the front end's talking to table servers, or the table servers talking to extent servers. And that means that we can actually create a storage account that can leverage every byte of storage in a data center and every byte per second of network bandwidth in the data center as well. So now we support petabyte-sized files and exabyte-sized storage accounts with huge amounts of bandwidth. And that, on top of it, you can see the trend here across Azure services, which you're going to see time and again, to have multiple different APIs built on top of the same underlying infrastructure. And rather than going and creating a new HDFS stack, we already had this blob stack, HDFS files, we can map those to blobs. We can add a layer for HDFS permissions and the directory hierarchy. And now we've got that built on the exact same substrate. So HDFS and the blob API built on top of this ADLS Gen 2. Eventually, you'll be able to access the same data using different APIs here. And that's kind of the vision that we've got across our services, is multiple APIs on top of the same infrastructure, which allows you to access the same data in place using different APIs. Now, something else we're working on, and you're going to see this is a trend in the public cloud as well, is pushing compute close to storage. Despite the fact that network bandwidth continues to increase, we went from 1 gigabit to 10 to 40 to 50 to 100 to 200, it's still, you don't want to waste network bandwidth. You don't want to waste time if you can do a distributed query right on the data without having to pull that data out and do the query outside. So we've got two features that are coming online here in Azure Storage. One of them is called Azure Blob Index. The idea here is you've got an application that's putting data across lots of different blobs. And you want to have some index where you can quickly, efficiently find a blob that matches your query without having to go and do that query by pulling data out and indexing it and processing that query. You want to let that query happen right in the storage layer to find a blob of interest. So you create some tags here. You can see arbitrary key value pairs. You send those to the blob storage account. And then Blob Indexing Engine attaches these to the blobs, indexes them, so that queries, like if you do this query of where status equals this and that, then it's going to find the appropriate blob to show you, or blobs that match that query index. And I've got a second feature that we're coming out with, and this is Azure Blob Quick Query. Once you've identified a particular blob, now you want to do a query of the contents of that blob without having to read the whole blob out and do it yourself. So this is pushing the compute close to the storage, which saves you network egress charges, it saves you network bandwidth, it saves you latency. And the available options that you got today is you can actually run custom code to parse and filter, or upload from Blob to SQL Azure and then run a query, or spin up a Hadoop cluster. But with this, you can do direct SQL type queries directly on it. So the idea here is select from a blob where column 1 is greater than column 2. This gets the blob, gets the block info, aggregates the results, do the query across those blobs, aggregates the results, and then returns them to you. So let's go take a look at that in action. So here I've got Azure Storage Explorer. Now, one of the things that I've always wanted to know is how many copies of my books the local library has here in Seattle. So what we've done is uploaded blobs of the catalogs of lots of libraries. Now, to be honest, some of these are artificial, some of these are real library catalogs. You can see that there's files that are vary in size, roughly 1 gigabyte, and we've got 10,000 of them. So this is a huge amount of data, multiple terabytes of data. And what I want to do is go find the blobs that that are here in Seattle, and then find how many books of mine they've got. And by the way, this is CSV, so it's unstructured storage that we're going to be scanning. So it's not really amenable to putting this in a database, pulling it out and putting it in a database right now. So we say look up, and this is a storage client application, which is calling those blob query APIs, the lookup API that you just saw, and saying lookup city equals Seattle. It comes back with 6 of those CSV files. Now I want to find which ones are libraries. We find one, the Seattle library here, so we want to query that one. And this is where I'm going to switch over. That was doing the metadata tag queries on those blobs to find out which ones are Seattle libraries. Now I'm going to do a SQL query of that Seattle library, and here's the select from blob storage where author equals Rusinovich. And blob storage is a reference back to that blob that the application will execute. So you can see, pretty excited by these results, quite a few copies of my books. By the way, how many people have read at least one of those? Novels? Okay. How about one of the nonfiction books? Okay, there's quite a few of you that have some book reading to do, and you can go read the library, or you can buy it online if you want. And then you can do more complicated queries, like here I'm going to say, in the publication year, which is one of those fields in the CSV file. It's an arbitrary field, unindexed, and we're doing scans across the whole file, aggregating the results. And this is going to tell how many of them were published after 2016, because that's one of the fields in the CSV files. And the only book that I've published since then is Troubleshooting with the Sysinternals Tools. So that we're going to see how many copies. And the library has 7 copies of that book, which even blew my mind. So anyway, so that shows you kind of serverless storage. And this is a trend that you're going to see across data services of pushing compute to storage. Now, the next thing I'm going to talk about is something called Project Zipline. This is an ASIC that we're putting in our storage servers. This is the first custom silicon, custom design for going into our storage servers to do acceleration for data processing, specifically CRC, encryption, and compression. And this offloads that from the CPUs. It's got 4 25 gigabytes per second channels to drive 100 gigabytes per second through this card. I've actually got one of these cards up here to show you. It supports a bunch of different compression, a bunch of different encryption algorithms, including Zipline encryption, which we contributed to OCP just a couple months ago. Here's one of those cards. I was going to throw it out into the audience, but somebody told me that wouldn't be a good idea. So that's a look at how we're starting to build custom hardware, where we've been building custom hardware for our data centers. Now, here's a further reaching project. This is called Project Silica, and this is us looking further out into the future. With MSR and the University of Southampton in Wales and Azure, we're exploring storing data in glass. You can see that the densities that we get there, we could put a terabyte today in the size of a DVD. In the future, that we project that we'll be able to get up to 360 terabytes in the size of a DVD platter. So super high density. And the cool thing about this, and you can see that it's just etching with femtosecond lasers, voxels into the glass at multiple layers. We're at 120 layers now. And to read it, you just flash light and then look at the reflections. And you can see, using those reflections, you can determine the polarization and retardance of those voxels and then read bits out of it. And this is a 3-bit voxel, but we're now up to 8 10-bit voxels at 120 layers of depth, and that's how we're getting towards this density. Now, somebody will say, well, glass, that's pretty fragile, huh? Oh, by the way, here's 0 Day that they've encoded in a piece of glass for me. That's the title, the cover of the book, and then that little blue section up there, that's where the 0 Day text is encoded. So when I get my microscope, I'm going to go read it again. Now, here's a demonstration of just how durable this is compared to standard media. So there's a comparison of reading on glass that didn't go through that with glass. So all the glass naysayers, there you go. Okay, let's take a look at the data platforms now. And there's a couple data platforms. We've got SQL structured data services. We've got NoSQL data services. In the structured space, what I'm going to highlight here is our push to the edge. And this is part of our vision of consistent programming models, consistent services from the big cloud, through Azure Stack, through things like DataBox Edge, down to Raspberry Pis, and even as much as we can push down into Azure Sphere class devices. So you can write code once and take it wherever you want to. Obviously, a big part of that vision is realized with containers, because most of these platforms now support containers, and that's a very convenient way to package not just your code, but your dependencies with that code, which is important when you're pushing it out to a device in a very lightweight manner. What we've announced this week, and I think you probably heard about it if you went to one of the keynotes, is Azure SQL Database Edge. What this we've actually had SQL Server in a container for some time. There's some key differences between this and just the standard SQL in a container. One of them is the fact that it works on ARM64 devices, because so many edge IoT devices are ARM64 based. The second is that it's got built-in capabilities designed specifically for edge. For example, it supports streaming service built on Azure Stream Analytics that's been baked into SQL Server to be able to stream data into it and do ML on that data, because intelligence at the edge is also a key theme. And the other one is that it can do it's got built-in synchronizers too, to be able to synchronize up into a public cloud, a Cosmos DB, SQL Server, Azure Storage, because in many cases, as you're pulling data in from the edge, at least some of that data you want to send up to the cloud. And so with this streaming capability of streaming data into the SQL engine, doing ML on it or query processing on it, and then taking results, aggregated results or filtered results, and sending that back up to the cloud is really what this is all about. Small footprint made for edge devices. Now in this NoSQL structured, unstructured space, we've been doing, obviously, adding capability after capability onto Cosmos DB. And what you've seen over time is Cosmos DB, which started with a SQL JSON API that was called Document DB API, and that's what Cosmos DB was originally named. In that spirit of taking the same engine and adding multiple APIs on top of it, so each API gets all of the benefits of that underlying infrastructure. In the case of Cosmos DB, it means replicating a single database to any or all of our public regions with just a few clicks of a mouse or a call to an API to say replicate my database to all 28 public regions of Azure. Specifying consistency models or levels for a database or individual APIs calls with 5 consistency levels with very tight SLAs of 99.9 reads and writes complete in under 10 milliseconds. All of that applies to all of these different APIs. And there's document APIs, there's key value APIs. You can see there's column-based APIs and graph-based APIs. And this list continues to grow. In fact, this week at Build, we announced etcd, which is the back end for Kubernetes. It's a key value API. And now this is the back end for Azure Container Kubernetes Service. And then we also announced Spark. So now you can do Spark queries right on your Cosmos DB data. One of the things that I've always asked them to do is, hey, wouldn't it be cool if I could write the data using one API, read it using another one, or write and read the same data using different APIs? That would be really, really cool. So we're excited to say that we now support that. Cosmos DB supports multi-model access to the same data. And what I'm going to show you is a quick demo of that. So first, we go to the dashboard here and go to my Cosmos DB database. What I'm going to do is go to the Data Explorer. And this will show me that I've got basically an empty database. Now I've got an application here. This application, I'll show you the source code to it, does a few things. One of the things that it does is it opens the same database using the Document DB API, or the JSON, it's also called the JSON SQL API, and the Gremlin Graph API. This is actually taking the same database, 2 different endpoints pointing at the same data, creating clients for both of these APIs, and then it's going to perform some operations, first with one API, then the next API. Let's go watch that in action. So here it's setting up the collection. Now it's inserted a bunch of documents. Now if I go back, just to show you that we have in fact inserted a bunch of documents, here it is. Here's that collection. And if I do a new SQL query, and here's my SQL query that I'm going to perform, which is going to do a JSON SQL query on that data. I guess I need to use my, all right. Okay, it looks like Portal, here, let me try that again. Oops. And then I do execute query. You can see here the documents that I've just inserted. Now that's kind of cool, but if I go back to the graph view, you can see there's a graph view now, and I execute the standard Gremlin query just to dump the whole graph. You can see that the graph is empty. But remember that we just saw that I have the API also leverage Gremlin. So now or that API document, that application's leveraging Gremlin. It's inserting a bunch of edges and nodes on top of those objects that are in document DB form. And I come back, and what I do is I re-execute that query. And take a look, and there we go. So accessing the same data with two different APIs. So again, that theme, multiple APIs actually, on top of the same data and being able to access that data using any API. Now I got one final section here, and this one is about AI on the edge, specifically. So AI in the cloud, of course, we've got a whole set of services from our Azure Machine Learning, which includes workspaces for setting up experiments, managing data, training, and the models, and spitting them out as containers or spitting them out as web services. We also have the cognitive APIs. It's a suite now of ever-increasing number. It's probably around 30 different APIs, speech-to-text, text-to-speech, language understanding, search, knowledge, recommendations, anomaly detection, and the list goes on and on. Our vision here, again, consistent with taking apps from the cloud to the edge, is taking AI from cloud to the edge. And there's a few ways that we're enabling that. One of them is through IoT Edge Runtime and the platform that provides. You can take IoT Edge Runtime and put it on any device and connect it to IoT Hub, and at that point, you can deploy modules to the device. It could be a Windows laptop, it could be a Raspberry Pi, and you can deploy modules, binary pieces of code, you can deploy containers, you can deploy Azure Functions. In the future, you'll be able to deploy full-scale applications of microservices out to IoT Edge Runtime. Now, we build IoT Edge Runtime into this appliance, which a lot of our customers have asked for. Hey, I'm going to do processing on the edge. My concern is data privacy or the amount of data that's being collected that I need to go and process, and I don't want to send that all up to the cloud. In fact, many cases, not just privacy, but I want the edge scenario to work even when the cloud's not accessible. So we've created several hardware appliances. One of them here, DataBox Edge, has IoT runtime built into it. Has support for the Onyx runtime, has an FPGA in it to support our brainwave inference, real-time inference, AI inference on the edge. Built on top of those FPGAs, there's the Intel Area 10 FPGA. And now what customers can do is stream data into that DataBox Edge and then do AI processing right there, and then interact with the local environment. Sending up data that has low accuracy, detection by the AI up to the cloud, or sending aggregations or backups up to the cloud. One of the examples of customer that you've heard us talk about here is Kroger, that's putting these in the stores. And there's two scenarios there. One, they need to operate disconnected. Two, huge amounts of video data coming off the store they want to process locally. And three, actually three scenarios. Three, data privacy, customer privacy. They don't want images of their customers leaving the store. Customers in the store, they value the customer's privacy. You're going to see us do more and more of this, is push those capabilities out into devices like this. The other one that we're excited about, and this one we've had lots of customers ask us for. Hey, your cognitive APIs are really cool. The speech-to-text, text-to-speech, you might have seen a demo of one of those earlier, language understanding. We want to be able to take those out to the edge. And the reason why is privacy or regulation or bandwidth or latency. We need to have that stuff happen there. And so we've been starting over the last few months of taking our cognitive APIs, packaging them as containers, and making it available for you to take out of Azure and take to your own data center or take to an edge device. And the full richness of those APIs. And so I'm going to show you a demo which ties another piece of Azure hardware, Azure Connect, together with the cognitive API that we've announced or released this week, the face recognition API, and show you the power of edge computing with Azure. So what I'm going to do here is here I've got this Connect, Azure Connect device up here. And you can see it's just acting as a standard camera, although hold on one second, I have to do this with two hands. You can see that on the bottom left there, it says online in blue. On the bottom right, it's showing us a depth sensor, which is built into Azure Connect. And if I'm within 400 millimeters It's cool. If I'm outside, it says red. But you can see that there's no detection of me being here. So let's go and do a couple things. One is we're going to disconnect this from the network. So if you look at the lower right corner, you see that we're disconnected now from the network. Now what I'm going to do is show you some pictures of some people that I really like. And we're going to see that it doesn't detect them either. So does anybody recognize these people? Actually, there's one there. You see the only one in color? That's because he demanded that his be in color. That's Corey Sanders. So he was Tuesdays with Corey. He was Azure Compute PM. Now he's out in the field. He's now on the sales team, technical sales, running that. So I'm really disappointed and annoyed that he left. So we're going to mess with him. So one of the things we're going to do is a bulk enrollment of labeled images. And here's Corey. What should we call him? Just want to show you that this is real live labeling of this data. Great? No. Oh, what? Drake? He would like that, unfortunately. All right, now what I'm going to do is a bulk enroll on the app, which is it's going to point to that directory, take in those images. Oh, you know what? I forgot to do one thing. Run the Docker container with the Cognitive API in it. And actually, once I've done that, it's going to take a second to launch up here. OK, now it should detect my face at least. And there we go. So Cognitive API. And how is it doing this, by the way? Here's the source code for that part of the Connect app that is talking to that container. What I want to highlight here is that you can see a subscription key, and then you can see two URLs, container URI base and Azure base. One's pointing at localhost, and the other one's pointing at the Cognitive API endpoint. Otherwise, the code is exactly the same. So you can take your code, deploy it on the edge, and use the local Cognitive API. You can take it, and if you want to, use the Azure Service API without any changes to the code, simply changing the URL. And so here's the get and set for the URL so that this code can be dynamically updated to point at either one. Now, of course, I've got it pointing at the local one. So we're going to go back to our bulk enroll here. And there's Drake. So power of Azure taken out to the edge and Azure services. And misplaced my clicker. But that's OK, because we're on the last slide. So with that, I want to just recap what we've gone through kind of really quickly. We started with data centers. We looked at some servers, some liquid cooling. We took a look at Azure Resource Manager, the capabilities that we're adding there to make it possible for ISVs to extend and leverage Azure Resource Manager. We talked about Azure Storage and the way that the trend of pushing compute down to data to stop data from having to be pulled out. We took a look at SQL on the edge. We took a look at Cosmos DB and the multi-model aspect, which is another trend across our data services that you'll see. And then finally, we took a look at AI. And then don't forget that we looked at a piece of glass that was heavily abused and still readable. So again, I'm sorry that I can't spend another couple hours with you showing you all the things that I had to cut that were really cool. But I hope this gives you a sense for the breadth of things that we're doing and the kind of innovation that we've got going on across the whole spectrum of the platform, from cloud out to intelligent edge. I hope you have a great build. Thanks very much for coming, and hopefully see you at Ignite in a few months. Thanks.
Welcome back to Microsoft Build Live. There are so many amazing sessions in store today, and right now I'm about to share what's new in Microsoft Teams. So with me here is Sharad. Sharad, I don't want to take away your glory here, so please introduce yourself and what you do for Microsoft.
Thanks for having me here, Jace. My team is responsible for building the developer platform for Teams, and one of the key things that we have noticed is that customers really want to use Teams as the hub for collaboration and communication, and being able to bring these Microsoft applications, partner applications, and customer applications inside of Microsoft Teams has to be the center for us. And so my team empowers all of that experience.
Awesome. So your team's empowering exactly what you just mentioned, the ability for customers and partners to, if I can summarize, essentially bring their solutions to life inside of Teams. In the near term, what are you guys focused on?
So, that's a great question. We have a lot of things that we're looking at but it starts at the center, which is the customer. And what we want to be able to do is we want customers to be able to bring their services, their integrations into Microsoft Teams. And we want to empower them to be able to do their business workflows, being able to do their actions inside of Microsoft Teams. And so it starts at that and building the right set of platform capabilities to enhance the experiences that they have. And then if you sort of expand out from them, we think about how do we get the developers the right tool set for them to be able to integrate, whether that's using Graph or using our SDKs to be able to do that. And then from a customer standpoint, there's the end users, and then there's the IT admins. And we want to make sure that the IT admins feel comfortable about which applications are available to their end users. Do they have the right compliance requirements? Do they meet the right data boundaries, the retention, the e-discovery aspect of it? And being able to control that through policies and being able to look at what's happening inside those applications. So I think that's sort of the framework that we think about, and all those investments are important for us.
Awesome. I appreciate that. Now, from a Microsoft Teams perspective, we announced a bunch of goodness this week. Can you kind of give us the high-level rundown of all that we announced and then what we're enabling for those specific personas you just mentioned?
Yeah, totally. So we actually we're investing continually in all those three buckets that I talked about. So first one is just enhancing the customer experiences. So there's a lot of features that we announced at Build this time around. We're able to do message actions inside of messages. So if I'm in a conversation, if I'm in a chat, I can quickly do those message actions. Being able to share new adaptive cards inside of chats. So if I'm having a one-on-one chat with you or a group chat with somebody, being able to bring that content in right in that context is super important. We showed an example of Disco in one of the keynotes of how I was able to quickly send kudos into a conversation. So those kind of capabilities are what we're excited about and being able to expand on top of that. And then from a developer standpoint, we're opening up the SDKs a little bit more. We're opening up the Graph API. So now you can manage teams through Graph APIs, the Shifts APIs that we announced at Build. And also the ability for you to get access to additional information, messages, and so forth, so you can really automate your business workflows. And then on the customer side, we're also we announced the policies where IT admins can go in and actually use set of policies to say, I want these applications for these set of users. And also, in order for them to feel more comfortable about the third-party integrations that they're bringing in, we announced a certification pilot where developers can now go in and actually say that my application meets these guidelines and these regulations so that the customer can have full view of that. And then from a developer standpoint, we're also making sure that developers can easily submit applications inside our platform. So we've integrated with Partner Center. So that'll be the one-stop shop for all developers. They can bring a Teams application, submit it through the Partner Center. They can create offers inside it. So now if you think about it from a partner standpoint, you can really create your SaaS-based offerings inside and say, this is what I want to be able to offer to the customers. And then the customers can go purchase those as subscriptions. And then we go and deploy those through IT admins, policies, and setup. So I think that's fundamentally a big shift in how you really create Teams as a hub for collaboration and communication.
I think that's a game changer for a lot of our partners right there as well, right? Something that we uniquely offer for the market is that ability to go in and, again, not only build something on a great product that's got huge momentum inside of our ecosystem of customers and partners, but also to monetize that solution at some point, right?
Yeah, if you think about even the history of Microsoft, we have always been platform-centric. We want to make sure that the products that we offer to our customers allow the extensibility aspect of it, and developers and our partners love that aspect, that they can now come in and actually create a healthy ecosystem behind it. And creating a business model is super important for us because we don't want our partners to feel that they're offering their services for free. We want them to have a ramp where they can say, oh, no, I can actually provide value to our customers while also having a healthy business model and ecosystem behind it.
Absolutely. So I selfishly asked some of the folks on your team to give you a question that you would enjoy hearing. And they told me to ask you about private channels. For everybody in the audience, we're getting asked about private channels quite a bit in Microsoft Teams. So what's your take on private channels?
Private channels, I knew there were a couple of curveballs you're going to throw my way. Private channels is definitely an area that we want to continue to invest in. So we've heard time and time again from customers that, yes, the concept of team and having concept of public channels is great. I can share content inside those channels, but there are times where I want to have a private channel inside of that team. I want to share content only to a certain set of members. We believe that we should allow customers to be able to collaborate and communicate in any way they want, and we want to give you all the extensibility capabilities that we have in any channel inside private channels. So totally, that's one of the things that we have as a promise, that we want to make sure that you can access all your services, all your integrations, all your cards inside private channels. So that's what's coming soon.
So I was just looking through a couple of notes that I had here, just from the stuff that we've been hearing this week at the booth. One of them is around verticals. A lot of customers are asking us for solutions around their specific industries. Can you talk to me about where you're investing from a platform perspective there in Teams?
It's a great question. So one of the big momentum that we have for Microsoft Teams is to be able to go and tailor solutions and integrations specifically for certain verticals. So whether it's healthcare, retail, manufacturing, EDU, being able to focus your workflows and your business processes and integrating deeply inside it, that's fundamentally shifting the way how people think about transforming their work. And so our capabilities today, the way we're exposing them, there's a common set of things that you can enable in each of these verticals, whether that's workflow automation, or whether that's being able to share rich cards inside of these canvases, or being able to share content using our tab model, where I can send you quickly a PowerPoint document, or I can send you a Trello board, because now you and I can interact on it. So the adaptability and the flexibility of the platform, you can take the vertical sort of depth and apply that using the platform capabilities that we have. And I think that's going to be a fundamental shift for us in terms of how customers think about how they can streamline their business process and get more productive and effective.
That's awesome. Now, on a similar note, I recognize that Build is traditionally a developer conference, but we know there's also a lot of IT professionals who are here, right, in various respects. And a lot of what we announced this week is very important and impactful for that part of most of our customers' organizations. Can you dive a little bit deeper into, I'm thinking of things that we announced, such as application certifications and the initial launch of that, discoverability and manageability of applications, whether they were built by your organization or partners. What we dive maybe a little bit deeper into what we announced this week and what we're enabling.
Okay, great. So when we talk about customers, we talk about the end users, but a significant component for us is the IT admins who manage those applications and service integration. As an IT admin for a company, I want to be careful about, I want to make sure that the applications that I'm enabling for my end users have the right compliance, have the right security guidelines and privacy requirements that are being met, whether that's industry specific like HIPAA compliance, or whether that's just compliance in terms of my own company's policies. Also from an e-discovery perspective, data retention, all of those are very critical for our customers. So for the things that Microsoft has built, we give you that out of the box, where all our application services just work with those capabilities. We want to make sure that the IT admins have visibility into all the other integrations that they're enabling, what our partners are exposing to them. And for that, we're enabling policies for our IT admins to be able to take a look at those applications and being able to pin those applications and enable those for specific users. The other part of it is, how do we make sure that the IT admins have visibility into how that data is being retained, what compliance guidelines are being met. And so for that, we announced the application certification pilot, where it's a self-assessment program, self-attestation program, where developers and partners can go in and say, here's the things that I meet, here are the things that I do not meet, and it's a standard way of them communicating this information to the IT admins. So then the IT admins and the customers can take a look at those and say, and then they can make the decision on whether they want to enable the application or not enable the application, and what's the risk profile associated to that.
This is great. I work on the marketing team, of course, with you guys quite a bit, and it's fascinating hearing the feedback we're getting from these announcements this week, because so many organizations are taking these investments they made internally and bringing them into Teams. But this enhanced discoverability, manageability, whatever you'd like to call it, is actually significantly improving the experience. We're hearing from customers now on, this is actually driving their natural and organic adoption of Teams. So what you guys are doing is just fantastic. And
great, thanks. When I was at the booths this week, that's been the key ask and the key sort of feedback that we've gotten from our customers is it's amazing to be able to take these integrations and services that were all fragmented and disjointed before. I think that's the beauty of Teams, is that before, the end user or the customer had to go in and say, I have a tool or a service on this side, and I have a tool and service on this side, and I'm the person who's trying to create the relationship between those two. With Microsoft Teams, what you have is the ability to take these disjointed, fragmented systems and bring them into a single hub. And with the ability to have tabs and message actions and cards and workflow automation and business processes inside of Teams, on top of a layer of chats, calling, meetings, being able to take Microsoft applications, OneNote Planner, Excel, all of those, that I think is foundational of how we want customers to think about we're changing the digital sort of workplace and how they collaborate and communicate inside that.
Well, you touched on a really good point. When you talk about all the extensibility features of Teams, Disco is one of the partners that we showed on stage this week in multiple fashions. But Disco, and you mentioned them earlier, but Disco talks about the beauty of the extensibility that you are literally enabling for partners and customers is multiple entry points into the end user.
Yes.
Because millennials might want to interact with a bot, but not everybody else in the organization maybe feels the same way. So how do you reach them in the way that's most comfortable for them, right? And I'm assuming that's how you're thinking about this.
But totally. For us, when we think about the bot framework, it's a means to an end.
Yeah.
And being able to use bot as a mechanism to share cards and share rich content and automate workflows, that is a mechanism to do that inside the workflow. So for us, our focus has been how do we make the end user not even think about, oh, I'm interacting with a bot or I'm interacting with some backend tech stack. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to share a rich card with you. Or if I just want you to approve one of my expense reports, all I have to do is use one of my message extensions, which you're comfortable using on your smartphone today. Like if I want to send you some payment in a mobile phone, I know how to do that. We want you to think about it the same way in a very similar manner where I can quickly send an approval request to you while I'm in the conversation with you. And so our ability to expose all of those experiences in a single a single shell, that's what's powering the transformation, because then end users can kind of go, okay, I can get my stuff done in a completely new way, in a better way than I was able to do that before.
What I thought was really fascinating is we, as you know, we had Dentsu, one of our customers, in the keynote Rajesh did on a Monday. And what they spoke about, you didn't see in the video, but everybody will see here soon, is that what you guys have enabled allowed them to first harness Shadow IT, so all of those disparate tools and solutions they have sitting around the organization. But they noticed when people started actually using Teams and seeing the power and everything that you just mentioned, it started to reduce the Shadow IT outside of IT and in the organization for them, and really start to bring together the vision that you just painted. So it's just fascinating hearing it from that perspective from the customers. Is quite literally what you're developing is helping them reduce that pain of Shadow IT in their organizations and manage it better.
It totally is. I mean, at the core, the ability to actually take these decisions and actions in context has been super important for our customers. And being able to have the transparency of that communication, being able to show how I can get access to the content that I want. I don't have to figure out how to get access to this tool that was sitting on the side or some application on the side. It's all available to you inside of Teams. I don't have to step outside of Teams to find that sales record or finding that bug that I was working on, or being able to look at some defect that I'm working on for some turbine, right? So I have access to all of that information in line, and I can take action and approve things, and I can change things inside of Teams. One of the other aspects that I do want to also touch about, which is important for us from Microsoft Teams, and you talk about Disco a little bit, is the inclusive behavior that Teams is driving. The ability for us to drive better fostering of relationship inside of Teams. So Disco is one of the partners that does that, using their kudos mechanism, where they are reinforcing your company values. And then using that as a mechanism to foster that, I think is super important, because as we get into this more real-time, transparent communication, being able to foster that relationship using these extensible capabilities is a critical component of Microsoft Teams as well.
I'm actually so glad you brought this up, because I think normally at Build we might think this is traditionally too soft of a topic to bring up, but frankly, I think it's never been more transparent today, this intersection between cultural transformation and digital transformation, for lack of a better term, right? And the divide that we have to bring together, a lot of organizations, and harness that technology in order to bring out these values. So it's awesome to hear these specific use cases and examples that you're hearing from customers. What are you most excited about, though? So much is going on, and we hear from a lot of our partners that what's so cool about Teams is just we're adding new documentation and new extensibility features every day. But what gets you most excited?
What gets me most excited about is just the ability to be able to do my conversations and my actions and my content in line, and being able to that I don't have to go to 20 different places to get my work done. And I think it's sort of I'm taking a cop-out sort of answer, because I'm not answering your direct question about one feature versus that feature, because I don't think it's about one feature versus another feature. I think it's a whole ecosystem that we're enabling. I can't express the passionate conversation that I had in some of the booth conversation where customers and partners walked over, where they said, they were just blown away with the fact that they can take all of these different services, all these different integrations, and they can do that right in line inside of Teams. And they can take the existing investments that they've already made, whether that's a website that they built, whether that's a Power App that they built, a SharePoint web part that they built, or some bot investments that they've made. They can take all of those and they can bring that directly inside of Teams, because we're not doing anything bespoke. It's all open standards. It's all, the tools and chains are already available to you. And we're making it super simple for our developers by publishing samples on GitHub, by being able to do these app templates that we also announced, where you can take the code that we wrote and we've open sourced that. You can take that code, you can modify you want, or you can publish that inside your customer solution, and then you're good to go. So I think that is what excites me, is this digital transformation with all the scaffolding that we have built around Microsoft.
That's way better of an answer than I could have expected. So thanks, Jared. Really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining me today up here. So we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with more live from Build. Mixed reality and Unreal is next. Stay with us.
What is a command line shell? Before we actually define what a command line shell is, let's just refresh what a shell and what a terminal or console are, just to make sure we're talking about the right thing. So in the world of the command line, the terminal or console is the application that you see on screen that you interact with, that you type your keystrokes into, that sends those keystrokes out to the application running on the other end, or a shell, for example, and then listens for text coming back from that application or shell to display on the screen. That is the job of the terminal or the console application. So the shell is the thing that runs on the other end of the pipes or the communications channel that is connected to the terminal. The shell is responsible for receiving your keystrokes, understanding what your keystrokes mean, performing some work, and then sending text out of the shell to be displayed upon the console or the terminal application that it's connected to. So the value and the proposition and the benefit of a shell is that it provides a common set of commands and syntax for performing automated operations or performing interactively scripted operations. A shell allows you to type in commands and to have those commands executed for you by the shell infrastructure and the operating system underneath it. And you can also create script files that contain multiple shell script commands, and you can execute entire shell scripts if you wish. This allows you to create a shell script that can perform many, many tasks one after the other, checking for the status of one versus the other, and then you get to see the results of that shell script execution on your terminal.
I'm Frances Campoy, and this is Just for Fun.
The Open Source Show.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome back to the Open Source Show. My name is Brandon Minnick. With me, we have a very special guest today. You've seen him talk about Go all around the world. You know him from his hit YouTube channel, Just for Funk. Frances Campoy, I'm new to Go. I've heard of it. I know it exists. It's the cool language, and I want to learn more. But first, I'm kind of curious, where did it come from? It seems like it exploded overnight in popularity.
6 years ago, it was open sourced. And before that, it was a closed source, I guess, project internally at Google. The whole idea was, rather than writing very big servers with big machines, many cores, many developers, all of that thing. So with Go, basically what they try to do is, let's remove all of the fancy things and go down to the simplest possible tool that can do the job. And that result is Go, really. I used to write C++, and I assumed that in order to write powerful things, you need a powerful language. And then when I started writing Go, I realized that that was actually pretty wrong. Because at the end of the day, if you have a simple tool that is effective, that works very well. And the good thing is that since the tool is so simple, it actually allows you to focus on the problem you are trying to solve rather than how you're solving it. So there's a lot of big projects like, yeah, Kubernetes. Kubernetes is far from being simple, right? But it uses Go. And the cool thing is that that allows people to come and have to understand the concepts of how Kubernetes works and like pods and services and all of these things, and not having to take that much time into understanding how that translates into Go. Go is simple to read. That's the whole point.
I love it. Simple, yet powerful.
Yeah.
And so when we're talking about C++, I've written some code in C++. You have to do all this memory allocation, deallocation. There's pointers. It's crazy.
Yep.
So how does Go manage that powerfulness of C++, but still keep it simple?
In C++, you need to do all of the things, right? In Go, you're not allowed to do any of the things. That's way simpler. You have pointers, but you cannot delete them. There's a garbage collector that does all of the things. You don't decide whether something is allocated on the heap or on the stack. You don't decide. There's many of these things that, like, as the C++ programmer or like low-level programmer, you're like, how am I going to do anything with this? And then you just, give up and accept the way of Go, and you just start writing code, and it's actually very effective, surprisingly. And at the end of the day, it's actually around the same performance as C++ on the memory side of things. And last but not least is the fact that all of this is still really fast.
How did you get started working with Go? It sounds like it's been around for a bunch of years, and you've kind of become one of the de facto experts on it. I'd love to know how you got started.
I was writing C++, and I became a C++ expert in some way. When I decided to do something new, ended up being at Google, writing C++. After a year or so, I decided to do something new, and I discovered developer relations as the thing, which I love. And also, since I did my master's on compilers and optimization, I decided it'd be fun to merge both of them. So I ended up doing developer relations for Go. My first job was to learn Go and go back with feedback about the experience.
Looking at it through fresh eyes.
Yeah,
Always
exactly.
amazing. Is that where the YouTube channel Just for Funk came from?
I decided to create Just for Funk, which is a YouTube channel that I've been posting videos regularly for like 2 years. The whole thing started because I actually messed it up on stage once. And I apologized and I said, I am very sorry. I'm gonna go back to the hotel, redo the whole demo, and post this on YouTube. That was the first video ever, which is Go tooling in action. And that's like, I think it's like over 50,000 views. That's my most successful video so far. And yeah, it's because I failed. So, failure is good.
I'd love to see it.
Let's go. Let's go watch it.
Let's go.
So I've shown one way of accessing the documentation for the current package, which is right here, doc. And you can do the same thing for Thumped and see the documentation for that Thump package. But there's better ways to do it than that. My favorite one is Go doc. So if you do Go doc of this package, you will get the same message. If you do Go doc of Thumped, you get much more than that. You will get actually the full documentation, which is pretty big, with all the different functions that appear in Thumped. What if I care about a specific function? Well, I can do Go doc Thumped printf, and that will give me the documentation for that specific function. Another option is to run Go doc, the binary, with -http and give it a port. Now when you're running this, what you're doing is actually listening on port 6060. So when I visit it, you can see that the packages we can see are all the packages in my machine. Not only the packages in the standard library, that is cool, but all the packages that I've ever downloaded. So for instance, we can find Gorilla and Gorilla Mux, which is something that I regularly use, which means that I have access to all of this documentation, even when I'm traveling around and I'm in an airplane without connectivity. So that was Go tooling in action, which is the video that started everything. And actually, not only became a video, but also a workshop. So you can find the link to the video, but also the link to the workshop with all the material that you can do online by yourself down here.
And where can our viewers go to get started? So somebody interested in learning Go, where do we go?
Now, so Just for Funk is a place where you should go, but golang.org is the homepage of Go. So that's where you're gonna find all of the things. There's a tour, which is super useful. I recommend trying it. You don't necessarily need to do the whole thing the first day. Don't worry about that, but definitely have a try at that. There's also a bunch of online resources. The best place to find them probably is gonna be on the GoFirst Slack, so gofirst.slack.com. There's a lot of people in there. Most of them are nice. There's a newbies channel. You can go there and ask questions. No one will judge you if you have questions that are really basic. That's the whole objective of the channel anyway. So yeah, and also Twitter on Golang.org. So at Golang is a nice place to see when there's new releases, new talks, and things like this.
We have the links below in the show notes, so check those out. Make sure to go to opensource.microsoft.com to learn more about all the cool stuff we're working on, and tap that subscribe button to stay tuned for the next episode. My name is Brandon Minnick.
And I'm Francesc Campoy.
Thanks for watching.
Hi, everybody. We're back. Now, don't forget to send us your questions on Twitter to answer during our session today. Now, I'm Nicola, and I'm here with Ryan and Jackson from Epic Games and Microsoft. Now, why don't you tell us a bit what you do? So, Ryan?
Sure. I'm the lead on the XR team over at Epic Games. Kind of work on all the various AR, MR, VR headsets. We gave up, just went with XR. So.
Right.
And I'm on the mixed reality developer platform at Microsoft, and one of my responsibilities is getting the HoloLens platform integrated into the Unreal Engine.
Right, so let's talk about Unreal Engine and HoloLens 2. Now, there was this amazing demo that we showed with Landing on the Moon. Can you tell us a bit about what the announcement is around Unreal Engine and HoloLens 2?
Sure. We're currently finishing up the native integration. It's been a multi-year effort at this point, kind of getting everything up and running. It's going to be coming out relatively soon. We're basically full support for the native platform, both on the device and then also remote streaming from desktops.
Right, so we're talking about having a whole scene rendered on a remote desktop and streamed to a HoloLens 2, right? So I can render full fidelity on one desktop, and then I can see it all in the HoloLens.
Right, it's a pretty cool capability, being able to leverage the desktop and like the full rendering package that Unreal provides, and having stream that right over to the HoloLens, and then have the HoloLens stream back all the odometry and tracking information back to the desktop, so you can kind of work as if you were just tethered directly to the machine wirelessly. And then the other half of that effort is actually getting up native running on the device. So we can run on the desktop, we can also run directly on the device.
Right. So when would I choose one or the other? When would I run on device?
Yeah, it kind of depends what you want. If you have access to a giant machine, a lot of our users do, and it makes sense to kind of leverage that, then go for it. It's awesome. You can just like basically press a button and do that. If you want kind of the mobility and being able to take it out on site somewhere or something like that, then being able to run on the device is kind of the best option.
Right. And now, as part of the demo that you showed, can you talk a bit about the demo, what that demo was, and how it was built?
Yeah, sure. What we wanted to show was kind of a multi-user interaction with lots of people kind of looking at the same holograms in the same space. So the general setup was we had a dedicated server, which was kind of connecting to all of the various clients. We had 2 HoloLens users, and then another kind of Steadicam that was using a WMR headset for tracking. So all 3 were basically networked on a dedicated server, and they were all localized in the same space using the spatial anchors. So that means the Steadicam operator and both HoloLens users could all look at the same hologram in the same place and interact with it and talk about it, which is a really cool kind of collaboration opportunity that I'm looking forward to seeing what users do in the future. Right. And at the same time, since we are running on desktops, we're able to leverage kind of the full power of a ridiculous workstation. And so like the rendering fidelity and everything was really high.
Right.
Yeah, we were pushing about 15 million polys with full procedurally based or physically based shaders.
Right.
So it was.
And that's not possible directly on the device itself. Like the device, it's powerful, but it can't handle 15 million poly. Right?
Yeah, we were running some pretty intense hardware backstage.
It's actually really cool to be able to see that kind of rendering fidelity on a headset, because you're used to the simpler kind of what you would do from a mobile chipset, but being able to see what a giant beefy GPU can push, and seeing that in AR is really cool.
Right. Now, the HoloLens has some really cool features about it, specifically around hand tracking and eye tracking. How does that work with remote rendering? How do you actually handle that?
It's basically seamless, depending if you're remote or native. It doesn't really matter. The underlying kind of layer that you would build content to doesn't care. If it happens to be remote, there's a layer that handles that and hides it from the user, so you just work with it as if it was local.
Right.
Yeah, so all of our articulated hand tracking and eye gaze gestures, they're all just plumbed through into the Unreal layer. And if you target any other AR or XR device on Unreal, you'll be able to seamlessly bring that over into HoloLens.
So right, so all the sensor and telemetry that this device is actually gathering, it's passing it on to the remote device, and the remote device decides what scene to render and sends it back to to the actual HoloLens. Is there any consideration with latency, or how does that, or anything else?
Yeah, there's obviously more latency when you're running off a wireless link and it's not running directly on the machine. But the reprojection and kind of compositor technology in HoloLens does a fantastic job of hiding that. And I think in general also AR is more forgiving in that sense because you can see the real world behind it. So if there is any sort of float, it's not nearly as effective to the user as it would be in VR. But it really is, it's very little latency. It hides it really well.
Okay. Now, this was great, but can you actually do this through the cloud? Let's say I have a device in Azure that's doing our rendering. Is that possible?
Yeah, moving forward, post-launch, we'll be adding all of our remote services and Azure services into the device. So we have an existing mixed reality toolkit, and we'll be working on bringing that over into Unreal. And so that'll include things like Azure Spatial Anchors and Azure Remote Rendering.
Okay, so let's talk about the mixed reality toolkit. So that's something that already exists. What are you doing more on the mixed reality toolkit moving forward?
Yeah, so that already exists, and it's a way for developers to specifically target our platform and the big wins on our platform over maybe other platforms. But it does not currently exist for Unreal, so we need to take what we have and write abstractions into Unreal.
Unreal kind of provides a lot of building blocks to allow you to build content, and they aren't necessarily kind of full-feature solutions for a specific thing. They're more like low-level building blocks that you can assemble to build full-feature solutions to things. And so as we look at what the MR toolkit does, it's basically taking the building blocks that Unreal already provides and then building up solutions for common interactions that you would want. So it'll basically ship as just content, as you would get any other content, but there'll be nice drop-in solutions for things that users want to do without having to build it themselves.
And if I already have a game or something I've built with Unreal, how easy it is to port that to HoloLens 2 right now?
Sure. So we're building this on top of our XR platform, and it's the same platform that we build all of the other devices that we support on top of. So any place we have a common functionality layer, we'll kind of target that. And any place that the device kind of diverges with a feature set that is specific to the device that does something cool, we'll have a way of hooking into that as well. So if you have content that exists for other AR devices, other VR devices, you'll be able to target directly to the HoloLens, and anything that the HoloLens can do that the other device to do will basically transfer right over. Which means if you have content already, you can already get up and running on a device, and then you can start looking at what the HoloLens can do and getting those specific feature sets like finger tracking and gaze tracking integrated on top of that. It's also a really nice way to start if you don't have a HoloLens now, but you have a WMR device, for example. You can start building content today and deploy the device once you get it, and then start pulling in those additional features that you can get once you have the device in hand.
Yeah, and last year we added native support for the Windows Mixed Reality headsets as part of the XR platform in Unreal.
Okay.
So anyone who has been working on native WMR in Unreal already has code that should just work in HoloLens.
That is amazing. Now, you also mentioned things about spatial anchors and Azure Spatial Anchors. Can you tell us more about what that is?
Yeah, we have a whole Azure stack of creating a spatial anchor, which is similar to a local spatial anchor. It's a point in space relative to feature points that the device identifies. Azure Spatial Anchors goes one step beyond that and allows you to upload those anchors to the cloud for any device to find and localize for them. So you can have massively multi-user scenarios in the same space looking at the same content.
That is incredible. So if I'm in a space and I've put a hologram somewhere, somebody else later on can come in, and because we've already mapped that space, they can have the same experience.
So someone else on any device, on a HoloLens, on a phone, can come in and identify feature points, pull down that spatial anchor data from the cloud, and see exactly what I've pinned there.
And I assume that's all fully supported, will be fully supported with Unreal Engine.
Yep, it'll just be a spatial anchor and content for us, and the fact that it's being, sent up to the cloud and then distributed out to all the various devices and the abstractions between the devices, the user and the developer doesn't need to worry about. They just need to know that when we put an anchor here and the content sticks to that anchor.
Right. And with things like remote rendering, you have the full power of the cloud to be able to render everything in full fidelity and be able walking around the world and just playing with holograms. Have my holographic dog, and I can walk around in the park, and then you can interact with other holographic dogs.
Sounds awesome.
And it's all full fidelity. That's great.
Just make sure you pet it.
What's coming up in the future? Like, when is all of this available? Like, when can people start using this? Is this
Sure.
available now?
We're actively working on it right now. We're going to push basically early access kind of experimental version on GitHub at the end of the month. And so you'll be able to pull that down, and then we'll continue to update that as we bring in new features and just polish things. And then once that goes out, we're going to start working on our next Unreal Engine release, which will be 4.23, and that will be the fully official supported release for HoloLens and Windows Mixed Reality. And then you'll be able to transfer over that when that comes out later this summer.
And in parallel to that, we'll be working on the mixed reality toolkit that we talked about earlier.
Right. Is there anything else that you can talk about Unreal Engine that you're super excited about that people can start doing right now?
I'm just excited to see what people build with it. Honestly, there's a lot of users that want it for a long time. They've had to use other devices, and so being able to take the content that they've built and bring it to the HoloLens, which is a super awesome device to use, and looking to see what they build with it.
Yeah, and this project has been a couple of years in the making, and obviously Microsoft loves Unreal. We've got our Sea of Thieves rep right here, so obviously a game that was made with UE4. So I'm really excited to see what people make with this.
That's great. Now you also talked about the XR platform and how you can take a lot of the existing content that you already have. Can you talk more about how that ties into other devices as well and how people can take that?
Sure. Basically, we have an abstraction in the engine, both on the code side and on the content side, which takes common paradigms for devices, for tracking, for rendering, for stereo rendering, various optimizations for rendering, input methods. Is it controllers? Is it touch buttons? Is it hand gestures? Is it voice input? That kind of thing. We tried to abstract that away, so users basically just look at what is the capability that I want. I want to render in stereo. I want it to be head tracked. They don't have to worry about how the specific device handles that, which is a lot of work under the hood to make that happen. So you build content once, and then you can deploy to each of those devices. And as long as those capabilities exist in the device, then that abstraction works. But each device generally brings something special to the table because everybody kind of wants to pick and choose something. And it's still a lot of experimentation also in the space, like what works, what doesn't. So hand tracking, I think, is a really good example on the HoloLens. It's fantastic, and we don't have that on any other devices. So you may have built something for a VR headset, and you deploy the HoloLens, and now you want to build some sort of input methodology that uses hand tracking. We'll have a specific way of doing that specifically for the HoloLens. As time goes on and people see how awesome hand tracking is and they're able to actually reproduce that at some point in the future, we'll start building a layer on top of that. So instead of having to target a specific API, we can target multiple devices. So we've kind of been doing that over time. So I brought in head tracking and rendering, for example. Those were pretty divergent. Now they're basically the same thing, and I expect more features. As the industry decides they're a good idea to come online, we'll start doing similar abstractions so you can kind of build content once and deploy multiple times.
So how do developers get access to the hand tracking, for example? How do they actually get that? Is that abstracted, or is it specific for the HoloLens only?
The input method coming from the HoloLens is specific, and then whenever we have a capability like that, we look at what already exists in the engine. Is there something that we can connect this capability to that users already are using? And so for hand tracking specifically, we have a technology called LiveLink, which is the ability to stream in animation data and use it for various things. We showed it off a lot of GDC demos and things. So we have a LiveLink connection, so if you knew how to use LiveLink, you can use that immediately. And then we also just have kind of a blueprint library that allows you to pull in those points directly and do whatever you want with them. We're going to be showing later today in another talk, basically like how to get started with Unreal thing, and part of that is showing directly that, like, how do I hook up hand tracking and use it in my application? It's relatively simple.
Right. So you have a talk today that will be streamed and recorded,
Yep.
I assume. So people should definitely go and check that out as much as they have. Is there any set of assets or anything that people can share and use as part of this Unreal Engine that work really great with the remote rendering that people can take advantage of?
Well, the talk, we built a lot of content for the talk, so we'll give that away at the end. So kind of, it's a bootstrapping process for people to get started. And if you have Unreal content that exists today and it makes sense for it to run on the device, it will run on the device.
What about the demo that we saw with the moon landing? Is that something that people can use right now or take a look at that?
The capabilities to build it are all there. I don't know what we'll do with the assets, but I hope at some point they're available in some form because they're really cool assets that we built specific for that project. And I hope they have life on beyond it because they were, the amount of time that went into making them historically accurate and technically accurate was immense because they wanted to kind of show it as a museum piece. So yeah, I hope you have a chance to check it out because they're really cool, and we'll hopefully have a way of seeing them in the future.
I imagine there was a whole team of designers and developers working on this demo. I mean, the quality of this demo was amazing, and it's like a movie actually you're watching in front of you. So
yeah, we basically have like a very talented special projects team who worked extremely hard on that for a long time, and it wasn't just us. Bringing up the HoloLens basically as it was a prototype to try to build something on top of it of that fidelity was a challenge, and Microsoft did a lot of work on that side too.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate so much for taking the time and talking about this. Is there any last call to action you want to tell developers right now how to get started?
Take a look at the talk and take a look at the GitHub release when it comes out, and then look for the full release in 4.23.
Awesome. Thank you. So Christina has been exploring the floor all morning, so let's go ahead and see what she's up to right now.
Love the glasses. All right, welcome back to Build Live. We are in the Microsoft Learning Zone. I'm Christina Warren, and I'm joined right now by Julianne, and we're actually going to talk a little bit about some of the learning things that you can do here at Microsoft Build, including this is the interactive quiz wall, right?
That's right, yeah.
So what is this? What's going on with this?
They've been quizzing, they've been essentially asking questions to attendees and seeing, testing their knowledge on different topics. And so it's been pretty fun to see the answers that we get and the interaction with attendees as well. It's been great.
That's fantastic. And so yeah, this booth, I mean, it's like lunchtime, and so this area has been full already, but now it's just super
it's really
full.
buzzing.
It's been buzzing all day, which has been great to see. One of the things you work on is certification. And so Microsoft Learn, which is like kind of our learning platform, there's a lot of ways people can learn skills on that, but how does that align with people who want to get certified?
Yeah, so we've made some big changes back in the fall, and so the way that we create training at Microsoft has changed in that we are aligning all of our micro-learning training, our instructor-led training, and our certifications so that it's really a seamless experience for our customers. And so that means if you're interested in Azure Admin, you can dive into Microsoft Learn. You have the option to go on to instructor-led and then take the exam and get certified in that role. And so we've made that change. We've had great positive feedback from our customers, and really we feel that it really sets them up for success a lot better, and it really helps them be successful in their role. So that whole role-based approach is really proving to be really successful for us.
That's great. And so how many, certifications do we have as kind of part of the program right now?
Yeah, we have 23 certifications that we've launched, role-based certifications that we've launched in September, and several more coming up in the remainder of this calendar year and next calendar year as well. So we're very bullish about what the future holds for certifications.
That's great. And so kind of the idea would be that people can start with Learn, they go through what their role is, what they're wanting to learn about, go through those processes, modules, and then if they need more help, we have instructor-led classes where they can learn, where they can get more prep if they need to, and then they can immediately kind of, register and take the test.
That's right. Yeah, you've essentially got 3 modalities. You've got our micro-learning, which is on Microsoft Learn. We also have an ecosystem of about 1,200 learning partners across the globe that can help you with instructor-led training. And then, of course, we have all of our exams and certifications that are available for them to take. And then we also have our training day events. These are free events that are available for individuals to go attend and essentially learn all about Azure or Microsoft 365 or Dynamics.
Amazing. And so where can people go if they want to get started with some of the certification specific things?
Yeah, I'd say, the front door to it all is really Microsoft Learn. So Microsoft.com/learn is really where to go to get all of that information. You'll get information on the micro-learning, the learning paths that we have, everything that is role-based, in addition to just, kind of the conduit to get to learning partners and then to get to certification as well. So, yeah.
This is great. And so I think that what's really nice about this is that it's giving people kind of a chance to, it's not as intimidating if they're wanting to get certified, right? That's right. It kind of steps you through the process, because sometimes, especially if you're in a new role and you're maybe trying to upskill, it can be intimidating. You're thinking, oh, I have to do all of these classes and I have to have all this stuff and I don't even know where to start.
That's right.
And this gets you in the door. And then if you need more, you can go there. You can work with some of our learning partners.
Exactly.
Or maybe you feel like you have a good fundamentals, you're playing around with it, and you just want to go straight and take the exam.
Yeah, and you can help, and you can, it's really easy to ease into it. There's also ways to assess your skills too, right? Assess where you are in the process and see whether you're a good candidate for certification if you're ready for it. So we have practice tests. We also have our learning partners that can help assess your skills and see where you're at in the process and whether how much more training or where your gaps are to be able to pass that certification exam.
I love that. I love that so much. Thank you so much, Julianne. And so what we're going to do now is we're going to walk over and we are going to visit this very cool learning wall, this mural that has actually been done in real time as this whole event has been going on. Hi, James. What's going on?
Good to see you. Good to see
you again. So tell me about this. What is this?
So when this started, when we got here at Ignite, this was a blank wall.
Yes.
Yeah, and as part of the Learn Experience area, we wanted to invite attendees in to tell us what are they here to learn. Build is a learning event, obviously.
Yes.
Our customers send their employees here, And so we wanted to capture like what's the sentiment, what's interesting to people. And so we had folks fill out a postcard.
Yes, and I actually filled this one out myself. This is me.
So the idea is it's a note to your future self. So it's a commitment that you're making to your own learning journey. You know, are you learning technology? Do you want to learn Chinese? Do you want to learn to cook? We've had some really fun examples show up over the course of the 2 days.
Amazing.
And the mural has been expanding and evolving over the last 2 days.
And if we can get some of the detail on this from our film crew, this is amazing because in addition to having the things that you want to learn, and as you can see, we've got things like Stack and Azure and containers and Cosmos. These are, you were explaining to me, these are the things that you want to do with what you learn?
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, the idea is like, why do I want to learn, you know, fluent design? So it's maybe so I can get a job, maybe it's so I can impress my boss, maybe it's so I can impress my friends. We've had a lot of like awesome creative examples. Why would I want to learn Chinese?
Maybe so I want to communicate with the world.
Communicate with more
right
people.
Here.
Absolutely.
It's amazing. Orchestrate with the world, impress my friends. I love that.
Yeah, teach my grandchildren, be super cool. That's what I want.
That's amazing.
And the artists found an amazing local artist here in Seattle, Shogo. This has just been evolving over the last few days, so just to see how the creativity has just emerged, and you know the idea that everybody on this learning journey is just going to where they want to be into the future.
No, and I love this. I mean, like this has been, like you said, this was a blank wall when Build started. The first day of Build, this was completely blank, and I've been seeing him continuing to add little things in, and you know, paint on new things as more postcards come out. And what's cool too is that when people fill this out, this isn't just a one-off thing, right? This is actually a real postcard.
Yeah, these are, you know, basically stamped, and we're going to mail them to folks that decided to give them to us. And so 2 weeks from now, you're going to get a nice reminder to yourself that you want to learn Chinese.
Yes, and I do want to learn Chinese, and we don't yet have the modules for learning Chinese in Microsoft Learn, but things are localized.
Yes, that's
so
true.
I could kind of like watch in English with Chinese subtitles.
You could build an Azure VM in Chinese as a way to test your knowledge.
I mean, that wouldn't be a bad thing to do. That might be a little bit advanced for me, if I'm being honest. That might be. What do you want to learn? Like, what was your card?
Oh, you know, I want to learn more about Kubernetes and AKS.
Yeah.
And I think mine on here was I want to be able to orchestrate the world.
Orchestrate the world. I like that. Yes. Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, it is a great orchestrator and whatnot. I'm with you. Like, I know a lot about containers, but I'm still like, when it comes to the whole Kubernetes thing, that's where I kind of am like, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I think like the awesome aspect of the world we live in technology is there's something to learn always.
Always.
And so if you keep yourself naturally curious, if you just have like a lifelong learning kind of as part of your DNA, that's what has made my career what it is today. I think a lot of us would say the same.
I'm absolutely the same way. The one thing I can like say is like, people ask me all the time, like, you know a lot about all different things. I'm like, I love to learn.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, always be learning, you know, like that's always, and there's so much stuff out there. And like at a conference like this, where again, it can kind of be overwhelming to see all the different things that are going on, it's good to know that no one knows it all.
No.
We all, and honestly, that's exciting, right? It's always exciting to say, there's this other thing that I can do, and there's this other thing that I can have this pathway to, and that I can do these great things with, which is, I think, what this whole really kind of indicates.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think we're all works in progress, and so it's just part of being human, right?
Definitely.
But events like this, you just opened your mind to all the new things that are happening. So
I love it. And this, I've said this a couple times with this whole space. There's so many people here. It's been so full, which has been so great to see because you know sometimes people hear, oh, learning, they think training, oh, it's going to be boring.
Yeah, training is kind of boring, right?
Right, it can be, right? But like this is different. It's like, no, I'm getting into things that are really cool and that I like, and then maybe it can help my job, help maybe my lifestyle, to do other things, help the world maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. And we strive that hopefully what you experience on Microsoft Learn isn't completely boring. Like we strive to make it awesome. We try to make it engaging. It's real world scenarios about how you solve problems in your business. So it's built by engineers for engineers, and we hope you enjoy it. And we'd love to hear from you either way.
Yeah. Give us feedback for more things that you want. All right. Well, James, thank you so much for showing me this wall. This is so great. Thanks for talking with me so much here. And we're going to now head back to more live content.
Thank you so much, Christina. I'm always excited to learn about what's going on the show floor. But right now, I am excited. I was really excited to talk to you. We have a couple of friends with us. Before I get to them, because you know I'll hog all their time, please go to the hashtag MSBuild to ask questions. I am looking at your tweets right now on my amazing phone here. Also go to aka.ms/Microsoft Build Live to submit your questions. We are talking all about the new Edge. Is that right? So why don't you introduce yourself, my friend? We'll start with you.
Yes. Hey, I'm Gaurav Seth. I'm one of the group program managers on the Microsoft Edge team. I lead our product thinking around developer experiences and moving the web ecosystem forward.
Fantastic.
Yeah, my name is Jatinder Mann. I'm the Group Program Manager for the Microsoft Edge Web Platform team.
So let me start with there has been a huge change with the direction that Edge is taking. Why don't you explain that first? And then the second question I have is, why did we do that? We'll start with you.
Sure.
Oh,
Yeah.
we'll start with you, Jatinder.
Yeah, as you may have heard in the keynote and in the Edge State of the Union, we're really changing the paradigm with the next major version of Edge. So we've heard from customers, developers really, about how they see inconsistent capabilities on the web platform, and it's made it very difficult for them to implement new features consistently because there's different web standards, which has caused compatibility issues. So
Yes.
the next major version of Edge will adopt the Chromium open source project. So
Okay.
we're going to give customers a more consistent set of capabilities across more browsers.
So CSS will just work everywhere.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And you were going to say, but.
Yeah, and we not only want to adopt Chromium, we also want to become a significant contributor to that project in a way that we can make Chromium and other Chromium-based browsers better. So it's not just about making Edge better, we want to make the web better.
Oh, that's
Right.
awesome.
Yeah, and I think just to add to what Jatinder was saying, I think one of the big things that we're doing as a part of this change is we are also, starting with a completely different focus. We are actually, we have this relentless drive to go listen to our customers to see what do they really need and start delivering on some of those things. So for example, the new version of Microsoft Edge, which is going to be built on top of Chromium, will be available across all versions of Windows. We'll also go cross-platform to Mac, to Linux. It'll be available across iOS and Android. So with the previous in-market browser, we were kind of tied down. And with the new Edge, like one of the big things that we are changing is the way we kind of think about delivering value to our customers, understanding what do they really need and delivering on those.
Awesome. Well, we already have some questions coming in. If you go to the hashtag MSBuild, I'll keep scrolling to make sure I get the good questions, and then you can go to aka.ms Microsoft Build Live. The first question, which is actually a really good question, and I'm glad you're asking this, what's Chromium?
Yeah. So Chromium is an open source project which allows other Chromium-based developers like Google, now Microsoft Edge, but there's other browsers out there too, like Brave, Samsung browser, that are building a browser off of Chromium. So Chromium is both the web platform and UI components of a full browser. Now there are components that aren't a part of that, like DRM, Flash, that require licensing. There's no branding, so it's not Chrome. It is the engine that runs a browser.
And I think that this speaks to the next question. How is Chromium different from Chrome?
Right, so I think the way to think about it is Chromium is the core open source project. Then I think there are multiple browsers and other projects like Electron, Chromium Embedded Framework that are built upon this foundation. Chrome is one of the other major products which is built upon Chromium. Essentially what the Google Chrome team does is it adds a bunch of extra functionality around the common open source project and kind of bundles it and ships it at what it calls Chrome. But Chromium is the open source project upon which Chrome is built.
And that's a truly open source project.
That's correct.
And we're not are we duplicating it or doing what, or is this just like a one thing that we're contributing to?
No, we're contributing to Chromium. So we're early in this journey, but we've been very warmly welcomed by both Chromium engineers, Chromium browsers. So we've made some modest but meaningful contributions. We've been in the project for 4 months and have landed almost 400 commits into Chromium. So it is an open source project that we're participating in.
Now, Mary Jo Foley was on 2 days ago, and she says she wants to call this Credge.
Yikes.
Is that something we want to persist?
It just doesn't roll off the tongue like Edge does.
It's true.
Maybe even Edgium is better.
Edgium, yeah, I don't know, Mary Jo.
If you really need, but no, I think we love the product name, Microsoft Edge, that's cool.
And I like it a lot. Now, here's the thing. We are obviously at a developer conference. What are we doing for developers in Edge?
That's a great question. I think we can both cover this. Maybe I will start with a little bit with developer tools, talking about web as an app platform, etc. And then I'll hand it off to Jatinder. He can tell you a little bit more about how we are thinking about the platform.
Okay.
So for the developers, I think there are 3 big things that I want to share. Number one is with the new Edge browser, we are bringing an ability to really be able to create cross-platform applications that are built only using web technology. So think about progressive web apps that are optimized for your desktop experiences, will be available cross-platform, will be available across all versions of Windows, all built using, the new PWA stuff. I have the Mac in front of me. I can show you a quick demo if we need to. So the first thing is cross-platform applications built primarily using web technologies. Number two is we actually previewed a new WebView control for developers. This new WebView control will be available across all versions of Windows. It will be available both for your Win32 and UWP apps. And it'll be consistent. What we previewed was the first preview for the Win32 WebView control. This WebView control, again, like the big problem it solves, it will be always up to date, regardless of which version of Windows you're running. And the number three thing is really a new, consistent, cross-platform set of developer tools that will now work across your web context, be it the browser, be it your progressive web apps, or be it your PWA, or be it your web views. So PWAs, a new WebView control, and a new powerful set of developer tools.
Yeah, and as Gaurav mentioned earlier, we're trying to develop a new habit across all of product planning, and that's really listening to our customers and understanding their unmet needs. And as we talked to web developers, we first heard there's too much inconsistent capabilities across browsers. Even though a lot of progress has been made, there's still inconsistencies. So by adopting Chromium, we're going to give them more consistency across more browsers so they can just rely on a consistent set of platform APIs.
Yeah, my favorite mug of all time is the CSS is awesome. You know what I'm talking about. We're all sitting here laughing, crying. CSS is awesome, with the square, and then the awesome is not. Yes. There's I remember back in the jungle days, of the internet, where we would have to do for this and that and this and that, and there'd be different. But now this is hopefully going to make that a little bit better. Is that right?
Yes, I think our hope really, in terms of one of the big constituents of making this move was really to kind of go help address developer pain. We were by building on different platforms, we were actually introducing more pain for them, more cost for them to test across different things. We really hope this is going to be more helpful in reducing those costs.
Yeah, and we also heard as a Mac developer, it's really hard to test or develop on Edge. We just weren't there. So fragmentation was a problem. So we're solving that. Edge is available wherever our customers are at.
Well, this is cool because, look, I'm looking at Twitter, by the way. Use the hashtag MSBuild or go to aka.ms Microsoft Build Live. Amanda Hatch says, just heard that Edge is now going to use the Chromium open source project while watching the live stream. Well done. Web devs all around will thank you in the future. Amanda and I are saying thank you for that.
That's great. Thank you.
Next question coming in from online is, will Microsoft's Chromium Edge replace classic Edge builds in existing Windows 10 builds?
Yeah, this is a great question. I think the way I will say is at some point in time, it'll of course supersede it. But a browser is just one of the things that uses the web platform, right? So let me address that problem from a developer perspective. So today on Windows, there are over 2 million applications that use some sort of web content.
Right.
The fact that it'll supersede will not mean that your apps will just stop working. One of the goals as we are starting to work on this new engine is to make sure that your apps continue to work as is. So while there might be from a browser perspective, we might take the next step, as we make progress, your apps will continue working. So whether you're creating Windows web applications, hosted web apps, existing PWAs that come from the Microsoft Store, et cetera, they should all keep working.
Awesome. So we were talking about devs, and then you said you would show us something. I want to see, can you give us a sneak peek of what devs can look forward to in Edge? And I believe you have a Mac here.
That is correct. I have a Mac here.
Okay,
a long
and
time.
This is the Edge browser on a Mac. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right, let's go to his screen and see what he's got.
Okay. So what I have here is the dev channel for the Edge browser running on a Mac. We are previewing it at Build. It's not yet shipped publicly, and we are working hard to get it out.
All right, can we go to his screen, though? I want to make sure everyone can see that we're on a Mac doing, there we go.
Yeah. So, we have the Edge dev bits here. So now what I have here and what I want to show you is, you typically on a browser, what do you end up doing? You end up going to a website. So in this case, I'm going to the Starbucks, application. Typically go there to order my cup of coffee. Mm-hmm. Now, Starbucks, the way the developers authored this app, they enhanced it to, become what they call progressive web app. Any website just needs 3 key things to become a progressive web app. They need, to make sure they have service workers and storage for offline access. It's served over HTTPS, and then they have an app manifest to describe the look and feel of the website if it is installed as an app. So out here, you will see I'm logged in into my site. I have a couple of extensions in my browser. Whenever you will, as a user, navigate to such a website, the browser will show you a thing about installing an app. I can go ahead, install the app, and what you will see is the app or the website popped out. Now this, to a user, is giving me an absolute native look and feel of like, hey, it's actually an app. Now, if I go here in my dock, you can see it is showing up as an icon.
Holy cow.
If I go up in my Spotlight search and start looking for Starbucks, it just appears like an app that was installed on my machine. And for developers, who are creating these apps, Starbucks in this case, it helped them increase their business metrics, business KPIs, and they said their monthly active users almost doubled by offering a progressive web app experience to the users. The one last thing I want to cover here is if you go back to this app from a developer perspective, the first thing is you will see that the state, like the extensions carried over from the browser. The other thing is if I just go and I want to use the developer tools and go and inspect the page, it's the exact same set of tools that are now available to your apps as they are available to a web browser.
So I'm looking at this, and it watched over me, so I gotta slow it down a little bit. So basically, you went to a website.
Yep.
But did you have to do any additional coding to make it pop out as a PWA?
Yeah. So the developer had to. They had to enhance their website and ensure that they're using service workers.
Okay.
They are adding an app manifest. And the third thing they need to do is make sure their web content is served over HTTPS. So, I can take you back there to show those three things.
And how is this different from, and I'm forgetting the thing when, Electron. How is this different from Electron?
So the big thing, this is all built on pure web technologies. Like Electron packages, a copy of Chromium and a copy of Node and brings it together onto your machine. So that's another way of doing desktop apps. This is your desktop apps done purely using the web running inside of the web content. With this, you're just using the installed platform version on your machine. So, one of the big differences is with Electron, you get another copy of Chromium that is installed on your machine. But this is just using whatever is available on the system.
And when I install it, is there like an icon there that I can go to back forever?
Absolutely. You can go pin this icon, etc. And the thing that I was showing you is, if I kind of go here and show you the app manifest, with the tools, if you go to the app tab, application tab, let me go in.
Holy cow. These people don't surprise me very often, but I had not seen this before.
So this is essentially, a web developer is saying, hey, when you go to the desktop, this is the icon, or to the dock, this is the icon you need to use. When you're showing me the branding of the app, it needs to take a green branding on the top, etc.
That's really, I'm literally speechless. And everybody knows that I'm not speechless very often. This is really cool because then you can enhance your experiences, because obviously, hopefully there's docs on how to do this.
Right.
But you can enhance your experience in such a way that now all the effort that you put and the curation and the love and the care that you put in the experience of the website, you can enhance then to have it as a desktop sort of feel as well.
Absolutely. And then, if you go back and I pop you back, like if I'm in my browser and I go to look at all the apps. So look here, I have all of these are all progressive web apps. They're all in my browser. I can discover them. They're all in one place, and I can go use them.
That's amazing. All right, so I got to go to some questions because I'm speechless. This is really cool. How do I download it? Should I uninstall Edge? Basically, people are like, hey, I want to get in this. How do I do that? So should I uninstall the old Edge and then put this on? I'll be honest. I literally downloaded this the very second I could, and it's my primary browser now.
Right.
Yeah, so you can go to MicrosoftEdgeInsiders.com to download the new preview of Edge. Today, or last month, we released the Edge Canary and Dev Channel build. So this is still really a preview. So we don't recommend not using the current version of Edge as your daily driver. But if you want to use a daily driver, the Dev Channel is very good. The Canary, you may discover bugs before we've had a chance to fix them, because it's truly the build the Edge engineering team uses every day to validate and fix bugs.
So I'm basically going against your suggestion, but I don't care.
Yeah.
It's my computer. Well, they let me use it. It's not mine. But
The only other thing I would add is if you go to the Microsoft Edge Insider, we also have some awesome community forums there, because as we are building this product, we're really excited about building it with the community, getting their feedback. So please go try it out and share your feedback.
And what's cool is I've heard PWAs, and I'm like, yeah, I should think about that. But this actually makes it real for me. in a place where I know people will be.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so here's another question. Can users use non-Chromium Edge side by side with Edge Chromium in the future?
Yep, and so something else we heard from developers is they want updates shipped at the speed of the web. So what we're doing is the next version of Edge will ship at a faster cadence, and you can install up to 4 different versions of Edge, previews side by side with stable Edge. So you'll have the dev, you'll have the canary, eventually we'll also release a beta channel. So these are a great way to like crystal ball what's coming ahead. 6 months before stable, or 6 weeks before stable, which is a much faster cadence than what we've traditionally shipped. So yes, you can absolutely do that.
That's really cool. So let's talk about the developer, because you flashed them in front of us. But can you show us a little bit more? Are we adding more to what's there before, or is it just everything I've been used to, say, if I've been using Chrome?
We can talk about our contribution. So we not only want to adopt Chromium, we want to help make it better. And so we're hoping to bring our Windows platform expertise in this project and not only help Edge get better, but help all Chromium-based browsers get better on Windows, because we see that's good for our business, that the web's better.
So I am out of time. They told me to stop. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you so much for watching. We're going to take a break, but we'll be right back with a special breakout session and a new way to try .NET. Stay with us.
Why is it that you say that developers really are storytellers? So here's the thing about people. People are storytellers. It's part of who we are, is we tell stories. And this is true of every human society. We all tell stories. And developers are really no different. We also tell our own stories, and we tell them in our own way. And some of them are really obvious. Some of those ways are really obvious. Like, for instance, we all write specs. And the specs that we write, or the emails describing a feature or whatever, those are stories. They're technical, but they're stories still. They tell the story of a feature, why we're doing it, what's going on, how we're going to build it, and what's the resulting going to be. Our code is also a story. It tells a story, and it's a living story. It's a story that changes over time. As you change your code, you're changing the story of the thing you're working on. And if you're careful and you look at the code, you can actually see some of the previous versions of the story, because we all leave pieces of ourselves behind in our stories. The storyteller is always different. And so as code moves through time, you can actually look at the older versions and the newer versions and see how we went from here to here. Well, that's a story. And that's what we as developers, as software engineers, that's what we do. We tell stories.
Hi everyone, this is the IoT Show. I'm Olivier, your host. Thanks for joining. Today we have Mukund on the show. Mukund, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Olivier.
So Mukund, you're working for Accenture, one of our top IoT partners. Can you tell us a bit about yourself and about Accenture?
Sure, thanks Olivier. So Mukund Gangurdi, I'm part of Accenture's Industry X.0 practice. So we're really focused on driving digital transformation and digital reinvention out to the traditional sort of what we can think of companies that are in industry. So we work very closely with Microsoft to basically drive Azure IoT and other platforms out into that digital transformation agenda.
What are the typical projects in various industry that you guys are working on that you see are super impactful and where IoT technology is actually having that impact?
Yeah, so in fact, we're driving progress in a number of different industries right now. Mm-hmm. Manufacturing being one of them. Automotive is another one that's coming up really, really quickly. Supply chain is one. And also, connected buildings, smart cities, all of that kind of environment is really very active right now.
And how do you see IoT? And you mentioned the fact that you're working on this project, but how do you see IoT actually making these industries transform?
Yeah, so we're working on a really interesting project right now that involves Azure IoT Edge in the digital plant and connected construction space. And this is where we're basically helping a refinery basically automate all of its existing processes. And we've got a fantastic collaboration in place with Microsoft where we're working closely with the engineering team, we're working with the sales teams, and it's part of a much broader sort of Azure implementation into that company. And so that's like an example of something that's really interesting that we're driving right now.
Awesome. Are there particular, reasons why you went or you're partnering with Azure IoT versus other cloud providers, right? Because you have choices, and customers have choices as well. Why do you think Azure IoT actually is a good choice?
Yeah, so I mean, we've had a lot of success in being able to create solutions on top of Azure and being able to scale those in a broad way to be able to create like business outcomes that make sense for our clients. And business outcomes around digital transformation are usually around creating new experiences or creating new business models and even reducing costs in the core processes. And so we're able to do that very successfully with Azure.
Awesome. If you had to qualify that partnership between Accenture, your teams, and Azure IoT, what would be these 1-2 words to qualify that partnership?
I would have to say like the word accelerating comes to mind because I think of our partnership as growing and accelerating across a number of dimensions. And I think the word innovation also comes to mind. What I see coming from you guys in terms of products and services is very innovative. And then it allows us to be even more innovative in terms of coming up with solutions for our joint clients. So 2 words, accelerating and innovation.
Love it. Okay, thanks Mukund. Thanks a lot for joining us on the show.
Thank you, Olivier.
You people, thanks for joining the show as well. Don't forget to subscribe and see you soon.
And we're coming to you live from Build 2019. And with me, I have my good friend, Maria Nagaga. How you doing, Maria?
I'm good, Cecil. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. I have a little bit of a sore throat, but we're gonna work through it, though. We're not gonna have any problems.
All right, I hope you feel better soon.
Sure, no problem. I'm just gonna lean on you a little bit to do some more of the talking. But so tell us, what do you have to show us today?
Oh, absolutely. Today I want to show you Try.net, which is a interactive documentation generator for .NET Core documentation. So if you think about if you see any developer documentation today, whether it's JavaScript, Python, Scala, there's always this interactive experience where users can run the code right within the browser. So before, .NET had nothing like that. Like if you're just like, I want to build a Hello World application in .NET, we're like, get Visual Studio and see you tomorrow. Right?
Yeah, like there's all these things we have to set up, like Visual Studio, we got to download .NET, and then we got to configure all our tools together.
Yeah, and Visual Studio, when we open sourced .NET and we made it cross-platform, that was the first step, right? But if you just want to write a Hello World or understand the fundamentals of the language, you need to just get up and running. You didn't need to care about what using statements were or namespaces. You just needed to get right inside the code.
Yeah.
So 2 years ago, we collaborated with the documentation team, so docs.microsoft.com, to create interactive documentation. So I'm going to showcase something on my screen right now.
Cool, that sounds good.
So once my screen has loaded up, this is docs.microsoft.com, and this is a console application. I can hit run, I see the results, and I can edit it and see the results again. And when we did put this up on the docs page, we saw increased customer satisfaction, where it went up by 20%.
Sure.
So it was a huge thing for us that our customers really like this. So we worked on it more. We were running completely on Azure Container Instances. And then we wanted to make a bit of a switch.
How come?
One, the expense.
Oh, got it. Gotcha.
And also, we wanted to open source it and allow for multiple people to use it, and you didn't have to incur the cost of just trying to run an interactive .NET application.
Sure, because that would make it just a little bit more portable, right? Like anybody could just download it and get it and just start working with it.
Just start working on it. So you don't need to know anything about containers or Azure.
Sure.
All you need to worry about is like, can I make this code run on my website? So in order to achieve this, when Blazor came out, we're just like, we could take advantage of that.
Right.
So if we go under the hood right now, I'm going to go over to Domain Developer Tools. I try not to use shortcuts when I'm on stage because people are like, what did she just press?
She's going too fast.
She's
Like,
going
what
too
is
fast.
this?
And if you look over in console, you'll notice that we have WebAssembly initialized.
Yeah.
So this shows that we're completely running on the client side.
So there's no compilation that's happening on the server side. There's no back-end communication or anything. 100% inside of the browser.
Yes, and I can prove that to you.
Okay.
So if we go over to the network tab, I'm going to refresh this page. And you're going to see all this stuff coming down. And look at all the different assemblies that get pulled down with the package. So this is all running in your browser. And that was huge for us, right? So when I showed this at Build on Monday, we got a few applause. And I was hoping to hear the audience just like clap just a little. So I'll clap for myself.
Okay.
Yeah, or you can clap at home.
Yeah.
Please do.
I'll clap for you.
Thank you. So that was the start, right? So interactive documentation is one thing. But you do a lot of workshops, right?
Yeah, we do a lot of workshops. We do a lot of mentoring, like a lot of teaching for different people and things like that.
So when you do a workshop, there are a couple of things, right? So you go to a workshop, you typically host them at a conference.
Sure.
And with conference Wi-Fi, getting everything up and running can take up to 30 minutes because you need an editor, you need the SDK, you need everything that you need. Right?
Yeah, setup is usually a nightmare, right? Because you're coming in with your machine.
Yeah.
Like, and everybody has different operating systems, Windows, Linux, Mac. You know what I mean? Like, we have to have the same tools installed, have them configured, and have them ready to go.
Exactly. So what we decided to do was imagine if you could be successful with just the repo where your workshop is, and the .NET Core SDK and a global tool called .NET Try.
That's interesting.
So I'm going to show you what that magic does right now.
Let's take a look.
All right. So let's see if there we go. So I'm over in my command line, and I've already installed the .NET Global Tool, and I've already installed .NET Core, and I've got the repo. So I'm going to type .NET Try, which is a global tool that we have. And what this is going to do, it's going to launch the browser. And if you look at the top, you'll notice that this is readme.md.
So you're hosting Markdown files?
Yes.
Okay.
We're hosting Markdown files. I am going into this. I can run the code. And this is all happening locally on my machine.
So hold on one second. So you're hosting this Markdown file, and then you're writing code in the Markdown file in the browser.
Yeah.
And it's all happening with no server-side compilation at all. Like,
nope. It's all happening locally on your machine. So technically here, we're using your browser as the editor. So someone can grow up into an editor, or while they are getting the workshop up and running and they're installing the tools, they can actually work with it. And once VS Code or Visual Studio is downloaded, you can transition over.
Sure. I mean, so like you said before, like this would be really great for workshops.
Yeah.
Because the setup time that usually takes a long time, like that'll completely cut it down.
Yep.
But even think about with students, right? Like we think about educators and students that are just teaching classes, or sometimes I'll create file new application, right? And I have console application number 85, right? Because I've done it so many times.
Yeah.
Now I could just spin up try.net and start prototyping and trying out things really quickly.
Yeah.
And just to check and see if it works. And if I wanted to, I could copy it back over into Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code, and I could just keep going.
You don't even need to copy it back into Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code.
No.
You just need to open your project up in Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code.
What?
So I'm going to show you this.
Okay.
So here I am in VS Code. And this looks like any other, let me start with the Markdown.
Okay.
So this looks like Markdown that any single person who has written content before has done, right? So if you look at the code fences over on line 5, we have a block of code, and we have the C# indicator. But if you've noticed that we've added additional options, we have the region option, the source file option, and the project option. What the region option is doing is that it's pointing to a region in your backing project
Okay.
in your program.cs file. I'm going to go over here. We have a region called method, and we're pulling the code directly from here, and we're accessing it in your Markdown. So you have your backing project being the source of truth.
This is crazy. So it's like we extended Markdown.
Yes.
To understand C#.
Try
And then now like we've connected it to this program.cs file.
Yeah.
That's
so,
really
and I can prove this.
Okay.
So let's go over here. Let's change this to build.
Mm-hmm.
Let's save this. Let's go back to our terminal, which I think the application's still running. Did I save it? Yeah. We'll know in a bit. If not, I'll just go back. And it was in methods. It switched to build.
That's amazing.
All right. And we also offer the opportunity because we want people to be able to explore the language as well and the methods, just as they would do in a regular editor.
Okay.
So .2, and we get IntelliSense as well.
You have IntelliSense.
We have IntelliSense.
Wow.
And one thing that you're noticing is that even though my backing project is a sort code of truth, I have the flexibility to explore the language. I'm not bound to the backing project. I can explore methods. I can explore different experiences.
And what I like about the fact that you're using Markdown means that, like, if I wanted to, like, I could create my own workshop written in Markdown, and then I could put it up on GitHub somewhere, or I can make that a part of my coursework material.
Yeah.
And then I could just have my samples right there in the browser.
Yes.
So it's a really interesting experience, right? Because now I could read the code and write the code and run it in the same place. I don't have to be jumping back and forth to different places.
No, we've truly made an interactive documentation for coding. Like it's like reading a book, but you're able to just write the code at the same time.
Right. Okay. Okay. So here's another question for you.
Yeah.
So you're running this in a web browser right now.
Yeah.
So could I run this like in a blog post, or if I wrote an article online or something like that?
You absolutely can. So we're actually still working on that experience right now.
Okay.
But we are introducing a .NET Try publish step where we will actually get your Markdown and spin up a whole bunch of HTML and JavaScript that you can just go and place into your blog. And that should be coming in the next couple of months.
Okay.
And the .NET Try Global tool will be ready by the end of the week. So people can start experimenting with this on Friday.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about how do I get this? How do I install it? What do I need on my machine? Like, how do I get going with this thing?
Okay, so all you need on your machine is a .NET Core SDK
Okay.
and the .NET Try Global tool, and you're good to go, and your repo. So if you have a repo with your Markdown and your backing project, you just need to add the regions, add the options, and you're good to go. I'm pretty sure you can get this up and running in under 30 minutes.
That's amazing. Do we have any pre-written samples or anything that people could try out right now that they could just download?
Absolutely. So one of the pre-written samples, if you go to our GitHub repo, .NET/try, we have a bunch of samples that people can start working with. We have samples that showcase C#8. We have samples for beginners. We have mathematical samples. I'm currently working on an ASP.NET Core sample.
Oh, really?
So we'll have a bunch of samples that people can start trying out. But before we head out, I have one last surprise that we're hoping to get people's feedback on.
Okay.
All right. So I talked about .NET Try from a learning perspective and a documentation perspective. One of the big things is how could I use this in my everyday life as a developer? So we're working on an experiment with NuGet.org. It is an experiment. We are looking for feedback where imagine if you want to try a new NuGet package, you have to either install it into your existing code base or create a throwaway project, right?
Yeah.
What if you could just try it all in the browser?
Like on NuGet?
Yeah.
Like on NuGet.org?
On NuGet.org. So imagine if you could do that. So this is an experience. It's not out yet. This could be months away. It could even be a year away. But we want people to be able to run NuGet packages and test them out right within the browser. This could evolve to something that could be a playground, but we're looking for feedback. If you have any feedback, .NET Try, please come and give us feedback on our issues. We're looking to grow this, so we're looking forward to anyone giving it a try.
Awesome. This is amazing, Maria. I'm so excited to try this out. So definitely thank you for coming on and showing this to us.
Thank you so much for having me.
I appreciate it. Now, we just learned about how you could try .NET with Try.NET. Now, we're about halfway through the last day of build, and we're sending you off to a break session on how to bring your VMware applications to Azure with Mark Hain. Then we'll be back here with all of the details about how you can man your data goals So stay with us. We'll be right back. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome to Microsoft Unboxed. I hate it. I hate it. I know. Hello, world, and welcome to Microsoft Unboxed.
I need an opener like that.
What up,
Holla.
bro? That was my favorite. Welcome to Microsoft Unboxed.
I hated that. I did this though. It was like a penguin.
Hello, world, and welcome to Microsoft Unboxed. Okay. Welcome to an ASMR version of Microsoft. I'm so tired.
Come on, shake it off. Ah, energy.
Bring the energy. We're talking about the most thrilling
Security.
topic. Security.
Jumping jack.
Ooh, that was too sexy.
Was that sexy? I thought it was funny. My knee is locking. Pop locking, locking.
We're just gonna like, my jaws are just gonna like become unboxed. I can feel a little sweat mustache coming on.
What day is it?
All we know is there's an anomaly. I can't say an anomaly.
Anomaly.
AI for.
AI.
Okay.
That sounded weird.
We have a ton of access to data around how the world works.
You could see it crumbling.
Ooh. One of the things that I'm really excited about this Earth Day is a recent blog post by. What are you doing over there?
I'm scratching. She's like, what are you doing over there?
When I'm on a roll and I see something happen.
I will sit on my hands and not. Okay, go.
Did you say that it's tomorrow?
Yeah, I didn't say
tomorrow. You can say it's International Women's Day is March 8th. It's a day to. Here, I'll give you some notes.
Which is at the Anita B.
AnitaB.org?
Yeah!
Wow!
She's at the Anita Borg Institute. And now
No.
she's
AnitaB.org.
Oh, okay. Now she's at the AnitaB.org Institute.
It's just AnitaB.org.
What? So now she's part of the Anita B and senior What?
AnitaB.org.
Yeah. I thought I said that the first time. You said no. So April actually now works. Abril! So Abril now actually works at the AnitaB.org company. I said the. So Abril.
Get this.
This is all going. So Abril now works at AnitaB.org.
Oh, that is so cool.
Our favorite, yeah, as a senior innovations analyst. I'm redder and redder as this episode's gone on.
I see it. I like it. I want it. What did she say? I got it.
Apparently, I'm not millennial enough to know what forest bathing is.
I'm telling you, you guys are. It is viral. You are all behind the curve.
And I'm wearing heels. Is it a boomerang? What is it? More fingers. Like, pew pew. Come here, your tag is sticking up, which I know doesn't matter, but it bothers me.
So whether you're digging into the data to figure out a way to make your business more sustainable or donating to the tree...
Could have said digging into it, double digging. Do it. Digging into the data, digging into the dirt, or something.
Okay.
Do it. I'm setting you up for success.
Colleen, it's our favorite segment of the show. You ready?
Yes.
For
Yes. Outside the box.
Outside the box.
Our favorite segment of the show that you've forgotten the name of.
And remember to subscribe to our channel. We have new episodes fresh
Hot
out
out
of the kitchen. We're always looking for more viewers, so follow us along for the journey. That was weird.
So thirsty. We're always looking for more viewers.
Yeah, that was so thirsty.
And you know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna say subscribe. Please do it now. Click the button.
That was
thirsty. Please subscribe to the show. I know, it was pretty thirsty.
Like so thirsty, you're dehydrated.
We're running short on questions in the box, so please make sure to submit some questions.
Thirsty. Don't you want to know about us?
Subscribe.
Come on, people.
Get ready for 12 takes. Oh, you already did it. Okay. Sorry.
You're
All right. All right. Welcome to Microsoft Unboxed.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you like the dessert and the lunch as much as I did. It's sitting in my stomach down here right now. So welcome to the session on VMware in Azure. This is a brand new product that we just launched at Dell Technologies World last week. So my name is Marcus Hain. I'm a senior PM inside of Azure Dedicated. And I'm with, do you want to introduce yourself, Manoj?
Yeah, I'm Manoj Sharma. I'm VP of Products at CloudSimple, which is the technology and platform powering what we're going to talk about today as well.
Okay. So we're going to take a very developer-centric view on VMware in Azure today on the session. We're going to show some code. But before we do that, I just want to give you, for those of you that might not have followed the media or seen the announcements, I just want to give you an overview of what is VMware in Azure and how this came to be, so that you can get an understanding what the components are of the product before you as developers go out and do your magic. So like I said, so we're going to start off with just an overview of the components, how everything fits together, so you can understand how does VMware fit into Azure, how does CloudSimple fit into Microsoft. And then we're going to go into some demos around hybrid management. We're going to do some demos around using Terraform as a provider to do some of the API calls and Azure ARM. And we're also going to show you some very cool demos around how you can build applications, using the new APIs that we just released. So I think the takeaways for you should be, and I wanted to have one pretty picture in this presentation, is a rising tide lifts all the boats. And so by us bringing the capability of VMware into Azure now, that is a new opportunity. So most enterprises today have some VMware. Some enterprises need to get out of the data center. Azure has now become a home for them. You don't need to convert your hypervisor anymore. You can literally just vMotion from point A to point B. And that opens up a new door for developers, for applications to be, modified or modernized using Azure services, of course, right? And so that's the whole point of the session. So when you walk out of this room, I hope you get a pretty good idea of what the capabilities are, what you can do, what it involves technically, and how you as developers can go back to your managers or your companies and actually take advantage of some of this. Okay, let me give you a little bit of history. So Microsoft and VMware have a long history, and we started about, I would say, good 18 months ago. There was a blog released, which many of you, or some of you may have seen, around Microsoft working on a solution to bring VMware into Azure natively. There was a little bit of back and forth, and we've been working diligently now. Our competitors in the market are currently today directly engaged with VMware. And VMware has asked us to work with the VMware Certified Partner Base. And Cloud Simple is a VMware Certified Partner, and they have developed a control plane that essentially allows us to deploy a full VMware SDDC onto Azure Bare Metal. So it's an Azure solution, Microsoft first-party sold solution. It's not a third-party marketplace product. First-party supported, Microsoft supports it, Microsoft sells it. Using Cloud Simple as a partner, so think of it as a Databricks type Azure service, right? That's essentially what it is. Will we in future, work closer with VMware? Absolutely. Is the solution certified by VMware? Absolutely. But that gives you an idea of what the relationship is between Microsoft and Cloud Simple, and also from a product perspective. We are joined at the hip. We do co-engineering, and so we see a great future for this product going forward. So let me give you a little bit of an overview of how the components fit together, so that you can understand as developers how to tap into this system. So firstly, we have customers today. You have VMware on-prem, and you either run hyperconverged, you don't run hyperconverged. You may have your own compute, your own storage, and you have various versions of vSphere in your environment running VMware workloads. And you want to stay on VMware for various reasons, right? Some of those applications, workloads may be certified on vSphere. You've trained a lot of people up on VMware. It's a good product. And what we've always done in the past is say to you, yep, come and modernize your cloud applications in Azure, and you can still do that. But now we're just giving you the ability to first, move your VMware from on-prem into Azure, and then decide what the best course of action is going forward. And so the three primary use cases that we essentially address. The first use case would be lift and shift. So you need to get out of your data center. The second use case is going to be DR. So you can use Azure as a target DR site for your VMware workloads. And then the third use case, which is sort of a mix of the two, is bursting. So if you need on-demand elasticity, by having some of your workloads, e-commerce applications, they have, you running into holiday season and you need more capacity, you can essentially use Azure to get that. The beauty of it is customers now no longer have to build for max capacity, but then only utilize 30% of that, right? Within Azure, you have the elasticity and you have the scalability to be able to grow and shrink as you need. So we can bring up a full VMware SDDC using vSphere, vSAN, and NSX in about 30 minutes. So the initial cluster creation is a little bit longer, about an hour. But from there, if you want to add additional nodes, it's around 15 minutes. Right, so it's very fast. So if you think that compared to ordering some hardware, putting it in your data center, getting it cabled up, installing ESXi, getting it configured, that's a massive time saving for customers, right? So by default, what we do is we have Azure Bare Metal. We have two flavors of Bare Metal, two SKUs. There's I would say a very database-specific type SKU that you would run a single database system on. And then we have a high-end SKU, which is more beefy, has a little bit more memory, 36 cores, 512 gigs of RAM. It uses all vSAN, so it's all hyper-converged. And on top of that, we then deploy vSAN and NSX. vSAN is part of the host, NSX gets deployed, and vSphere is obviously deployed. We use 6.7 update 1, so that's the vSphere version. And that essentially gives you a full VMware SDDC. So at that point, you can use ExpressRoute connection, site-to-site connection, point-to-site connection to connect to the environment, and then move your VMs or your workloads into the environment. So that's in a nutshell how the service is built. Everything happens through Azure Portal. You go in, you essentially pick the number of nodes that you want, you create the cluster, and then there's, at the moment, a step out into the Cloud Simple portal using single sign-on, so you always stay in a secure environment to be able to manage the cloud and configure the cloud, and I'll show you a demo of that. Underneath that is the Cloud Simple control plane, which obviously ensures that all the patching and management and updates happen. So it's a platform as a service solution, not an IaaS solution. So this is not a bunch of hardware that we give you with a control plane where you have to go and install your own VMware on. No, You push a button, the SDDC gets created, and we manage it for you. So if a new version of vSphere comes out, we apply that. If day 0 vulnerability patches come out, we test the patches, apply the patches, notify you before, of course. So it's a fully managed service. It's not a software as a service solution, it's a platform as a service solution, so you still manage your own VMware environment. Okay, so let me jump to a demo. All right, so what you're seeing here is I'm now in Azure Portal. The Cloud Simple service can be discovered under your Azure services by just typing in VMware or going Cloud Simple. There's 3 service types. There's a node, a virtual machine, and the actual service. If you click on the actual Cloud Simple service, you'll see that there's a bunch of options for you. So you can add nodes, create a private cloud, manage the private cloud. So the steps to essentially get your SDDC going or get your VMware deployment going would be to first buy nodes or buy capacity. The minimum you can do today is 3, and that's because you want to have some fault tolerance. We may switch to less than that in future, just for kicking the tires type POCs, but the minimum today is 3. And as I mentioned, there are 2 node types that you can choose from. And once you purchase the nodes, they can be bought on a monthly basis or a reserved instance basis. We have a 1-year and a 3-year reserved instance. These nodes then get allocated to you, and then you can start creating a private cloud or essentially your VMware cluster. Everything happens through the UI. And as you can probably guess, everything will be accessible via APIs, and we'll show you some of those APIs today. Once you click Manage Private Cloud, you break into or break out into the Cloud Simple portal. It is single sign-on, so you don't have to have separate usernames and passwords. At this point, you can essentially see the nodes that you've got, your private clouds. You can see your network information. As part of this solution, there's an underlay. NSX becomes the overlay, and as soon as you connect into Azure networking, you also have the Azure software-defined networking stack available to you. Once you're in this environment, you can then launch your vSphere client. So if I want to manage my VMware environment using traditional VMware tools, I open up my vSphere client, and I can see my nodes and my resource pools under that. So from this point onward, any VMware administrator would feel at home. You use the same tools that you've been using all day, all the time. Power Client, your third-party tools, all of that stuff works. We have a very cool feature in this product, which is related to just-in-time access, which we give you sort of elevated privileges to install third-party tools if you need to, which is a little bit different from what some of our competitors are doing in terms of saying you can only install a set amount of tools. We give you the option and the flexibility to actually, use almost any provider out there. Okay, so you can see over here that I've got three virtual machines that are created under this resource pool. Now, if I go back into Azure and I look at the Cloud Simple virtual machines, there's those same virtual machines sitting in my Azure subscription. So what's actually happened here is some very cool integration that was done with the resource provider, that you can now manage VMware resources in Azure natively as virtual machine, just like you would manage any other Azure resources. Okay, so from a developer's perspective, if you think about, I have a workload and I have various workloads, various components in there, in resource groups and resource pools, you can use ARM in a single template to manage both VMware and Azure resources. And that's quite a big thing. Okay. So for instance, if I go into Azure and I create a new virtual machine, I'm just going to call it, let's see, VM number 4. And I'm going to just accept all, I need to choose a resource group, accept all the defaults, and go create. That's now being submitted for deployment. if I go back to my vSphere client, there the VM is already popped up. So it happens instantaneously, almost instantaneously. In the same way, if I create a VM through vSphere, the vSphere client, it will pop up in my Azure subscription. The cool part about this now is there is an API available that you can view, for example, through Swagger. So the CloudSimple ARM API is being exposed. And remember in the beginning I was saying that, okay, you might want to create VMs, but you might also want to create the whole SDDC from code. You might want to create the networking, all the components that are available in the VMware stack. You might want to wrap that into some of your application deployment lifecycle. You can do that through this API. And if you, for instance, go to virtual machine, you can see the API definition over there. And what we're going to do now is we're going to, for instance, just use a very simple list VM. We're going to look at this get function. And I've got this up and running in a Python file. So essentially what we're doing here is we are first using an authentication file that essentially has my, my client secret, and I obfuscated the data, so and see my subscription IDs, etc. And you then use that in this file. You instantiate essentially all the objects, use authentication, and this piece of code is essentially what we are using to call list the virtual machines that are sitting under my subscription, my VMware VMs that are sitting under my subscription. If I execute that, you can see at the bottom here, I get the response, and it should say, let's see if we can find. Do I see my VM name in there somewhere? There we go. There's one of my VMs. So that works. You can use full APIs to do any of the VMware functions into Azure. So you can create virtual machines, stop virtual machines, delete, create networks, create the whole SDDC if you want. So all of that's available to you. Okay. Thanks. I'm going to hand over to Manoj.
Awesome. Very impressive. And let's see what we can do with all this. So a quick show of hands. How many people here actually manage or access a VMware environment? Okay, quite a few. And how many people actually code? How many develop applications? So there's an overlap. Yeah. So this solution actually addresses needs and pain points that both these roles actually face today in enterprise environments. So if you look at the left side, as a VMware admin, one of the biggest problems you have is capacity management, right? Which is, I want to make sure I have enough capacity, to deal with an application demand. When there are performance issues, I want to make sure, mission critical apps get the infrastructure they need. But I don't want to provision too much, right? I want to make sure it just matches exactly what I'm looking for, so that I don't waste my resources, don't waste my money, and don't waste my IT budget dollars. And I don't get that agility on-prem, right? This is the promise of the cloud. And even though VMware itself is sort of a cloud management platform, the fact is that this underlying infrastructure agility is something that doesn't exist in data centers today, enterprise on-premise data centers today. So that's what we're really bringing to the picture with this solution is, we're bringing the cloud-like consumption paradigm of Azure into VMware. And so that's the first problem we're trying to solve. The second is that there's a bunch of applications and end user and end developer or a tenant consumption that happens in VMware. Today, that is siloed from the public cloud. Public cloud, there's shadow IT happening. There is developers that are building cloud-native applications. They are kind of going, kind of taking advantage of public cloud services, but the rest of the infrastructure is kind of siloed away, and it is called it's a traditional kind of infrastructure. And so when I want to manage my tenants and end user consumption there, I have to use some other tools. I have to use self-service tools, vRealize automation, ServiceNow, tickets, and all those kinds of things. And when I go to the public cloud, it's another platform, right? It's another set of identities, another set of access control, other set of operations, and things like that. So there's a duplication of kind of management requirements need to be met separately, and also they kind of, the worlds don't mix, right? It's the old guard and the new guard kind of don't mix. But this is not natural, right? Because I have a lot of operational databases, I have transactional databases, I have data warehousing, I have lots of homegrown apps and lots of data that is collected and into the VMware environment. And there's a lot of data gravity in this environment. And when I want to develop something, I don't want to ignore that. I want to get my access as a developer. If I'm writing an application for an enterprise, I don't want to, have my ML and my container-based, auto-scale application running in the public cloud, but having no access whatsoever to the keys to the kingdom, to the data gravity in the enterprise. Databases. If it's a bank or an insurance company, these databases have been built over, dozens of years. I don't get access to that in the cloud. So when we bring VMware to the cloud, we enable that access. And it's not just making VMware available on hardware in Azure. We also have to make sure we truly bring the developers, an ability for the developers to code against this platform. So what Marcus showed us was how you can actually address a VMware VM using the Azure interfaces and Azure APIs. And so for the first time, I can actually do my cloud native development and address my VMware workloads, and then bring together the two worlds. So this is a unified application development paradigm, and it cuts deeper than that. I mean, we've done a lot of deep integration, including performance, including logging, including access control that the solution can provide. So moving on, so this unique ability, of solving these problems. There's for end users and developers, certainly, Marcus gave us a flavor on how that works. But the other part of the picture also is bringing the infrastructure agility through node provisioning, right? So essentially, what these 4 buckets, what they're capturing is like, look, you can manage and provision your infrastructure nodes, but also your VMs through an interface. You get a single ARM template to address them. You take advantage of existing services. So if I want to use, as an administrator, if I want to use Azure storage, or if I want to deploy VMs in Azure and manage my KMS for my VMware environment, or if I want to do Azure AD, these kinds of things, I can, now that Azure is next door, I can take care of those, I can take advantage of those services, Azure services, into my VMware native environment as an administrator. But as a developer, I can now reach back into this data gravity and build an ML transformation in Azure ML using data coming from my Oracle transactional databases and things like that. So that's kind of the power of this unification. So let's jump into some, get some ideas on what can be possible with this. This is just what I'm going to show is a few examples of what's possible. This is actually an example focused on a couple of use cases around unified management and infrastructure agility, but there are many, many more paradigms possible. There are, you can build 3-tier apps and have them live a dual existence between the two environments, and the possibilities are endless. We just GA'd last week, and we're going to talk more and more about these capabilities and possibilities over the next coming weeks and months, and in future conferences as well. Okay, so let's first, so you already saw this first bucket here, which is understand the unified VMware management ARM API. Marcus kind of showed us how to use that. So I'm not going to spend time on that, but let's solve a problem. How can I treat my infrastructure as code, as I do in native cloud, and declaratively program against it, rather than writing a script or a code every time? I want to say, hey, this is what I want. Go make it happen. That's what Terraform does, right? That's what many of the DevOps tools do. You declaratively specify your desires and put it in a config file, and the system provisions it for you. Now that we have the ability to program VMware on ARM, Terraform can be used to program against it. Terraform already does native IaaS VM deployment using Terraform. But now we're going to show you a new provider that we're building. This is something we are previewing. It's not released yet, but it's a provider that allows you to interact with ARM and treat your infrastructure as code and declaratively configure infrastructure against ARM on VMware, right? Why is this important? So there's a Terraform provider for vSphere. For those who probably know or don't know, there's a Terraform provider for vSphere. There's a Terraform provider for native IaaS. But there isn't a Terraform provider that can provision VMware from ARM, right? And why is that important? Because now I can use the same identities, right? The same secrets and the same authorization information that Marcus was showing, and I can then get logging, the DevOps part of it, the logging, the monitoring, the troubleshooting in the same script, in the same Terraform config file. So let's see the config file. I'm going to escape out of this and load up my Visual Studio Code. Okay. So this is a config file of a Terraform provider that we are building against ARM. So it's called provider ARM-CS. So it's an ARM Cloud Simple provider. It has the config to enable the authentication. But then what it's saying is, hey, give me a set of VMs with this config. And so there's some magic here that I'd like to bring to your attention. And it's kind of hidden. So vSphere template. So what does this mean? So this means that I have a template library that I've built on-prem. And I have my IT agents, and I have default configurations and policies in Windows or Linux that I have built as IP in IT over time. I am going to enable consumption of that IP in the public cloud, right? So now, without changing anything in your vSphere template, in the public cloud, your end users can deploy those RT-hardened images. And so that vSphere template VM-AT is actually the template Marcus also used to create the VM, but I can address any of them, right? And so, but I can also change things if I want to. I can change the amount of cores or the RAM. So I don't have to stick to just the template sizing. I can change the sizing here. Anyway, my point is, let me just go ahead and use this template to deploy. So what does this do? This deploys a virtual machine against ARM that lives in VMware. So let's see what that would. I'm going to escape out of this one. Yeah. So when I deploy those virtual machines and I see the list of virtual machines, I should see something here, but obviously I should see something here as well, right? So that's kind of what we should expect from this code. Okay, so I'll bring up my Terraform provider console as soon as I can find it. It's not any of these.
You got too many windows.
Yeah, let me switch to the right console. Okay, here. All right. Okay, so I'm going to now. I just set up the count. Actually, this is just a display file. So let me just open the real one, and I will change these credentials later so that whatever's recorded here would not be something you can use. So I have this template file. I've changed the count to 5, and I'm going to now deploy this. So what I do is I just say, hey, Terraform apply parallelism 1, and this goes ahead and says, hey, do you want to perform these actions? I'm going to deploy 5 virtual machines. While it is in action, I am going to get to vSphere, and I can see these VMs show up. I named the prefix as CPU burn, that's the prefix I configured on this. Here you go, name prefix is CPU burn, and that's how these VMs are showing up. These VMs are also going to show up in my subscription. Let me refresh, that's kind of how I get this unified deployment against Azure, but showing up in VMware. And so what does that look like? I mean, just from a coding standpoint, let's get a flavor of that. So, I mean, it's a Terraform provider. So you need to first specify all the inputs that it takes. There's one set of inputs for config that you are creating in this environment. And then there are function calls around create, read, update, delete that the provider supports. Now, you normally never interact with this code, right? This is a Terraform provider. The whole point is you don't have to write code. It's all infrastructure as code. So we're just showing you the behind-the-scenes workings of this. Typically, Terraform provides are open source. When we release this provider, it will be open source too, so you can look at it later, but I'm just walking you through it. You don't really have to code it. I'm just showing you how it would look like if you were to. So it just templatizes the whole thing. Now, I just want to show you like behind the scenes kind of what it does. Then the create call is received. It actually gets all the information. Like in Terraform, you address things with names. You don't address them by ID. And so using the names, the Terraform provider's responsibility is to go get the corresponding resources and then fill up the template. Now the ARM template is right here. This is the body of the request. These are the parameters of the ARM template that Terraform is actually filling up based on the information it got. But the first thing it's doing is converting, names to IDs so that end users would look at it declaratively, and the back end it's doing the plumbing. So that's pretty much it. It's an ARM template. It's making a REST call. I'm using the REST-y kind of library in Go to make this call, and Terraform providers are better written in Go. There's not much to it there. And my provisioning should be finished by now. I should have 5 VMs that are burning up CPU. And why am I burning CPU? I'll explain shortly. But in effect, I am able to achieve my infrastructure, my automation, declarative automation and deployment in the cloud. Okay, so I'm going to switch to switch context once again, and too many windows to manage. Okay, so I already covered this. Okay, so it's important to actually reiterate that what you're getting now is a unified endpoint, a REST endpoint, that allows you to program against both VMware and Azure. It unifies your paradigm. It gives you a single application identity to manage, right? One application that has multiple existence in multiple deployments. Also, you use your single ID, right? It is an Azure AD based authentication to ARM. So that identity remains the same. It's not different in VMware and not different in ARM. You get the access control. So you can set up read access or different privileges levels. Don't have to do it separately in Azure ARM and don't have to do it separately in VMware RBAC. It's in ARM. And performance management. So in fact, if we switch back to the window, you can actually see that when I look at a VM in Azure, I can manage that VM as a regular IaaS VM. Okay, I can perform power operations on it, and I can see the properties. But I can also do performance management on these VMs. CPU, network, disk, and stuff like that. And as a result, I can set up metric alerts on disk usage. In addition to the access control and all this good stuff I talked about, but then I do custom things. I can do VMware configuration in here, right? This is not Azure native VM configuration, right? So those things are all now, I can send these logs to Azure Monitor. I have an audit log of everything that is happening to this VM unified with the rest of Azure. I can send this to a logging system or a security analysis system. And so now I unify my security management. I unify my monitoring in one place. Public cloud, private cloud, all in a single place now.
You want to talk about the resource group mapping to resource pool?
Yeah.
I skipped that part.
Yeah, I mean, we do allow flexibility. In vSphere, those who know, I mean, there are a lot of vSphere owners here, but in vSphere, you have a resource pool, which is a unit of tenancy. The way we support mapping it into Azure, it's optional. It's not required. By the way, this entire feature set is not required. You can use vSphere natively and not have to worry about doing this if you don't want to. But if you do it, you do get a lot of granular controls. So what does that mean? It means that you can take a resource pool in VMware, which is the unit of tenancy in VMware. Multi-tenant deployments can happen on resource pools, and you can set limits on them. And these tenancies can now be controlled. So you can say, look, this mapped resource pool is the resource pool that should show up in the Azure subscription. But this other resource pool I have, it shouldn't show up. And then there's Cloud Simple portal allows you to just go and configure your mapping and say, hey, I want this mapped resource pool to show up in my subscription in Azure, but I don't want the CPU burn to show up. Or I can say, hey, make it show up, right? It's up to me. And it handles the hierarchy nicely. So that's those abilities exist. Now, let's head back to, we saw the Terraform side. Now I'm going to talk about a different problem that we can also solve with this solution. Just for the sake of time, I'm not going to maximize this window. So what problem are we solving here? We talked about the agility problem. I can't basically get infrastructure in minutes in my on-prem environment today. Now, I'm talking about not virtual machines. I'm talking about the physical nodes into which VMware runs. So keep in mind, this solution is retaining your administrative abilities, right? It is allowing you to manage a cloud inside a cloud, right? Now, when you manage a cloud inside a cloud, you're going to want hardware coming into this environment when you want it. And so on-prem, you don't have that, snap a finger and you get hardware. You don't have that ability. But in the cloud, you do. And this actually is just one example. If you want a VLAN, you can do that. If you want, VPN access, if you want public IP mapping into, physical infrastructure and VMs deployed on it, you can do that. If you want to communicate between Azure and VMware environments and set up the right level of network access control, you can do that. And all of that, again, you can set up a firewall rule. All of that by just calling some code or using some UI, and it's self-service and it's all automated and it's instant. I remember I tried to get a public IP address when I was in VMware to one of my web servers, and it took me weeks and lots of validations and checks along the way, and lots of plumbing to do in the Cisco Tor, and and the edge device and the Palo Alto firewall and things like that. In this, all of it is automated, and you can self-service manage and configure to your heart's desire, and protect the environment as well to your heart's desire. So what I'm going to show now is how we can create a hybrid kind of paradigm. I ran some CPU burn VMs. These CPU burn VMs are burning up CPU, and as a result, I might run out of CPU capacity in my infrastructure. So how do I automate the expansion of my environment using this dynamic kind of provisioning capability of this environment? So what I'm going to show you now is it's a little complicated, and there's a lot of moving parts to it, but I deployed some VMs using a Terraform template. These VMs actually go into Azure, right? But they live in VMware. They live on the VMware vSphere hypervisor platform that runs on physical nodes. So I go and put these VMs, and they're running in there, and they're burning up CPU right now. And now what's happening is CPU utilization is going up across this cluster. And, it's just a number, but it's going up. So what do? Well, there is an event when the CPU utilization hits a certain threshold. We send an event. Where do we send an event to? Well, one of the best places to manage your a reaction to events is Azure Functions. So we will send an event call to Azure Functions. And Azure Functions will call into this platform using, add node command that we have in an API, and it'll add new physical infrastructure, and it will restore my utilization. Imagine doing this on-prem, right? It's unthinkable. So let's see how that looks like and how that works, right, with some code. So I've burned up a lot of CPU. And now I am going to switch to my bash shell. I have this script running here, which is measuring my CPU, right? I just started 5 VMs in the interest of time, and the CPU utilization goes up slowly, but it is going up when I added these VMs. So, what is this code doing, right? This code is measuring CPU demand, and the way it's measuring CPU demand is by simply making calls. It's not this one. It's simply making calls to VMware, and it's saying, "Hey vSphere, tell me." So it's saying, "Okay, go ahead and get latest data from vCenter." It's telling vSphere, "Hey, tell me all this stuff, CPU demand about the cluster that exists in the private cloud," and then it's saying analyze the expansion. So what does analyze expand do? It looks at the CPU demand percentage, and then it looks at whether it's greater than a certain threshold, and if the threshold is hit, then it says, okay, I'm going to expand. When it makes the expand call, it is going to authorize into the environment, and then it's going to make an Azure Functions expand call, which is going to call this function called create node. So let's go to the definition of create node. Well, it's super simple. It's an Azure Functions call, right? Azure Functions gives you a unique URL for every function you deploy. It sends the parameter of the name of the node that it needs to add. The authorization is sent as a post request, and then Azure Autoscale, environment sort of responds. So that function is going to respond. What does that function do? That function that is running in Azure Functions, and I'll show you shortly, is actually going to go ahead and make an ARM call to add the node. And so it's getting all the parameters that it needs, and then it loads up a JSON file, which is the Azure template, which has the node name and the node type and all those things. It loads up that JSON file, and then it makes the Azure call into it. So here, let me see. Yeah, I'm making the Azure call here to expand the node, and then it's waiting for the asynchronous operation to finish. Whether it succeeds or fails, it sends me the corresponding successfully created or could not be created, right? So we should see this request response coming back. So let's go do this. I'm going to call this automatic expansion API right now. So if I flip back to my environment, and I look at, I'm just going to call a script instead of threshold. So it's 8.27% now. Let's look at this, yeah, I'm setting a CPU threshold to 8%, so that, when the threshold is hit, it should go ahead and expand it. Okay, so I call it, and it's going to test the CPU. Oh, threshold is hit. Let me go ahead and expand. It's issuing an Azure Functions expand call. And I'm going to show you the Azure Functions log shortly. I don't want to switch context too fast, but it should get a response from the Azure function very soon. And when it does get a response, it will print out the response, and we should have a new node in the infrastructure. Okay, yes, so I got a response back saying, I added this node, it's successfully created, and I've successfully expanded the cluster. Now I go back and check my Azure function. Here it is, create node app. The function itself is right here. It's a create node trigger. Let me see if I can monitor it by accessing its log. Okay, so I do see, is it a recent log? It's probably not a recent log. Okay, so how do let's go look at function app settings. There's a way for me to see the log, and now I can't find it. Aha, here, diagnostic logs. No. Log streaming. Yes, this is the one. So I guess I had to open it before I issued this command. But yeah, I mean, I can go ahead and issue one again, but this, let me do that again so that I see the log when it's called. I'm going to expand it one more time. And now I'm going to keep the screen open so that I got this request to expand, and it issues the expand call, and my node is added in the environment shortly, which I will be able to see when I click Cloud Simple Nodes. So yeah, it got the log request anyway, and this autoscale D463 has been added. D463 is right here, and so my environment is now scaled using this capability. Now, something like this of auto scaling, is not something you should be needing to write code for. This is something that should be built in to the environment. So this auto scalability will be built into the platform, right? You can just set a parameter and then it'll go ahead and do it. It's a roadmap feature, it's being developed, but it's something we're adding. But this was just an example of what you can do, right? What I can do beyond this is even create a 3-tier app. Here's an example. So I have a load balanced web scale VM. I'm deploying that in Azure, in my Azure environment, and then I'm adding infrastructure on the VMware side, or accessing infrastructure on the VMware side, or I'm adding physical capacity or accessing physical capacity on the VMware side, and then submitting it to ARM, and it goes out and does its stuff for my DevOps. And it also goes ahead and configures the Azure services, also configures VMware. So as you can see, sort of this integrated, unified DevOps is possible for the first time in the cloud between private cloud and public cloud. And it makes your infrastructure more agile. It enables your applications to be modernized to get into cloud native when possible, or portions of them can get into cloud native when possible. And it enables what we call the new hybrid, right? Which is really the best of both worlds. It's giving you the VMware private, high performance, dedicated, isolated infrastructure, and it's giving the cloud native, services oriented, and the DevOps oriented development paradigms. And we have a link here that you can find out more about. If you're an admin, go buy the service. If you're a developer, ask your admin to go buy the service so that you can code against it like we did here.
Okay, so thank you. Good job.
So we can open up now for questions.
Questions, we have a little bit of time we can take.
Yeah.
The VM that was spun up on Azure, did you take advantage of like backup services?
Great question. So that's the idea here, is that now you can do these unified integrations. Backup is a great example. So Azure Backup backs up VMware VMs, and typically in Azure Backup you specify some storage location like NFS or something else where you keep those backups. What you can do now, and then those storage locations, if you want to protect them into the cloud, into low-cost storage of the cloud, then you have to copy them from that NFS into the public cloud, right, in a secure manner, and it goes over the WAN and it's expensive. But now that VMware is next to the public cloud, you deploy Azure Backup, and then Azure Backup can back up directly into Azure Storage. And so you eliminate the secondary storage completely, and you reduce your TCO. And this is a cloud-native integrated application architecture that improves administration of the VMware and lowers the cost of VMware. This is just an example of sort of the new kind of hybrid paradigm that we are enabling for administrative use cases.
How about the networking? From the VMware side, say we use distributed switches and private VNets to fence our little development environments, and how does that carry over?
Yeah, how does it? Yeah, another great question. So this was more of a developer-oriented presentation, and we didn't cover kind of some of the basics of the features because it was not very interesting to developers. But and you should find more on the website. But we provide full compatibility with native DVSs, right? Native your if you want, you can use NSX. It's always enabled in your environment, and you can use it. The good thing is that there's layer 3 integration. So your VNets actually live in their own address space, but they can talk over layer 3 to these DVS, to these subnets that are on the VLAN, on the DVS, essentially. And so if I have a VM using its IP address, I can just communicate to any VM in Azure, and it will be local communication.
Very impressive.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, had a question over there.
The ESX hosts themselves, is there networking live on a VLAN, or is that a
Yeah, so the platform is fully compatible with VMware native, and the host needs a VLAN. ESXi needs a VLAN for vMotion, vKernel, vSAN, you name it, right? So it needs all that, the native VLAN. So we do provide VLANs. We also do provide you the ability to take VLANs and add them to workloads in the DVS port groups that we talked about. And does it live on a public IP? It doesn't. It's an isolated, dedicated environment that's kind of gives you complete independence of any other tenant, but the physical infrastructure is never shared with any other tenant. It's yours for the lifetime of your subscription.
Yep. There you go.
My question was, since it's like a vSphere environment inside Azure, so how are you taking care of like the instance type and the t-shirt typing with respect to Azure instance? Like Azure allows you to only create a certain series of VMs, but on the VMware environment, I could do anything that's on my scale.
Correct.
And especially my question is around for disk IOPS and stuff like that.
Yeah, you want to take that?
Yeah, so we don't limit you to any VM t-shirt sizes. So you get the node is yours. You can oversubscribe the node as long as we maintain those safe service levels around, vSAN, Slack, 25%, but you can oversubscribe memory and CPU to your heart's content. And then your second question was, right, so IOPS, yeah. No, vSAN is yours to manage. So you must. So if you have a 4-node cluster, 8-node cluster, you have that pool of storage. Be just aware that you'll find explosive performance. Like we've had customers who've had double the IOPS on the e-commerce application who've been able to test, their next year's anticipated transaction levels. And those workloads are going to be hungry for IOPS, and if you don't limit them, if you don't throttle the VMs over time, there's going to be contention and noisy neighbors, so you need to manage your vSAN space. Yeah.
It's a dedicated storage substrate. It's a hyperconverged node, so it's only in your nodes, right? And then this is all flash, and with NVMe cache tiering, so actually you would get the full IOPS that vSAN is capable of, and vSAN has SIOC, storage IO control. And the problem that Marcus was describing, you can solve that problem by kind of allocating IO shares and kind of setting your own limits. So here's the deal. You remain the VMware administrator even in this context. And for the first time, you're managing a cloud inside a cloud. And so, you don't buy the 500 IOPS limit from Azure. You get the full capacity of the node. And then you set the limit for your tenants.
Yeah. Thanks. Any questions on that side? Go ahead.
How are you guys bubbling up physical hardware issues like what VMC does with? So I like the idea that you get full management of the nodes, but how are you preparing for hardware maintenance? Are you proactively adding new hardware and demotioning?
Correct. Yeah. So we handle hardware failures. We have a control plane that monitors for everything, right? Any failures. As soon as we notice any issue, if that hardware is unrecoverable, like a NIC has gone bad or disk has gone bad, then we add a new node, put the host in maintenance mode, get your data and your VMs over, and then move the failed node out, all behind the scenes. Now, we do require, especially when you're running production, that you set up the right level of fault tolerance. Mm-hmm. You have to set up FTT in vSAN, and you have to make sure you have HA and the DRS settings correctly. And so, if you have the right level of protection, you don't lose anything. And how do we manage? Like we don't actually give you ESX root access, right? We give you vSphere administrative access, vCenter administrative access. But ESX is managed by the service provider, by us, and so you don't get to access into that. But you can do any management on top of that.
Yeah. Right. So the question is, since it's a private cloud on Azure, licensing-wise, can you bring your own licenses? The answer is no, and yes. And so for vSphere, vSAN, NSX, it's part of the subscription license. So if the service is $100 a month, we include that as part of the license cost. There are products like Visualize Operations or SRM where customers can bring their own licenses, Veeam, Zerto, whichever. Yeah. Okay. Yes. So there's lots of options. There's vMotion, yeah. Cold vMotion, hot vMotion, HCX. Do you want to?
Yeah, the mind-blowing part about this is it's VMware, right? So the thing is, VMware has a lot of ecosystem tools, vMotion and cold vMotion, live vMotion, no re-IP vMotion, L2 stretch vMotion, bulk migration. All of that just works. It's a VMware native target.
Yeah. I will say it depends on the volume that you have, which type of migration strategy you're going to use, but yeah.
The roadmap for regions? What is the roadmap for regions? Where we can deploy?
Regions.
Regions, yeah. Yeah, so now the hard questions come up. So we've gone GA in East-West US. In late June, mid-July, Amsterdam will come up, so West Europe. And then we are rapidly expanding into our Hero or Ring 1 regions. So we see the first wave of that hitting around the September timeframe.
And we'll continue build out over time, global worldwide expansion in all the usual suspects of large volume of VMware customers. But we are also very customer driven. Yeah. If there is a customer demand that we see that doesn't match our roadmap, we will adjust our roadmap.
Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Question about autoscale and with respect to essentially the shared storage of the vSAN level. So when you do autoscale, you're just not scaling compute and memory at this point. You also you have to rebalance the storage across the cluster. So how has that worked out?
Yeah. That's true. Yeah. So vSAN takes care of that. I mean,
here in downtown Seattle. For all of you that are attending Microsoft Build, and after all the awesome content, you're like, I want to go do something. We're going to show you two things today. Let's go this way.
Hey, Microsoft Build attendees, we are outside of the Museum of Pop Culture, and this was actually founded by Paul Allen in the year 2000. And we're going to take a look inside and see what's going on.
Absolutely. This is just 2 miles away from the Washington State Convention Center. So for those of you Microsoft Build attendees, you can just scoot right on over here.
Let's go inside.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right, we are inside here, the MoPop with Brooks Peck. So tell us about MoPop, for those that don't know anything.
Sure. MoPop, the Museum of Pop Culture. So we love film, we love TV, we love video games, we love fashion, we look at everything. We have standing galleries about science fiction and fantasy and horror film.
So I'm really digging the room that we're in right now. Why don't you tell everybody where are we exactly?
This exhibition is called Indie Game Revolution. Really weird and fun, cool games. So we have a rotating library of games. You can come in, you can play every single game here in the exhibition.
Well, I'm excited to see everything that's in here. Should we go check it out?
Yeah,
let's
go do it.
Oh my gosh, this is beautiful.
So we're downtown in Seattle at the beautiful Wings Over Washington ride. Now, this is going to be a really interesting 4D experience where people are going to get to experience the sights and the sounds of Seattle.
And the smells. My understanding is this is a 5K experience. Not only that, the thing moves around, and it's going to be like, again, a very emotional experience for me. You can feel it just with the music, I think. And I'm literally going to be an eagle over Washington. I'm really excited.
I totally want to know what this feels like. You want to go upstairs and check it out?
Let's do it.
Let's go.
That was pretty good, man.
That was awesome. I loved it.
It felt like I was literally flying over Washington.
It did.
And we talked about the smells.
We did.
There were smells.
They were pretty legit, though. I really like the flowers. That was my favorite part about it.
I knew you would, because they smelled wonderful.
They're amazing.
Look, this is so close to the Washington State Convention Center. You got to check it out. It's right here near the pier, near Crab Pod, and near that ginormous Ferris wheel thing.
Yeah, so make sure you come down and check it out while you're here for Microsoft Build.
I loved it.
We're here in the Microsoft garage. All right, so we're live. Yes, hello, Margaret. We're here to learn about IoT. IoT stands for the Internet of Things.
You are such a corporate lackey. First, let's show you something super basic. Then we kind of do something incredibly stupid with it. By far the weirdest thing we've done today.
Will mixed reality replace your phones and your PCs? The answer for me is, broader and allows us to look at the entire technology space. I like to think about the technology space as kind of going through seasons. Think about it as spring, summer, fall, or winter. It takes a long time for you to go through all of these seasons, and at the end of the day, all of these technology eras exist at the same time. We still have mainframes today, but I think it's fair to say that they're kind of going through the journey of being in their winter. On the other hand, you look at it and you say, look, mobile phones, those types of things, it's pretty easy to say that they're no longer in spring and they're sitting in their summer. I look at mixed reality, I look at AI, I look at the future of computing, this third era of computing, and I place it in the spring. And the end result is, people will have all of these devices. We're still doing cycle-accurate simulations for our holographic processing unit on mainframes. I have a phone in my pocket. Of course, I have a HoloLens. And I spend a lot of my day as a knowledge worker in front of a PC. So to me, it's not about an or, it's about an and. And I'm super excited about the third era of computing, the era of mixed reality. But I don't think it's a replace. I think it's an augment the types of devices and the types of experiences that we already have.
Welcome back to Microsoft Build Live. We still have so much in store for you today, like the good and bad and the ugly with serverless. But first, I would love to dive in with powering .NET development on Mac with Visual Studio 2019. And I have a group of guests today. We have Michaela, Jordan, and Christo.
Hi.
Hey. All right. So huge announcements this week. What are some of the things that .NET developers have to look forward to?
The big feature in Visual Studio for Mac 2019 8.1 is the new editor. We've ported the editor from Windows to Mac and added a new native UI on top of that. And that brings a lot of really great new features to Mac developers. So you now have support for things like multi-cursor editing, but also Mac integration features like the emoji input and support for other input methods, right-to-left text support, better accessibility, word wrapping. There's a whole lot of stuff in there.
There's a whole lot of stuff. Like, do you have demos for us to look at today?
I do, yes.
All right. Is there anything, Jordan and Krista, you want to add before we jump into the demos?
A couple of the other big things for .NET devs. And so what we have is we got a preview out of our next release, which is our Visual Studio 2019 for Mac. Version 8.1 Preview 1. So along with the new editor coming on by default, you've got .NET Core 3 support. So you get that installed and it'll light up in the IDE, and then new .NET Core, ASP.NET Core templates for SPA, Angular, React, not React Native, Redux, and Razor class libraries. So a few of the other things in the preview that's available this week.
Oh, wow. So there's a lot for .NET developers to look forward to.
Yep.
And Mac developers as well.
Yes.
All right. Krista, anything for you before we jump in?
Yeah, and let's not forget the love that we show for Unity developers that prefer to use Macs. We also have support for Docker, which is built in, and some developers may not know about that. And finally, support for serverless with functions. One of the things that we added is the auto update of the functions runtime. So every time the team pushes a new runtime, we pick it up and it's available for you, so you don't have to do extra steps. That's fantastic. And support for deploying to Azure as well. Again, all from inside the IDE, so .NET developers can feel at home inside for Mac as well. Yeah.
All right. So now for the fun bits, demos. All right.
Yes. So I have here the solution that Jordan and I built earlier in our talk, where we built a full kind of Bluetooth device to a Xamarin app, to Azure Functions, to an ASP.NET web app, to an Angular front end. So we built the whole thing in our talk, which you can catch online if you didn't see it. So I have that solution open right here. And this is in our new editor. So one of the features that we were kind of surprised to hear that people wanted, but then we tried it for ourselves and found out why they wanted it. It's super cool, is word wrapping. So yeah, so you can see the little indicator here that shows that the line has been wrapped, and it's actually wrapping that back with indentation as well. So this is built on the same core as the Windows version, works the same way. You now get all sorts of great features like multi-cursor editing. So you can place these cursors in a bunch of locations, type all places at once. That's super cool. And via Roslyn, we have all of the refactorings that you expect. So I can do Alt-Enter, introduce a local there, then type a new name for my local. Actually, that name is pretty good. It's pretty good at picking those names.
So like if I am moving from my Windows device, so from Windows 10 to Mac, I feel like there's an effortless transition right now.
Yeah, if you're a developer who's been using Visual Studio on Windows and you come to the Mac, the editor is now going to feel a lot more familiar. A lot of the little details, things like the way that indentation works and auto brace insertion, things like that now work exactly the same way.
All right, I think it's time I bought a Mac again.
But yes, my favorite feature, however, is the emoji input.
Ooh,
I'm a big fan of emoji. And yeah, so you can bring up the emoji input on macOS with Control Command period. And so we now have support for this. So as you can see, my most frequently used emoji. But yeah. And also support for like things like the long press input. So if you want accented characters, we have much better support for bidirectional languages, and languages with more complex input methods are now fully supported using the standard Mac ways of doing that.
That's going to make comments look a lot nicer.
More friendly, and there are some emojis thrown in.
A lot nicer. Wow. Is there anything else that is, so a couple of things that were new is like, will we have the same start window experience?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that get to code where you can open, when you open Visual Studio, you get that window where you can do like new project or open a project or just see your recent projects. It opens really fast. It makes it really quick to open your solution and start writing code, because we know that's the important thing.
That's an important thing. So Jordan and Krista, anything to add to the new experience?
So a big theme that we keep working on in the IDE in general is around, we hear a good bit of feedback about like the performance and reliability of it. So we've done a lot of work. Our 2019 release that came out in April, for example, well, with every release, lots of stuff going on perf and reliability, but we did a ton of fixes like on our Git backend to smooth out, some issues we had with Git integration.
Yeah.
The editor, this was like a really big example of that kind of work. That one piece is perf and reliability improvements there. We went from where we were with the editor, basically like a game custom drawing out the text on screen rather than using the macOS primitives and the actual native text handling. So swapping out things like that in the IDE, those are examples of this theme we're working toward of addressing and hardening the IDE, making sure the core experiences of source control, edit, debug, publishing, testing are all real solid. It's kind of the space we're in right now working on things.
Krista?
What I really admire about the team is the fact that we are also very well aligned with the community. So the way that we work is 100% driven by the community, and we put a lot of focus on actually listening to our users, understanding what they really need, and interacting with them at all levels to take their feedback and actually prioritize our workloads based on that. So we added support for inside the IDE feedback, so people can actually go and raise suggestions or raise bugs, and the team is actively looking at that all the time. So one of the things that we want to say is that if anyone is using, and we urge our developers to go and download the preview bits and start using them, so we can actually see that feedback coming in, and hopefully we can be the product that everyone is super happy about.
And where would people go to like give information? Where do they? Oh, is Michaela bringing that up?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
So it help report a problem or help provide us a suggestion. And you can just log in and report a bug and attach your logs. So that helps us to track down the issues. So yeah, we really appreciate all the folks who've given us feedback on the changes they want to see, the issues they're running into, so we can make a better product. Feedback is really, really important and really appreciated.
Yeah, because one of the big things that came out is ASP.NET Core and how ASP.NET Core developers can feel nice and friendly and at home on Visual Studio for Mac, and Unity. Unity was another big one.
Yes.
How are we gathering this customer information? Like one of the things that we do on my org is we go and kind of look at people behind a glass mirror and they don't know that we're there. So is it the same kind of experience where that's how you're driving the customer experience?
Yeah, we definitely do some of that UX research with the whole like script and mirrored glass and stuff. We also go out and talk to folks and ask them what are the pain points they're seeing, what things do they wish were easier to do. We have developer community where folks can report issues and make suggestions, and we also interact on Twitter and basically across all the channels. We try and listen to people anywhere where they're providing feedback. We want to get that.
All right, and I'm glad you brought up Twitter, because just as a reminder, you can ask us questions on the Twitters. We will have all the information below that will allow you to ask these questions. So please send us as many questions as you would like before we lose these wonderful people. So bring them on. Another thing that I saw, I was reading through your announcement, is I can run 2 instances of Visual Studio at the same time now, right?
You can, yes.
And was this part of the performance work? Oh, I think I should let you demo that first.
I can demo that, yes. So this was one of our most requested features. So you can just right-click on it there and do new instance, and it'll open up another instance. So here you can see the new welcome screen that we mentioned earlier too. So having 2 instances makes it easy if you're working with multiple solutions and you want to compare them and things like that. It was one of our most top requested features, and that's why we added it.
All right. And like, what else can developers look forward to? What, like the mobile space? What have we added with the emulators? What can we see there?
The big one with the 2019 release was improvements around the like with Xamarin and Android development. So there was up to like a 30% improvement in the build times, or up to a 30% improvement on the build times on like the Smart Hotel 360 project. If some people have seen that one.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
Like 2x improvement on some deployment times for some of these apps as well. So there was a big focus on Android specifically. A lot of feedback that had come in about that workflow, especially around build times. There was a lot of work that went into that. So that was the 2019 release. It's actually, that was what we put out in April, so it's available now.
It's available now. Anything to add to that? Like in the Unity space, is there anything that we've been doing that customers should go try right now?
Well, we have really deep integration with the Unity workloads. As always, we have a dedicated team that is working on that integration, and our goal is to make the experience between the Unity editor and the C# editing inside VS and VS for Mac as smooth, as quick as possible. So as part of the preview that was released on Monday, we did some improvements there on the tooling as well. So again, that team is listening actively to feedback, and we want everyone to drive that quality based on their voice, right? You make your heard voice through that. So Unity, again, it's big. It's the default editor, both on Windows and Mac.
Yeah.
And we want developers, again, to feel at home when they use C#.
Yeah, and there was that reminded me back to like the per for reliability or the customer feedback. We had a lot of feedback around the Unity debugger having some differences on the Mac versus the great stuff on Windows. So again, in that April release, the Unity debugger is now at its core the same as the one on the Windows side. The team did a big bit of work on that. So the debugging experience for our Unity developers should be vastly improved with that release. So that was one I almost forgot about there. So as you're mentioning that, like, we've been listening there, yeah.
There you go.
All right. And this is where I throw like the curveball question.
Oh.
No, it's nice. Don't worry. It's a great question. What is the future? What does the future look like for VS for Mac? What can customers look forward to seeing at the end of the year, at the beginning of the new year in 2020? Or even like wild ideas that you've been thinking about. This is a safe, nice space.
Well, we're looking like we did the work with the editor, and we're focusing very much on the fundamental workflow. Again, I mentioned source control, editing, debugging, and testing. Debugging is in our sights. We're going to keep going with the editor. We got to continue the work we started. We're not done once we put out the new editor. Now it's looking at things like, well, where do we go next of adding in code lens or peak definition? Great features that have been on Windows and in the VS family that we want on the IDE. We've got this basic work needed for this first piece of the editor. Continue building that out. Debugging, we're looking at making sure it's solid and addressing some top feedback there. And NuGet is another top item. Improving, we get a lot of feedback around solution level package management. That, and then multi-targeting comes up a good bit too. So we're starting to dive into that a bit more to be able to better handle customers coming in. There's a number of places in Xamarin workflows. The multi-targeting is increasingly important. So those are like the top ones in my head right now for the spaces of work we're looking at. Oh, and the XAML language service. I don't know if you want to talk any on that one.
Yeah, so that kind of goes back to the editor. So it is currently in preview, and the new editor only works for C# files right now. But so we need to bring all of the other language services to the new editor as well, and share and bring the language services for those file types over from Windows as well, so we get a consistent experience for things like XAML and Razor and JSON and so on. So there is a lot more work to do on the editor just to kind of like build it out across all the file types.
Yeah. So even like as a VB developer in the future, because like we had a conversation with the VB developer, like as a VB developer in the future, I will be happy on VS for Mac. Maybe?
I'm not going to commit to anything, but the work that we've been doing would definitely make it easier to bring that.
All right.
If we could, yeah. So if folks want VB support, please go vote on developer community. Like the more votes we get there, like our priorities are guided by what we hear from people. So, and if we do one thing, it means we're not going to do something else. So
I completely understand. So talk to them on the Twitters, and we will move from there. So we are at the end. Thank you so much for coming. We will be right back with how to mine your data for gold. Stay with us, and thank you for coming.
I'm Olivier from the Azure IoT engineering team.
And my name is Pamela Cortez, and I'm also part of the Azure IoT engineering team.
We're both engineers.
Yes.
If you're an IoT developer, an architect, if you're in the Internet of Things business, you will want to tune into the IoT show. This is a great show with like snackable formatted videos that will allow you to learn about the latest and greatest at Microsoft when it comes to IoT technologies.
So if you want to hear the latest announcements, new features coming along, hear from partners and customers who are building IoT solutions, stay tuned because it's every Monday we're releasing a new video.
Yeah. And so these snackable short videos are about bringing people from the engineering team, from our customers and partners to have their insights into the technology. But we also now have a new type of IoT shows, longer one, the deep dives.
What's great about these deep dives is that we will show how to build an end-to-end solution. We'll also deep dive into different tech scenarios like ML on the edge and DevOps when it comes to IoT. And we also, since it's live, it's a great way for you to come from the community and ask questions. So it's perfect for devs, architects, any technical decision makers.
I think you should do that again and lead with the live portion of it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think like hearing it, I'm just like, so how is it really different? It's longer, but no, I think you should actually nail that. And we have like the deep dives are actually live shows, longer. We go in depth into the topics with our industry experts. And just make it short.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Good, let's do that.
I wish I memorized exactly what you just said.
I cannot say it twice the same way.
I know. All right. So the deep dives are live, which means that you can come and ask questions and also learn how to build an end-to-end solution. Also, we'll spend some time deep diving in different tech scenarios like ML on the edge, what's it mean for DevOps and IoT solutions. So it's perfect for devs, architects, and technical decision makers.
So tune in to the IoT Show every Monday, a new IoT Show episode for the snackable format. Every other Wednesday, the live IoT Deep Dives with Pamela.
All right, James, I'm pretty excited about this one. Where are we?
Well, we're at Indy Chocolate, the home of chocolate here in Seattle, and only a 7-minute drive from the convention center. And I hear that they have an amazing workshop set up for us. You want to get some chocolate?
Yes, please. Let's go right now.
As soon as we made it, we're here inside the beautiful Pike Place Marketfront on Western Avenue. We're ready to try some chocolate, I hear.
I'm so excited. I love hot chocolate so much. So we are actually here with Erin, the founder of Indy Chocolate.
Yes, welcome to Indy Chocolate.
And can you tell us a little bit about the business?
Yep, we started with body care. We're the only body care company that sprouted a chocolate factory and a cafe.
That's awesome.
But we love to play in chocolate, and you can find the way we play in mixology kits and lotions and teas and spice rubs in all kinds of fun ways. So let's get you a little taste of what that looks like and a little sip of what that looks like
I'm
as
very
well.
excited. Awesome.
Great.
Let's do it.
All right, James, so we're at Pike Place Market. I'm actually a huge fan of carbs. I don't know about you, so I think I'm ready for a palate cleanser. Do you like carbs?
I love carbs. I love bread. Rat la panier. Let's go do it.
Let's do it.
Now, Suze, welcome to my Sunday in Seattle. Every single Sunday, I'd go get some fresh produce and then come right here to La Panier to get an Americano and a baguette.
So this is one of your favorite places,
It truly
personally.
is. Yes, I love it.
Awesome. And so I can see some macarons here as well. This is Laura, the general manager of this place. So can you tell us a little bit about your macarons?
We sell more than 10,000 a week of our lovely
Whoa,
macarons.
that's a lot of macarons.
Right? The bakery was started in 1983 by a Frenchman who missed his daily baguette, as you do. And part of our original team who started the bakery are still here and owning and operating the place. 600 pounds of butter a week for our slow season. 600 pounds of sugar a week.
Oh my goodness, that's a lot of carbs. I'm pretty into this place, I think.
I'm into it. So if you need your carbs, head to La Panier and get some.
Cheers.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Microsoft Build Online live. My name's Amy Boyd, and today I'm joined by Lewis and Elad, who are from our cognitive search team. We're going to be talking about mining our data for gold, which sounds very exciting. So thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
It's a pleasure to be here. So, you know, we're talking about mining data for gold. And the product that we want to talk to you a little bit about is Azure Search. We have a new capability that we announced generally available now that is called Cognitive Search within Azure Search. And just so that we have a reference for the discussion and for the questions, I want to start with a little bit of a diagram. If you don't mind projecting the diagram on the screen. Azure Search allows us to, in a sense, extract information from different data sources. Sometimes you have unstructured data, like files, like PDFs, TIFFs, and so forth. Or you may have a structured database, like an Azure SQL database. And what we want to do is ingest that information. But in the cases where you have unstructured information, like files, we want to be able to crack those documents open, extract images from them, extract text, and then be able to run machine learning algorithms that we call cognitive skills. This is this enrichment pipeline in the middle. We have a ton of built-in skills that you can run your documents through. Maybe you want to find printed text in images or handwritten text, or maybe extract different types of entities, such as organizations, locations, and places from those from the text.
Yeah.
In order to get structure. And now that you have a structured information, now that you have this tree of information, then you can feed it into a searchable index.
Nice.
And we have a new capability that is now in public preview that we call the knowledge store.
The knowledge store.
And
right.
this knowledge store allows us to project this tree of information that we extracted into tabular shapes or into object shapes so that you can actually do other things beyond search, such as maybe you want to do analytics on Power BI or train your own machine learning models. So we're very excited about that capability as well.
Nice.
And Elad has a super cool demo to show us on this area.
Okay, great stuff. Whilst we're just switching over to the demo, if you do have any questions in the audience or online, please go to aka.ms Microsoft Build Live, and you can ask those questions there, and we'll get them up here, and we can ask Elad and Lewis whatever we want to know. So please do send them in. Okay, should we take a look at the demo then?
Yes, please do. So what I've done is I've tried to do knowledge mining or cognitive search on build. So I've taken all the session information, speakers, decks, abstracts, and I've run cognitive search on it. And to make this a bit more interesting, I've taken all the speaker information and I enriched it using the Microsoft Graph. So I extracted all the speakers, office location, job titles, profile photo.
Okay.
And then I've taken the profile photo and I used Face API to actually enrich that even further and create sort of like a complex type that has all the information about a speaker face.
Nice.
So if I go in and search, if you can show my screen again, I'll go in and search for a few things. So I have a search index here that is powering the build. So if I go and search for my name, for example, I'll find all the sessions at build that I'm in it, and you can see this is actually our session as you go through right now. But that's actually pretty boring. I can actually run a bit of queries, for example, show me all the sessions where the profile information face more than 0.5, so they're like more than 50% bold, yet they have more than 50% sideburns, and I don't know, have glasses, reading glasses. So I'm going to run this kind of query on the same database. I can go and look all the way back. He's a senior program management in his 40s. His name is Jeremy Kelly. So apparently some gentleman answers all the queries that I put in this crazy query.
Okay, but you told me that you took that information and actually dumped it into the knowledge store to do some analytics on it.
Yes, so I've actually went and did exactly that, if you can show my screen again. And I've taken all this thing and projected it into our knowledge store, into a set of tables. And from there, I put a Power BI dashboard on top of this. So now, for example, we can answer the question of what does Jeremy Kelly look like? So I can use the Power BI built-in queries. And this is Jeremy Kelly that we talked about earlier on.
Bald,
so you can see he has all the required characteristics. I can do a bunch of other fun stuff. So I can go and run a Power BI query on, I don't know, show me all the bold speakers by their age. Let's use binary baskets where bold is more than whatever, 0.5. And what I see here is a graph that shows all the speakers based on buckets of age, 30, 35, 40, that are more than 50% bold. You can go and explore them and see all the photos. Let's show you the oldest and the boldest. So you see like Satya and whatever. Now, you would expect to see Scott Guthrie here, being an old and bold gentleman, but apparently that doesn't work. So let's figure out what's going on. Like, why isn't Scott here? So if I go and see here, let's see his profile photo. So Scott uploaded a profile photo from like 25, 30 years ago, where he has a full headset of hair. Hence, he missed our bold qualifier. So that's basically the knowledge store into a Power BI projection using the same cognitive search flow that Louis was talking about.
And I really like this demo because it shows how now that we have structure, right? Now we can do interesting things, both on the search side as well as on the analytics side.
Because I really like the fact that you've been able to access that from Power BI, right? Whereas previously it was in Azure Search and you got all of that like sort of, amazing information. But now, so the projections or the knowledge store, that's in a storage account, is it? That's kind of like that's built, that's refreshed, and then you can access that from many different places. Have I understood that right?
Yes, absolutely. That goes into your storage account, and then you can choose how do you want to use it through Blob APIs or through Azure Tables, and then you can slap a Power BI dashboard on top of it or anything that you want to do.
And by the way, we had several sessions at Build.
Yep.
There was one that was just focused on the knowledge store. So if you are interested, I recommend you take a look at that one as well.
Okay, right, because they'll all be available online. So definitely go and take a look at all those different sessions that you guys have been in. That's really cool. And so when we're creating a knowledge store, we go, when we're creating a cognitive search project, we go via Azure Search. It's not a separate thing, right? It's all together. You then build that out. You called it cracking into the documents? I like that. That's a cool phrase.
We crack the documents open, and you are right. Cognitive search is really the name of a feature of our product, and our product is Azure Search. That is correct.
I see.
Yeah, that's a very good question. We don't want you to be confused on that terminology.
Great stuff. And so if you were to recommend people getting started, people might not have used this before, where do you recommend they go first?
Yeah. So I would recommend you take a look at our documentation. We have a set of quick starts and tutorials. For instance, there is a quick start. Even if you don't want to write a single line of code, you can use the portal and kind of go through a workflow like a wizard, where you essentially tell the system what you want to do, where your data is that you want to index, what enrichments you want to apply to your information, as well as what are the attributes of that search index. Without writing a single line of code, you can create a searchable index. Now, of course, with the APIs, you have a little bit more flexibility, and we have tutorials on how to do that with REST APIs, with .NET, and so forth.
Fantastic. Okay. And if we were going to kind of give some examples of where you've seen search used well, can you tell me a little bit about them?
Yeah.
So we've seen Azure Search and Cognitive Search used in a bunch of industries. We have customers in oil and gas using this to mine well information and historic seismic data. We've seen healthcare customers using this to mine clinical trials and doctor notes and whatever. We've seen basically any enterprise, any industry that has a bunch of data, insurance, legal, finance.
Oil and gas, contracts,
we've seen
all kinds of stuff.
Bring it in.
Media. Yeah.
Wherever you've got lots of different structured, semi-structured, unstructured, you're literally like cracking into dark data, people like to call it, don't they?
PDFs, Excel, Word documents, photos, any and all of the above, feed into a blob or whatever and let Cognitive Search mine this for information.
Fantastic. We actually have a question from the audience. So Marcin has asked us, can I use Azure Search and Knowledge Store on my OneDrive for Business account data files? Is that possible?
So what you will have to do there is create some kind of logic app that connects to your OneDrive and then connect it into one of the Azure data sources that we support, such as, in this case, probably Blob Storage will be a good repository for your files. And the really nice thing is that once things make it into Blob Storage, we have this indexer that is always looking for changes into that repository, so that any new files that make it there, then we can go through all of the process of document cracking, enrichment, and indexing.
Having said that, one of the main assets we're seeing in the last few months since we launched Cognitive Search is the ability to connect and pull data from SharePoint, from OneDrive, from other of the Office, Microsoft 365 assets.
Yeah.
So it's something we're exploring and hope to resolve in the short-term roadmap.
Great stuff. I was going to say, because we have data all over the place, don't we? But the basic underline is something like an Azure Storage account, is it? And
there are, Azure Blob Storage, MySQL, Azure SQL, Cosmos DB.
Okay.
So we have essentially like the Azure databases and storage services. Yeah.
And obviously, it's an infrastructureless, or it's a platform as a service offering, and so is obviously Logic apps as well. So it's nice and simple to just quickly spin these things up, connect them together, all that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
Very nice, very nice. And are you guys, because the form recognizer, right, has become a part of Cognitive Search as well, because we've been, I spoke about that yesterday very briefly. That's a very exciting piece.
So Forms Recognizer is a new cognitive service that we launched. It's also related to knowledge mining. And it's a very, very exciting service because it allows you to provide, just a handful of examples of forms and then be able to extract key value pairs out of these forms. So you should take a look at that as well. It's a very, very exciting new service that we have in the knowledge mining space.
Nice, nice. And so, can you share? Are you working on other things? What does it look like, the future of Cognitive Search? You're doing some great stuff.
Yeah, so we have, we're spending a lot of time and effort converting information from unstructured data to structured data. We just went GA, right? So that was like our main goal right now. We're 30 times faster actually processing information from where we were when we launched in public preview.
Wow.
We're very excited about some of the capabilities that we have added related to complex types. And we hope to continue to kind of follow this path to really understand what's inside your documents so that you can find them, so that you can analyze them, and so that you can make your data useful, so you can find insights in your data.
Yeah, because I guess in the past, a lot of people, right, if you have a PDF document, it's stored there and you can go and like access it, but then it's like, realistically, you just want to be able to search across and get the ones that you want and stuff like that. I was actually speaking to a gentleman here at Build about this, a situation, and I recommended Azure and Cognitive Search as something they should use. So yeah, this is good that we are talking already. There's so many use cases out there, right?
Yep.
So you guys have been obviously speaking at Build as well. So you focused on the knowledge store in one session.
We had several sessions. We had an introduction to Azure Search and Cognitive Search session that Elad and Cindy Notteboom presented. Then we had another one on custom skills, because sometimes you may want to personalize that enrichment pipeline to your needs, maybe plug in your own models. And that's one, if you search for my last name, Cabrera, you will find it. And then just today, we had a magnificent session on the Knowledge Store where Brian Smith and Liam Cavanaugh presented.
Nice one. We are about a minute away from finishing. So is there anything else you want to tell our audience here and everyone online about Cognitive Search?
Just very excited about this, about taking the first steps in a journey to apply AI to turn your content into knowledge. Done a bunch of major announcements at Build, but we're just taking the first steps in this journey. We'd love to have everybody online or here come join us and help us explore help use our staff to explore their data.
Nice. Well, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
It's been really, really interesting to see the demo. Love the demo as well. Let's make sure we see that again soon. Okay, let's check in with Seth, who's out on the floor. Hey, Seth.
Go. Hi there. My name is Seth Morris. I am here standing in the area where everybody does lots of cool stuff. And I thought I would sneak a moment with my good friend here, Mr. Brady Gasser. So I'm going to walk over here, and we're going to talk for a little bit. Why don't you come closer over here so we can be in the shot? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, man. How are you doing?
Good. So what are you doing nowadays, bud?
I am the PM for the greatest thing on Earth, SignalR.
A little hyperbole works for me.
That's good. That's good.
So let's talk about, because you're going to show us something, and I was hoping you could show us why it's the greatest thing on Earth, because I thought chocolate was.
Chocolate's pretty close.
Okay.
Dark chocolate.
All right.
Dark chocolate.
That's right, which is my nickname.
Exactly.
Fantastic. So we're going to let that one simmer for a little bit. Okay. So tell us what we're going to talk about here, and then maybe show us what we got.
Okay, so what we're going to talk about is this great thing that we have in the ASP.NET Core framework called SignalR, or as our friend Damien Edwards likes to say, SignalR with his lovely Australian accent.
Okay.
So SignalR basically breaks everything you know about HTTP, because what we do with SignalR is we simulate real time.
Okay.
So effectively, something happens on the server, or something happens on another client, one or more clients are going to get it. Okay. So basically, you don't have to do a request response model. It's just poof, stuff happens.
Feels hard.
It feels hard.
Yes.
But the good thing is, it was really, really hard because we used to only have this one thing called WebSockets.
Okay.
And WebSockets was the way you would do a real-time thing. But we all knew that WebSockets wasn't going to be the last thing.
Okay.
Like, technology always gets better, right? I mean, we're never done.
Well, just like me.
Yeah, code's never done.
I really, like, this is just, I mean, and this. So tell us about it.
So let's say you decided that you wanted to program against a WebSocket.
Okay.
And then the next thing comes out that beats WebSockets. Okay. Like, now you got to change all your code.
Yeah.
So what we did is we created this thing called SignalR, and SignalR is an abstraction. And effectively what happens is it tries WebSockets first. And if WebSockets fails, or maybe the server or the client don't support WebSockets, then it'll try something like server sent events. And then it'll back off and it'll try long polling. So it'll literally try to do all this great stuff.
Okay.
And it has a really nice programming model from the perspective of, let's just look at it.
Okay, let's look at it. Because I feel like I want to say this because Like, I think I'm understanding it right. Now we're getting his good side, it looks like. I think what you're saying is that basically there's some standards that are there.
Yes.
Some of them have them and some of them don't. SignalR glosses over that for us.
Exactly.
All right,
SignalR glosses over the top of it. So,
can you make this big? Oh, this is huge.
This is huge.
Oh, yeah.
So if you think about it from the server side, you want to send a message to one or more clients. Okay. So in SignalR server side speak, we have this concept of a hub. Okay. So I have a class called Heartbeat Hub here. Okay. And Heartbeat Hub inherits from Hub. And Hub gives me this property called clients. Okay. And what I can do inside of clients is I could target any collection of clients that I might want to target. In this case, whenever somebody sends me a heartbeat, they're going to send me a status, a robot name, and a battery level. This robot's going to tell me how much battery life he has. Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show that on screen on a dashboard. Okay. The way I'm going to show that
You're too fast. Okay. Like, and you know I need to understand it. So basically, this is a hub.
A hub.
And what it does is this will send a message to anybody that's subscribed to it.
Correct.
From the server.
Correct.
To the website.
Right.
Okay, I got it.
Or more explicitly, to the browser.
Okay, browser.
Or the client.
Okay, got it.
Or if you wanted to send a message from one client to another client, what do you think it's going to go through?
A socket.
A hub.
Oh, see?
So think of the hubs in the center.
I'll get it.
You get it? Okay, you got that? Okay, cool. All right, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to send a message to all the clients, and that message is going to be called Heartbeat Received. Okay. Now, how do we receive that message?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll show you some JavaScript code, and SignalR has a JavaScript client, a TypeScript client, a Java client, and a .NET client. Yeah. So effectively what we do here is, let me close down this window. What we would do here is in the JavaScript speak, we would build a new SignalR connection and by calling new SignalR Hub Connection Builder.build. Right. And what that does is that hands me back a connection.
I see.
Okay. Now, if you think about event-driven programming, if you wanted to respond to an event, what method would you usually attach it to?
On something.
On.
Yeah.
So look at this. Connection dot.
See?
On.
I guessed and I looked at it just in case so that I would know.
Right. That's right. So here we've got Heartbeat Received. As you saw on the server side, the server side is going to send me Heartbeat Received.
Got it.
He's going to send me a series of objects, an array of objects as my parameters.
Okay.
Here we have Heartbeat Received, and there we have message, robot,
which is the
and
three
battery
properties that are the hub sent out.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
And this then, once it gets it, I can do whatever I want.
You're
doing
DOM,
it could be a
manipulation,
React, it
whatever.
could be Vue, it could be whatever.
Exactly. It could be Angular, it could be .NET.
Whatever JavaScript framework
it
of
could
the
be
week.
an Android app written in Java or an Android app written in Xamarin. Doesn't matter.
So it's not just for the web; it's for anything.
Right.
Oh.
Big time.
Okay.
We currently have, like I mentioned earlier, a JavaScript client and a TypeScript client.
Okay.
We also have a .NET client, so I could actually do all this in a .NET application.
Amazing.
Which I'm going to show you next.
Let's do it.
Okay. So what I like to do, my second favorite thing in the world is chocolate.
Okay, of course.
The third favorite thing would be microservices.
Right.
Okay, so I really, really like microservices, but what I've found is that folks kind of have a difficult time kind of wrapping their mind around the concept of a microservice.
Sure.
So in this case, I've got this app, and this app is one microservice. It's a dashboard.
Okay.
And it shows me that I've got all these robots. Each one of these robots will be represented in my cluster by an individual microservice. And we build our microservices using the brand new .NET Core 3.0 worker template, which is my fourth favorite thing in the world. Okay. So what I can do here is I want to push one of those guys up into my Kubernetes cluster. So I've got, I don't need ChargeBot, he'll come later. So I've got MonitorBot and I've got RepairBot, and then I've got Unibot. Okay. And all these particular services are about to get pushed up into my Kubernetes cluster.
Okay.
So
and this is a service that has one of those hub things in them?
Yes. Okay. Yes. So effectively what we're doing here, one of those hub things. So this service, the service that I showed you a minute ago, is this dashboard. So if I were to go here and open up my debugging tools, you'll see this is a WebSocket, and I'm actually connected to that WebSocket right now.
Oh, I see. Trying to see if there's a hub on the other end.
Exactly. So what's going to end up happening is whenever these workers get launched up into Kubernetes, they're going to use the .NET client for SignalR, and they're going to connect to the dashboard and start pumping out messages.
See, and this is where I was confused. He started showing this to me, and I'm like, don't show me everything. I want to. So what's happening is these services are running the hubs, and because they're not on.
This guy's running the hub.
Running the hub.
Right.
So
and those other guys connect to the hub.
Okay, got it.
Right.
So this is the main hub, and then the other ones are sending messages to it.
Right.
Got it. Okay.
But they're sending messages from the back.
Got it.
So you have these workers running in a cluster in Kubernetes, and we have this guy running in the cluster, but we can access him. We can't access those guys. So it's security.
All right, let's
security.
do it.
So what I'm going to do here is I'll go right into RepairBot, and I'm going to open up this k8s.yaml file. YAML is kind of the way we tell Kubernetes how to put microservices into the cluster. So what I'll do at this point is I'll just do a Control-Shift-P, and I want to do Kubernetes apply, and it's going to tell me here, you're going to create a new service in your cluster. Are you okay with that? Well, that's kind of why I'm here. I want to do this and show you how cool it is when it works. And then I'll go ahead and do this one, and this is MonitorBot, and I'll do exactly the same thing. I want to hit Kubernetes apply.
So you're turning 2 of the robots on.
Turning 2 of the robots on,
Okay.
and when I flip over,
they woke up.
They woke up.
It's basically they're sending messages now.
So they're sending messages now. So they're live, and every second they spin. And when they spin, they just send a message to the hub. The hub receives the message, and you can see that now they're going to be running.
Oh my goodness, that's pretty cool.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, and so, like I'm thinking about this, there's a ton of applications to this, especially when you need to, something changes on the client, you want to make sure that it sends a message. Where have you seen customers use this kind of stuff?
Well, I've seen customers use this kind of stuff. For example, we just saw the Scots give a great demo the other day where they were using the slider and they were actually sliding back and forth the sentiment analysis, and it was sending messages up to the cloud. And then we were drawing points on a map where people were actually hitting the site from. We were doing that with SignalR. Another place where we've used SignalR pretty extensively is in any situation where something happens, like a long-running service on the back end happens. We want to update the client, but we don't want the user to sit there and hit the refresh button.
That's right.
Basically, you could use this anywhere where your PM comes to you and they say the user doesn't want to click refresh. That's when you could actually use SignalR.
We never want to click refresh.
Never click refresh.
They just went down, though. What happened?
Well, what happened was these services, as they run, here's my worker class. As they run, they've got this charge level. So here's the execute method. Every time this worker service runs, he's going to deplete his charge level by 10. And the moment where he hits 0, we would kind of probably want to have another robot in there that would come around and recharge him.
Right.
And that's going to come later in a community game we're going to build. We'll see that later.
That's cool.
Okay, so what I could do now is I could go over to this Kubernetes thing. I'll hit refresh.
Oh, this is a cool little thing. Is this new?
This is not new. This is our good friend Ralph Scalacci.
It's new for me.
It's new for him.
Okay.
This is the Kubernetes extension for VS Code,
Got it.
which gives me the ability to kind of use a tree view to navigate through my entire Kubernetes cluster.
All right, they're telling me a minute, so let's see what we got.
So we got this monitor bot. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete that bot. And what's going to happen next is
Kubernetes is going to want to turn it back on.
He's going to want to turn it back on, so he's going to re-pull it back from my container registry, start that guy up, and the moment he starts up, you'll see that we're already running again.
All right. That's pretty cool because it's trying to maintain the state. It's trying to get stuff out. So am I good on time? Okay, so they're telling me to wrap. Thank you so much.
Excellent, man. Take care.
We learned all about SignalR in like 10 minutes. Thanks so much for watching. We'll toss it now back to the stage.
How can HoloLens 2 applications be better with Azure services? Mixed reality is really an embodiment of Microsoft's intelligent edge and intelligent cloud vision. At the edge, with HoloLens 2, we have one of the most intelligent devices with incredible standalone performance and extremely low latency when you need it. But when you connect that with Azure services and the power of the intelligent cloud, we get higher order cognitive functions and knowledge that really powers applications. Think about it this way. When you touch a hot stove, your nervous system knows to draw back immediately without going a round trip through your cognitive center, aka your brain. The next time you come to that hot stove, your experience and your knowledge will know that you shouldn't touch that hot stove. We think about application design in the same way. When you need incredible latency at the edge, you'll write an application that has those capabilities. But when you need to connect it to data sources and intelligence, we have great services. I'll give you a few examples. When you need single-digit millisecond hologram stability, motion to photon at the edge, we have that on HoloLens 2. But to share that experience across users and across devices, we have Azure Spatial Anchors. When you need to have immediate response to voice commands at the edge, we have incredibly powerful on-device capabilities with HoloLens 2. But if you want to do intent and natural language processing, Azure Speech Services gives you that capability. And lastly, although HoloLens 2 has incredible environment understanding capabilities on device, connecting it to cognitive services, our vision services, gives you almost infinite possibilities with your own trained models by using the power of Azure services.
Hi, I'm John Papa.
I'm Brandy Morgan.
And we're going to learn 5 things about React components. Thing 1, component types.
So in React, there are 2 types of components. There are your class components and your functional components. Class components are going to be the ones that hold your state and use those lifecycle methods. Functional components are going to have nothing to do with state, and they are never going to use those lifecycle methods.
Oh, very cool. Thing 2, container presenter pattern. I hear about this a lot in React. Tell us more.
Yeah, so in React, you have your container components, and those contain your state, and then you have your presentation components that present your state. So in React, state flows from your parent to your child. So you have your container right here that has your state that then passes the state to your presentation components.
And could you have multiple of those presenter components inside a container?
Yep, and those can also be functional or they can be class components.
Awesome. So it's really more about how the data flows through your application.
And how it's presented. So how
Gotcha.
you would see it, yeah.
So with an example of that, a container really doesn't show anything then, right, if I'm understanding it right?
Yep.
It might collect the data, get it ready, and then pass it down to the presenter who might show like a login and
Yeah, you think of a container as just like your state manager. It manages the state for all the presentation components inside of it.
very cool. Everything seems to be a component.
Yeah, everything is a component in React.
Are we components?
No,
No?
no. I hope not.
I'm disappointed. Thing 3, JSX. This is unique to React, right?
Yes. So think of it like HTML. If you know HTML, you'll be very comfortable with JSX. It's an XML-like syntax that you use for building your components.
Inside of your JavaScript files, right?
Correct. Yep.
So wait, worlds are colliding here. I know. HTML, JavaScript. Exactly. Awesome. Thing 4, stateful components and lifecycle methods or events. How do they work?
So stateful components are components that have internal state and they use the lifecycle methods. So every component has a lifecycle. So when it's being rendered, you would use component will mount, which is when the component is being rendered to the DOM. And then component did mount is when it has rendered. And then component on mount is when it's being destroyed.
Thrown in the trash.
Thrown in the trash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You like to throw them in the trash, don't you?
Yes, I do, when I can. Get rid of unused code.
So anytime we have stateful components with lifecycle events, we're getting data from somewhere, right?
Correct.
Where do you get your data from?
So I use Node.js as a backend, usually.
Like an Express API or Happy or Koa?
Happy.
Happy?
Yep.
I'm happy too. So we can use that on the server, but we can also work it with things like serverless technology, right, in the cloud. So I can get my data from any serverless function?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Thing 5, handling events. We got the stuff on the screen, we've got the components. How do we go back from the screen into the component?
Yeah, so event handling is a big thing in React, and there are these things called event handlers. And think of a button. So we created these components. We have a button on the screen. Somebody's going to click on it. Well, we somehow need to interpret that click, right? So you create a method that handles that click, and then you have these event handlers for your button, like onClick, and that would actually take that logic from that method and handle the click.
Okay, but what if nobody clicks on the button?
Well, then nothing happens.
Does it get lonely?
Probably. Probably just want to tap it.
If nobody clicks on the button, does the event handler actually exist?
Well, in the code, yes. But it doesn't get used.
Okay. Where would you recommend people go to learn more about components in React?
The documentation is always good, so reactjs.org.
Awesome. I'm John Papa.
I'm Brandy Morgan.
And we just learned 5 things about components in React.
Hi, everybody. I'm joined here with Zulfia Lamb. Thank you. Hello. Before we go and talk about the HoloLens display, I hear you have a video to show us. So let's go ahead and go to the video first. That was amazing. So can you tell us about who you are and what you do at Microsoft and what you're all about?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. My name is Zulfi Alam. I'm the General Manager for Optics. But before we get to my part of the presentation, I want to know what's up with the outfit.
Well, you know, I thought I'll change things up a bit. Everyone's dressed so nicely and everything. I thought I'll be a bit different. So I'm a giraffe today.
We should have coordinated. But anyways, thank you so much. So what I do want to do is talk a little bit about the display and the display tech that we have developed. When we talk about the display, the first thing that I want to address and talk about is the custom silicon. We are one of the unique companies on this planet that have our own custom silicon that can design things right from scratch. We have our own optics team, we have our own system teams, we have our own software team, and we have our own algorithms team. There are not many companies in this planet.
Right, we have a lot of investment in this.
You're super right, but this all under one umbrella.
Right.
So we can innovate at a really fast pace and come up with really novel solutions. So when we wanted to build this, the second generation display, we're like, the technology just didn't exist, and we had to develop it from ground up. So we developed our own custom silicon. We developed our own MEMS-based display, and I'll get into the reasons why we went on this MEMS direction. But we developed this display. We moved away from LEDs down to lasers, much more light efficient.
So from the first HoloLens one to the second HoloLens.
Correct. Right. The first HoloLens was LED-based. We went to lasers. And then instead of using an LCOS or a DLP-type approach, we went to this microelectronic mirrors, and which we call MEMS. And essentially, there's some tiny mirrors that are moving back and forth really fast, and essentially rendering the image. And the advantage of this are obvious. When you have a chip, as you think about increasing field of view, the chip just gets bigger and bigger. When you have this MEMS approach, and as we think long term, we can simply change the scan angle of these MEMS and essentially render a bigger display. We'll talk more about that in a second.
Okay.
But so essentially, we went with this MEMS display. And the advantages are super crisp and super obvious. The first thing is the field of view just dramatically jumped. It jumped by 2x. We started off with 36 degrees. We are up to 51. That's twice the display. Same form factor.
Right.
And or lighter and or smaller. So normally when you make things bigger, you don't say the same or go smaller. So this is a huge, huge accomplishment by the people working on this. And they are the most amazing development team on the planet. The next thing that we did is comfort. Every human is unique. This is a wearable device. And as you go about trying to design a device that doesn't need 10 different SKUs, small, medium, large, male, female, we were able to encompass all that because we designed from the scratch and for these humans. And we said, hey, this device is going to be the best-in-class enterprise device on the planet. So as you saw, these are people on the team, and they had different heads and form factors, and they are all able to wear the same device.
Like I have a different head than you that have a head, so it's...
and that's the point, right? Like the whole point is you don't want people to spend $3,500 to just customize for one human. You want to be able to pass this device to you and enjoy the same experience.
Right.
And finally is contrast. This device has amazing contrast. Because we're based on lasers, we can switch the lasers off wherever the hologram is not important. So we have these two images side by side. As you can see, and I'll try to put my cursor on this, the hologram ends here, but you can still see this haze. That's what happens when you have an LCOS-based system. On the HoloLens 2 system, essentially, the display system effectively switches off.
Right, so when there's nothing to show, just the laser's off, and you can see straight through it.
You can see straight through it.
So if I have a hologram, I can see behind it if there's nothing there, right?
Exactly right.
Yeah.
And that is a fundamental, it's 2,500 to 1 contrast ratio. That is the best in class. So we're super proud of the work. So that's all I had in terms of talking about what we developed. Would love if you had any questions.
What I'm actually really curious about this is maybe you can talk a bit about how is this different than other similar devices, let's say the Magic Leap. Like, how is this display different than the Magic Leap display?
Good question. So I want to be careful how I answer this. There are multiple great companies on this planet, aka Apple, Google, Magic Leap is one of them. They're attempting to go after the same holy grail, which is to build a head-mounted device that's awesome. The approach that we took was fundamentally different because we said, hey, we're going to make sure this device is comfortable for all users. So we designed the eye box, the active area where we can see, to be much, much larger than anybody else can do. We have eye relief that is much larger than anybody else. And we are the only device that you can actually read text on. So imagine if you're an enterprise worker and you want to read a manual while you're trying to repair something, you can actually read the text. So the reason why we are able to do all those things so effectively is because we have the ability to simulate the production of a photon in the laser all the way through the light engine, through the waveguide into your eye box. No one else has the ability to
So how do you do that? How do you know where the user's eyeball is? Like, I mean, when I put the HoloLens on, like, it could be in all kinds of directions, right?
You're right. Like this is the amazingness of Microsoft algorithms.
Right.
The whole point is you have no references. Your head can be anywhere, and you want to put an image stable in front of you while your head is moving, versus the other way around. So we have these algorithms that are, let's say, reprojection, which essentially know based on head movement where your head is going to be, and we project the image. We fire the laser off right at the right time to make sure that we start the rendering of the image right at the right place.
And even if I have glasses on, or no matter what I have in front of, like in the middle of it, it still works.
That is correct.
Right.
Because the eye relief is so much larger than anybody else, we can accommodate glasses.
But the
no
difference
problem.
between my eye and the actual screen, like, there's a lot of difference there, right?
No problem. We can accommodate any eye relief not any eye relief, but we can accommodate eye reliefs that they'll encompass 99.9% of humans, including glasses.
That's great. So let's talk about the field of view. You mentioned it's like twice the field of view of the HoloLens 1. How did you actually get to twice the size? How was that possible?
So what we did was, instead of going with this LCOS approach where you need it for a larger field of view, you need a larger imager, we went the other way. We went with this MEMS approach. So essentially, by changing scan angle, we are able to produce an image that is as large as the pixel pipeline can support.
Okay.
So the pixel pipeline is designed to support 51 degrees. Our scan angle of our mirrors are able to support that, so we can increase the image size. So which is different from the original approach, which was, hey, this is fixed, 36 degrees.
Right, so this is a whole new technology for the screen. You completely replaced the old technology, and this is a whole new thing.
This is a whole new way.
Why did you decide to go this direction with the display? Like, why did you decide with lasers? I mean, lasers are cool, of course, but other than that.
Size, weight, and power.
Right.
So lasers are cool, and they are also the most efficient mechanism by which we can produce light. So hence, that was the right choice. It has its own art, it has its own set of challenges, but it's the right call. Because of the MEMS approach, as we increase the field of view, the weight doesn't change, so it's also lighter than the original design point. And again, the SRGs are waveguides; they're the best in class. So we are able to maintain our size and our power constraints, and yet deliver a much larger field of view.
That's amazing. And then, how did you make it so it actually fits multiple people, and multiple people can use it? Like, how does that? What was the process you went through to test this out on all these different? Make sure it works on all these different.
So you
heads?
good question. We started with a database of like a publicly available database of what are the head form factors, and then we built models in house, hundreds and hundreds of models, and thousands of data points, where you essentially scan the heads of different humans, and then you come up with a spec. Say, hey, what do you expect a human with? What the eye relief is going to be? Where is his eye going to be versus where the lens has to be, and what's the maximum we can accommodate? So this is essentially a very tedious exercise of collecting thousands and thousands of head scans and then building a spec that supports all of them.
So I bet you've went to all kinds of Microsoft employees, even outside of that, and kind of tested everybody. Just, hey, just put this thing on, and just don't worry what it is right now.
I wish it was that straightforward, but yes, we did build multiple. We actually built a setup just to measure heads of humans. So
that's amazing. Yes. And then you talked about high contrast. Can I use this outside? Like, if I'm outside in the sunny day or in the park, what does it work?
So previous devices have been sort of capped at very low number of nits, so 500 nits. This device, yes, you can. I'm not sure if we have actually committed to the number outside the company, but we are designing this device that it can go to extremely high nits, over 1,000, and you should be able to wear this in an outside environment. Yes.
And then, how do you manage to use the lasers to actually display the image two-dimensionally? Like right now, you have one laser. You guys have mirrors. How do the mirrors work together with the laser? And then, how does that work?
So essentially, you have a fast scanner that is essentially scanning in the horizontal direction, and then you have a slow scanner once you paint the image horizontally, you move it one pixel down, start painting it vertically. So there are two mirrors working in conjunction with each other. One working on the horizontal axis, one working on the vertical axis.
And the resolution of this screen is really large, right? How fast does this actually mirror actually scan through it? If you have this
54,000 times.
So 54,000 times you have a laser that just prints it on.
That's the mirror cycle time. It's 54,000 times a second, and each pixel you're firing, the laser is firing for each pixel. So it is, yes, it's like a couple of million pixels that we're able to render. So yes, and the text readability of this device is amazing. So our internal metric, is essentially 8-point font. So developers should be able to make content that allow them to render content that's 8-point font, which is pretty cool.
That is incredible. Thank you so much for being here with us. I think I learned a lot, and I hope everybody else learned a lot.
Thank you so much for having it.
Now, thanks everyone for joining. It's time to check in and see what's happening on the floor. What are you up to out there, Christina?
All right, and we are back at Microsoft Build Live. We're in the atrium area just outside of the hub in the startup zone where there's actually a lot of really cool stuff going on. Like we've got right here, I'm gonna walk backwards a little bit and see that we have some live music accompanying us right now. We have a really talented local musician who's performing. There have actually been local musicians every single day this week in this area. It's just after lunchtime, so some people are, go ahead around, thank you, sir. There's been different musicians every single day in the afternoons, and we've also got snacks out, so if people want to, get a little soda to sip on, or if you're like me and you want a LaCroix, a sparkling water or something like that, you can do that. There are other things going on too, and so it's really great to kind of add a little bit of ambiance. You're going to be out in the sun. The Seattle weather is actually beautiful for once, and but you know what? I think I see somebody. No, is that him? I see somebody I did not think that I would ever see at this event right here, right now. Oh my God, Seth.
What?
What?
How did you find me?
I don't know how I found you. I mean,
we totally didn't script this. This is like
didn't.
all ad hoc, I feel like.
Like I said, you're totally the last person I expected to see
Well,
at Microsoft Build Live.
I'm trying to make friends because that's what my mom said I need to do. So I'm here with some people. What's your first name?
Aria.
Yeah, but your first name is Zinhua, but you go by Aria, and I was like, I wish I could make up my own name too. What are you a student of?
So I'm actually in a special boot camp called Ada Developers Academy.
Yeah.
Do you know about it? What is
I know
it?
about Ada. So it's a boot camp focused, I think, is women and non-binary people. It's based here in Seattle, and it helps people, learn about coding and get a good, bootstrapped, and then helps people place people in jobs
How are you
too, right?
Are you liking it? Is it good?
I love it. It's so great. They have like all these resources. And
What's your favorite thing? What's your favorite thing so far that you've been learning?
At Build?
No way.
And
then we're going to go to Bill. We're trying to structure this, okay? Try to structure this. Tell us.
At Ada, so I guess just making all the new friends that I've made there has been invaluable. And there's an incredible network. And learning React has been really cool, actually.
See, React is hard for me. So maybe you can tell me later how it works. What do you think?
Sure.
So what do you think about Bill? What have you learned so far that you're excited about?
So I don't know. There's just a lot of cool things that Microsoft's doing. I guess I never realized how many different teams at Microsoft there
Yeah,
are.
we have some programmers here.
For example, I didn't even realize they were building a new terminal in Windows.
Right? That's the coolest thing, is it not?
I found out the other day.
We all found out the other day.
It was you and me, but we were like, so cool.
Yeah.
And did you download and try using it?
No, but I plan on doing that soon.
Oh, okay. And you, sir? He was walking over, and I was like, come, what's your name? What do you do, buddy?
I'm Chris. I'm a web developer.
Do you do React?
No, we actually use Vue.
Fighting words.
No, Vue is cool. I love Vue. In fact, because I understood it, it was so easy. So anything at Build that you're taking away, you're like, I could totally use that at work.
Well, no, they both have hooks, so,
That's true. That's true. All right, so what are you going to take away from Build?
Actually, a lot of the collaboration tools. We have a team that's fairly geographically spread out, so it'll be good to kind of be able to see what's on their screen and, play around with it.
Have you used it before?
No, I actually haven't done much with that at all.
I haven't either. It sounds like a really cool thing. All right.
Yeah.
So now to finish up with Amy. Did I get it right, Amy?
Yeah.
What are you studying in school, my friend? It says student on your thing.
Yeah, I'm a mechanical engineer.
Hold on, wait. Mechanical? Why not computer science?
I want to minor in computer
Oh, okay. You're forgiven. Fantastic. So what do you use a lot of computers in mechanical? Look, I'm not useful at anything normal, So you'll be more useful than I will be in real life. What do you do in mechanical engineering that requires programming? Let's see. Let's hear that.
So I'm a freshman right now, so we haven't really learned much about mechanical engineering. But there are like parts of robotics that we would use computer science in.
Are you going to make robots that are going to kill us all and start the apocalypse?
That's the plan.
Well, now that I know you, just let me be part of the company when you started, and then I can be part of the robot apocalypse. And you, sir, you work for Microsoft, right?
That's right.
What do you do?
I'm a program manager for Azure Storage.
Look at everyone just... And what does Azure Storage do? I know it's kind of obvious, but...
So Azure Storage is the storage platform that Microsoft is built on top of. All the data from like OneDrive, SharePoint, Xbox just goes onto Azure Storage, so you can store anything from photos, videos, files, anything you want.
And people store all sorts of stuff up there,
That's right, yeah.
So now that we've got everyone here in a quorum,
Yes.
let's see. Favorite things of Build. I didn't get to ask everybody, so favorite thing for you. You did the live share thing, but there's got to be, was there like a moment that you're like, wow, that's a cool Build moment?
I would have to say just the technical keynote later on, the second keynote was probably my favorite part so far.
Oh, was it because it's got, was he wearing the red shirt and everything?
Yeah.
What about you?
I really like the fresh baked cookies.
The fresh baked cookies? Nobody told me about this. Were you holding out on me?
I didn't know about this either.
Were you people didn't tell me about
They
He
were
knew
fresh
the
baked
whole time.
cookies.
Cameron was like, yeah, I ate like all of them. We brought them over to your desk and then we ate them. I smelled something, I knew it. Fresh baked cookies, really?
Yeah. You knew about the massages, right?
What?
Yeah, on the 6th floor.
I'm having a totally different Build experience than everybody else, I feel like. Nobody comes and tells me anything. What about for you all, Build experiences?
I wasn't here for very long because I just got to Seattle today. But I really liked the machine learning part of the
this man.
I knew I liked you for some reason. Mechanical engineering aside, now I know. So what part of machine learning did you learn about that you liked? It was really cool.
machine learning.
That's what I said. And you, sir, I know you come as an employee, but there's probably things that you're like, I didn't know we did that.
Well, I was very impressed by Mark Kucinovich's talk today. I was actually there because 3 of my features were being demoed on stage by him.
Woo!
Can we get a round of applause?
We should, yes. Congratulations.
Thank
3 of your features in Mark Kucinovich.
Which features? Yeah, so Mark Kucinich talked about Blob Index, where they can use metadata to quickly find the blobs they're looking for, and then Quick Query, where you can use SQL to search on semi-structured data. And then lastly, Project Silica, where we're encoding data into glass, which is super durable. We can put it in microwave, drop it, boil it.
Wow, and while you're saying this, the music is making it like super intense, right? It's like, holy cow, that sounds amazing because you're super intense. All right, well, thank you so much.
Seth, what was your favorite part of Build?
My favorite part was the first day when I was talking to Anders about C#. That dude, did you see that? Nobody saw that.
I saw that.
Okay.
I watched that.
You
It was
watched
so
it.
good.
Wasn't it
Yes.
interesting?
It was so interesting. So you know what happened to me yesterday?
Tell me, I want to hear.
We were doing a demo
Okay.
with TypeScript,
Uh-huh.
and Anders walks by the
Oh,
TypeScript
snap.
booth. And we were about to get started with our live interview. It wasn't planned, and I said, "Hey, Anders, you want to be in the demo?"
So nice.
And he said yes.
Do people know who Anders Halsberg is? He is like the father of C#
Yes,
and
TypeScript.
And so, I saw him at lunch one time. I saw him at lunch. We're just sitting there. He goes, "Hey, Seth." He knows my name.
It's crazy. I've met him 4 times. He still has no idea who I am.
Fantastic.
But
How much
he's
time?
amazing.
How much time do we have? 2 minutes. Okay. So I feel like we should show him the rest of the hall. What do you think?
Yeah, we should.
Let's do it.
Let's
Thank
do
you
it.
so much.
Thank you all so much.
All right, let's go. So what did you like so far?
Okay, so I'm obsessed with the Windows Terminal.
Okay.
I'm also obsessed with the WSL2.
Yes.
I'm obsessed with both of those
Did
things.
you know? No kidding. He's over there. He'll probably be interviewed in a second. You'll see him live. I think next. One of those dudes went to the University of Utah, where I was, and I was his TA in software practices. He's up there. You'll see. Maybe he'll say. You'll know because us University of Utah graduates have a look about us.
You do.
Confusion.
You're in trouble. Yeah.
Confusion, right?
Confusion, there's
And
some
so
trouble.
he's up there. He'll talk. I think he's talking to Scott Hanselman. I think that's next. I do
Amazing.
feel like my voice is running out,
Well, yeah, because you've been talking a lot, even more than usual.
which is not normal.
Well,
right?
I mean, you're a loud talker. You're a frequent talker. I share an
Loud
office with this
talker,
guy.
yeah, mouth breather. I mean, there's a ton of different.
No, you're the best guy in the
Oh,
entire
thank
world.
you.
You're the best guy in the
So what has
entire
been
world.
fun for you so far? Because we're almost at the end of
We're
Build.
almost at the end. Well, you know, like every year, meeting the people, meeting the attendees, like meeting the students who we just met. Like that's amazing, seeing people's stories and excitement. But honestly, like the coolest thing for me is just seeing stuff I didn't even know that we were working on.
I know.
And then it gets announced. You're like, wait a minute, why didn't you tell me? Like I feel like I'm good at keeping secrets. Just I want to be in the know, you know?
And I feel like for those that haven't been able to watch all of it, all of this content is going to be online.
It sure is.
Pretty soon.
Yes.
If not, like at the end of the day.
Yep.
And I'm pretty excited about that. So make sure you tune in for that. We just have a little bit left of Build.
We just have a little bit left, but we've been so pleased to be here. Thank you all for joining us, and we're going to be. I guess the next session that we'll be going to will be Scott Hanselman.
Yeah, at WSL2. And the thing about it is there's still a little bit of content left, but like I said, all of this stuff is going to be online. You can watch it, and I have my plastic cup
You have
here
your
with
plastic
water
cup
to
with
prove it.
water for that.
So thank you so much, and we are going to toss to the live stage
Yes.
right about
to
now.
Scott.
Yeah.
Hey friends, we are going to learn all about WSL, the Windows Subsystem for Linux, here live at Build 2019. This is one of my most favorite things. My next guests are here to tell us all about this and more. Be sure to tweet your questions at us, and we'll answer them to the best of our ability using the hashtag MSBuild or from the link below. Here, there. Ah, look at that. Got a bunch of folks here to talk to us right now. We've got Ben, Craig, and Jack. In the interest of time, I'm going to start with Jack because you told me that you were in a group that I've never heard of. It's like a mysterious MI6 kind of a thing. What group are you with, sir?
Yeah, so my name is Jack. Like you mentioned, I'm a program manager for the Linux Systems Group. And that's a relatively new group within Microsoft that's sort of consolidating a lot of the Linux efforts across Microsoft. So that's things from making Linux work really well within Azure by committing source upstream into the Linux kernel that's then brought down into distributions that are then put into the Azure Marketplace. So that enables you to use new features like advanced networking features and interesting drive scenarios and GPUs within Azure, all supported in Linux. So that's one piece of what the Linux Systems Group does. The other piece, the reason that I'm sitting up here with you today, is that we build kernels for internal projects. So we'll talk more about that, but in the context of WSL, that's producing a Linux kernel that underpins the new Subsystem for Linux version 2.
Not to put too fine a point on it, because we don't need to go and talk about it. It's 2019 now, and Windows and Microsoft. Microsoft loves Linux, but it's amazing that there are people who have on their resume both works at Microsoft and commits to the Linux kernel. I mean, that's just kind of cool. So it's worth pointing out that that's pretty.
It's a fun
awesome.
intersection, yeah.
So Craig, what group are you in, and not the Linux subsystem?
Not Linux subsystem, but I work on the Windows subsystem for Linux.
The Windows subsystem for Linux.
Yep, and I'm a program manager on it.
Okay, and Ben.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful beard you've got there.
Thank you very much, Scott.
Welcome,
I like
sir.
yours.
I tried and it failed, but it's all right. So you're a dev.
I am. I'm a developer on Windows Subsystem for Linux. I had the pleasure of speaking with you in Build 2016 when we were announced, and we're keep on keeping on.
So when we announced WSL at Build, and it was like, it's happening. Linux on the desktop is happening, except it's on the Windows desktop. It was amazing, and I could go out to DOS, but not DOS, type bash, and then I was in a real world. I was really running Linux. I was running Top, I was running apt-get, I was running Ubuntu, I was running CentOS, I was doing all kinds of stuff. It blew people's minds. And I think it personally ushered in a new excitement around the power of the command line and also the power of a hybrid solution. I feel really cool having Linux on one side and one window and VS Code off to the side and putting together these kind of solutions.
Right.
But is it fair to say that there were things that WSL, I guess we'll call it now WSL 1, didn't do amazingly well?
Right. So one of the downsides of the approach of WSL 1 was that the kernel implementation was it was written by us in Microsoft, and it was partially incomplete. Right. So we had to develop this internally. It was not able to use the Linux source itself, so these things had to be re-implemented. And as you probably can guess, the Linux kernel has a really wide ABI surface, and it was very difficult to hit all of those checkboxes to make sure every application works.
Right.
So that's one downside. The other downside was that with some of these translations that we would do between Linux system calls and Windows system calls would be slow. For example, file systems, we get some points that file system speed is slow on WSL. That was one of the primary reasons.
Right.
Yeah.
That was the thing that bothered me the most. I mean, the thing that was amazing about it was that you've got the user mode, the ELF binaries of Linux sitting on top of a thunking layer, for lack of a better word. And when someone wanted to make a syscall and say, hey, open a file, there was no Linux kernel there. So you'd say, hey, open a file, and then you would call the Windows kernel and say, hey, can you do this on my behalf?
Exactly. Yeah.
And there was this layer of indirection as you thunked your way down.
Right.
And there's a cost for that. And you've also got the Linux file system sitting on top of the Windows file system. So there's a bit of a price there as well.
Definitely.
But then you said, Jack, that you are working in a group that facilitates Linux being awesome everywhere in the company. And you said that we're producing a kernel?
Yeah, so Microsoft has actually been contributing to Linux for years now. And the recent consolidation of those resources within the company into the Linux Systems Group is sort of what enabled us to go ahead and produce the kernel that's used in WSL2. But we have a huge amount of Linux know-how in-house. Some of the primary maintainers of the Linux kernel work on my team or on teams that are close to mine. So yeah, absolutely, Linux is now built into Microsoft and the culture of sort of what we're doing there.
Now, I don't know if these are third rail questions, but I wanted to understand why can't you just pick up a kernel lying around and ship that one?
Yeah, so what we did for WSL is we locked into what's called the long-term stable branch, or a long-term stable release of the Linux kernel. So as you can imagine, the code for the Linux kernel is constantly changing, and releases are snapped and established as stable at different points in time. So we picked the latest stable version. And then as WSL matures and we move forward and new code is added upstream to Linux and new LTS versions are snapped, we'll upgrade the kernel within WSL to those new versions.
Okay. And now certainly, Craig, if I'm going to put this on my machine, I could just fire up a VM, right? I mean, it would take a couple of minutes, or maybe several minutes, depending. I could fire up a Hyper-V VM, minimize it, shush into it. I'm trying to make that a thing, by the way. Not a thing?
No, please no.
It's going to be a thing. Everyone's going to just shush into their machine. Because SSH into the machine, that's no fun. So you shush into the machine locally, and it feels heavy, it moves slow. Like, I don't really want to turn my machine off or stand by it if I've got a VM in the background.
Right.
I want it to be there when it's there and not there when it's there. So there's integrations with Windows that need to be really tight.
Yeah, so WSL is not a traditional VM experience. When what you said about VMs, it's slow to boot up, it's totally isolated, it's system resource heavy. WSL2 is fast to boot up. You get access to a bash shell in about a second.
In about a what?
In a second. 1 second to go.
It boots up in a second.
In a second. Yep, that's right. So a lot of the technology is actually Azure technology that helped
But the cloud's not involved. I can do this in airplane mode, right?
No, this is
But it's
not
magic power that you brought from the cloud to the people.
Right. Yes, we brought it down, and it's really useful for client scenarios. And it's completely integrated with Windows. So you can access your Linux files from Windows, your Windows files from Linux, and you can run all of those on either or and run full Linux applications directly on your Windows machine.
The thing that I thought was the most impressive of it is I was at the command line, and actually, can we do it? Are we allowed to? Can we put something up on the screen here? Is this cool? Go ahead and throw me up on the screen if you can. And I've got it on this laptop here. Let's see if we can pull that off. I'm pretty sure that we have. Yep. Are you seeing me on the big screen there? Yep. There we go. Let's do this. I'm going to go. What? Look at that. This is DOS, but not DOS, because it's not really DOS, right? If you look over here, I'm using the Windows terminal, and I've got DOS, but not. But I've got Ubuntu right here, okay? And if I go out to Ubuntu, and I say explorer.exe, that's a Windows executable.
Right.
But this is Linux, and it cannot run that, right? So I'm guessing here. I don't know anything.
Okay.
You are saying, hey, run this. And then Linux at some point's like, no. And you catch them and do something, and then magic happens, and then Explorer runs anyway.
Right. So this utilizes a feature of Linux called bin format miscellaneous, or bin format. You're able to register binary formats with the Linux kernel that can be handled by user mode. It's a really cool feature of the Linux kernel. And
it's almost like they waited for us to need that feature.
It was certainly helpful to make this work, yeah. And it works very well with WSL2 as well, where we don't even have to make any changes to the kernel at all for this to just work.
Really?
Yeah.
That's like when you have you can register like Visual Studio Code is registered code:// as a protocol handler that's kind of not really a protocol handler. It's a last chance to do something.
Exactly. It's
And
very
you kind of
similar.
set the similar kind of thing up here.
Very.
So I said explorer.exe, and suddenly I'm looking at my file system, my Ubuntu file system. Now here's the thing. WSL has been around for a couple of years, and you have been telling me for years, don't mess with these files.
Right. Rich Turner has been telling you for years.
and now you've made it really easy for me to mess with these files. So.
Yeah, so that was another criticism of WSL was that, oh, my Linux files are in this really hard to find directory, and even if I do find them, if I edit them, I can, I'll delete
that's
my
the
metadata.
first thing we did is we went digging to find out where are these files.
Exactly.
I want my files.
So now this feature is not exclusive to WSL2. This will be available in the release of Windows that's coming out this month. You'll be able to see your entire Linux file system from Explorer via a path like that one on the screen. So.
Well, and speaking to the Linux file system, we talked a little bit before, Jack, about how there were some perf issues here, but now we have a real kernel. The speed here is 5x, 10x, depending on what you're doing. I used to go and run npm install and then just go home. Now it's fast. And I'm not trying to overstate this. It's fast.
Very fast. In most scenarios, as long as you're in the Linux file system, you'll have near native performance for a lot of stuff. So yeah, we were seeing some npm installs earlier going like 10 or 15 times faster than you would have seen on WSL1. So it's much snappier, and it'll be great for doing things that weren't great in WSL1, like doing large builds, managing databases, things like this. So it's a great improvement in that way.
There was a gentleman named Sam Saffron who works on Discourse, which is a Rails application, and it's not just any Rails application; it's a sophisticated Rails application. And Ruby and Rails are kind of not well known for being awesome on Windows. There's just challenges. So I really wanted a Linux environment, and he's like, "Well, go ahead and fire this up." And I'm thinking to myself, "Well, what's required? What do I need?" And he's like, "Well, here's a list of all the kind of stuff that you need. You need Redis, you need Postgres, you need this, you need that, and everything." So I did it. I just worked. I literally went to the beginner's guide to installing Discourse on Ubuntu, and it worked, and it was fast. I tried to do it on WSL1. Not only did it take almost a half an hour, I actually hit a block where I couldn't go any further because there was a syscall, a systems call that was missing. So I was trying to do this cool, like side-by-side benchmark, and it is infinitely better.
That's the great thing about having a full Linux kernel there is that that entire system call interface is built out now. So in WSL1, Ben and a lot of other developers were sort of artisanally crafting these system calls in the emulation layer without access to the Linux kernel source. So with WSL2, we expect much better compatibility for a wide variety of applications, including Docker, Kubernetes, strace, things like that.
Right.
Docker is an interesting point because I'm very used to running Docker for Windows. In Windows, it fires up a virtual machine of its own, and then I can go and talk to it from there. And then in order to get Docker for Windows to work with WSL1, you're tunneling out and back into the universe and then down and around. Can I just run Docker now?
Yeah.
Yes.
But where is it running in?
It runs totally in the Linux environment. So it's the exact Linux version of Docker running on exactly a virtualized Linux machine.
Seriously. Now, what about memory management? Did I have like a text file somewhere where I say only 100 megs? Because what if I want to run Kubernetes? What if I want to use lots of memory? What if I want to use all the memory?
Yeah, so currently it's we give you most of the memory that's available on the host machine.
You got to have room for Windows.
We got to leave a little room for Windows, yeah, but you have as much memory similar to WSL1, right? It's not segmented. You have access to the full host because if you want to build a big project, you don't want it to be artificially slow just because you're not able to get as much memory as you need. So.
Now, I wrote a little batch file. Let's go ahead and switch over to my screen here real quick. And I wrote a little batch file that I'm feeling pretty good about. It says WSL-T and Ubuntu. It's a switch for WSL that basically shuts down the system.
Right.
It's not really necessary, but one of the things that I wanted to basically do was to have that so that I could see how fast it started up.
Okay.
So I'm here in DOS but not DOS, and I go and say Ubuntu 1000.
Okay.
There we go.
Was that fake? I'm thinking you need to add a sleep to make it feel like something's happening.
We could, if you want to see, the proof is in the pudding. If you type dmessage, you may have to type sudo dmessage if you're not running as root.
Dmessage.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
secret.
everybody knows Scott's password now.
DMSG. MSG. Sorry.
Yeah, there you go.
They spell it wrong?
MESG.
Oh, you actually want me to write message?
No. Yeah, like that. Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect. If you scroll up, the timestamps are a little odd, like kind of hard to read, but you'll see. Yeah, that's everything that the
like
Linux
how long
kernel
it's been
spits
around.
out. If you go near the bottom, you'll see some timestamps. It'll say like about a second.
Oh, and look, max dynamic memory size, basically how much I have.
Yeah. So
that's pretty slick. So I'm really enjoying that. And then we'll go back over here to DOSBit.NOS, and I'm going to type WSL-list. What's going on here?
So that's enumerating all of the Linux distributions that you have installed with WSL. Looks like you have 3.
Yeah.
You have.
I've got. Oops. I was trying to be tricky with my Zoom It tool there. There you go.
Yeah.
That's the one I installed. That's 16.04. That's one I converted.
Right.
So you'll be able to take your existing. Like a lot of people have their WSLs just the way they like them. I can convert it to WSL2.
Right.
Yeah. And you can also run them side by side. So you can see that some of them. Some of the distros that you have are WSL1 backed distros.
Oh, okay.
And you can also have WSL2 backed distros. Convert them back and forth anytime you like.
That's cool. Yeah. So I can. Which one is this? If I say that, that'll be the top one. So this is WSL1. So I just ran the default.
Right.
Very
and then
cool.
you can upgrade it to WSL2 and back anytime you like.
So here's the real question: when do they get it?
So this will be available to in the Windows Insider Fast Ring next month. And then after that, we're going to evaluate, the feedback that we get from our users. We really want to, release something that people are going to really be happy with, and based on our feedback, this fall or next spring.
This is really big deal. Like I know you're understated people, but I hope that you feel the excitement and the enthusiasm around this.
It's been very fun to work
It's
on.
really cool. I mean, it's happening. You realize that?
It's the year of Linux on the desktop.
I'm telling you.
2019.
Yeah. It's fantastic. I'm learning so much right now. We are going to take a quick break, but do stay with us for the Windows Terminal. We're going to learn all about that coming up next.
Hi, I'm Burke Holland.
And I'm Elijah Manor.
And we're here in historic downtown Franklin, Tennessee at the lovely Grays on Main. And we're here to bring you 5 things about NPM. Thing number 1, you can run NPM init and then answer a billion questions.
Wait. There's a special flag for that. If you do npm init-y, it'll take all the defaults and just make the package JSON for you.
So you don't have to answer the billion questions?
No.
So you're saying npm-y and then I don't have to answer all those questions?
I just saved you a lot of time.
Wow. That's like half of my life back.
You're welcome.
If you can fix npm install, that's all of my life back.
Well, that's still going to take some time.
A little more complicated.
Yeah.
Thing number 2, sometimes you lose track of all of the NPM scripts that you have, like start, debug, start browser, start server, debug browser. There can be a lot across a lot of different projects. What can we do to help with that?
Well, one simple thing I do when I go to a new project, especially if I'm not familiar with it, I'll just type npm run, enter, and it'll just spit out all the available scripts for you.
Really? So just run without a script name just spits out all of the scripts that you can run?
Yep.
That's a very handy tip.
And then NPM, there's also completion scripts that you can install. And that way you can do npm run, you can start typing and press tab, and it'll actually list out all the matching hits that you could use.
Nice, and that's in the terminal.
Yep.
Thing number 3, there's something new out called npx. And it actually comes with NPM. What is npx and what does it do?
It's a great question. So if you at least have npm 5.2 or above, you already have it.
Okay.
And it does 2 main things. One, if you already have packages installed locally, like, for example, ESLint, you can actually play around with it in the terminal instead of being npm scripts. So if you run npx ESLint parameters or whatever, it'll first look locally if it's installed, and if you do have it, it'll use that one instead.
Oh, okay, so you could have it installed locally, but use it like it's installed globally.
Yeah,
does that work?
yeah.
Well, what happens if I try to use it and it's not installed locally or globally?
Well, that's good. So that's the second thing that it could do. So if you don't have it locally or globally, it'll actually go install it temporarily just so you can use it, and then it just gets rid of it.
Okay, so would that work for something like, say, an npx create React app and then the name without having to install create React
That's a
app.
great reason to use it because it's always getting the latest version of create React app, so you're not out of date.
Wow, that's fantastic. Oh, because it's so easy for you to get out of date if you install it globally.
Right, yeah.
So that's NPX available with NPM 5.2 or above. If you've got that, you can use that today.
Yeah.
Thing number 4, you can use NPM to update your packages, but a lot of times it's not that simple. What are some things that we can do to make package updating a little bit less painful?
It's a great question. So the first step would maybe running something that's native with NPM, and you'd say NPM space outdated. And that's a tool that'll just run through your package.json looking to see if there's newer versions of things based on your version range. But it's just a read-only
That's a great
list.
tip. I didn't know about that one.
Yeah.
But you can't do anything. It's just a list of what's okay.
Yeah.
So
at that point, you'd have to manually install yourself. Or there's another tool that I like to use called npm-check.
That's the name of the package, npm. So on npm, npm-check.
You would install that either globally or use npx, and then you use the -u flag, and that will do the same thing. It'll figure out what's up to date, out of date. It'll give you a list, but then it's interactive. You can actually use a keyboard to select things and tell it, I want these certain ones to be upgraded right now.
Wow, that's fancy schmancy. Yeah. And also, there's an extension for Visual Studio Code called Version Lens that puts this information inside your package.json file that also lets you update, so you can check that out as well.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Number 5, it's possible to link NPM packages. And we do this in development to define dependencies between packages. And that's great, but if you link a lot of packages, it can get really hard to manage. Is there anything that we could do to make that easier?
That's a great question. I do this all the time at work. We're always developing multiple slices and packages together. And for me, I always forget, what do I currently have linked? Am I running the latest or a local version? And there's a nice NPM tool called link-status, and all it does...
You install that from NPM, link-status is the name of the package?
Right, either globally or use NPX. And it will just, based on the project you're in, it'll just list out all your linked dependencies. There's a pretty mode, so it looks pretty, but that's all it does, but I use it all the time.
Yeah, it's extremely powerful, because otherwise you just don't know. You're flying completely blind.
Yeah.
Excellent. I'm Burt Holland.
And I'm Elijah Manor.
And now you know 5 things about NPM.
Yes!
And we're back on the Morning Zoo here at Build 2019. I love this because there is, in fact, a thing here that says banter. This is the part where we banter. Hi, friends.
Hey.
These are some of my favorite people because you made the new Windows terminal, and it's just a joy. What did you think about the reaction to the video, Kayla? Because that video was pretty amazing. Someone was like, there's a Surface-style video, and it's advertising the text mode terminal.
Yes.
Yeah, the reaction was absolutely overwhelming. We didn't think it would get this many views this fast. I think we just crossed 500,000 on YouTube, and we're just freaking out.
Were you just making it as a goof? Or were you like, we're going to do this, and it's going to capture the imagination of the world?
Yeah, the idea of it was to be like a conceptual video of where we wanted the terminal to go, ideally by V1 at the end of the year.
Yeah.
So we want to make it look as great as possible.
Yeah, and it was like, it's almost like it's inspirational and aspirational because now I'm trying to figure out what I can do to make my terminal look like the video. So now that that's an explicit goal that you made, that makes me feel really happy.
Yeah, absolutely.
The first thing that I did when I got the terminal open was I just tried to make it look different just because I wanted it to be my own thing. Do you customize yours? Have you set yours up already?
Oh, absolutely. The first thing I did when I installed it was create my own color theme. And Rich will probably get mad at me, but I prefer light theme over dark theme. Whereas he's
Team
the
light
opposite.
theme.
Yes.
Yes. Completely out.
Dark theme. Always.
No.
Everywhere.
Spaces, heathen.
Seriously.
You're going to dark theme and 4 spaces. What's wrong with you?
Come to the dark side. We got cookies.
So this is great, though, because one of the things, one of my favorite features, in fact, was the ability not only to have dark theme versus light theme, but I actually like light theme for Windows, but dark theme for my terminal. So I have a user-preferred theme, which I requested and happened, which is really cool because this is open source.
Yes.
So people can put their issues out on GitHub. This is actually, Rich, an open source terminal.
It is. We've actually taken not just the terminal itself as well, but we've actually open sourced the entire Windows command line infrastructure as well. So the terminal application shares componentry with the traditional Windows console application that you all know and love today. We've essentially taken many of the components out of the console and shared them with the new terminal. So they're sitting on top of a common substrate, so a common renderer, common input stack, common VT parser, and those components are shared across both worlds. So if the community comes and helps us make an improvement, for example, in the VT parser, that will benefit the terminal, but also benefit the console as well. And if those changes are contributed to shared componentry, that code may end up coming back inside Windows as well.
This has been a long road, right? I mean,
Yes.
I assume that this isn't a thing where it was just willpower, like it was, hey, we'll just make a new terminal. It feels to me like, if you recall, in the middle parts of Windows 10, the console, the classic console that we think of when you type in cmd.exe that runs conhost, started improving.
Yes.
I noticed that my ANSI art, because I
Yes.
have some, my
remember that.
BBS looked a lot better on Windows 10. My door games started working better.
Right.
Did all of that need to happen before we reached this point in the Windows terminal?
It did, yeah. I mean, when the team first took over the console, it was 30-odd years old by that time, and no one had really owned it for about 26 years. And so the team essentially had to decompose and start understanding how this thing worked, and in the process of doing so, started to modernize and improve it. And some of the first improvements we made were adding VT support, so understanding virtual terminal sequences used by lots of Linux applications and Unix applications, bulletin boards and other things, to control styling and coloring in the console. And that was one of the first big, really major and very visible improvements we made to the console. And we had to do that and then a bunch of other bits and pieces before we would be in a position to build a multi-tab terminal experience.
When that new console, the console before the Windows terminal came out, we were internally at Microsoft self-hosting that.
Yes.
There was a batch file, a very concerning batch file that would basically install a bunch of stuff locally, including conhost.exe that usually lives down in C Windows Dungeon, And I thought to myself, I didn't know that we could have a different conhost.exe. Are you shipping those things self-contained within Windows Terminal? Is there, like, the old terminal, the old console rather, exists and will exist, and they can live side by side?
Yes, absolutely.
But you can improve the console host.
Absolutely. So the Windows console ships inside Windows itself. It's built as part of Windows. It will be built as and delivered within Windows for decades to come, because its primary responsibility is backward compatibility. It's there to make sure that all your existing scripts and tools run as they always have and always will. But the terminal gets to do new things. And in speedboating these new terminal capabilities, we need the conhost infrastructure to be able to support that as well. And sometimes we might need to make some tweaks to conhost to light up a new feature in the terminal. So the app package that contains the terminal application also contains its own private conhost, essentially, for its own use, which might incorporate some changes that haven't yet made it into the mainstream console within Windows itself.
And one of the things that I wanted to be able to do, Dustin, was to have font ligatures, which are one of the, other than tabs versus spaces, which we joked about a little bit, is one of the most controversial things happening in computer science today. Maybe we can bring up the screen here, and we can find out how this group feels about these things. Let's go ahead and pop up to my screen. I'm going to zoom in here.
Ooh,
this is my
don't zoom too hard.
prompt. This is my prompt here. Notice that I'm actually hitting Control Scroll, and it's unlimited, by the way. You can go forever. It's like a fractal. There's another prompt inside that 0.
There is, yeah.
And that's actually my blood sugar in my prompt right there. That number. I had a cookie at Subway. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just type hyphen, and then go like that. Yeah. So then there's two kinds of people in the world. There's people who go, ooh. And there's people who go, oh, no. What? Was that hard?
So, it's kind of like the Sagan quote, right? To bake an apple pie, first you have to create the universe. So all we had to do was completely rewrite the text rendering engine. It's no big.
So that's completely rewriting the text rendering engine. And speaking of that, if I go out here to DOS but not DOS and I type in dir/s, I notice that this runs at about 1,200 frames per second.
Approximately, give or take.
It's fast. Like, the intent was, someone had told me that people figured out that if you used the original console host, and I'm not trying to badmouth the original console host, if you wanted to make things faster, you would actually make it really small because it would output less text. And if you had a fast build, you would actually run that build smaller and it would go faster.
All minimized.
All minimized. So if I make this
even
minimized,
faster.
that one may actually be fast. This one doesn't have to worry about that anymore, does it? It's just fast.
It does
It's
not.
like GPU accelerated.
Well, not only that, we actually took the text rendering out of the output pipeline altogether.
Oh, interesting. So it can skip frames, for lack of a better word.
Pretty much.
Okay. And that is also complete rewrite. This is a modern console for a modern universe here.
Yeah. But even that render is a shared component with the original console. So we're hoping to bring back into Windows that direct write render, hook it up to ConHost.
Really?
And support
So you're
that
going to
on
take
Windows
improvements
Server,
and you're going
Windows
to
Desktop.
bring it back and still be maintained backward compatibility.
Yeah,
So people
absolutely.
using original console are going to have great experiences.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that already happening? Because I've noticed some of the font things starting to light up in original console. Things that didn't work are starting to quietly work.
You weren't supposed to see that yet.
Well, that's interesting. So speaking of fonts, actually, one of the fonts that I'm excited about is this font. Let me go ahead. Can I go back here? I'm going to click Settings. And you sent me this font, Kayla, if I recall.
Yep.
So you're to blame for this. I'm going to go here and say Format Document. This is the profile.json. This is my profile, right? It's my place to go and experiment. And I like that you, frankly, you didn't make a UI on top of this.
Yes.
Right? Because if non-technical parent gets here and they're concerned, well, they just walk away, right? I don't know what happened. Just close the door and walk away.
To your earlier point, there are two types of people. There are people like the JSON config, and there are people like UI config.
I don't know. I looked at this as a playground. The first thing I did when I got in here is I saw cursor shape, and there was a choice that said vintage. I said, I'm old. I want a cool cursor. And so I got a cool underscore, and I made it Kermit Green the way the good Lord intended.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And then you sent me, you were like, hey, try this font. What's the story behind this font?
So,
Cascadia Code.
Yeah, so we wanted to ship the new terminal, but we also wanted to have a new font with it because we thought it would have more impact. Because if we had like a new terminal and had Consolis in it, I feel like it wouldn't have been as impactful than if we had a new font. So we went to a font designer. We said, we want a new font. It needs to be monospaced, and we also want to do ligatures. So can you help us out? And he came back with us, and this is hopefully going to be named Cascadia Code. But it's still under production. We still want to make some tweaks to some characters, so this is just kind of a sneak peek to the font for now.
I appreciate that you gave me the sneak peek. We're allowed to show that, right? It's too late now.
It's too late now.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, and it'll be open source in its own repo eventually.
You're going to open source the font?
Yeah. We open source all the things.
That's cool. It's open by default now, isn't it?
Yeah, if you think you can stop us from open sourcing something, well.
It's like, oops, published it. Sorry. Yeah. What are you going to do? Fire me? I'm the only one that knows how it works.
Exactly.
Well, you know, once it's been open sourced, if
Yeah.
they fire you, you just get cloned.
Yeah, I've already forked it and I'm off running. So another thing that makes me happy about fonts is that there were many times that I tried to get a thing called Powerline working. And Powerline is just when people have far too much time on their hands and they feel that their prompt isn't complicated enough.
Yes.
And I am that person. So
I know, that's pretty complicated.
I wait till I add blood sugar, and I'm actually looking on doing, I'll talk about an idea I've got actually. This is my Ubuntu one here, and what's going on here? I'm going to zoom in, so this might look a little bit weird, so don't think this is perfect. So some of these lines will go away, but what is this thing, and how is it existing? This is a glyph or a Unicode thing, or what is going on there?
Yeah, so Powerline is a font extension. They took over a couple of the private use glyphs to put in, I think, 2 arrows and 3 Git-related things. It's like
symbols.
The branch symbol and something else. So
yeah, so look at that right there. There's
exactly.
a really cool looking path.
Oh, hey.
And then I've got a little pencil just chilling there to let me know that I've got some edits, and 75 of them, and that's kind of hanging out.
Yeah,
and
so
I can make that whatever I want.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
The glyphs may or may not be into the font. So like I use Fira, F-I-R-A, Fira Code, which had the font, but maybe Cascadia Code doesn't have it, or Scott Code doesn't have it. I can modify that font and have my own stuff.
Yeah, there's a couple pretty popular font patchers. I think Nerd Fonts and the original Powerline SDK will just inject those characters into a font for you.
One of the things that I'm interested, though, is I want to extend this. I want to do really cool stuff. I love that the font's going to be open source, but like you notice here, I've got a little arrow showing my blood sugar. It's just gone from 120 to 123. What I really want there is a spark line. You know what a spark line is? A spark line is a tiny graph that was invented by a guy named Edward Tufte. So now I'm trying to figure out, how do I put something there, like an emoji or something?
Well, you know, here.
Yeah.
I'll give you this
Can
one
you
for
solve
free.
this? We can write it right now.
So I can't solve this for you right now, but we've
Oh,
got an
okay.
issue that's been floating around our GitHub for about 2 years now. Have you heard of Sixels?
Sixels?
Yeah, so
I know what voxels are.
Someone devised a kind of character grid-based pixel rendering system. And we do not support it.
Okay.
But it's been pretty highly upvoted. Everyone wants us to support Sixels eventually. You could probably get your spark line with a little 6x6
Interesting.
grid.
Dot matrix thing.
Could I extend this in some way? How extensible? Can I have plugins? What if I have a link, like an HTTP whatever, that appears in a log file? I want to click on the thing. Can I do that?
Why not?
Maybe someday.
Maybe
Not
someday.
right now.
Want to be able to
Yeah,
do those kind of
but
things?
one
I'm not trying to get you to like commit to something.
Yeah. Well, in fact, we kind of previewed
But I
it
kind of do
in-
want you to commit
Yeah,
to something.
you put it in the video.
in the
You have to
video.
do it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's in the video.
I did it. It did. A command didn't work.
Yeah. Well, yet. It's something we're
It
planning
just
on
spawned
shipping by
another
the
one,
end of the
right?
year.
Well, so here's the other thing that I think is going to happen, and this is why I think it's so wonderful this is happening in 2019,
Yeah.
is we can actually make emoji-based video games this is Pong emoji.
Are those tacos?
These are tacos.
We're a burrito
I'm playing
team.
Pong with myself, with the, block.
Faster, faster. Yay.
Oh.
It's very complicated. It's not a very good game. I'm losing to myself at that point, but it's possible.
Yes.
Like the
Finally.
possibilities that this has opened up for, like the blood sugar thing might sound silly, but like I'm going to figure out what emojis or glyphs. I might actually modify a font on my own to make a glyph. I might take Cascadia code, draw some extra glyphs, add those. I have suddenly a palette available to me that is amazing. We've only got about 30 seconds left, but what I want to show is a couple things. In the tabs, I've got one style, one font, different color here. I've gone and extended this because you let me do it. I've got PowerShell, I've got Visual Studio PowerShell, I've got Ubuntu, I've got Cloud Shell, even SSH into other places.
Even SSH into other places.
So people can watch for this up on GitHub/Microsoft/terminal.
Terminal.
Fantastic.
Absolutely.
Thanks so much for talking with me today.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right. I wish I could spend an hour talking about the terminal, but we're going to go ahead and head out, and we'll see you again soon.
Hi, I'm John Papa,
I'm Brandy Morgan.
and we're going to learn 5 things about React components. Thing 1, component types.
So in React, there are 2 types of components. There are your class components and your functional components. Class components are going to be the ones that hold your state and use those lifecycle methods. Functional components are going to have nothing to do with state, and they are never going to use those lifecycle methods.
Oh, very cool. Thing 2, container presenter pattern. I hear about this a lot in React. Tell us more.
Yeah, so in React, you have your container components, and those contain your state, and then you have your presentation components that present your state. So in React, state flows from your parent to your child. So you have your container right here that has your state that then passes the state to your presentation components.
And could you have multiple of those presenter components inside a container?
Yep, and those can also be functional or they can be class components.
Awesome. So it's really more about how the data flows through your application.
And how it's presented, so how
Gotcha.
you would see it, yeah.
So with an example of that, a container really doesn't show anything then, right, if I'm understanding it right?
Yep.
You might collect the data, get it ready, and then pass it down to the presenter who might show like a login and
Yeah, you think of a container as just like your state manager. It manages the state for all the presentation components inside of it.
very cool. Everything seems to be a component.
Yeah, everything is a component in React.
Are we components?
No,
No?
no.
Okay.
I hope not.
I'm disappointed. Thing 3, JSX. This is unique to React, right?
Yes. So think of it like HTML. If you know HTML, you'll be very comfortable with JSX. It's an XML-like syntax that you use for building your components.
Inside of your JavaScript files, right?
Correct. Yep.
So wait, worlds are colliding here. I know. HTML, JavaScript. Exactly. Awesome. Thing 4, stateful components and lifecycle methods or events. How do they work?
So stateful components are components that have internal state and they use the lifecycle methods. So every component has a lifecycle. So when it's being rendered, you would use component will mount, which is when the component is being rendered to the DOM, and then component did mount is when it has rendered, and then component on mount is when it's being destroyed.
Thrown in the trash.
Thrown in the trash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You like to throw them in the trash, don't you?
Yes, I do, when I can. Get rid of unused code.
So anytime we have stateful components and lifecycle events, we're getting data from somewhere, right?
Correct.
Where do you get your data from?
So I use Node.js as a backend, usually.
Like an Express API or Happy or Koa?
Happy.
Happy?
Yep.
I'm happy too. So we can use that on the server, but we can also work it with things like serverless technology, right, in the cloud. So I can get my data from any serverless function?
Yeah.
Awesome. Thing 5, handling events. We got the stuff on the screen, we've got the components. How do we go back from the screen into the component?
Yeah, so event handling is a big thing in React, and there are these things called event handlers. And think of a button. So we created these components, we have a button on the screen, somebody's gonna click on it. Well, we somehow need to interpret that click, right? So you create a method that handles that click, and then you have these event handlers for your button, like onClick, and that would actually take that logic from that method and handle the click.
Okay, but what if nobody clicks on the button?
Well, then nothing happens.
Does it get lonely?
Probably. Probably just want to tap it.
If nobody clicks on the button, does the event handler actually exist?
Well, in the code, yes. But it doesn't get used.
Okay. Where would you recommend people go to learn more about components in React?
The documentation is always good, so reactjs.org.
Awesome. I'm John Papa.
I'm Brandy Morgan.
And we just learned 5 things about components in React.
Bring it up. Hello? Hello? Whoa.
I cannot see anybody.
Hello?
Everybody.
Nope, it's too late. Too late. I don't even want it anymore. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the last session of the last day of Build. Is that true? They saved the best to last?
I don't think this is the last
We're not the
session
last
of the day.
session?
No,
Oh,
I don't think so.
I was feeling bad about it there for a second because I was
No.
like, they either saved the best for last or they pushed all the crap to the end. I don't know.
I think that's what they did. They sent all the other stuff to
Who
the end.
planned this conference? Why do they hate us so much? Now, I know that you've seen a lot of PowerPoint so far, and I'm sure that you would like to see more PowerPoint, right? Yes?
Who wants to see
Who
more
wants to see
PowerPoint?
more PowerPoint? Can we get a show of hands?
No,
yeah,
you don't.
exactly. Slides with bullets, right? Who doesn't like to read slides?
No, you don't.
There was a journalist for the New York Times who wrote an article once called "We Have Met the Enemy and His Name is PowerPoint." And we call that death by PowerPoint. So what we would like to do for you today is PowerPoint, but we're going to do it a little bit differently than you might have seen it before.
So, excuse me. So, my name is Cecil Phillip, and this is my buddy, Burke Holland. And so what we actually want to do is kind of walk you through a journey that we went through in building an application in a very serverless way. So, you know, Burke and I are both cloud developer advocates at Microsoft. So essentially that means that we have the opportunity to go out and talk to a lot of folks, a lot of companies, a lot of startups, you know, students and things like that. And we talk to them about, well, how do you build serverless applications? And what are some of the things that we could do to make that an easier process for you, right? And so this journey that we're going to walk through today is essentially going to show you like one of the ways that, or one of the projects that we took on to kind of help people down that route.
That's right. So this session is called The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly of serverless. I actually looked for the sound, like it's called the Western whistle. Everybody know what that is? Somebody do it
What's
for me.
that?
Oh, golly, that was bad.
Is that a thing? What is that?
Yeah, it's like, So I looked for that, got it, and then the presentation people were like, you can't use that, that's trademarked. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. I just whistled it. So sorry, no whistle for you. You have to do your own whistle. But yes, this is the story of our journey. This is Cecil. My name is Burke. You can follow us on Twitter. And as Cecil said, we do work as cloud developer advocates here at Microsoft. And that puts us in an unusual position. Our job is to write about and talk to you about Azure, but that's not always easy to do.
It's not always easy to do because the thing is, like I'm sure a lot of you would realize, like so much stuff has gotten released just this week alone. And you know, to be honest with you, we haven't even heard about some of these things.
Yeah.
Like until like yesterday.
Right. We find out when you find out.
Right. Pretty much. So like, what does that mean? Right. Like as we're creating demos and samples and trying to tell you like what's the best way to do something, like we actually have to find time to actually use this stuff first, right? And so that becomes difficult. So what we decided to do was put together a project that would give us the opportunity to play with a lot of different tools and services and put them together into one package. And now we could talk to you about, well, what did it actually feel like to build an application, particularly in a serverless way?
Right, but we weren't sure exactly what to build. We wanted to build something, but we didn't want to just build another demo app that doesn't actually address any problems, right? We've all seen enough examples of wiring up a Northwind database and then have to go back and solve when you build an application. So what we wanted was something that was useful, not just a demo, something that could actually be useful and be used. We wanted to build something that used Azure, and we wanted to do something that provided you with some real value and insight. In other words, we wanted to hit things or suggest things or try things that you might try when trying to do things the optimal way with the latest concepts and technology in Azure.
So it so happened one day Burke and I were in Vegas, because all good ideas come out when we're in Vegas.
That's right.
So we were in Vegas, and we're actually at a conference. And we noticed, well, like most presenters do, at the end you have the slide, and the slide has tons of different links. And everybody pulls their phones out, and everybody's taking pictures of these slides.
Right.
Right. Then you go home at some point, and then you go through those links, and you put them on your computer, and you take a look and see what those resources are. And so we thought, well, there has to be a better way to do this, right? Because what happens if you take that picture and I don't know, something happens and the product changes, or things are a little bit different now. Like those slides that information is stale now.
Right.
So we need to have a way that we can add updated information. And that you guys could just be able to consume that without having to be like, oh man, where do I have to search and dig around and try and find these things?
Exactly, and you probably have done this already at Build, where you got to the end of a conference and somebody's like, here's some resources, and you took your phone out and you took a picture, and then I always thought that was kind of crazy, like it's 2019 and that's our solution to that problem. It seems like it would be easier if we just had one link that we could give people, and then they could go type that in, and then that would bring up all the resources from the session. Now, every time I explain this idea to people, they're like, why don't you just write a blog post? I'm like, you could do that, but then I don't have an excuse to build an app, so stop offering me simple solutions to this very simple problem.
Yeah, exactly. So, well, as you can imagine, we went ahead and we built it, right? We went ahead and we put together a solution that we think would be able to solve that problem. I'm Burke going to show us a demo really quickly of the application we built. So the name of the website is called The URList. And we're going to switch really quickly to the computer.
Hopefully. What do I have to do? Do I have to move my mouse?
You're on 3.
Yeah, I'm on 3. AV people, rescue me. We've got nothing. Oh, wait, you know what they said before? They were like, don't follow the numbers, follow the tape. That's super confusing. I feel like that's not my fault. Thank you.
So this is the website that we built for you. So essentially, in the URL list, what you do is you enter URLs at the bottom inside of the text box. And you can enter one or more URLs if you wanted to. Then at the top, you see there's a section that says URL. So you can actually put in like your custom address, like your vanity URL that you might want this to go to. Then on the right side, there's a description. You can add a description, like what is in this collection, what is this bundle. So let's say, for instance, like we had a collection of cool links, like Burke is saying. And this is something that you wanted to share with like your colleagues, your friends, your students, whatever the case is. And then now you can very quickly just go ahead and publish this. And now you just have a collection of links that you could share. Right? Super simple problem, not a lot of crazy stuff going on. Now, at the right-hand side, too, we also have the ability to log in, as you can imagine. So right now, we chose to go with Twitter, because we're always on Twitter and we're talking about stuff all the time. So we have the ability to authenticate with Twitter. And now that we can do that, when you see he clicks on that your face right there, you have the ability to go back and see all of the different collections that you've created. So I think this is really useful because, again, a lot of the times you have these collections of links. Sometimes you forget them, or maybe you might have put some links in some other things. Now you have like one place that you can kind of go through and have that. Now, we added some other little really cool features to it. So as you can see, like we can reorder those links that are in there. We actually have some interesting validation features that are happening. So there's client-side and server-side validation that's happening here. So you can see that name was taken, so we can't use that name. And then we also are doing URL validation. So you can only put in valid URLs into this. Right, and so again, so this is the URL list. This is the application we built for you. Now we're going to talk to you a little bit about, so you've seen how it works. Like we're going to talk to you a little bit about how we built it and some of the tools and technologies that are behind it.
All right, so this is how this application is built. We worked in silos a little bit. So I worked on the front end, and Cecil worked on the API and the database. I'm a JavaScript developer, which means I know how to push pixels, but not much more than that. And Cecil built the APIs in C# and knew more about that. So I built the front end in Vue, and I also used TypeScript because I wanted to see what the integration with TypeScript in Vue would be like, and I wanted to build this application as if I was trying to build an application that would scale. So I wanted interfaces, and I wanted services, and all the types of things that you would create when you want to build a legitimate application.
And so me, I'm a big fan of C#. So I built my application in the backend using C# and Azure Functions. And then we're also using Cosmos DB to store some of that data. And specifically, we're using the SQL API inside of Cosmos. So we're just storing documents of stuff, which really gave us some flexibility when it comes to saving information and scaling.
Exactly. So that is the URL list, the application that we built. Now, this seems like it's a web app. And you're like, it's a web app. Cool stuff, buddy. I think I've seen one of those before. Who cares? Why is this web app any different from any other web app that's ever been built?
Well, so this app is fundamentally different from anything that you've probably seen because of the fact that it's 100% serverless top to bottom. Right? So the front-end assets are being served in a serverless way, and the API is also being served in Azure Functions, which is, again, our serverless compute offering. So as we built this, we didn't have to worry about servers or provisioning or how much memory or RAM that we need. All we had to do was build our application, publish our code, and now we just left the cloud to go ahead and deal with that for us.
But Cecil, come on, man. I mean, isn't serverless just like a buzzword that you use to impress your friends?
Are you serious, dude?
Does it have any real meaning? Isn't serverless just something we say at parties so people will think we're smart? I don't know, maybe I'm going to the wrong kind of parties, but what does that even mean?
All right, so let's talk about exactly what serverless means. So everybody that you talk to has a different meaning about what it actually feels to be serverless. So we're going to give you like the Berk-conceptual definition of what serverless is. So for the first part, obviously like they are servers, but like the servers are abstracted. It means that we don't see the servers, we don't interact with them, we don't turn them on or off, we don't plug them in or out. Right? We're going to let the cloud provider deal with that for us. Secondly, too, we have the ability to pay for only the resources that we use. So that means that if something happens and there's a lot of load coming in, well, then we're going to pay for those types of things. But then if nothing happens and we don't have a lot of load, we don't have a lot of usage, then, well, we pay little to nothing at all. And so that's really flexible if you have a small business, if you have a startup, and you're really concerned about managing costs. You don't want to pre-provision all of these machines and servers and be paying for them every month consistently if you're really not going to be using all of those resources. And then another thing, too, is that we have the ability to have automatic scale, which I think is amazing for us. So again, like I mentioned before, as bandwidth increases up and down, as load increases up and down, we'll dynamically scale for you. So that means that they'll just automatically provision more servers to handle that additional load that's coming in. So for us, like, those are the three things that we consider to be serverless, right?
Absolutely, yes. And if you're a front-end developer, you may be familiar with this term Jamstack. You may have heard this. This is a horrible name for what's otherwise a very good idea. which is to have an application that is extremely low cost to use, extremely fast, and scales like a dream. That's what we're all after at the end of the day. The cloud is supposed to fulfill these promises. We think that the architecture that we've come up with delivers on that. That's why this app is fundamentally different. But if we pull back the lid on this thing for a second, we're going to talk about two of the underlying technologies that really make this possible. So we're going to talk about a couple of different Azure services, but we're really focusing on two here in this session. Azure Functions and Azure Storage is going to make a very strange appearance in a way that you might not assume that it could.
Yeah.
Cosmos DB is going to make an appearance, but not on the serverless front. But thanks for throwing that in there. I appreciate that.
So like we mentioned before, we used Azure Functions to build the API that's backing this website, this web application. And so how many of you are familiar with Azure Functions, by the way? Can I get a quick show of hands? We don't need to talk about this stuff anymore, man. Like, they already know
I know.
what's going on here.
That's it. Forget it. That's it. That's all we had.
So again, Azure Functions, as you guys already know, is our serverless compute offering. So you can write serverless applications using Java, JavaScript, Python, PowerShell. We wrote ours in .NET. But again, essentially, you have the ability to just write some code, publish it to the cloud, and again, you don't have to worry about, again, provisioning or any of that type of stuff, right? The cloud will just take care of it for you.
The other technology is Azure Storage. Azure Storage, its sole job is to deliver files everywhere in the world as fast as possible. Images, videos, data, and yes, websites as well. It is architected to do that and that only. And because of that, it is extremely good at delivering static assets. And the chances are, if you're building a single-page application with React, Vue, Angular, or whatever new JavaScript framework comes out next week that we're all going to have to relearn, if you're a JavaScript developer, that hits a little too close to home. That's why you didn't laugh. You were like, that's not funny, that's just true. This is the perfect place to put that, because at the end of the day, those really are just static assets.
Yeah. So now that we have a good understanding about what we consider to be serverless, why don't we start talking about what are some of the good things that we experienced as we were building this application?
So there's a lot of things that we thought were very good. Now, we're also a little biased here. Okay, so extend us a little bit of leeway there. We can't talk about all of those things, but we would like to talk about the things that we enjoyed the most about building this application and some of those services that we used.
So let's start off with the first one. We're going to talk about cost. Now, we don't have infinite resources in finance available to us. Like, we're just two broke cowboys, right?
Absolutely.
Trying to get by.
Thank you for the analogy. I like it. Keep it going.
I think
the
people
Western thing
understand
going.
that analogy, right? But so essentially, there's a finite amount of resources that we have in terms of finance. And so what we need to do is be able to have a service that's going to allow us to, properly manage our costs.
Absolutely.
So it actually turns out that with serverless, like I mentioned before, we only pay for what we use. So if you use a lot of resources, then you're going to pay for that. And if you use a little bit of resources, then you only have to pay for a little bit of it. And it actually turns out that Azure Functions is actually very well priced, right? So when we talk about it, if we switch to the next one, so you'll see that Azure Functions only charges you like 20 cents per million requests per month, right? But what's actually interesting about this is that this is after your first set happens. So with Azure Functions, like your first initial ship, you get 1 million requests per month for free. I'm going to say that again so you guys let that sink in for a second. You have 1 million requests per month for free, right? So that's every month that resets. So that means that if you're trying something out, if you're prototyping, if you're debugging something, then you can get started with a very generous offering of serverless compute. And then after that, you pay 20 cents per million executions per month. And then the next month, it goes back down to 0, and you start all over again.
Right, and if you don't use any of those executions, what do you pay? Nothing, exactly.
Sure.
And for storage, similar kind of deal. You're at 6.06 or 6 cents per gigabyte used. Our application not compressed is about 285 kilobytes.
Yeah.
And after that, you pay for that what we call ingress or egress in and out of storage, or the bandwidth, but you're at 8 cents per gig in and out, and you get a gig free every month. So all of this to show you that until you have somewhat of a significant load on your application, you're not paying anything at all. which is brilliant. It's just a safe way to develop, build, deploy applications without having to assume an upfront cost.
Yep.
So that's cost. We like cost.
Yep.
Cost is great. Get the money discussion out of the way. Of course, we want you to spend more money on Azure, but as developers, we also want you to be as successful as possible. We want to show you the best way to do things, and that's why we're showing you the inside secrets here.
All right, so what's next? What do we got?
The next one is speed. Now, when I talk about speed, I want to talk about speed in two different ways. The first one is speed of development, which is super important. And the second one is the actual speed of the application. So what I want to do now is run through a little bit of a demo with you from the code. So I'm going to go over to the front end, and this is the front end application right here. It's a Vue project. This is all of my source code. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to come over here to VS Code in the Azure Storage extension for VS Code. You can download this from the extensions marketplace. Then I'm going to right-click and create a new storage account, and we'll just call it the URL list. Hopefully that's not already taken. Perfect.
Awesome.
Ooh, nice. Entry not found in cache. I'll tell you what, whenever this happens, quick VS Code tip, if this ever happens, you can just reload your window from the command palette here. Let it kick back into Azure for a second. Go ahead and close this. How many VS Code users out there? Lots? Yeah, it's so much fun. My favorite editor. All right, so let's do this again. Let's do the URL list. Perfect. Resource group, we'll create a new one. That's fine. West US, I think we're in the West. I don't know, I travel so much I forget where I am. Are we in the West? Where are we?
I think
What
we're
city
in
are we
West
in?
2.
Okay. West 2. All right, perfect. So now this storage account's being created. So while that happens, what I want to do is perform a build of this application. Yes, it's 2019 and we have to build web applications. I'm sorry, that's the reality, but it is the reality. So I'm going to just do an npm run build here. And what this is going to do is it's going to take all of my TypeScript and all of my images and all of my CSS, and it's going to build it, minify it, and it's going to stick it into a folder up here called dist. You just saw it happen. Here it is right here. So this entire application condenses down to just these static files. And then what I want to do is I want to just configure my static website. So I'm going to select the storage account that we created here, which was called the URL list, I believe, right there.
Yep.
And then it wants to know, well, what file is the file that you want to serve? We're just going to serve the index file. And then it's going to ask us, well, what is the 404 page? In other words, if I can't find your file, what do you want me to do? And what we're going to tell Azure is just send them back to the index page. This is a JavaScript application, so it's going to handle all of the routing. And what actually happens in Azure Storage is if you send people to a route that doesn't exist, it goes back to the index page, and then we can handle that with JavaScript, and that allows us to handle all of our routes inside the index.html. So we'll just put index.html here. And you can see it's been enabled and configured, and now I'm going to right-click and deploy to static website, which I can barely see, but there it is. It'll ask me which one. We'll say this one, and now it's going to deploy. So you'll see it's going to upload these files. It's done. Now watch this. I'm going to click Browse the website. Boom, there it is. There's no startup time. There's no container to start. There's no node to get ready. There's nothing. It's just immediately available at a URL that I've never been to before. That is speed. That's how the internet should work. We love that about static sites. It's a brilliant thing.
That's awesome. So let's start talking about scale again. So like I mentioned before, we need to be the ability to be able to scale our serverless applications. But if we don't manage the server, well, how does that happen, right? When you think about how you do that today with virtual machines, I have to provision another virtual machine. I have to install my application. I have to set up networking and monitoring. I have to plug all that stuff together. And then what happens when you don't need that extra machine anymore? Right? You still have it. It's still plugged up. It's still eating power and resources, right? This is still something that you're technically having to pay for. But again, like we said before, with the cloud, we're just going to scale it for you automatically. So what I want to do, because I feel like I've been hammering this point into you for a long time, I want to show you a demo really quickly of how Azure Functions is going to scale. Now, I'm going to switch. Hopefully, I could switch this thing. Great. So what I'm showing you is my application insights dashboard. And so this is where one of the places that we could look at to monitor our function at. Now you can see here I have stuff like incoming requests, and I can see outgoing requests and things of that nature. At the bottom here, you notice, I'm going to zoom in a little bit. You can see the amount of servers that are allocated for this particular application. So I have 4 servers here. If I scroll over to the side, you can see I only have like 1 or 2% CPU utilization. So these servers are pretty idle, right? Like they're not really doing a lot of work. So let's see if we can simulate some work. Now here in my command line, I'm going to run a tool called Artillery. Is anybody familiar with Artillery? No? So Artillery is a load testing tool. So what I'm going to do from my machine, I'm going to simulate some load. Now what I'm saying here is that I want to run Artillery, and I want to have 100 users generating 100 requests each. Right? 100 users generating 100 requests each. I'm going to send that load over to my web application.
It's 300 requests each, isn't it?
Oh, I'm sorry, 300.
300, yeah.
There you go.
So it's a
Thank you so much.
non-trivial amount of load that we're now going to throw at this thing.
Right, right. So we're going to send a lot of requests over to our web app. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to run Artillery here on my computer, and I'm going to switch back over to the Azure portal. And if you might have noticed already, we've already went from like 4 servers to 5 servers. And then as the load continues to come in, like it'll just continue to scale up the amount of servers that are needed. Again, I'm going to zoom in a little bit. You notice that this went up to 84, 80, 86, 80, right? But again, as load comes in, it just automatically adds servers for you. Now tell me, do you think if you had to provision a new virtual machine and set up your new application that you could have added another server in pretty much less than 2 or 3 seconds? Probably not, right? Like it takes time. But then that's the power of the cloud, right? The cloud will just help us provision those things really quickly so we can react to load that quickly.
Right. And as a developer, I feel like that's sort of the promise of the cloud that I was promised, at least, is that it would just scale up. And remember, when we talk about scale, we tend to think of scaling up, but scaling down is equally as important because you don't want to pay for what you're not using. You don't want to just leave the water on all the time. You want to turn it off when you're not using it and on when you are. And whoa!
That's a lot of servers.
That's a lot of servers. All right, so this is our scale. And again, we don't know anything about this, and we're not paying for instances here. We're just paying for executions. So that's scale. Scale is kind of a beautiful thing. Another thing that's very, very nice about the methodology that we chose was the local dev experience. So I would like to kick it over there, Cecil, to me. I'd like to point out that I am working on a PC, and Cecil's working on a Mac. So I built the front end in JavaScript on a PC. He built the API with C# on a Mac. What a time to be alive, right? Not what you were expecting at all. So what I'm going to do here is just sort of show you the way that this works. So we looked at the front end application here, which is written in Vue, and it's running right here. So I'm going to go ahead and run this in development mode or in the browser. Now, if you've done Angular, how many Angular devs in here? Couple hands. What about React? Some React folks? Couple folks. What about Vue? jQuery? Anybody? Any jQuery folks out there? It's okay. Yeah, right? Never forget. Hashtag never forget. All right, now, so what I want to do here is I'm going to pull up where I'm running here. And when you build a static application like this, it runs on a different port. It runs on a different development server.
Yep.
This is not like the days of MVC, where your front end and your back end are running the same project, right? We've moved on, and we're in a new frontier, but that new frontier comes with new problems. So I'm going to open this up here, and what I'm doing is running here, and then I've got Cecil's code running over here on this side. So I've got another Visual Studio Code instance, and I'm actually running the debugger. So what I can do here is put in a breakpoint on, let's just do get links. So this one right here, let me just come down a little bit on our get links, and I'm just going to drop a breakpoint right there. And then let's come over and open this up inside of our browser. Localhost, oh, there it went. So now, and then I'm going to hit the endpoint here. So let's look for Cog services. And that should throw us into a breakpoint right here, right? And so as a front-end developer, I can load Cecil's code and run that locally along with my own, so that I can have an easier debugging experience. There are some serverless platforms where you don't have a local debugging experience. That's dumb. You shouldn't have to build code that you can't debug. That's crazy. So we really, really liked the local development experience of Azure Functions and storage, but not just on a PC.
It also works on a Mac too. So I've just switched over to my computer. So I'm running Visual Studio Code just like Burke was, but instead I'm running it on Mac OS. And I'm going to show you that I have the same debugging experience that he did. So I'm going to attach to my Azure function. I'm going to hit the debug button. Right. The same runtime that's inside of the cloud, I'm running it locally. It's not a simulator or emulator. It is the same thing. And you know this thing is legit, right? Because we have like really cool ASCII art that's here too. Now, I'm going to do very similar to what Burke did. I am going to have a breakpoint here that I'm going to hit. And now I'm going to switch over to this tool that I like to use called Postman. And if you're familiar with Postman, it's really just a tool that allows me to craft HTTP requests. So I actually have a collection here, a collection of predetermined requests, and I'm just going to select one. And now inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and make a request to my endpoint. So I'm going to hit send really quickly, and then there you go. So just like you saw before, I was able to hit my breakpoint locally on my machine. But again, more importantly, if you're a C# developer and you're familiar with Visual Studio or some of these other tools, you can see here that I have the ability to look up my local variables, right? I have the ability to check out my call stack. I have all the information that I need that's really important for me to develop locally in my machine. And it's no different from whether I run it on Windows or if I run it on a Mac, if he's writing JavaScript or if he's writing C#. We have that ability with Azure Functions on any platform.
Right. The cross-platform experience is just really, really nice. So that was the local dev experience, which was we really enjoyed that. That was great. And then the last one that I threw on here was CORS. People familiar here with CORS? CORS is cross-origin resource sharing. Now, if you're not a front-end developer, just know that in web development, if your back-end isn't running on the same URL and port that your front-end is running on, you can't talk to it. That's called a cross-domain violation. It's a security thing. You're not allowed to do it. It is the bane of every web developer's existence. When we run front-end applications like static apps, go ahead and switch it over there, Cecil, if you would.
Sure.
We are fundamentally in the middle of a cross-domain nightmare. We just are. My local host runs on port 8080. The backend runs on port 7071. They cannot talk to each other. The solution to this is something called cross-origin resource sharing, or what we call CORS for short. CORS, the way CORS works, is that we go to the server and we specify on the server clients that are allowed to talk to the server directly. And you can see with Azure Functions, CORS is just really easy to configure. You just go into your JSON file, you type CORS, and then you put the address or addresses that you want to be able to access this. And now I don't need any JSON-P, I don't need any shenanigans. I can just make those two things talk to each other, and there's no work to be done on my part. But how does it work in production?
Sure. So I'll show you really quickly what I had to do on my side, and I'll switch over to my machine. So now, here inside of the Azure portal, what we're looking at is my function app instance. What I'm going to do is head over to Platform Features. And then under the API section, you can see that we have an entry here for CORS. I'm going to select CORS, and then it opens up that blade on the right side. I'll zoom into this really quickly so y'all can see it properly. And so here, what you see is a list of all of the URLs, all of the domains that I want to say, hey, if you call us from using a JavaScript client, then this should be OK. So notice that we have our full domain, the urllist.com. We have it with the www in front of it. But we also have local hosts in there, because we want to be able to call local hosts from our machines into the cloud using CORS, and we just want it to work. So again, we have the ability to just add as many of these as we want, and it makes our development experience really easy.
Right, so sort of the zero configuration there is what we're honing in on, that's something that just works out of the box. We thought that was really good. All right, let's stop beating around the bush. Let's get down to the nitty-gritty, as they say. I don't think anybody says that. All right, so see, these are some of the bad things that we ran into. The first one was authorization. Now,
well, I didn't think auth was so bad.
I thought it was really bad.
Really?
Yeah, nobody's ever built a login form and it was like, that was fun, let's do that again.
OK, you know what? I'm going to show you what I did,
All right.
how I got it taken care of. All right, so we're back inside of the Azure portal, and This is my, this is my function app. Now, for me to turn on authorization, all I had to do was under the networking section, there's an entry here for authentication and authorization. And this is how we get to App Service Auth. So if you're unfamiliar with App Service Auth, this is available for both Azure App Service as well as Azure Functions. But it's just a really easy way for you to add authentication to your application. So all I really did here was come and turn it on. And then if we scroll down to the bottom, you can see that I have these different providers that we can start connecting. So I have Azure Active Directory, I have Microsoft accounts, Facebook, Google, Twitter, all the usual suspects that you'd have when you're trying to authenticate. Now, we decided to go with Twitter. All I really had to do was click on this configure, and I'm going to enter my API key and API secret. Please don't copy these. And, but now, that's all it was, right? That's all I had to do. Now, from the Twitter perspective, if you've never built an application with Twitter before, essentially you'd go to developer.twitter.com, you'd create a new app, and then when I click on details, it'll just automatically give me these keys and secrets. So all I'm doing is I'm just copying and pasting information over. And now when I put it inside of my app, I'll just get prompted to log in with Twitter, and it'll just work.
Right. So Cecil messages me, and he says, OK, auth is done. And I'm like, the hell it is. All right, so go back over to number 3. So then I have a decision to make as a front-end developer, right? How do I do this? How do I implement what he just did? I don't know. There's a couple different ways that you could do this in a front-end app. You could pop open a new window, or what we call spawning a child process, a child window. But what we chose to do was to just open a modal. So one of the great things about Vue is that, I'm going to go ahead and log out so we can see this complete flow. But one of the great things about Vue is that there's a lot of pre-built components out there. So I just added a modal component to my project. Hoped to God there was not a virus in it. And then what I have to do is I have to call the function app.
Yep.
And I'm going to show you here. If we just look in here and inspect, you can see the URL that we have to call. So it's right here. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Hopefully we can see it. But what I'm doing is I'm calling the URL for the app. And see that .auth/login/Twitter? These are endpoints that just get lit up when you turn on authentication. They just show up. They're just there. And then the last thing you'll see is I'm passing in a post-login redirect URL. Basically, I'm saying when you're done, come back to the application. Now, when they come back to the application, what I didn't understand is, so what? Right? What happens then? Well, I'm going to log in with Twitter. We're going to come back to the application. And all of a sudden, whenever I make a request to the function app, Cecil can just read that request and say, who'd it come from? And I can actually ask his function and say, who am I? And the function will say, you're this person, based on the Twitter information. Because behind the scenes, there's a session. If we go here to application and to local storage, cookies rather, right here, right there, app service auth session. So we've got an auth cookie that we don't know anything about, right? I'm not even sure how it got there. It's just there. I don't know how it works. It just does. So that part was very cool. The reason why it was bad is because as a front-end developer, I just had no idea how to implement that, and I felt like I should have had to do more, right? So basically, after I call the auth URL, I just sort of sit back and let everything else just happen. So I spent some time on that. That was kind of rough for me, but not as rough for you.
Yeah, it really was rough for me. And actually, I forgot to show you something. I wanted to show you all exactly how you access this user inside of the functions code. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch back over to my computer really quickly. And so here inside of my functions application, I have a method here that's called getTwitterHandle. So the way that we get access to that is using the HTTP context, specifically in C#. And then it has this property called identities. Right? So what I'm doing is that I'm going to this claims identity. That's actually really hard to see. Let me zoom in really quickly. I'm going to look inside of this identity that's based off of the HTTP context. I'm going to be like, hey, do you have a user? Do you have somebody logged in using Twitter? And if it does, then I'm going to pull in that claims identity. But now I get access to things like the user ID and their email address and whatever other information that Twitter is surfacing from us, all from within our code. But again, as you can see here, there's really not a lot of code that's behind of here, right? Like, it's really super simple, but let's just pull that information out.
Right, but it was a little bit hard for me to wrap my head around and to understand exactly how that worked. So that's auth. If you want to talk to me about auth afterwards, I'd love to commiserate with someone about it. I'll be at the party tonight. I'll buy you a beer. And by me, I mean Satya.
All right, so what are we talking about next?
All right, so let's talk about hosting. So let me just say real quickly that when it came to hosting, we initially did not want to use static storage. And the reason is because when you use static storage, you don't get an IP address, okay? If you can't get an IP address, you cannot get a root domain or an apex domain, sometimes called a naked domain. We solved that problem. We'll show you how in a minute. But the reason why it was bad is because I had what's basically some static files that I put in a Docker container. Well, now I need a web server, so I added Nginx. Well, now I need a configuration file, so I spent days trying to make an Nginx configuration file. Now, I got all that to work, but none of that is value add, right? None of that is really what I want to do. I just want to serve an index file. It should not be that hard. So solving the IP address problem with static hosting was great because that didn't become a problem. But I did spend a significant amount of time configuring Docker containers, which is just overhead.
Yeah. All right, so let's talk about metrics for a little bit. Now, when you own your own machines, you have the ability to SSH into them or remote desktop into them. I could look at the log files. I could pull up the event traces because, again, you have full control over it. And like that's the good thing about owning your hardware. But if you don't own it anymore and it's sent out to the cloud, well, how do I get access to that information, right? How could I know how things are going, and how can I get information like health checks, or how can I know when bad things are happening inside of my app? So we need to have a way that we could be able to dig into our application and get good metrics and telemetry information. So it just so happens that we have a service called Azure Application Insights that allow us to do that. And so this really helps us solve this problem. Now, what you're looking at now on the screen is my instance of Azure Application Insights that's attached to our serverless application. Now, as you see here on the dashboard, I can see things like the fail requests and the server response time and the availability. Now, one of the things that I like to do is to head over to the Analytics tab. Now, here in the Analytics tab, I can dig down deep and get really detailed with the information that Azure Application Insights has been collecting for us. So in a second or two, when you see this left side load, you can see I have access to things like the page views and the requests and custom metrics and things of that nature. So for instance, if I wanted to click on something like requests, notice here that it's going to run a really quick query, and now I'm going to be able to dive down into all of the requests that have been coming into this application. Like I can open this down, and I could dig down and see things like where they're coming from and the city and
somebody came from Des Moines.
Do you know somebody from there?
I don't know anybody in Des Moines. Maybe somebody on the stream. No. Hi, Des Moines. Hi, okay. Sharon in Des Moines. I bet there's actually a Sharon in Des Moines watching the stream, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, how do they know?" We don't actually know.
So that was really cool, right? But one of the things I like to do with data sometimes too, sometimes we want to visualize and see what's happening. So inside of this area here, we have the ability to generate charts and graphs, which I think is really cool. So what I did was I just ran a query, and it just generated this pie chart for me. And so this particular query is showing me like the endpoints that people are going to. So like this big blue area, everybody's going to like the home page, as you can imagine, right? And then you can see like some of the other endpoints that people are going to.
Right.
Now, what I've been doing here, and you may or may not have noticed, is I've been writing queries using a language called Kusto. Like Kusto is the language that powers Application Insights, Azure Log Analytics, and tons of Azure services. But essentially, it gives us a really cool way to really drive down and dig down into our application data. But you might say, well, what if you don't want to write queries? What if you just kind of want to just see and surface
What if I don't know Kusto and I'm scared of data?
What if you don't know Kusto? Are you scared of data?
I'm very scared of data.
Oh my God, dude. All right, so one of the things that we could do that I think is really cool is we can just generate custom dashboards here from Application Insights. So here on the overview page, I'm going to click on this thing that says Application Dashboard. And now what it's going to do is generate a dashboard for me on my Azure portal homepage. Now, if you take a look here, you can see I have information about the usage of my application, the reliability, the responsiveness. And then there's tons of great data that's inside of here that we can take a look at, like the average process input I/O and things of that nature. What's really cool about this is, like, imagine like you're inside of your team room at work, and then you just stick this up on a big old monitor in the corner. And as you're working through bugs, as you're working on performance problems, as you're cranking out code, you can take a look at this live and see how exactly it's affecting your application. And you can see exactly how it's performing. So if something happens, you have the ability to see it right then and there and react to it, which I think is really cool.
Yeah, and as a front-end developer, this was interesting to me because usually as front-end developers, like if we went analytics, we just throw Google Analytics on there and we're like done with it, right? That's it. But in this case, we're using Application Insights, which provides us the same level of analytics, but now we're looking at the application together. So we have the API portion and the front-end portion, and it's all there in the same dashboard. That's what we really want to see. What's the health of the whole application, not the different pieces?
Right.
All right. So let's talk about the ugly stuff.
We're gonna get in trouble.
I wish we didn't have to do this.
Oh my God. Okay, let's do it.
This
Let's
was
go.
whose idea was this? All right, so there were a lot of things that we did, especially towards the end, like 2 weeks out from build, in a state of panic, that were bad. Just frankly, not any fun at all, and extremely emotional at times as well. This is true of any application you build. There is no service, no provider that is going to mitigate the last 20% of your application, right? The first 80% takes a month, and the last 20% takes the rest of the year, the last 11 months. So this is the last 20% of our application.
Okay, so let's start off with talking about proxies. Now, when we built our application, like remember earlier Burke was talking about we were running locally, and we had our functions endpoint, and we also had our front-end assets endpoint, right? That was serving our static assets. But it actually turns out that when we deploy our application, now they're running on 2 different ports and 2 different servers, right? This is where the asset, the JavaScript and stuff is coming from, and this is where our API is living. So what we actually want to do was just have like a unified experience, right? And so we didn't want to have to deal with cores and like all this extra stuff, because that just kind of felt like extra work. So we decided to look into something like Azure Proxies. Everyone of you familiar with Azure Proxies and how that kind of works? Okay, so with proxies, essentially it allows you to define special routes inside of your function app. So you could say like, if a request comes in at a certain port, I want you to direct it to a certain asset, right? So essentially like I could start directing traffic to a certain place. Now, the thing why proxies didn't really work for us was because, well, we had this API, and we had a lot of HTTP triggers. And our HTTP triggers had a lot of custom routes. So it turned out that our custom routes and the proxies kind of started to step on each other's feet a little bit. And so we had to figure out something better. So we looked at tons of other options, like we looked at Traffic Manager, we looked at Azure DNS, we looked at tons of other services.
Right, we didn't really know what to do. And a lot of it was just not knowing how do we glue these 2 things together so they look like they're running into the same URL.
Right, because again, so we had a problem to solve, and we had to figure out what was going to be the best tool for us to solve it. So in our case, we ended up going to a tool called Azure Front Door. And if you've ever heard about Azure Front Door, that's one of our new services. And essentially, it allows us to define like a pool of servers or resources in the background, but it essentially directs us to the best server to handle that request for us. So what we can do now is we can define routes inside of Azure Front Door. So I can say, well, when a request comes with a certain URL path, send it to one place, and if not, send it to another place. So let's actually head over to Burke's machine really quick.
You want to talk through it? Sure.
And we're going to see what that looks like really quickly. Great, so what we're looking at here is that designer for Azure Front Door. So what you can see is that we can define our front-end hosts. So at the bottom, you can notice we have the urls.com, right? So we know that every time a request comes in with a host header that has that, it's going to come into our Azure Front Door, and it's going to be able to work with it. Then the next thing we had to do was define backend pools. So the backend pools are essentially what are the servers that are handling our requests. So notice there's one for the front end, because again, our front end assets are being served from one place, and there's another one from the back end, right? And the back end is also being served from a completely different place.
Right, so our front end is the static storage, and the back end is the Azure Functions.
Right. Then, so we defined our servers, and then the last thing that we had to do was we had to define some routes. So the last part is the routing rules. So now, if you look at the routing rules for our backend server, which one is this?
That was front end.
I'm sorry. So if you look at the ones for our front end server, you can see that anything that comes in on that default slash, we're going to direct that over to blob storage, because that's where we're hosting our static assets, right? And now if we take a look at the other one that's in the backend for our API, anything that comes with /API, we're going to direct that over to our Azure Functions backend in the back. Right? So Azure Front Door is going to be able to handle a lot of that other stuff for us. Another thing that I think is really cool about Azure Front Door is that it gave us an HTTPS certificate for free.
Yeah, it gives you
crazy?
Yeah, it just sets up a cert for you for your www domain automatically, which just
cool.
happens.
So I think we actually showed that in the first one. If we take a look at the front end host and you click on the urls.com, is it in that one? Right, so you see we have the option, so we could use our own certificate if we wanted to, or we could just use the certificate that's provided by Azure Front Door. And we had a lot of issues going back and forth with certificates, so I was very happy to just take the one that they gave us.
Now, Azure Front Door gives you a few other very nice things, including CDN-like functionality. So it caches your application at the edge, giving you even more speed. And because we're using static assets, we definitely want that. The other thing that it gives you is health checks. So it will actually check to see if your application goes down and report on that. And it's also consumption-based, which qualifies it in a way to be classified with serverless. In other words, you're paying by the request, and you get a certain amount of those as well. So that was Azure Front Door. We spent a solid amount of time, because this tool is new and with the help of the PM, trying to figure out the right way to set up and glue all these pieces together.
Yep.
If you're interested in talking more about this, we'd like to do that. We're also going to publish some blog posts on how we set this up, because really the meat of the magic is in that service there.
So I know you also had some issues with DNS too, right? Do you want to talk about those?
Yeah, so here's where we get into some really esoteric stuff. So here's the problem with DNS. I don't know anything about it. So I went to Namecheap, and I bought a domain name, and you're supposed to go in, and the fundamental problem that we have is that you need to have an IP address to create what's called an A record. So in other words, the URList.com, no www, just the URList.com. Well, Azure Front Door does not give you an IP address. What it gives you is this domain right here, the urls.azurefd.net. Likewise, static sites don't give you an IP address, right? So as a developer, you're sort of stuck. Well, what do? I can't just tell people, hey, don't go to the urls.com. That doesn't work. Like, that's not an answer. I need an answer. So what we ended up doing was we used Cloudflare. Now, Cloudflare is a different service provider. They do have a pretty good free tier. Oh, bump it over to my...
Your machine?
Yeah, my machine there.
Switching over right now.
Perfect. So this is our Cloudflare setup, and we're doing something very simple here. Here's what we're doing. I've defined www to go to the urls.azurefrontdoor.net. Works fine, okay? That's called a CNAME. Does everybody know what a CNAME is? Me either. I don't know what it is either. I just know you're supposed to have one. I'm just being honest. If you want to talk about DNS, talk to someone else. I'm not the person. All right, so the other thing that we needed was, because we couldn't have an A record, which is the Apex record, but a Cloudflare allows you to create a CNAME that you can also point at a URL, not an IP address. So you can see I've created a CNAME for the urls.com. Now, this will break, because what Cloudflare actually does is it pings that URL and then returns the IP address. But the IP address is just the load balancer of Front Door. And Front Door is like, I don't know what you want. Right? You asked for an IP address. There's tons of sites back here. You didn't say which one you wanted. So what we did was we just created a simple page redirect. So if we go over here to page rules, I just come down here. We've got one page rule. And all I'm doing is saying, hey, if someone tries to go to the urls.com, just send them to www.theurls.com. This works really, really well. Really well. This is a very good solution when you don't have access to an IP address. Now, some of you may have just sat through the last 2 minutes and gone, what are you talking about? But if you've ever had this issue where you're trying to get an Apex domain and you don't have an IP address, it is a hair-pulling experience. I am living proof.
You sure you want to say that?
Yeah, I don't know. All right, switch us back over. All right, let's do one more on the ugly. I want to address what's a bit of the elephant in the room, which is something called cold start. So I don't want to dance around any issues here in front of you. When you're using Azure Functions, there is something called cold start. Your application is not always in memory. Sometimes it's on disk. If nobody has asked for your function in 15 minutes, then it gets put back on disk. The next person who asks for it, it gets loaded into memory. Well, for that person, there's something called cold start. It's about 3 to 5 seconds, depending on when you hit it. And if we go to the URL list, if you were the first person there, and it hasn't been hit in a while, when you go there, you saw that little green bar flash across the top, but it'll sit there for about 5 seconds. And what that is the API, it's just waiting for a response. So this is a bit of a problem. We want the application to be snappy. So there's a couple of options here to fix this. One of them is to use the new premium functions offering that was just announced. If you have the money to spend on those resources, this is a fantastic option. Your app is always hot, always responsive. The other thing is, I'm just going to be completely honest and tell you that Azure Front Door does health checks. And that means that it hits our backend API every minute. And when it hits the API every minute, it stays hot in Azure Functions because we're hitting it every minute. Now, we are paying for that, but I did the math, and it's like 0.00016 cents a day, which I feel like I can cover.
But if you wanted to, you can configure it, right?
You can configure it up to 255, but you should just know that that's the way that Azure Front Door works. So the health checks actually ends up being a benefit because your API is always hot, and you're still basically paying nothing. So I hope there's no sales folks in the room. They hate me now.
Oh, man. I tell you, we're going to get in trouble.
I know.
All right, so let's recap some of the things that we spoke about, right? We know that, we talked about the good things, which are cost was good. We thought cost was really good. The speed, scale, the local development experience, both on Windows and Mac, we thought were really good. But then we also had some issues, right? Auth was the issue. Cores were, caused an issue. DNS and things like that. But we were able to work with it, trying to figure out, well, how can we best solve these problems by looking at different tools and different options. Now, we spoke about this really quickly in just about an hour, but believe me when I tell you, it took us a really long time to solve some of these things, because it's trial and error, right? You have to spend the time playing around with the service and trying to figure out, well, what's going to be the best option to solve the problem that you have.
Absolutely. So let's review the stack real quick. Technology-wise, we believe that this is one of the best ways that you can run an application like this on Azure, what we'll call a Jamstack application. Azure Front Door, for all your routes and your proxies, handling your domains. Behind that, Azure Storage, which has your site. Behind that, your API, which is running in Azure Functions. And then behind that, some sort of data store. We've chosen Cosmos DB. Most people already have a database. I meet very few developers who are like, I don't have a database. People usually have a database that they want to already tie into.
Exactly. So do we have something for them?
We do.
What do we have? What do you got?
So today, this is the first time we get to use this application. We have so many resources that we want to give you. But instead of doing that, we're just going to give you a URL to go to. So you can go to the urls.com/build2019. And in fact, I will go there with you so you can check this out.
Yeah, let's see what we got.
And we will show you the things that we've left here for you. Let's go build 2019. And here's all the things that we have. We have the GitHub repo. You can get all the code. You want to see how we built the View app? You can get that. Want to see the Function app? It's all available for you to see. It's documented as well. We're releasing this today. We've got some links for some tutorials we think you might like. We've got some links that the Functions team said, please put these links in your presentation. So here we are. We love you, Functions folks. We have Cecil and myself down here on Twitter. We're obsessed with fake points, so we'd appreciate it if you'd follow us there. And y'all, I made you some wallpapers just for this session. Yes. So you can send your JavaScript or your C# to the cloud. I'm not going to judge you, whichever one is your favorite.
That's like the best swag that I've seen here.
I know, that's it. We don't have any socks for you, but we do have wallpapers.
Sure. So thank you all so much. I definitely would love for you all to check out the urls.com, take a look at the code, take a look at what we've created. Let us know what you think. We welcome pull requests and issues and all of that type of stuff. So again, we definitely look forward to you trying it out, and thank you all so much for coming out.
Yes, and one more thing. Please rate our session. Please. Send in your feedback, unless you didn't like it, in which case it's okay. Nobody needs to rate the session. Nobody looks at it anyway. Thank you so much for coming.
Sure. I don't know if this will be. Yeah, this should be recorded. All right, and welcome back to Build Live 2019. I'm Christina Warren, and I'm joined by
Tanya Jenka
and
Terry Redeckel.
Okay, so here with Tanya and Terry, and they're both security experts. And so I just kind of want to do. We're kind of counting down to the last. Couple of sessions of Microsoft Build 2019. We've got some great music happening outside. If you hear that in the background where we were earlier, we're showing some things off. But I wanted to just kind of sit here in front of the Microsoft sign and talk with Tanya and talk with Terry about some of the interesting things that you two have seen at the conference so far. So Tanya, what was kind of one of your big highlights of Build 2019?
Microsoft has our own blockchain now. And everyone's making fun of me because I'm really excited about it, but...
And please explain to me why you're so excited about blockchain.
I'm excited that we have one.
Okay, but we have a lot of databases.
Oh my God, it's all a database. Okay, you did that on purpose. Okay, so basically, Microsoft makes it a lot easier to develop things, right? Like Visual Studio Code is it's really nice, easy way to develop things. And previously, the way you would develop blockchain was quite complex and labor intensive. And so I'm really excited to make my own first blockchain and say I'm working.
Okay, so are you gonna create your own coin, Tanya coin?
Oh my God.
TCO?
Good idea.
Right? We have a Tanya coin offering, yeah, exactly. Exactly.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
It will have Tanya's face on it. And if you mine a certain number of things, and you can even make it security based, where if you find this many bugs, then you earn this many
Tanya coins.
Exactly.
I don't know. Well, the first thing I want to do is make one, but then obviously I want to smash it, find problems with it, and then publish best practices.
Obviously, because that's one of the things you do, and this is one of the things that Terry does as well. So Terry, you are a security trainer. Is that correct?
I do cloud security, so I do cloud security assessments, pen testing, training, things like that.
Very cool. And so we were talking earlier, and you talked about how you teach Azure cloud security. You do some stuff with GCP. You do some stuff with AWS. Was there anything that you saw at this build that you might be taking back into some of your training and some of the classes you teach?
Well, I was very interested in the password, this whole passwordless push, and so I went to one of those sessions and I was looking at how can you integrate that into an application, and that's something definitely people might want to be taking a look at. What is this new technology? How does it work? And comparing it to their other alternatives, so that was really interesting.
Yeah, because right now kind of the alternatives, and both of you, correct me if I'm wrong, would be the things you can use two-factor authentication, you can use things like a YubiKey or another sort of secure kind of password authenticated thing where there's a token that is passing something through on a secure device where you plug it in and it is doing things. And then this is kind of a different option too, where there's no password.
Yeah.
Because we all have one password, password manager, but this is no password, which sounds great in theory, but I could understand from your two perspectives of security experts might also be a little bit scary if it doesn't work right.
I definitely want to go back and check it out, but it's interesting because they were actually giving away YubiKeys in the talk, and then you can have a gesture or your face or something else. And I don't know all the ins and outs of it, so I want to go back and try out some of the code that they had in there, but it looks very interesting. There's definitely multiple factors in there to help keep it more secure.
That's very cool. That's very cool. And the two of you actually gave a talk about how people can do their own cloud assessment about their security, right? So give me kind of the high level, Tanya, what were you two talking about?
We talked about basically steps that you could do yourself at your office and not get yourself into serious trouble with the security team.
That's important. Or the lawyers at whatever place you're pen testing, right?
Yeah. Don't ever test the Azure Fabric. Don't do that.
Stay away from the fabric. Just stay in your own lane, right?
Stay in your own lane, definitely.
Okay.
Definitely.
And do you have those resources available online where people can view some of that stuff?
We do. Actually, I had Terry on the OWASP DevSlop show, which is a streaming show that I do, and we did a whole bunch of the verifications live online and then cut the tape to YouTube. But we also wrote a couple blog posts, and basically if you just read Terry's blog post, it's just, she is a badass cloud hacker all the time.
Badass cloud hacker. I like it. I like it. I like it.
We're well together, though.
That's great. That's great. So you were here at Build last year, and Tanya, this is your first Build. What have you thought of all of this? Because there's a lot of stuff going on.
It is gigantic and amazing, and it makes me think, I went on some of the Microsoft Ignite tour, and it kind of reminds me of that, except for somehow even more huge and ginormous.
What have you thought about how things are laid out this year? Did you get a chance to check out the wellness rooms on the 6th floor? We had massage parlors and.
I didn't do any of that. But one of the things I really liked was interacting with people after our talk and then run into them around the conference. And I think that's the great thing about being at a conference versus watching the videos. Although our video is posted on my Twitter right now, so if you want to go watch it. But being able to interact with those people and answer questions, and it's kind of nice.
Very nice, very nice. Now, I'm assuming both of you guys are Linux users. Is that accurate to say, or you're a Mac person? Okay.
Versus a what?
Windows. Do you use Windows, Linux, Mac? Like, what are?
I use mostly Mac, but I do have Windows because when I test my class materials, I need to make sure they work for anyone.
Definitely. No, I didn't know if either of you checked out some of the new WSL2 stuff, the new Windows system on Linux 2 stuff, which is going to make so Windows will be shipping with a native Linux kernel, so that you can do your Linuxy things even faster and even more natively, accessing things including things like YubiKeys. That sort of support will be coming, so that if you were in your Linux environment and you plugged in your YubiKey because you wanted to authorize something, to be able to read from the USB host and stuff like that. So
I do think it's really interesting. I started out as a Windows user, and when I moved to Mac, one of the things I was like, oh, I can use my Linux commands here. So having that option is just great for people who are used to those commands.
Without a doubt, right? I mean, I think it makes it easier too if you're dealing with a lot of things with servers, where most people are going to be using, Bash. Then it makes sense to be able to do that and test things that way too.
Definitely.
We had some therapy animals around.
Yes.
Did either of you get a chance to see any of the therapy animals?
I was too late. Apparently the puppies were super tired yesterday when I went, so they took them out. Aww. I had visited the puppies before, though, at Microsoft, and it's kind of fun to get cuddles in the middle of the day.
It definitely is. And it's nice, too, because, we have all these exciting talks and interesting people to meet, but that can be kind of overwhelming, so having a place to kind of recharge and de-stress is really good. Was there any other kind of security content that you have been aware of, Tanya, that you saw that was interesting to you since you're...
There were so many different amazing talks, and if anything, Terry and I were a little frustrated because we're like, oh, this awesome talk and that awesome talk and that awesome talk are at the same time. How are we going to choose? And it's like split up and meet back, and then after this, we're going to see a talk, right?
Yes. We're going to see. There's 2 more security talks at the same time.
That's amazing, because you're going to split up and you're going to divide and conquer. But the good news is that all the sessions are going to be available online, so you can catch up on them after the fact. But you two will be able to confer after the fact and let us know what you think. And this space, this whole area that we've been in, for the last 3 days has really been building out. But I love that we're kind of right in front of this atrium, rather the atrium is right in front of us, and there's just music happening, and I don't even feel like I'm at a developer event.
I know it's a very different feel from so many different developer events I've been. There's so many different things happening, and I'm pretty impressed that there's a bunch of security talks. Usually at a developer conference, there's just me.
Right.
And so it's awesome because there's so many different topics. I really like that, and also cloudy stuff.
Definitely. Well, and I think that's important because I think all of us are realizing that we have to start thinking about security no matter what we're doing. Just because we're developers doesn't mean we can't think about it. It becomes all of our job, and I mean that's one of the things you talk about. We all have to push left, and we all have to be part of making things more solution. I always tell people, the cloud doesn't mean you don't have to think about security. You just have to think about security differently. It's a different context. It doesn't mean it goes away. Some of the stuff might be taken care of for you, but there are a lot of things that aren't, that are still up to you. So that's really, really interesting. I've loved talking with you both, and I'm looking forward to catching up on the talk that you gave together online and seeing those resources. Yeah. And where can people find your stuff, Terry?
SecondSightLab.com.
SecondSightLab.com.
Or Twitter, my name, which I won't spell right now.
Okay. And Tanya, where can people find the OWASP Dev Show?
So on the internet, I'm SheHacksPurple, and then my open source streaming show is called OWASP DevSlop. It's like sloppy DevOps. That's
nice. Nice. All right. Well, thank you so much, and we're going to head back to the stage. And I've actually got 30 seconds, so this is amazing. I'm just chilling out, listening to the music. But no, we can listen, chill to the music. We're in front of the Microsoft sign. We're having a good time. We're going to be heading back to the Build Live stage, and you'll be catching some really great content with Jeremiah and VMware. And back to you, Jeremiah.
Welcome back to Microsoft Build. I'm your host, I'm Jeremiah Dooley, and I'm here with Marcus and Manoj, and we are going to talk about something that I've been waiting to talk about here at part of Microsoft for a good long while. But before we get started, thanks for being here, and if you don't mind, introduce yourself to the audience and tell them a little bit about what you do here.
Yeah, great. Hi, Jeremiah. Nice to meet you. My name is Marcus Hain. I'm a senior PM inside of Azure Dedicated.
Yeah, and I'm Manoj Sharma. Glad to be here with you, and I'm VP of Products at CloudSimple, which is the company and technology powering what we're talking about today.
Excellent. So Marcus, that's a great place for us to start. Give us a little bit of an overview when we're talking about bringing VMware workloads into Azure. Tell us a little bit about what we announced last week and what the structure of that was and what we're offering up for customers to be able to use.
Yeah. So, I mean, last week was tremendous. It's been a long time coming. Who would have thought, VMware would eventually be able to run natively inside of Azure, and it's happened. And so at Dell Technologies World last week in Vegas, we announced VMware in Azure Solutions by CloudSimple, and it was very well received. We had tremendous activity around our booth after the launch event, and customers were just asking tons of questions, which is good to see the enthusiasm. Essentially, it's a first-party, sold by Microsoft, supported by Microsoft solution that allows customers to essentially move their VMware estate that they have on-prem into Azure, and then obviously use the richness and the entire ecosystem that Azure has to offer to modernize their application, as an example.
So they can actually run VMware hosts
natively
inside Azure.
Inside of Azure.
Okay, so there's a lot that we can do with that. When we look at that and we're putting together the product, who are the target audience that we're looking at? What type of cloud consumers are we looking at that are going to find this interesting or that are going to be able to find something differentiated to be able to use?
Yeah, so VMware is used by IT administrators in the enterprise today, and given that we're running VMware natively on bare metal in Azure, inside Azure locations, you would naturally expect that the IT admin, the VMware admin, the cloud admin is the target. But if you look at what enterprises want to do with this solution, it's not just to kind of get VMware infrastructure and environment from point A to point B.
Right.
They want to do cloud transformation. They want to embrace the cloud. And so what we've done here is build a very much cloud-integrated solution. It's not just VMware running on bare metal. And when you think about that, there are a lot of use cases that come up, such as infrastructure agility. So what we are enabling the IT admins to do is to manage the VMware environment and become cloud admins inside a cloud.
Right.
So you're running a cloud inside a cloud. And so what they would look for is automation, infrastructure agility. And so that's something that we also deliver as part of this. But when customers want to do cloud transformation, they want to build hybrid applications. They want to integrate with Azure services. And so what we've done is build a very unique, unified sort of management infrastructure that also enables developers to reach back out into the VMware environment that's running in Azure now, as well as build, integrated with Azure services and Azure IaaS and all the goodness and the innovation of Azure in a very integrated fashion.
So let's talk about that for just a second, because what you just gave me was 3 different audiences, right? We've got a VMware administrator audience, who has a context and a set of tools that they use on premises today to be able to manage their infrastructure environments.
Right.
And we talked about the Azure administrator context, where there's a set of tools and a way that we manage and deploy and automate. And then the third one was the developer context, where we have service interfaces and where the infrastructure becomes kind of secondary to how it is that I want to build and deploy this application. Give me, if you can, an example of the different ways that people are going to be able to do that. Because obviously, if I'm a VMware administrator, if I'm one of my friends out there who's running these big or small VMware environments, my context is going to be vCenter.
Yeah.
Right? My context is going to be being able to do things directly through the tools that I have. How does that work for the rest of them? Am I going to be able to manage a bare metal VMware environment through the Azure portal?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So I think the fact that this is an Azure integrated offering offered by Microsoft, offered by in Azure as a first party, absolutely. What we're enabling customers to do is essentially to kind of get their environment initialized, get their bare metal environment, as well as the VMware environment fully provisioned and ready to consume in a matter of minutes. So think about that. Like if I were to say, hey, I can give you a data center with VMware running, ready to go, and ready to consume, you would come back to me and say, okay, that's probably going to take me a few months to get the order going, get the network set up, get the edge networking, get the gateway, get the firewall, get the integration with the tools and the monitoring and all of that. So it's a long project.
Yeah.
What we can do in this
Customers
context...
say weeks. Usually they say weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What we can do in this context is literally click a button and you get back a ready-to-consume VMware environment with all the things that I was talking about, all the data center and every networking and storage integration and the monitoring and everything in 30 minutes.
Excellent. So if we do that, then the question becomes, there are lots of different ways for me to be able to do hybrid IT and hybrid data centers, and there are lots of different ways for me to be able to implement that. I guess the key then becomes what additional services, what additional Azure pieces come into play if I'm a customer and I've started deploying into this environment. Are there specific services that we see customers adopting faster or adopting kind of in a more integrated fashion because those workloads happen to be sitting inside an Azure environment?
Yeah, I think a very key one is Azure AD as an example, right? So many customers have an Azure AD tenant, and they can configure their VMware environment to use Azure AD as another authentication mechanism, and that saves them, some round trip time when their workloads are in the cloud to go back to on-prem and where their AD tenants may live today. They can instead choose to, move that to the cloud and use the Azure AD tenant as an authentication source. But there's many other Azure services that we see useful.
Yeah. I think when you think about, the role we're talking about, again, the VMware administrator, right? One of the things they want to do, it's not just, like I said, to consume, VMware and be done with that. Now you're in Azure. So what does the VMware admin do for a living, right? They are responsible for keeping the environment up and running. Well, you've got Azure Monitor.
Right.
They're responsible for securing the environment. You've got Azure Security Center. You've got, you want to make sure you can back up the workloads. You've got Azure Storage, and the multiple tiers and the high availability options. And the list goes on and on, everything that an admin can do. But the beauty is this solution also enables the other half of the picture that we were talking about earlier, the developer angle. And so, like I said, containers, ML, all the amazing services and innovations coming into the mix from Azure. Developers can then access that, and then we've built an interface for the first time ever in this service that provides an infrastructure as a service consumption paradigm on VMware, which is integrated into Azure. Right. That gives customers, the VMs coming from VMware look like Azure IaaS VMs. Right.
Well, and I think that actually brings up a bigger point where bare metal hosts by themselves is almost incidental cloud consumption, right? I have a bare metal host inside my data center. I have a bare metal host inside Azure. What this sounds like is I can use that as the platform to start being very deliberate about how and where I start to adopt the different cloud services, right? It's not simply lifting and shifting hosts, not just the VMs, but the hosts themselves from my on-premises data center into Azure. It's opening up that cloud consumption model altogether to be able to say, if these additional things are important to me, I now have a way to be able to consume that directly, which I would not have had at all if I hadn't moved those into this type of model.
Absolutely. I mean, I used to be in VMware, and I've worked with over 18,000 customers. One of the biggest problems they used to face was capacity management, right? Now I've got a pool of infrastructure. VMs can be created anytime. There's VM sprawl.
Right.
So capacity management, meeting the demand of the applications, meeting the demand of the consumption, and dynamically sort of adjusting to that was something that is unsolved till today on premises, right? And the cloud really brings that bearing on the VMware context, which is, look, I've got, you want a node, you want more capacity, click a button and you've got it, right? And so what we like to say is, we're not just bringing VMware to the cloud, we're bringing the cloud and Azure to VMware.
So one of the things that I know that I get asked when looking at something like this is going to be that there's an entire class of partnerships, an entire class of applications that VMware customers are using, whether it's for disaster recovery or backups or replication, that require the customer to be able to have direct access to the host from a programmatic standpoint, right? Yeah. And I'm thinking Veeam, I'm thinking Zerto, I'm thinking Veritas, things that end up running directly on those hosts in order to be able to have access to the VMs. I know that that's not the easiest thing to facilitate in a cloud environment or in a bare metal hosting type environment. What capabilities will this service have around host access? And is there anything new that we've tried to bring to that to make it a little bit easier?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. And I think it cuts to the core of why we're doing this. Why are we doing this? We're doing this because we want to bring the operational continuity, the IT processes.
If we're doing it on premises, I need to be able to do it wherever my second site happens.
Exactly. Yeah. That's why we're doing this. And that enables instant adoption of the cloud, which is what customers want. Get away from data centers, get away from hardware management. But the point is, VMware environments have these built-in processes that have been hardened over the years, and changing that in the cloud requires a lot of transformation efforts, which we eliminate with this offering because you bring your tools as is into this context. Now, that does require some specialized capabilities. In order to install a tool like Zerto, for example, you need to be able to become an admin in this environment. And so we do provide this unique capability called escalation of privileges, which allow you to become a full admin and essentially install the tool that you need and essentially get this operational continuity promise.
But we can do that. We can do that enterprise class, right? I mean, it is Azure. There is still an expectation about how we delegate that type of authority. This isn't. We don't just give root passwords to people for hosts, right? I mean, is there some mechanism in there that's making that a little bit more Azure grade from a delegation standpoint?
Right, absolutely. I mean, there are there's a full level of monitoring and full level of access control separation. For example, you get the vCenter administrative privilege to do this, but you still don't get to change the ESXi host, right? The host is fully locked down.
Excellent.
And as a service provider, we make sure that the whole environment is kind of enabled for you as a service. So we like to call it vCenter administration as a true service, right?
It's a safe way of giving you elevated privileges. So we're not giving you SSH access into the host so you can finagle with the hypervisor. It's a safe way for customers to install their tools and then we revoke the privileges again and they carry on.
Well, and that's kind of the the perfect way to wrap that up. I mean, I'm excited that the product is finally out there. I'm excited for customers to be able to go out and see what they're doing for it. Is there a way for people to be able to go out? I know we did a great demo of it earlier in the session. Is there somewhere that they can go to see that or to get more information?
Absolutely. So obviously it's live on Azure.com, so customers can go and read all the documentation. They can familiarize themselves with the product. There's also a request for a free trial. So we're able to offer a 30-day free trial on the service. If customers can request that through Azure.com, and we'll get the request and we'll take it further with them. But it's a great way to try the product out before they actually commit to it.
Excellent. Yep. So we've got about 30, 35, 40 seconds here. Let's wrap this up with if you had to give one takeaway to customers who are watching this, who are running VMware today, and who are trying to figure out if this is going to be a product that they're interested in? What's the one thing that you would want to use to get them excited about going out and finding more?
Yeah, I think it's got to be the unified management, right? What we are able to do with unified management is bring the VMware VM management for end users, tenants, and application owners in an integrated fashion into Azure with all the access control and the goodness of ARM, Azure Resource Manager, but also all the other capabilities of VMware. So we're truly bringing together the best of both worlds, the Microsoft Azure world and the VMware world in the private cloud. Perfect. And I like to say we're creating a song of fire and ice.
That's
here.
awesome. Yeah. Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, Marcus, Manoj, thank you very much for spending some time with us here. This is really exciting. I'm definitely interested to see where it goes from here. And to see what other additional capabilities.
Thanks, Jeremiah. Thanks, Manoj.
Awesome.
Thank you.
So we're nearing the end of Microsoft Build, but we still have 2 amazing sessions left that you won't want to miss, so stay with us.
What can I build today with Azure Mixed Reality Services? We are so excited for developers to start building today with Azure Mixed Reality Services. And there's 2 types of experiences in particular that we think are interesting today. The first type is shared cross-platform mixed reality experiences. So imagine being an interior designer and designing a new layout for one of your clients. Being on a HoloLens and designing that layout and wanting your client to be able to participate via an iPad and view and edit the layout that you're putting together. This is a question we get from our customers all the time. How can the different participants on different devices come together to collaborate on a mixed reality experience? This is what Azure Spatial Anchors enables today. Whether you are a developer on UWP for HoloLens, ARKit for iOS, ARCore for Android, or Unity cross-platform, we encourage you to start building shared mixed reality experiences today. The second type of experience is persisted mixed reality content that's connected in the real world. So for example, imagine walking into your office building and wondering where your coworker's desk or office is, being able to look up with your iPhone or with your HoloLens on and get directions to their office. Azure Spatial Anchors builds a connected map of your world and then enables you to persist it and share it across your devices. We encourage you to get started with building these today. We would love to hear about what you're building, so if you'd like to share it with us, please do via #SpatialAnchors.
Did you know there's a simple way to automate the deployment of your code from GitHub to Azure? Gopi is here to show us how to use GitHub Actions to deploy your solutions directly to Azure, today on Azure Friday. Hey everyone, Donovan Brown here with another episode of Azure Friday. I'm here with Gopi and we're going to be learning about how to use GitHub Actions to deploy to Azure. So what actually is a GitHub Action?
GitHub Actions helps you automate any workflow from developer perspective.
taking your code and then creating a pull request, based on the pull request to trigger an event and then do something that you want.
Okay.
Or as a new issue that got created, you want to do something with the code again.
Gotcha.
Or there is a label that you added to your commit, you want to do some action. So essentially it is any workflow management tool.
Gotcha. So there's lots of different ways I can trigger one of these GitHub actions, and then there's just tasks, I assume, that you run inside your action to get things done.
Right. So
All
those
right,
are,
cool.
that's what they call it as actions.
Okay.
And the cool thing is all of these actions are actually running inside a container image.
Oh, interesting. Okay, great. So where do I go to get these actions? How do I know what actions are available to me?
Right. So this is, I'm in my GitHub repo, and
Okay.
inside the GitHub repo, you can actually see the actions that are available for me.
Okay, so this is available on anyone's GitHub repository. There's a tab for actions, and you just go in there and configure them.
Correct.
Got it. okay.
Configure them. So
Got it.
here is, I have my code. This is a simple, application where I actually, already configured it. But I'll just show you how do I, edit, how do I grow up this experience.
Okay.
Like now, I just go to the main workflow. Now, if I just switch to my branch, you can actually just see that they have two ways of editing it, right? We see they have a visual way of editing it, the GitHub Actions.
Okay.
Or you can actually edit file itself.
Okay, so is this like what, a YAML file? Or?
This is similar to YAML file, but they are using a specific
Gotcha,
format.
so it's different syntax. Got
Right.
it. Okay.
Right.
Fair enough.
Right. So now I'll just go here. I already have an application. What I'm just doing is, taking that application, first logging into a Docker registry, and then building the container image, tagging an image, and pushing to a container registry.
Okay.
But here is where the Azure part that comes in.
Got it.
Right. Now the image that I actually built in, I want to take that image automatically, log in into Azure, create a web app for container dynamically.
Okay.
And then deploy my application. That's the workflow that is possible. So one use case that you can think of is, we are trying to do it as a push, right? As a push or as a PR, you can configure it. So as a push, you want to dynamically create an environment, deploy your application, and then test it if needed, and then destroy it once it is done.
Got it.
I'm not coded the destroy part here, but every push, it actually takes your application, automatically is deploying it. Now you can give it for UAT testing, or you can play with your application without you doing anything.
So how did you add the task? Like, is there like a task library or something here?
Right, right. So now if I want to add a task, I just need to drag in the visual editor.
Okay.
You can see that it actually pops up the featured actions that are available. Like, they have actions available for, pretty much every cloud, AWS, Google. Now if I just search for Azure, you will find Azure clouds.
Okay.
Azure tasks that are available. I can just show you, how do we use it, and then, where exactly, they are available. Now, if I add it, it just asks me for Azure. Now I can just say perform, pretty much any AG CLI command that I want to, and I can give the arguments.
I see. And that's how you added all the ones that came beforehand.
That's how I added all the ones. And the key things is, they have secrets. The secrets are, the values are not exposed. They are just stored in a strict environment where only they will be used inside the container image during the execution.
Gotcha. So above it, I see you have a deploy app to a web app. Like, can I deploy to functions and VMs and all that kind of stuff? How do I know what my targets are?
So the GitHub action for Azure that I just added, let me just show you the source code. And even these actions are available. You can see the first CLI. It will just tell you the exact usage. You can, one is, as I just shown you, you can add it through the visual editor, or you can paste this snippet into the code, the YAML code that is there. And then just define the required environment variables that are needed, or the secrets, then you are set. If I just bubble up to the GitHub Actions repo, you can actually see multiple actions that we have built in. For each of these, we actually have the code that is available right here. It's all about a Docker file, which Docker image that I need to use, and then what exactly needs to be done inside this.
Got it. So you can go back up one level again. So I see there's AKS in there. There's obviously the CLI. I can run an ARM template. I can do pipelines, functions. Got it. Okay, so this is where, I'm assuming this is going to continue to grow with additional targets and additional ways to deploy into GitHub. To Azure from GitHub.
Yeah, exactly. So this is actually available in the OSS. Like, everybody pretty much has an access. You can continue to submit PRs for every specific thing that you have. Hey, I want to add a Cosmos DB deployment. Or I want to add a
Azure SQL or something
Azure
like that.
SQL deployment. I think you can just submit the PRs. We are ready to look at it and take it forward.
Great. So we are accepting PRs for this particular repository to add additional actions to GitHub Actions.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, this is really cool. It's kind of a really easy way to get started with getting your code deployed using just GitHub Actions. You don't need anything other than GitHub to get into Azure, which is really nice to know. Well, thank you so much. So we are learning all about using GitHub Actions to get to Azure here on Azure Friday.
All right, welcome back. We're coming to you live from Build 2019. We're here at the Washington Convention Center. And I have some special guests with me today that we're going to introduce you to. So we have some folks from the .NET Foundation that are joining us today. So why don't we kind of go down the line and have everybody introduce themselves to us. So what do we start in the end here?
Yes, I'm Clint Patterson, the Ecosystem Manager at DNN Corp.
Okay.
I'm Beth Massey. I'm the Product Marketing Manager for the .NET Platform, and I'm on the Board of Directors for the .NET Foundation.
Right, okay.
Hi, I'm Phil Hack. I'm on the board of the .NET Foundation as well, and I'm just independent these days.
Okay, awesome. So why don't we start in the beginning? Right, there might be some folks that are watching, and they don't know what the .NET Foundation is or what does it do. So why don't we start to talk about what exactly is the foundation?
So the .NET Foundation, or any really open source software foundation, is about protecting and providing services, all kinds of things for open source projects.
Okay.
At the .NET Foundation, we provide a ton of services for projects that aren't related to actually writing code. Developers want to focus on writing code, and we make it really easy to provide services around those things. Code signing, CI/CD, storage, all kinds of virtual machines, compute, that kind of stuff that they need. And then we also provide financial and legal help and marketing services and that sort of thing. So we're all about we're center of gravity of the .NET open source community and ecosystem, and we're about the survival of these projects, the flourishing of the community.
No, that's a great answer. I don't really.
I don't know. Yeah, so it's really about kind of insurance in a way, making sure that these projects survive. Everybody depends on open source projects and their own projects, in their own software, and we want to make sure that those projects survive so that your software does too.
Sure. So I know one of the things that I love when I went to the .NET Foundation website is, as I'm scrolling down, I see browse projects, I see meetups. So it seems like it's a really community-focused type of organization. Right, like the community is front and center of everything that you do, right? Would you say that's true?
That's correct. I mean, we basically pay the meetup fees for those meetup groups around the world. I think we have over 200,000 members of just those meetup groups around 58 countries or something like that at this point. So if you're running a .NET meetup out there, get a hold of us. Go to .NETFoundation.org, the website, and you can apply to just say, hey, I would like to be part of the .NET Foundation.
That's awesome. So if I had an open source project, what does it take for me to have my project be a part of the .NET Foundation?
I think that's a good one for Clint.
Well, so, I mean, whenever you want to get into the .NET Foundation, you have to submit your project, and then that goes to the board, who then reviews the project. And I'm not sure the exact criteria by which it's judged. I think it's like if it's got some traction in the community.
We're looking for some healthy projects in general, right? When you have a project and you approach us in the foundation, we're looking for what's your community?
Yeah.
How do you interact? What's your governance model? .NET Nuke is a pretty big project in the foundation, and we don't dictate the governance of it. You guys manage it yourself, but we want to make sure that it's a healthy project, and if it needs help, maybe they need to work on some things before we can accept them.
Sure. Okay. So I know we've had some recent updates with the foundation. New board members and things have changed in terms of the governance model. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I take that one, I guess. So yeah, we recently had a public elections for people to be on the board of the directors.
Okay.
And so now it's, previous to that, I believe it was 3 Microsoft employees, right, who were running the whole board. And now it's members of the community. And the idea behind that is the .NET Foundation really needs to move to be community owned.
Yeah.
It's a big part of being a healthy, independent foundation, because not a lot of people realize that it's actually an independent organization from Microsoft. Obviously, Microsoft's the biggest contributor, but if .NET open source is going to do more than just thrive, but actually just survive, but actually thrive, it has to be really driven by the community. That means getting more corporate sponsors, for example, not having Microsoft be the only funder. It means getting the open source community more involved. When you look at other open source foundations, so previously I used to work at GitHub, and we had access to sort of the broad open source community. And what we found is that the communities that survive aren't totally subsisting or beholden to a single entity, right? Yeah. There's kind of like your immune system. You get exposed to a lot of things, you get stronger. Yeah. And so I think for the .NET Foundation, that's going to be important for its future is to grow it. So what we will be doing as board members is trying to, none of us are paid and none of us, and we all have day jobs. Sure. So our goal is going to be to form groups, enlist the help of the community, and really drive things forward. Not a lot has happened yet, partly because we're still figuring out how do we even coordinate with each other yet.
We've only had 2 meetings since the election at this point.
Right,
so,
right.
Yeah.
Right. So if you haven't seen anything happening, it's partly because we're trying to figure out, to the level of, hey, should we? So I'm going to suggest let's use a GitHub repo to coordinate everything. Yeah. Everything through pull requests, because that's what I like to do. But obviously, I need everyone else to agree with that or pick a better model.
Yeah.
I really like some of those changes because one of the things that I've always heard is the .NET Foundation is Microsoft's foundation, right? Because .NET came from Microsoft and it originated as a Microsoft product. But I think it's very clear to see over the years that .NET has grown to be bigger than just Microsoft, right? We have Samsung products that run .NET on their televisions and their appliances and whatnot. You can run .NET on various cloud providers and all mobile phones and different products. So it's good to see all of these folks kind of coming together and being a part of the foundation and being able to have some input into the direction of where some of the stuff is going.
Yeah. And I think you can kind of see that in the diversity of our board. I am appointed by Microsoft, so Microsoft will always have a stake in the .NET Foundation. But it's nice to see the rest of the 6 is elected from different companies, Google, independent, but a lot of GitHub love over here. So it's really interesting going to see where we go with this because it's kind of new it's a new era for the .NET Foundation related.
Sure. So outside of the foundation, I know you could be a .NET Foundation member, and I'm going to say something, and I don't want you to judge me for this. I am not yet a .NET Foundation member.
Cecil, come on.
I'm going to do it today. As we get off of stage today, I'm going to go to my machine, I'm going to sign up, I'm going to become a member. But why don't we tell the folks, why would I want to sign up to be a member of the .NET Foundation? What do I get? What does it mean? What's a part of that existence?
You want to take that one?
Yeah, so we get that question a lot at the booth, and the first thing that John Galloway asks is, well, do you care about .NET and open source? Mm-hmm. And so that's kind of like the higher level question. Then when you become a member, then you're able to vote on the board of directors. And so it kind of helps you find a way to give back, but also have a say-so in the strategic direction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, that sounds good.
And one of the things I think we'll be doing as a board is figuring out, well, what more could we add to that, right? Which is there's a whole set of services we could provide. One of the examples I've been talking a lot about lately is if you're familiar with NPM, there's this package called EventStream, 140 million downloads a week, and it was recently compromised because the maintainer kind of got burnt out, had too many packages, gave access to someone, gave commit rights to someone else who had done some commits but hadn't really been vetted. That person does what anyone does when they hijack someone's computer, which is install a Bitcoin miner. So, and I look at that and we think, well, who could help these maintainers who are burnt out and maybe can't vet people or need support? And I think that's the role of a foundation. If you could imagine you're a maintainer, you're overburdened, as they all are, you need some support. We'll be looking at what is a reasonable way that a foundation could provide support for maintainers so that they don't feel so overworked and overburnt out.
Sure. And I know specifically, so we're talking about open source projects. I know historically .NET and .NET developers haven't been as deeply entwined in open source. But I noticed over the years, we've seen that change a lot. We've seen it started with ASP.NET MVC, and I know you were a part of that initially a few years ago. Mm-hmm. And then now we're seeing more and more open source not only coming out of Microsoft, but it's been even included inside of the product. And I think that's important now because it kind of shows us that whether you're an enterprise or small business, or maybe I'm just a hobbyist and I'm building stuff. Open source affects everybody, right? And so we need to have a way that we can all contribute and make sure that it's sustained, it's maintained, ensure the longevity of these projects as they continue to grow.
Absolutely.
I think it really started with kind of the cultural shift within Microsoft, and our customers are starting to make that cultural shift as well. It'll take time. A lot of large enterprises, for instance, rely on Microsoft's support for the .NET platform, and that doesn't go away, and that doesn't change. Microsoft is the lead maintainers of the .NET platform, right? So I think that there's some fear and FUD, really, uncertainty and doubt about like what's open source at some of like the higher levels of organizations that have relied on the .NET framework for a very a long time, right, on closed source software. So yeah, I think it's kind of the job of what I'd like to do on the board is to see how we can kind of change the perception at more of the C-level enterprises and try to get more corporate sponsors to care and fund us so that we can do a lot more things for these projects and for the ecosystem.
Sure, and I think that's an important note that you bring up. So, like, you're not a for-profit entity.
No, we're a nonprofit.
Right, you're a nonprofit entity, so that means that anybody could contribute. Excuse me. Anybody can contribute to the foundation and become a sponsor, right?
That's correct, and we have to make sure that we use the money and we tell everybody where we're using it, and they know where it's going, and we're a legal entity with United States government. We pay taxes, all that stuff. So that is just sort of the basis of like how we stood up the foundation in the first place, right? That was like the first step. Now we're, like I said, we're like on this next set of like these next few years are going to kind of be like the real journey for the .NET Foundation. We're finally got all that stuff in place. We have a board now. Now we need some money to do stuff, and we need to figure out how we're going to convince our like the giant companies that rely on .NET to care as well, and that's going to help us too.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I think that's been a big theme just in open source as a whole. Like I saw this at GitHub a lot, where companies are very easily willing to use open source, but they're not as willing to contribute back.
Yeah.
And when you look at things like how some of the critical infrastructure of the internet is built on open source that is run by volunteers who are stretched thin, like not too long ago, SSH or SSL had vulnerabilities, and it's a skeleton crew working on these things. And when you realize how brittle that is and how much that affects, that should scare you. And my hope is that through not just the .NET Foundation, but all these foundations, that we can encourage these companies and maybe provide pathways and education on how do you contribute back, how do you fund critical pieces of infrastructure that you depend on so that they don't run into this end break. Because yes, it's it may cost you some money, but how much does it cost you if SSH is broken, or SSL? So that sort of thing I think is really important for foundations to get involved with.
Sure, and open source is more than just like us writing code, right? Like it's a culture, it's a mindset, it's a set of core values about how we collaborate and work with each other and essentially create software. Where do you think that change needs to start from within an organization? Is that something that starts from the engineers, or does that start at the top level? Like how do we, like if I'm an employee and I say, hey, I think we should become a part of this, I want to be a part of this movement, and I want to contribute, like where does that start?
It's from both sides, both ends. I mean, it's you're only going to have so much success on one side or the other.
Yeah.
I've heard both stories where they're developers are just doing it under the radar. That they're doing it, but that's not great because of Phil's point, right?
Sure.
Or there's a mandate that it must happen, and then it doesn't actually happen because the developers don't know how to do it, right? So it really, and a lot of it has to do with just changing perceptions of your legal department needs to actually embrace it as well. So there's a lot of I think cogs in the machine that have to kind of happen and pull together. But it happened at Microsoft. If it can happen at a company like Microsoft, it can happen at any company.
Right. That's awesome. So we're running out of time a little bit, but do you have any closing words that you want to leave the audience? Anything that you want to let them know about? Any cool projects or any calls to action you might have?
I would say get involved.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please join the foundation. If you've done anything, you ran a meetup, you changed documentation, you made a pull request, you can be a member of the .NET Foundation, and please join.
I feel that was a jab at me a little bit. I promise. I swear
Please
to God.
don't.
At the end of this, I'm going to go and I'm going to sign up. I promise.
Right. I had someone today just kind of jab me a little bit about like, hey, I haven't seen any movement. And, you know, you should be doing this, you should be doing that. And I was like, you know, thank you. I need a little bit of fire lit under me, and I think that's really helpful to come to us with your feedback. What would you like to see happen? What are things that we should be doing to better support the open source community on .NET?
Sure. Awesome. Well, thank you all so much, man. I really appreciate you all coming on.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
So you heard it from our panel. Make sure you go to the .NETfoundation.org. You know, take a look at the membership, take a look at some of the cool projects that they're working on, and contribute. Because again, open source affects all of us today as we're building our software. So thank you all so much. We appreciate it, and you know, have a good day.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman.
I'm Stephanie Hurlbert.
And this is the Open Source Show. I work at Microsoft, and I work on C# and opensource.net, and I've been here for, 10 years now.
Wow. I work on Binomial. I'm the co-founder of a tech startup that works on image compression standards with the Kronos Group, and we do open source work there.
And we met on Twitter.
We did?
Yeah, so we're going to talk about Twitter and how to be inclusive and positive and uplifting in social media.
Absolutely.
One of the things that I've noticed about your Twitter, and I think one of the reasons that we hang out on the regular on Twitter, is because you are unapologetically positive, and you're just trying to lift up other voices. Did you go into Twitter with that plan?
No. I went in there originally purely for professional reasons. I would post about graphics, and that's all I would do. And then as I got more followers, I thought it would be a good use of my time to try to help the people who were following me and focus on that.
Yeah, that's cool. I have a really good friend named Anjuan Simmons, Anjuan, and you can follow him on Twitter. And he had this idea of lending privilege. So he thinks about, well, what can I do to lend my privilege to other people?
You don't just have to organize meetups or see people in person. You can mentor people online. And a lot of the time, it's putting it out there that you're willing to do that and starting those online communities and saying that you're open to help people out.
I actually did a free 2-hour-long documentary with Rob Connery that you can check out at getinvolvedintech.com. It's literally a full movie that we made for you that's free, that shows you how to go to user groups, how to prepare for a talk, how to talk to actual people, how to walk up to someone and say, hey, are you having fun? What did you see today that was cool? When I started seeing you retweet junior engineers, I thought that was a really cool way for you to lend your privilege. It's a small thing, but you're doing it very consistently.
In the same way, a lot of people can jump onto an issue on Twitter and get very upset about it. A lot of people have jumped onto this to be helpful and spread that kind of positivity.
And you're very specific. You don't just say, oh, I'll retweet anybody who has a thing. Like, what are your specifics?
I try to retweet junior programmers who are looking to get jobs. And I have all kinds of advice on what you should do if you want to get a job through Twitter and what you should link to. And I do that because I feel like we're a very inclusive industry by nature. We don't require a PhD to get a job, but it can be hard to break into the industry. And so sometimes all it takes is that little boost, that little visibility. And then I try to retweet remote work because I think that that's also very accessible and it's important to have remote jobs. And then people who are willing to mentor others, I think is always really great.
It's funny that they say it's not what you do, it's who you know. But sometimes if you do something great, you could know people, you can be visible. And that's kind of the great equalizing nature of open source, right?
It's very true.
Some of the people that you've retweeted, I've seen move from other countries. I saw someone go from Egypt and move into Europe and now is supporting their family remotely. We've seen a number of junior engineers get jobs. And you had a list of a couple things that you kind of insisted on.
Having some kind of page where they can learn more about you. And if you do have a GitHub, actually putting a README on there and having a description of that is always good.
If you're going to be visible, how do you be visible in a safe way? Not everyone wants their full name and a link to their CV retweeted by you and me. But maybe your GitHub avatar is a kangaroo and you have an anime character. As long as you're consistently that name and that character and you can be DM'd or you have an email, then you can be visible.
Absolutely. And I often say, whatever you can do to make it clear and make it easy for people to have that filter to know, oh, this is a software engineer, this is what they've done, the better. I often recommend first thing in your bio, just make it easier for people to get to know you.
You scold people for for being self-deprecating. You don't like it when people say, well, I'm not really technical, I'm just learning.
I know, and that gets some backlash sometimes, but I think it's important when I do those promotions of, hey, I'll retweet your blog, I tell my followers that they can only write positive comments. Even if they think it's helpful, their negative comment, they have to include a compliment. And I found that oddly enough, that is more constructive than criticism, because a lot of those people just need a sense of like, I can do this. I believe in myself. This is worth pursuing. Never put yourself down. I always just put the title and let people judge. And it can be a very empowering feeling to see this thing that you didn't think was that good get so much praise. But it wouldn't have gotten that if you said it was bad. That's why I always tell people to try to find a support network of people you know will say, look, your post is good. And that way, when you get the haters online, you can. This is a topic I'm very familiar with because I started my business entirely remotely. I got really good at online networking, and there's a lot of Slack channels. There's a lot of groups you can find on Twitter. There's, GitHub, and finding resources through open source projects there.
Yeah, I think also it's important to remember that you're not going to run out of online communities. But remember that just with friends, I always tell my kids, okay, this person doesn't want to be your friend. That leaves 8 billion other people that might potentially want to be your friend.
Yes, and what I always tell people is we forget that one-on-one interactions can happen online and that you can bring someone on voice or video.
I've been working remotely for Microsoft now from Oregon, from a small town in Oregon. Oregon represent.
Yeah.
And everything I do is remote, so I would get lonely. So I started collecting other remote workers and just doing one-on-ones with them and just hanging out. And sometimes I would even have a separate monitor off to the side so we can just work next to each other in our virtual cubicle and just kick ideas around.
But all those people that you're meeting one-on-one can get you jobs down the road. They can help you. You want to develop those relationships before you need them.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you sharing some of these stories with us on the Open Source Show. Be sure to check out all the happenings at opensource.microsoft.com and be sure to subscribe. The subscription button right here.
Check out the links in the description for even more resources.
And follow Stephanie on Twitter, and maybe me too.
Follow Scott on Twitter. I hope you have a great day.
What makes a good community is a community that's really welcome to newcomers. So I think having a really strong culture around teaching people and bringing new people in is really important.
People who are approachable or inclusive, that is what helps make the community. Bringing people in who maybe don't have the same background or the same interests, the same skill set that you do, and making sure that their voice is at the table and that you're talking to them.
Number one, respect. Respect the people you are working with in the community. And then, teach. Learn, but also teach. Just think about the people, not just the code that you're writing.
So why Windows Hello PIN is more secure than password? Windows Hello is a solution we provided in Windows 10 that provides mutual authentication. Windows Hello, you can use PIN or biometrics to log on. So you might ask, why is more secure? PIN is usually a more simpler form than password. So the truth is, password is a symmetric key, and Windows Hello PIN is not. With a symmetric key, there is always a server that keeps track of a copy of your password or the symmetric key. With Windows Hello, it's a user-provided entropy that is used to protect your private key in the TPM. And with a server compromised, password can be easily compromised too. Well, Windows Hello PIN, because it's not tracked in the server, so a compromised server won't affect the client. And Windows Client also does not keep a copy of the PIN. Anytime to log on or unlock, user must provide the entropy and together with the TPM on the device to be able to successfully access your private key. So the statement of a PIN is more secure than password is not directly towards the strength of the PIN. It's more speaking to the fact that PIN is an entropy. It's not a symmetric key. And that together with hardware protected methods, that it provides more stronger authentication. And that's what we call stronger credentials.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the segment on Microsoft Loves Windows Community Toolkit. I am your host today, Michael Hawker, also known as the XAML Llama. And with me today, I've got Miguel Ramos talking about XAML Islands. And we've got Soham Chatterjee from the Lottie team to talk about their contributions to the toolkit. So you want to talk a little bit more about your technologies and what you do at Microsoft?
Sure. I'm Miguel Ramos. I'm a program manager in the Windows Developer Experience team, working in the XAML team. So we are releasing the first version of XAML Island, something that we announced the last build. This build we announced the first release, finally.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Our technology allows that WPF, WinForm, and Win32 developer can use UWP controls inside of this app. So it's really awesome.
Yeah, that's great.
I'm a program manager on the Windows UI composition team. So I actually don't work on the Lottie team. There is no such thing.
Sorry, yes.
And so I work on the composition team, which is a lower level API for rendering and animation. XAML, for example, the XAML APIs are built upon the composition APIs. So yeah, I work on 2D and 3D rendering primitives. And so one of the things I worked on was vector graphics. And we quickly realized through feedback from our community that to make these things useful to people, to our customers, we needed to expose them in ways that fit in with their workflows. And so Lottie is this incredible open source effort across the industry, from folks at Airbnb, from folks in After Effects, and designers across the industry, motion designers, who want to bring a really nice sort of vector-based motion animation to applications using real-time sort of rendering and animation libraries. And so we decided to build this open source component and bring these ideas to the Windows platform using the composition APIs. So essentially, it was a way to make the composition APIs accessible to folks and reap the benefits of the performance of the composition APIs, but also the significant savings in terms of the sheer effort required compared to historical solutions, like actually manually having to code up these extremely complex looking, but seemingly delightful animations.
Right, right. I think that's, as the lead for the community toolkit here at Microsoft, it's really exciting to see all these different pieces come together and really make it easier for developers to just focus on building great apps and not worry about all that complex stuff that underneath that has to happen to make it work. So how did you kind of first hear about the toolkit, and what chose you, what led you to the toolkit to contribute in the open source compared to other options at Microsoft?
For us, it was simple. So we were working with the community toolkit for years because we are the UWP platform and the controls. So we have a great collaboration from the beginning, the conception of the Windows Community Toolkit. So we really know the value about that. In this specific case about XAML Islands, when we create this low-level API that shipped with operating system, something called Windows Desktop XAML Source, we thought that why not to create something simple for .NET developer, create some kind of wrappers, demonstrate to the developer that can consume this island easily. So we create this first approach in the Windows Community Toolkit. We get a lot of good feedback about, yeah, this is working really well. So can you continue evolving that? We are shipping every 2-3 weeks a new release, doing a lot of pull requests, just making the thing grow out thanks to the community.
Yeah, that's great. And
for me, I work on the composition team, and we've always had sort of a active community of folks who use our stuff, but a sort of community of early adopters. And the composition APIs, from their inception, were all about empowering innovation and going beyond what XAML allows. And so in many of these cases, it wasn't enough to sort of do one-off innovations, but to actually sort of systematize these things before they make their way into the platform. And so we'd always work with members of the community to sort of formalize and make easy a lot of the composition concepts and bring them to the open source community. And so, of course, we knew about the toolkit because that's where a lot of synergy and momentum was.
Right, that's great. I mean, we love our community here at Microsoft, and you can see Microsoft embracing the open source. And I think you've all said kind of what brought you there and what's exciting you. Kind of what's the best feedback you've gotten from the community itself that's kind of really kind of let you know that you're on the right track and you're driving forward with what you're doing?
For us, mainly is because we have people who are early adopters who try the things try to think always the first thing that we are doing. So this is helping to us just to get feedback, get bugs very quickly, fix the bugs, and also get feedback about maybe this API is not working really well, or maybe we need more functionality. Try to evaluate if this is something that is working for all the main scenarios, and then apply that immediately because it's open source, it's there. So actually, we are chipping out of the bank. We are no longer attached to the platform. So I mean, we have more agile to do all the things, innovate a little more.
Right.
Right, and the reason why we picked the toolkit for Lottie to live in was because we wanted to be where our customers were, and our thinking was that if you've ever used Lottie or played around with After Effects, the surface of things you can do with After Effects is immense. And so we really wanted to figure out what actually matters to our customers. And so using GitHub to figure out what people care about, the features, and how we should prioritize development in the future is, of course, the thing that we're looking forward to the most. It's a very new project, and we've already had a lot of feature requests. And one of the most useful things that we've discovered is beyond the core functionality of Lottie Windows itself, it's also about how it integrates with other things like Xamarin Bindings or Lottie React or something like that. And so we're really looking at people helping us identify the gaps in the APIs that we have out and how we actually evolve that going forward. So some of the best feedback we've received is a whole bunch of feature requests, and it's a lot of work for us.
I guess that's one thing that there's never a shortage of is people saying what they want and what we can do to improve our tools. But I think that's the exciting thing. It used to be in the past where you would be shipping software every few years and people would report bugs, and I heard others here mentioning it before, like you'd had to wait and hope that it got fixed, and then you'd find out it didn't, and you'd be disappointed. And now we have this direct connection to our developers, and so I think that's a great mantra for Microsoft's open source. As you've been working with the communities, and Soham, you mentioned too that there's these other communities out there because you've been building on top of these Lottie animations. How has those engagements worked with like these other communities? Like, what's surprised you about the open source world and these other communities that have already been established that you're now kind of entering this space with and the collaboration?
Yeah, well, so working on the Windows platform, which moving into the open source was a completely different world, a very different sort of refreshing change. Collaborating with folks was actually very easy, surprisingly so for me with very little prior experience. Mostly, GitHub's been great as a means of sharing code and ideas. The ability to just talk to people has been very easy, and of course the folks at Airbnb for the Android and the iOS repos, and Hernan Torrisi, the amazing creator of Body Movement. All of these people are really easy to work with. I met a lot of them in person in San Francisco, here in Seattle, and just good old email, reach out to people, and everyone's been very sweet to just help us. And in terms of even documentation, we did a lot of stuff using the Community Toolkit docs, and we also committed to the Airbnb docs, and all of this was really easy. So doing it in the open source has been an extremely smooth process in terms of code reviews and stuff like that.
Right, that's great.
Yeah.
Miguel?
Sure. Yeah, the thing that really surprised me is about you can connect to the customer digitally, and you create some kind of connection, empathy with them. So it means that it's not as cold as just shipping something and people or unknown people trying things. When you are in the open source and you see the names of the people who are using your feature, these people really create pull requests with the picture, with the photo, you create this kind of relationship, and also the communication goes so fluent, so smooth that you really have the mindset that something that we're doing is right. It's good. So this is really the thing that surprised us, besides all the agility of doing this more quickly. But if I have to highlight something, this is the thing that I will do. Yeah.
Great. I think there's been a lot of talk at Build this year about how we have all these different communities. Obviously, with the toolkit, we do a lot of native experiences for UWP, WPF, WinForms, Win32 developers. There's obviously a lot of web developers out there, and there's this notion too, like no matter what technologies you're using and how you're combining them, here at Microsoft, we're trying to bring all these developers together just to make great apps on Windows. Right? It doesn't matter what technologies you're using, we want to be there for you. And so we actually got a question online here where they're talking about the future of kind of running code in the browser, and obviously WebAssembly is pretty hot right now, and there's the Uno group, and so this question's, how does the toolkit fit into the browser work in the future and the Uno platform? And they might have noticed our Uno platform llama behind me, but anyway, I think it's an exciting possibility thinking of the future of how all these different worlds of code collide. And so I'm just kind of curious on your guys' thoughts on what do you see that future of bringing more of the web and mixing the native and how that all fits together?
Yeah, so I can answer that because I have a good one. Well, Michael and I literally ran into the Uno folks this afternoon at Build, and they showed me something incredible. We put out a bunch of applications on the Windows Store for Lottie, like sample applications that help you ramp up. And the folks had already implemented our control, our C# control in the Uno platform, and it was running in the browsers. It was kind of surreal seeing the UWP code running in a browser. That was really cool. And they leverage all the amazing work that's happening on other platforms from the folks in writing Lottie versions for Android, iOS, and the web. So yeah, I think that's incredible.
Yeah, and they use Xamarin a lot for that too. And so it's amazing how we have all these different technologies on our umbrella, and we're leveraging our own knowledge within the company, but all these other communities out there as well. And it's a great time to be.
Sure.
Miguel,
And
what are
thinking about that, we also announced that we are going to have support for React Native for UWP application with highly performance.
Right.
So this is a way that the way what we think that we should open our platform to everyone, even reaching out developer that you never in the past thought you're going to be part of the Windows community like web developers, right?
Right.
So this is the kind of new mentality that we have in Windows and we have in Microsoft as well. It's about let's create a tool that everyone can use.
Right.
It doesn't matter where it comes from.
Yeah, and if you didn't see the React Native stuff Miguel was mentioning, that was Kevin Gallo during Rajesh's keynote was giving that demo. It's pretty cool, so definitely worth checking out if you're looking at all the content that's coming to Build. But great. So we have a few minutes left. I wanted to kind of ask you two both kind of what's next for where you're taking your directions on your teams. What's coming next in the open source? I know there's been a couple announcements, but what can you share with our community back at home with what's on the horizon, what they should be looking out for this year?
Sure. So for our perspective, the UWP perspective, so we are shipping the next release of Windows UI, something called Windows UI 3.0. The thing that we are doing is just lifting all the XAML platform, putting all together in a NuGet package and publishing this open source. So everyone can participate in this open source initiative. This is one of the things that we are doing. This is going to enable that, for example, XAML Islands can be consumed across all the different versions of the Windows operating system. Not all, but a great
a broader set of them now.
Exactly. So in parallel to that, we are going to continue working with the Windows Community Toolkit, improving all this wrapper control and engaging with the customers in all these initiatives. So we believe that we have a good future, a good plan. And actually, people say thank you, great time today.
Yeah, no, it's great. I mean, having these contributions in the toolkit is what makes it useful to our developers and keeps us going. And so we just, we want to continue working with everyone internally and externally at the company and all of our communities and our MVPs. It's really useful to have people giving input and seeing what they need and how we can build things together. Sohim, did you want to comment?
So as I mentioned, in terms of Lottie specifically, we barely have just gotten started. So we just open sourced the project, and we already have a bunch of feature requests. So we knew this, so we will continue working on that, prioritizing this stuff, and building out, making Lottie a lot richer for in terms of what it can do on Windows. In addition to that, this was a really pleasant experience for us in terms of taking a lot of the concepts from the Windows UI API, Windows UI composition APIs, or the visual layer APIs, and bringing them to developers in ways that are very easy to use. And so we want to continue doing using the same model for some of the new 3D investments that we're making in the platform. So we're adding lower-level components like materials, meshes, nodes, etc., for 3D scene management that can live in parallel and actually intermingling with your 2D XAML scene. And so we want to explore the possibility of taking a lot of these things and making it very easy to use by having utilities that say parse formats like GLTF or FBX or whatever, and easily allow you to build 3D scenes in your Windows apps. And so of course we're making contributions inspired by our sort of relative success of Lottie into the toolkit again. And so we look forward to collaborating with you and adding more repos, hopefully.
Okay, great. So I think it's been a really great exploration we've had here today, just talking about what technologies are up and coming and what's new. And I think it's really exciting to hear about all these different controls and components from the platform going into the open source, but also, it's not just these little pieces soon. It's going to be like this whole big chunk that everyone can start contributing to and improving. So I think it's an exciting time for everyone here at the Toolkit and in Microsoft to make a difference. So I really appreciate you two spending some time with us. And it's just been great to be here at Build. It's an exciting place. There's a lot of stuff going on. Just quickly, since we have a few seconds left, what's been, like, in a sentence, your key moment at Build?
My key moment in the Build was when we announced the Summer Allium version 1 after 1 year. Wow.
Shipping is important.
Yes.
Yeah, it's been the customer interactions we've had. It's been very rewarding having people validate the directions we're taking on the platform and just talking to people face to face. Also, having your llama be allowed on stage with us.
Yeah, the llama's great. So thank you at home for joining us. Build Live will be right back, and so we really appreciate your time, and stay with us here.
Alrighty, this has been a fantastic show. That does it for Microsoft Build 2019. My name is Seth Juarez.
I'm Christina Warren. Maria Nagaga.
And you know what? They always let us come on stage at the end and do whatever we want. So if you want to ask us any questions, aka.ms, Microsoft Build Live, hashtag MSBuild. What's been your favorite part, Christina?
Windows Terminal.
What?
Seriously.
I know, every year.
No, this year. Like this is WSL2 Windows Terminal. I'm so excited.
How come?
Okay, it's so nerdy, but I'm so excited. And being able to have all the different shells in Windows in one interface and one console without lag, like in tabs and colors and themes and custom fonts and emoji support and like Unicode support, I'm so excired.
Fantastic, Maria.
Well, my favorite part was also Windows Terminal.
Okay.
It was really huge.
Wasn't it Try.net, though?
Yeah, of course it was my baby, but I didn't want to show bias.
I am going to show on your behalf bias.
Also, did you love it?
I loved it.
Did you try it?
Not yet.
Okay.
I literally, I'm done here and I go eat and I go to sleep. I am like the boringest person in real life.
He's going to try it this weekend.
You're gonna try Try.net this weekend?
I'm going to try.net.
Well, and on top of that, I have to say also just seeing kids at Build
Yes.
was huge.
Yes, the kids, oh my gosh, this is so good.
So much fun. Sarah Gathels did such a great job there in keeping people engaged, and I think that might have been my favorite part because the questions were amazing.
Fantastic. Well, look, I am such a huge fan of Build.
Yes.
Every year we get to talk to amazing people, talk about amazing things. And for those of you that are watching, you can get all of these sessions online. You can catch any of them. You can catch up on any content. You can head over to aka.ms Microsoft Build Live to watch on demand.
You sure can. They're at techcommunities.microsoft.com as well as our YouTube channel, Microsoft Developer, or like Seth said, just aka.ms/ what was that, Build Live on demand?
Microsoft Build Live.
Microsoft Build Live.
Look, I put it below, like right here, look.
Oh, there it is.
See that? Just, there you go.
Yes, perfect.
Well, look, here's the thing about this show, and I kind of tried to do this a little bit before, but I think we need to do it now. If we can get the jib, which is this wonderful thing, to point over there at all of the crew that have done such amazing work. Let's give them a hand.
Woo! Yes!
Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing, and I did not bring this up, so Golnaz, if you can bring them up to me. There are 3 little placards. Go bring them. Where are they? They'll bring up every year what we do. There, she's running. She's running. She's running. Every year what we do, just like the price. Come on down.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Miss Josen.
Thank you. By the way, Josen, you stay here. Stay here for a second. Every year, we have everyone sign these things. One of them goes in our studio. The other one we're going to give to you to Josen and Andre. And the other one, if we can get the jib over there next to Golnaz, we're going to give it to none other than, look, if I ever say anything witty, it's because obviously Steve Wilson, who's back there, director, but also to Jill, we're going to give her this thing right here. Look at her. She's covering her face. You got to get how red she is. She turns around. Oh, nice. So this is for Jill, and then this one is going to go in our studios. Okay, so final thoughts?
Try everything you've seen this week. Everything.
Yeah, I had a guy, he's like, hey, I'm excited, but I have a complaint. I'm like, oh, I'm going to write this down because you know I'm very good about customer feedback. I don't know how I'm going to try all this awesome stuff. And I was like, well, then we've done our job. Christina, what about you?
I'm with that. Try everything that you've seen. Try.net. And just play, have fun, build. That's my final thought. Build.
Well, thank you so much on behalf of Microsoft. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you at the next Microsoft Build.
Woo!
Take care.
I thank you.